Chapter 1. Your basketball prodigy can't play basketball. September 1995, United States, Georgetown University Basketball Arena. Kang Yi, a citizen of Huaxia, born on February 25, 1977. Age 18. Height 6 feet 10 inches 2.08 meters. Weight 105 kilograms. Wingspan 2.30 meters. Hand size 30 centimeters. Standing reach 2.83 meters. Vertical leap 55 centimeters. Running jump 79 centimeters. Bench press of 84 kilograms. 10 times 34 court sprint 3.46 seconds. Baseline shuttle run 13.01 seconds. 100 meters sprint 14.11 seconds. Body fat 18. Greatest strength exceptional learning ability. Greatest weakness cannot play basketball. Hey, Ewing, you scoundrel. John Thompson, head coach of the Georgetown basketball team, trembled with rage, clutching the fitness report as he berated the already established NBA star Ewing. Is this the basketball prodigy you recommended to me? You dare to fool me. Our team certainly needs a center, but we are an NCAA Division I team. We should not settle for someone who merely possesses height and whose athleticism is shockingly inadequate. Confronted by his furious mentor, Ewing lowered his massive head, obediently listening without uttering a word. 34 court sprint in 3.78 seconds. Baseline shuttle run in 13.01 seconds. 100 meters in 14.11 seconds. Can his athleticism be any worse? Was your recommendation even necessary? Wouldn't it be better to just place a telephone pole in the paint? At least it wouldn't run away. At the age of 54, John Thompson had been coaching at Georgetown University for 23 years. Apart from winning an NCAA championship in 1984 alongside the towering Hakeem Olajuwon, he had not tasted victory since in recent years. While Georgetown has produced all-star players like Dikembe Mutombo and Alonzo Mourning, the team's performance had steadily declined. However, this year, John Thompson felt that he had one last opportunity to contend for the NCAA championship, as he had acquired the problem child that every university had. Rejected Allen Iverson. As a freshman, Iverson showcased extraordinary prowess upon entering the NCAA realm, effortlessly becoming one of the top scorers and earning accolades as the best newcomer and best defender in the Big East Conference. Yet, having only Iverson was insufficient to conquer the NCAA. During the madness of March, Georgetown, under Iverson's leadership, was defeated by the University of North Carolina, led by Jerry Stackhouse and Rasheed Wallace in the Sweet 16. In that fierce competition, freshman Iverson held his own against fourth-year player Jerry Stackhouse, but the interior was ruthlessly dismantled by the young Rasheed Wallace. Currently, Georgetown's interior was comprised of Otel Harrington, standing at 2.06 meters and weighing 105 kilograms, alongside Jahidi White, 2.05 meters and 130 kilograms, ranking around 50th. In the NCAA, while not bad for a starting center, they were no match for Rasheed Wallace, who was projected to be a top 5 NBA draft pick. Just half a month ago, Ewing had mysteriously claimed he would bring a genius center who required no evaluation, and John Thompson had eagerly awaited for 15 days, only to exclaim, "Is this it?" John Thompson pointed toward a slender, tall Huaxia boy practicing free throws not far away. Duong, Duong, Duong. Goodness, the hoop at Georgetown's arena was nearly bent by this yellow-skinned fellow. Having coached in the NCAA for over 20 years, John Thompson had seen countless prodigies. Yet, this boy, aside from his height, long arms, and handsome appearance, was utterly unremarkable. John Thompson's smile resembled a cry. "Is this the Ancient-century prodigy you spoke of?" "Yes." Ewing vigorously shook his head, his expression earnest. "Coach, he has only been practicing basketball for a month." "Oh," John Thompson remarked nonchalantly. "I can tell my son was more accurate when he started practicing free throws in elementary school." Ewing continued, "This guy named Kang has only practiced basketball for a month and can already block my layup." John Thompson chuckled. "The kid you recommended does indeed possess exceptional static talent. Blocking you occasionally doesn't mean much." Ewing's face turned awkward. "The first time he blocked me was a month ago, which was indeed a fluke. However, after a month of training, in our match yesterday, he blocked me 5 out of 10 times." "Really?" John Thompson's eyes suddenly brightened as he scrutinized the still clanking Kang. "Interesting. That is indeed intriguing. Though Patrick Ewing was now 33 and showing signs of decline, he was still an all-star center, averaging 24 points and 11 rebounds. Could an 18-year-old freshman consistently block Ewing? Such a feat was unprecedented in John Thompson's 23 years of coaching. Even the world-renowned shot blocker Mutombo would struggle to consistently deny Ewing. John Thompson smiled. Just so happens that several other freshmen are attending tryouts today. Let them compete. Georgetown basketball will not make exceptions based on your word. Coach, Ewing exclaimed in disbelief. Does even a freshman who can block me need to try out? With a knowing expression, John Thompson replied, Ewing, you don't think I would take your word for it, do you? You are the king of New York. Someone who can block you 5 out of 10 times is practically impossible in this world. Half an hour later, Kong Yi, with an expression of indifference, looked down at the trial players who questioned their existence after being blocked by him. He shrugged and glanced at Ewing. Is this it? Boring. They'll just continue practicing my free throws. At that moment, John Thompson's eyes began to blaze with fire, his thick lips trembling uncontrollably. My God, this is indeed real. I must secure this child. In the recent simple group trial, although Kong Yi had not scored a single point, he had revealed his speed and strength deficiencies. Yet, when the 2.08-meter Kong Yi stood in the paint, he resembled an insurmountable deity, swatting away every opponent's foray to the basket without exception. In a mere 10 minutes of trial, Kong Yi recorded 9 blocks. The only reason it wasn't 10 was that the opponents dared not approach the paint. In a 5v5 confrontation, occasionally blocking 1 or 2 is easy, but to single-handedly obliterate all incursions is nothing short of terrifying. Ewing, tell me the truth in your 1v1 with Kong. Did he really only block you 5 times? Ewing's face showed hesitation. Actually, it doesn't matter. That is no longer significant. John Thompson was in high spirits, waving his hand with a smile. Drawing from his extensive coaching experience, he recognized that in the NCAA, where defensive 3 seconds did not exist, Kong Yi's shot blocking was indeed unparalleled. The young aspirants dreaming of joining the Georgetown basketball team were utterly disheartened at this moment. Oh my God, this guy is tall, handsome, and can play? How can we compete? Isn't this too unfair? This kid's basketball skill is nearly zero, while I have played for 18 years, yet I cannot evade his blocks. Withdraw, withdraw. I am but a mere mortal, unworthy of comparison to geniuses. In light of the basketball scholarship, perhaps I should focus on my studies instead. That moment, Han Yi, disinterested in the surrounding crowd of failures, stepped up to the free throw line and took his shot. Duong. Yet again it missed. Nonetheless, the virtual screen before Han Yi displayed free throw training. Proficiency level 1. Chapter 2. Continuous training, continuous delight. It is evident that Han Yi is a time traveler. Upon his arrival, he unlocked the tragic backstory of having lost both parents and growing up in an orphanage. Consequently, Han Yi swiftly embraced the concept of having a system. However, one solitary issue remained. Physical attributes. Height. 2.08 meters. Weight. 105 kilograms. Wingspan. 230 centimeters. Speed. 40. Strength. 60. Vertical leap. 50. Agility. 50. Explosiveness. 50. Toughness. 40. Stamina. 40. Offensive skills. Interior scoring. 0. Ball handling. 10. Layup. 10. Dunk. 0. Mid-range shooting. 3. Three-point shooting. 0. Free throw. 20. Defensive skills. Rebounding. 20. Stealing. 0. Post defense. 10. One-on-one defense. 10. Help defense. 0. Blocking. 100. Screen defense. 0. Positioning. 5. Lateral movement. 10. Organizational skills. Passing. 5. Court vision. 5. Game experience. 10. Game experience influences the effectiveness of various attributes. The aforementioned attributes were calculated under the intensity of NBA competition. For instance, a dunk score of 0 does not imply that he cannot dunk in an empty lane, but rather that he cannot do so under NBA-level defense. Mission: join an NCAA Division I university basketball team. Reward: 90 dunk points. A month prior, when Han Yi first traversed to this world and opened his personal attributes panel, he was utterly dismayed. For every basketball-related attribute displayed a value of 0. In this parallel universe, his previous life as a basketball enthusiast had endowed Han Yi with the static talent necessary to establish himself in the NBA. Yet, could it be that his dynamic attributes related to basketball could be even lower? setting aside other considerations with a physique like his. Wouldn't he be able to dunk at will? Surely, it was an affront to the dignity of a starting center from the esteemed science class. In a fit of rage, Han Yi stormed off to a nightclub, hoping to find a wealthy patron to support him for life, relying on his looks, second only to the readers themselves. As the wealthy woman sought to lavish her affections on Han Yi, the legendary Patrick Ewing was unexpectedly drawn to Han Yi's potential and, rather than indulging the wealthy woman, brought Han Yi to the training court. The novice gift pack was immediately activated, rewarding him with 100 blocking points. Subsequently, a new mission was issued: join an NCAA Division I university basketball team. Reward: 90 dunk points. The system's user manual arrived somewhat belatedly. The host may enhance the proficiency of various attributes through specialized training, with the NBA attribute cap set at level 100, while the host's attributes can upgrade without limit. Thus, the wheels of fate began to turn. Running laps to improve speed and a modicum of stamina. Push-ups to enhance strength. Squats to augment vertical leap. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Han Yi took another shot at the free throw line. Swish. It went in. Free throw proficiency 5. Free throw proficiency 400. Free throw 20 to 21. Level 21 free throw requires proficiency 420. Indeed, his skills were somewhat lacking. Yet the gradual improvement felt immensely gratifying. The only drawback was there truly no shortcut to enhance basketball attributes akin to those for physical attributes? Practicing free throw after free throw, while his level was low, it was manageable, but what would it be like at higher levels? Wouldn't that proficiency become astronomical? Just as Han Yi reveled in his own world, Coach John Thompson of Georgetown University approached him, extending a hand. "Young man, welcome to the Georgetown University basketball team. Congratulations on becoming the first Asian to play in NCAA Division I." What Han Yi heard, however, was, "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Dunk attribute upgraded to 90. New mission, participate in an NCAA game and secure a victory. Reward, 10 free attribute points. 10 free attribute points." Han Yi glanced at the proficiency required to upgrade to 100 blocks. 50-10, 000. If 100 blocks were already formidable, what would happen if he advanced another 10 levels? "Coach," Han Yi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, "when does the NCAA season begin?" "Young man, do not aim too high." John Thompson replied, "You have much to learn. NCAA is not that simple." "Learn? I love learning." Han Yi grinned. To John Thompson, Han Yi's astonishing blocking ability contrasted sharply with his lackluster performances in other aspects of basketball. After over 20 years as an NCAA head coach, he had never encountered someone so raw as Han Yi. The first week of training Han Yi, John Thompson, "If we weren't so desperate for a big man, I wouldn't bother teaching him." The second week of training Han Yi, John Thompson, "If it weren't for Han Yi's terrifying blocking talent, I wouldn't bother teaching him." The third week of training Han Yi, John Thompson, Han Yi, "Truly remarkable." Indeed, as Ewing had said, Han Yi exhibited the qualities of a novice who had just begun to engage with basketball. Yet his insatiable thirst for knowledge and effort was something John Thompson had never witnessed in his years of coaching. Han Yi absorbed every technique taught by John Thompson like a sponge, never seeming to reach saturation. It is often said that hard work cannot replace talent in basketball, yet what if effort could manifest as talent? And what if persistent effort could even transcend the limits of innate ability? To John Thompson, Han Yi's strengths were evident. As a center, his static talent was exceptionally remarkable. However, his weaknesses were equally apparent. As a center, his strength was woefully inadequate. Even in the NCAA, his level of strength was insufficient to thrive in the paint. Initially, John Thompson estimated it would take at least a year to elevate Han Yi from a basketball novice to the NCAA's acceptable standards. However, merely a month later, Georgetown's backup center, Brandon Bacon, had already surrendered. "Han, please spare me. You dunk on me 50 times a day. I dream about being dunked on by you." At 2.05 meters and 110 kilograms, Brandon Bacon had played 4 years in the NCAA, averaging less than 10 minutes of game time with statistics of merely 3 points and 2.5 rebounds. Entering the NBA seemed impossible, and even making a living from basketball was a daunting prospect. Yet, Brandon Bacon's physicality was not lacking at the NCAA level. In their first encounter a month prior, Han Yi had struggled to hold his ground against him. But now he could easily overpower him. To John Thompson, this was nothing short of miraculous. For Han Yi, when he once again overpowered Brandon Bacon with sheer strength, he finally realized the physicality in the NCAA was not as formidable as he had imagined. Han Yi had merely elevated his strength from 60 to 65, his speed from 40 to 50, and his explosiveness from 50 to 55. In Han Yi's perspective, a strength level of 65 on the perimeter was indeed formidable. But for someone in the paint like him, it was far from adequate. What he overlooked was that a month ago, his feelings of inadequacy were not solely due to his strength. A strength level of 60 was sufficient in the NCAA, but his previous issues stemmed from excessive body fat. Now, a month later, despite weighing the same 105 kilograms, Han Yi's physique had transformed dramatically. With defined muscle lines, he had noticeably slimmed down. His body fat had dropped to around 10. In the eyes of John Thompson, Han Yi's rate of growth is nothing short of monstrous. For heaven's sake, I have merely spent the past month honing his physique, shaping him into a basketball player. And yet, he has utterly overwhelmed our substitutes. Chapter 3, a duel? Not yet. I shall first complete 500 push UPS. In the past month, John Thompson has been giving Han Yi special attention, while the other members of the Georgetown basketball team were left to train as they pleased. It was evident to any onlooker that Han Yi was destined for a significant role in the Georgetown University basketball team in the future, despite Han Yi's impressive stature. The center, Jahidi White, did not regard him as a threat, for Jahidi, as a defensive bulwark, was of an entirely different ilk compared to Han Yi. However, the power forward, Otelra Harrington, had already begun to see Han Yi as a formidable rival. Jahidi White, 2.06 meters, 130 kilograms, wingspan 2.15 meters. Otelra Harrington, 2.07 meters, 106 kilograms, wingspan 2.10 meters. Han Yi, 2.08 meters, 105 kilograms, wingspan 2.30 meters. Otelra Harrington scoffed, "Come on. Who would believe that this isn't directed at me?" For Harrington, a senior, this year represented his final opportunity to break into the NBA, and securing a starting position on the team was paramount. If he lost his starting spot, he might as well pursue a career as a real estate agent, aligned with his college major. As Han Yi began to easily outmaneuver Brandon Bacon, Otelra Harrington could no longer sit idly by. "Hey kid." Harrington approached Han Yi, who was engrossed in his push-ups, his expression darkening. "How about a little challenge?" "No offense, big guy, but I'm in the middle of training," Han Yi replied. "Humph. You call this training?" Harrington retorted mockingly. "Basketball isn't like the ping pong you folks from Huaxia play. It requires real skill." "Oh? I'm not sure how well versed you are in basketball, but I can say for certain you know nothing about ping pong. If you're eager, let us give it a shot, but let me finish my 500 push-ups first," Han Yi countered. The other players, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. "Hey, is this kid really going to do 500 push-ups in one go? What is the point? Will he have any energy left for a one-on-one afterward? I think he is just stalling. Once he is done, he'll use exhaustion as an excuse." Unfazed by the chatter, Han Yi remained immersed in his world of push-ups. 177. Proficiency level 1. 178. Proficiency level 1. 499. Proficiency level 1. 500. Proficiency level 1. Strength, 65 to 66. A wave of exhilarating satisfaction coursed through his body. This feeling was distinctly masculine. Those who understood. Drenched in sweat but feeling invigorated. Han Yi stood up and smiled at Otelra Harrington. "All right, let us begin. Since you're the veteran, you can attack first." The onlookers gasped. This audacious yellow-skinned newcomer dared to let Otelra attack first. This kid was doomed. Otelra Harrington, known for his offensive prowess, had reigned as Georgetown's starting power forward for 3 years for a reason. If Han Yi were to attack first, he might steal a point or two. But if he allowed Otelra to take the lead, the outcome of the duel would be a foregone conclusion. Otelra Harrington glanced at Coach John Thompson, who appeared to be observing with keen interest, fully aware that if he could not dismantle Han Yi in this confrontation, his starting position would be at risk. Thus, he readily accepted Han Yi's offer to attack first, casually dribbling the ball. "Let us keep it simple. I've heard you're good at blocking. Don't disappoint me." Han Yi smiled. "Big guy, I have no expectations for this match." As a lifelong fan who had watched basketball since Jordan's second three-peat, Han Yi had never heard of Otelra Harrington. What was there to fear from someone who couldn't even make it to the NBA? In reality, Han Yi's ignorance was profound. In his past life, Otelra Harrington had been the second-round first pick in the 1996 draft, playing 12 seasons in the NBA, averaging 7.4 points and 4 For rebounds, a competent role player, indeed. It was entirely reasonable for Han Yi, an ordinary fan, not to recognize such a player lacking memorable highlights. Han Yi initiated the duel. Despite Otelra Harrington's future as a blue-collar player in the NBA, he was a formidable force in the NCAA, averaging 12 points and 5 rebounds, serving as the backbone of Georgetown's inside offense. Upon receiving the ball, Otelra accelerated leftward, and with a deceptive crossover, he left Han Yi behind. "Humph, you're still too green. Such a simple feint can fool you?" he scoffed. As he entered the paint, Otelra leaped for a two-handed layup. Yet, just as the ball was a mere 5 centimeters from the hoop, a massive hand swept down from above. Smack! A resounding block sent the basketball soaring out of bounds. The crowd erupted in cheers. "What a magnificent block. I'm starting to believe the rumor that he made the team by blocking Ewing." The timing of the block was impeccable. Once Otelra had soared into the air, evading Han Yi's reach was no longer an option. It was sheer physical prowess. Despite Otelra's successful maneuver, Han Yi's extraordinary wingspan allowed him to swat the ball away. "Shut your mouths, you fools." Otelra fumed, seething with rage. "I underestimated you, kid. But don't get too cocky. Next time, I'll take you out with a shot." "Oh, I see, big guy. But now it's my turn to attack." Han Yi replied confidently. Otelra passed the ball to Han Yi and retreated into the paint. Fully aware that Han Yi's lack of shooting ability was common knowledge among the Georgetown team, they had no idea what Han Yi would attempt offensively. Han Yi awkwardly dribbled into the paint, engaging in a simple physical confrontation with Otelra. As Otelra grunted softly, he mentally cursed, "This kid is stronger than I expected. But I can still hold my ground." Otelra leaned in closer, pressing against Han Yi, making it difficult for him to gain leverage. "Heh, you're still too green." Otelra chuckled, convinced that Han Yi's inside offensive skills were rudimentary. As long as he stood firm, scoring would be impossible for Han Yi. However, Han Yi remained calm, not even glancing at Otelra, but instead gazing upward at the hoop. Otelra instinctively felt something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Suddenly, without any alteration in footwork, Han Yi erupted before Otelra. Boom! A thunderous dunk erupted right over Otelra Harrington's head. Chapter 4. Decimating Othello Harrington. The school team's starting power forward. A superb play. Brandon Bacon, Han Yi's sparring partner for the past month, was the loudest cheerleader. Brandon Bacon's cheer wasn't for anything else but to inform the guys around him that the reason he had nightmares about being dunked on by Han Yi wasn't because he was too weak, but because Han Yi was too strong. Even Othello Harrington, a first-team All-Big East Conference player, was being dunked on by Han Yi to the point of ecstasy, wasn't he? Othello Harrington was completely dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Othello Harrington only felt his head buzzing. He looked at his teammates around him, and then at Han Yi in front of him. Only then did he realize his predicament. Crap. Was I just dunked on by this rookie? All right, settle down. Coach John Thompson walked among them, feigning ignorance. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Today's training is about to officially begin. Hold on. Kid, you think you can just walk away after dunking on me once? Not a chance. Othello Harrington was completely heated, even daring to disobey the coach's words. Han Yi's defense and offense had completely shattered his pride in front of everyone. If this one-on-one ended like this, Harrington really wouldn't be able to hold his head high in the team. But while Harrington was heated, Han Yi wasn't. He said with some difficulty, "Senior, the coach has spoken. It's fine." John Thompson frowned. From just that one offensive and defensive play, he already knew that Othello Harrington was no match for Han Yi. His coming over in advance was also to defuse the situation for Harrington, this veteran player. But Othello Harrington didn't appreciate it at all, so there was nothing he could do. John Thompson continued, "Then you guys can continue playing. I'll give you another 5 minutes." "Coach, 5 minutes won't be necessary." Han Yi said to the coach with an apologetic smile, "I definitely won't delay our normal training." But these words meant one thing to the coach and were a complete provocation to Othello Harrington. "Bastard. You dare look down on me? It was just a lucky shot. I only need one chance to completely destroy you." "All right then, senior," Han Yi generously said, "I'll give you another chance to attack." Oh. The whole place erupted at these words. This bastard kid was unbelievably arrogant. He dared to say he could shut out Othello with just one offensive opportunity after only making one shot? In our team, who dares to say they can shut out Othello besides Iverson? Haha, Han Yi looks harmless, but he's so good at trash talk. Give Othello another chance to attack? Even if Othello wins, he'll lose face. If I were Othello, I would definitely punch this kid hard. Doesn't this mean that Othello's strength is completely unworthy of a fair duel with him? "You kid, I'm going to devour you alive. Othello Harrington passed the ball to Han E again. That last attack must have been accidental. Han E clearly didn't jump very high. How could he dunk on him like that? Han E put on a harmless smile again. Okay. Then Han E took the ball and charged straight for the basket. This time, he even skipped the back-to-the-basket post-up move. While moving, he switched the basketball from his right hand to his left hand. Then leaped into the air again over Harrington. Boom. Once again, he easily abused the rim and sent Othello Harrington crashing to the ground. Well, our Georgetown University's interior is about to change. Awesome, Othello is being abused by Han E to the point of incontinence. Brandon Bacon, who had been Han Ye's sparring partner for the past month, was also dumbfounded. Wow, was Han E hiding his strength when he was sparring with me? Actually, it doesn't take 5 minutes to destroy Othello Harrington. In just 2.5 minutes, 3 more thunderous dunks ended the game. Han E completely crushed Georgetown's starting power forward Othello Harrington 5-0. Senior, you flatter me. Han E friendly extended his hand first. If Othello Harrington was still unconvinced after being dunked on the first and second time, he was completely numb after being dunked on 5 times in a row. After being continuously dunked on, Othello Harrington understood that Han E wasn't here to steal his starting position, but to save this team. He and Han E were simply not on the same level in the realm of basketball talent. The end point of his own hard work was just the starting point of Han Ye's basketball journey. Othello Harrington mocked himself in his heart. I was worried that the piece of meat in my mouth would be snatched away by Han E. But Han Ye's journey is the stars and the sea. Hello? Othello Harrington squeezed out an awkward smile. I'm Othello Harrington. Welcome to the Georgetown basketball team. Hey, brother. Brandon Bacon hugged him tightly as if he was afraid Han E would run away. I'll have to rely on you to protect me and the team from now on. Although Othello Harrington was still worried about whether he could enter the NBA, he was already the second in command in the Georgetown University basketball team, second only to Iverson. After seeing Han E obliterate Othello Harrington with ease, these guys were really convinced. Basketball, after all is said and done, is about speaking with strength. All right. Coach John Thompson nodded with satisfaction. All right, from today onwards, Han E, you will practice with everyone. Han E looked around and couldn't help but ask the coach, where's Iverson? When John Thompson heard Iverson's name, he snorted. Don't worry about that little rascal, and don't you dare learn from him. Brandon Bacon had a matter-of-course expression. Please. Who do you think you're talking about? Allen Iverson. That guy is guaranteed to be in the top 3 if he enters next year's NBA draft. No. Othello Harrington denied. If Tim Duncan doesn't enter the draft next year, I don't think anyone can challenge his #1 pick. Han, I admit you're a genius. But Iverson is simply a bastard born for basketball. His ability isn't trained, it's given by God, and you. Othello Harrington said, if your goal is to enter the NBA, you're still far away because I'm just an insignificant little guy. No. John Thompson patted Othello Harrington's head with his broad hand. Don't be so humble. From today onwards, you will be Han Ye's mentor. Othello Harrington and Han E were collectively dumbfounded. Chapter 5 Coach, are you employing some PUA tactics on Iverson? Iverson inquired, perplexed by the term. Regardless of his confusion, the coach's words resonated, prompting the duo of Othello Harrington and Han E to bravely step onto the court. After a powerful dunk, the turn must be executed precisely. The elbow must be raised. Fouls. Do not fear the whistle, even if you are called for 100 fouls. Maintain that same turn, and ensure your elbow is firmly positioned, exuding aggression. Your point of force is misplaced. The knees must bend to maximize explosive power. Yes. Do not claim that you can manage without this. I may be inconsequential, and your victory over me is not remarkable. You will encounter numerous exceptionally gifted players in the future. Our task is to perfect the necessary movements and refine our skills. From establishing position in the low post to lateral movement in the paint, and to the exertion of force when sealing off defenders. At first, Han E questioned what this mere benchwarmer could possibly teach him, wondering if it could surpass the guidance of Ewing. However, under Othello Harrington's relentless instruction, Han E discovered a basketball realm he had never before ventured into. It turned out that basketball skills extend beyond the simplistic statistics presented. Behind those numerical attributes lies a complex tapestry of techniques. With the same strength, varying points of exertion and positioning can exponentially amplify the resultant force. Othello Harrington grew increasingly frustrated, exclaiming, "This brat knows nothing. I have been outplayed by someone utterly ignorant of basketball skills." In terms of basketball prowess, Patrick Ewing undoubtedly eclipsed Othello Harrington by a significant margin. Yet, for newcomers like Han E, who had just embarked on their basketball journey without extraordinary talent. Otello Harrington's emphasis on honing techniques and details proved to be far more reliable. John Thompson, head coach of the Georgetown University basketball team, observed Harrington's simultaneous tirade against Hahn's ignorance and meticulous focus on technical minutiae, unable to suppress a chuckle. If Otello doesn't make it in the NBA, he could make an excellent coach. The NCAA tournament can be broadly divided into 4 stages. The first stage involves invitation matches, where universities select opponents through invitations. The second stage consists of intra-conference round-robin tournaments, with each school playing home and away against all conference rivals. The third stage is the conference playoffs, a single elimination format to determine the conference champion. The fourth stage sees the 32 conference champions advance directly to the 64-team tournament, with the remaining 32 spots filled by the NCAA committee based on performance in invitation and round-robin tournaments, culminating in a single elimination format to crown the NCAA champion. The elimination phase is characterized by its thrilling intensity, where one match determines victory or defeat. A month passed, and by mid-November 1995, the first stage of the NCAA tournament finally commenced. Georgetown's initial opponent was the University of North Carolina, boasting the superstar duo of Vince Carter and Antawn Jamison. While Georgetown is also a prestigious basketball institution, it does not quite measure up to North Carolina. The rivalry traces back to 1982 when John Thompson first reached the NCAA finals only to lose to a young player named Michael Jordan from North Carolina. Hahn was exhilarated. If he could start and secure a victory, it would reward him with 10 attribute points. Over the past month, he had trained no less than 10 hours each day, and the more intense the training, the more he yearned for those easily attainable attribute points. However, reality often diverges from imagination. After a fiercely contested match, Georgetown not only lost, but Hahn also failed to secure a single minute on the court. If one were to seek gains, it would be that Hahn witnessed, for the first time in his life, Allen Iverson performing as a lone hero. Iverson scored 35 points, grabbed 5 rebounds, and dished out 5 assists, yet Georgetown ultimately fell short by 5 points to the stronger North Carolina team. Hahn was utterly restless throughout the game. He knew he could contribute to the team, yet he remained benched for the entire duration. In response, John Thompson offered but a single remark: "The outcome of the game is inconsequential. Hahn, what matters is that you comprehend how we lost. There is an ancient saying in your culture that I cherish: those in the game are often confused, while the spectators see clearly. Only from the outside can you grasp the entirety, and only then will you know what to do if you step onto the court." As Hahn endured the conclusion of the first stage invitation matches, he finally could not restrain himself any longer. "Coach, what exactly are you trying to show me?" John Thompson smiled. "Little one, do not be impatient. First, share what you have learned from these matches." He anticipated hearing, "Coach, I have learned that basketball is a team sport. Although Iverson possesses extraordinary talent, without effective collaboration with teammates, the game becomes exceedingly challenging. We must emphasize teamwork if we wish to advance further, ensuring every teammate engages to form a formidable unit." This was the basketball philosophy John Thompson had held since his days as a substitute for Bill Russell with the Celtics, and he hoped Hahn would absorb this wisdom from the bench. However, Hahn's response was, "Coach, I noticed that our 4 starting teammates are seriously hindering Iverson. Although we have 5 players on the court, the other 4 are not contributing at all. Rather, they are a burden. If only the others could match Iverson's pace, we would be unstoppable and would have already overwhelmed our opponents." John Thompson nearly choked on his frustration. After all these matches, this is what you gleaned? Yet, hearing Hahn's remarks, Allen Iverson erupted in applause. Yes, Hahn, you have articulated that perfectly. Our coach keeps saying I have issues, but I can hardly comprehend what those issues are. Now, I understand. The problem is not with me, but with those guys. Do not doubt yourself." Hahn, feeling familiar, threw an arm around Iverson's shoulder. "The fault does not lie with us, but with the entire world. This old man is quite the trickster. His words are merely a form of manipulation, and you must not believe them." Iverson looked bemused. "What does PUA mean?" Hahn scratched his head, realizing this was somewhat difficult to explain. "Let me think." John Thompson glanced at Hahn, then back at Iverson. Great. Just as he thought he had Iverson on the right track, Hahn's words undermined all his efforts. Indeed, those with talent can often be quite the rebellious lot. It seems a lesson is necessary. Chapter 6. Women? They merely influence my pace of training. In the eyes of John Thompson, anyone can speak of strategies, and indeed, If everyone could keep up with Allen Iverson's rhythm, then Georgetown could easily dominate the NCAA. However, the challenge lies in the execution of keeping up with Iverson's pace. The other four on the court are not slackers. It is not merely a matter of desire, but rather a physical limitation. Can you simply say that you will match Iverson's pace just because your lips touch? The 5-on-5 competition is far more complex than a mere one-on-one against Othella Harrington. It seems to me that you, young man, are lacking the hard lessons of life. John Thompson, exasperated, exclaimed, "Han, did you not say it was simple? Very well. I will give you a chance in the next match. Let us see if you can keep up. Oh, coach, I must go train." With that, Hani turned and left. John Thompson, bewildered, asked, "What are you planning to do?" Hani replied with a cheerful smile, "I am going to engage in specialized speed training." John Thompson remained perplexed. "And how will you train?" "By running laps." Han beamed, his sunny disposition charming to the ladies. Yet John Thompson merely perceived him as foolish. Can running laps truly enhance one's speed? Soon, John Thompson bore witness to Han tirelessly running lap after lap on the Georgetown University track. After one lap, John Thompson scoffed. "This pace is abysmally slow. What speed are you hoping to gain? Do you think you are running a marathon?" After 10 laps, he nodded. Larger players often lack stamina. Although this slow running will not enhance speed, it may aid endurance. After 20 laps, Adele, a junior assistant coach of the Georgetown long-distance team with long, toned legs, caught up to him, exhaling softly. "Young man, would you be interested in joining our long-distance team?" With Adele's presence, Georgetown's long-distance program flourished, as many eager youths sought merely the opportunity to train alongside her. Han, without a glance back, simply replied, "Not interested." "Humph. Is there a man here I cannot conquer?" Adele's competitive spirit ignited. Did this young man prefer older women over younger ones? She pursued him again. "Wait. I have a younger sister who is in her senior year. Madam, please respect yourself and do not interrupt my training." Hani shot her a look as if she were mere foliage, then resumed his run. "What of her figure? What of her beauty? Nothing is more vital than my strength. Today's objective, to elevate my speed attribute to 55. Hey, you little brat." Adele huffed angrily. Meanwhile, in the distance, an oblivious John Thompson was growing anxious. "Leave that child alone. If there is an issue, direct it towards me." The Georgetown University versus St. John's University match, the long-awaited NCAA debut for Han, had finally arrived. The greatest player in the history of St. John's University is none other than Chris Mullin, nicknamed God's left hand. However, for basketball fans in China, the most renowned is Ron Artest. Yet in 1995, Ron Artest was still in high school, and at that time, despite St. John's University's prestigious reputation, their strongest player was merely Darnell Robinson, selected as the 58th pick in the 1996 draft. In Han's imagination, such a team would be no match for Georgetown, boasting the first overall pick, Allen Iverson. However, the reality of the game was far from his expectations. Unlike NBA games, NCAA matches consist of two halves, each lasting 20 minutes, with a possession time of 35 seconds and no defensive 3-second rule. What does this imply? This indicates that in comparable matchups, the contributions of interior players far outweigh those of perimeter players. Even a player like Darnell Robinson, who would struggle to see playtime in the NBA, could excel in NCAA under the right conditions, serving as the absolute core for St. John's on both offense and defense. In the first half, Allen Iverson dominated, scoring 22 points in a 37-32 lead at halftime, leaving defenders in his wake. Yet, Darnell Robinson managed a comprehensive stat line of 13 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. Georgetown's lead was a mere 5 points. In terms of interior strength, Othella Harrington was certainly on par with Darnell Robinson, as evidenced by their future draft positions. Harrington as the 30th pick and Robinson as the 58th, a significant gap indeed. However, in a lineup centered around Iverson, Harrington struggled to showcase his full potential, inadvertently highlighting his defensive shortcomings, precisely what concerned John Thompson. While the NBA transitioned from an inside-dominant game to one favoring the perimeter in the late 90s, the NCAA remained firmly in the hands of those dominating the paint. Iverson's extraordinary talent made it difficult for John Thompson to impose limitations upon him. Nonetheless, with Iverson, who stood under 6 feet tall, facing a league of towering giants, the challenges were evident. Yet, in this match, difficulty was merely a facet of the experience. No matter. John Thompson observed Han, clad in the number 1 jersey, stepping onto the NCAA stage. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. You claimed you could keep pace with Iverson, did you not? Now you shall witness the true essence of NCAA play, which is far removed from your previous one-on-one encounters. When Hani replaced Othella Harrington, the St. John's players were collectively bewildered. The number one from Georgetown? Has anyone seen this before? Wait, are there players with yellow skin in the NCAA? How utterly unheard of. Meanwhile, St. John's starting power forward, Darnell Robinson, could not help but smirk. Finally, the troublesome Harrington is off the court. This newcomer with yellow skin seems like a delectable donut. As Hani made his entrance, Iverson graciously passed him the ball on the first possession. However, the pass was slightly too high, leaving Hani still outside the 3-second area. Darnell Robinson allowed Hani to take 2 steps back, retreating into the paint. If he did not shoot now, he would seem timid. Hani resolutely took a mid-range shot. The response from both the court and the stands was one of shock. My goodness. Can Hani actually shoot? The ball struck the front of the rim with a resounding clang. This clear miss provided a definitive answer. He could not. The basketball rebounded above the hoop, and as Robinson turned to secure the rebound, he was blindsided by a large hand that soared over his head, seizing the errant ball and forcefully slamming it back through the hoop. A thunderous crash echoed as Hani dunked over the core player, Darnell Robinson. Chapter 7. Debuting on the NCAA stage. Capturing the attention of NBA scouts, Hani was acutely aware of his inability to shoot, a fact acknowledged by his teammates and coaches at Georgetown University. However, the opposing players remained blissfully ignorant of this reality. As Hani took a decisive shot, Darnell Robinson, mistaking the lanky youth for a shooter, instinctively lunged forward, arm raised in defense. What he did not anticipate was that Hani had already begun his pursuit for the rebound even before the ball grazed the rim. In that brief moment of miscommunication, when the ball indeed clanged against the iron, Darnell Robinson found himself outmaneuvered as Hani asserted his dominance, executing a breathtaking dunk over him. The commentators were thoroughly entertained. Compared to the debuting player from China, the senior Darnell Robinson appeared utterly foolish. Well done, brother, exclaimed Allen Iverson, rushing over to exchange a high-five with Hani. Ah, such is the nature of innate talent. On the bench, Othella Harrington could only concede defeat. Even if he were to leap first, his shorter arms would never allow him to replicate Hani's audacious dunk over Darnell Robinson. Standing at an imposing 2.13 meters and weighing 120 kilograms, Darnell Robinson embodied a formidable presence in the NCAA as a power forward. Even if his jump lacked speed, finding someone capable of dunking over him was indeed a rarity. Moreover, while Hani's leaping ability was merely average, his extraordinary wingspan and large hands were nothing short of remarkable. Do not let it go to your head. I shall soon overpower you. Darnell Robinson finally gathered his wits after the crowd's cheers had subsided, ready to taunt Hani. Yet, Hani merely responded, "Oh, all right, big guy." Darnell Robinson felt a twinge of discomfort. It was as though he had thrown a powerful punch only to find it land on a pile of soft cotton. So you're just a coward. I expected more from you. He scoffed, turning to his teammates. Give me the ball. Watch me dismantle this pretty boy. Although Darnell played as a power forward, his style was decidedly traditional, leveraging his robust physique for low post dominance. With a swift move, Darnell Robinson backed Hani down, dismissing him with a disdainful glance. With those spindly arms and legs, what do you think you can do against me? He then executed a flawless turnaround dunk. But lo and behold, Hani, who had just been overpowered, once again extended his long arms. Bam! A resounding block. While Hani may not match Robinson in strength, his agility and explosiveness were exceptional. In a stunning turn of events, Hani had just dismantled Darnell Robinson with both offense and defense. Before the game began, the audience had no idea who this young player with yellow skin was. But after that offensive and defensive display, all attention shifted from Iverson to Hani. Even 2 NBA scouts found themselves intrigued, their focus diverted. Not bad. This young man's static talent is of NBA caliber. We must check his background later. He could be a promising prospect. Yet for Hani, his primary concern lay in teasing Darnell Robinson. Hey, senior, when does the tearing apart commence? The expression on Hani's face, charming to the ladies, was perceived as infuriating by Darnell Robinson. Nevertheless, anger was futile in the realm of basketball. Darnell Robinson resumed his isolation play, this time with a more intricate footwork, aware that Hani's shot blocking was no trivial matter. Yet, being a rookie, he was susceptible to mistakes. Sure enough, a feigned move sent Hani flying, and with a smirk, Robinson took his shot. But this calmness lasted barely half a second. Hani, having lost position, twisted back for the recovery. Whack! Another block. The impact sent the ball soaring out of bounds. With possession changing hands, Georgetown was on the attack. Swiftly, the audience, both on and off the court, was left astounded. Such rapid reflexes from a player standing at 2.08 meters were nothing short of astonishing. Fast. Hany shook his head. It's just average. In his eyes, a speed attribute of 55 hardly constituted swiftness. However, he overlooked the fact that this percentile was measured against NBA standards, not NCAA. A speed rating of 55, when compared to traditional NCAA centers, was indeed remarkable. Given that NCAA possessions lasted 35 seconds, guards typically opted to manage the clock with strategic plays. Georgetown had previously adhered to this approach. However, with Iverson on the team, the game's tempo surged to unprecedented levels, rendering clock management obsolete. In many instances, when Iverson stormed into the opposing half, his teammates had yet to cross midcourt. In this particular possession, Iverson, as was his custom, charged into enemy territory, and from his vantage point, he perceived the opposing player's towering hands blocking his path. After all, the St. John's interior had been thoroughly dismantled by Iverson in the first half, necessitating a fortified defense in the latter half. Iverson, having grown accustomed to such defenses, halted for a mid-range shot. Clang. Damn it. Iverson scowled, promptly preparing to retreat. But in that fleeting moment, he was astounded to see a player in a Georgetown jersey materializing beneath the basket. Boom. Rising above the crowd, Hany soared, arms coiled, and unleashed a thunderous dunk. As he landed, Hany approached Iverson, playfully ruffling his hair. You just keep attacking. I've got your back. Didn't that old coach say your style wouldn't work? Let us play this way and bring home the championship. All right, Iverson replied, a pact forged between them. Meanwhile, a photographer instinctively captured this moment, unaware that this serendipitous shot would propel his career to great heights. For this was the inaugural glimpse of the Georgetown Twin Stars on the court. History and time would reveal the significance of this precious photograph. Chapter 8, A New Mission. Securing the Big East Championship. With the entrance of Hany, St. John's University, whose overall strength was already inferior to Georgetown University, was thoroughly overwhelmed in the second half. The deficit expanded from 5 points to 10, and then to 15. When the final whistle blew, Georgetown University triumphed over their first opponent of the second phase, St. John's University, with a score of 82-61. Hany played for a total of 13 minutes, achieving remarkable statistics of 9 points, 3 rebounds, and 7 blocks. His 7 blocks in a single half set a new NCAA record for the highest number of blocks in a half. The media exclaimed, Georgetown University has produced another Uncle Moo. And this Uncle Moo is merely 18 years old. When Hany commanded the paint, every attempt by St. John's to drive to the basket became a farce. It was not that St. John's core player, Darnell Robinson, was incapable. Rather, the rest of the team fell short. After the game, Othella Harrington was truly convinced, although he had already glimpsed Hany's terrifying talent during their training sessions. It was only when Hany stepped onto the NCAA stage that he realized how mistaken he had been. He had only understood that Hany possessed formidable dunking and blocking abilities, yet he still believed that these two attributes alone were insufficient to navigate the ever-changing NCAA battlefield. After all, NCAA basketball is not merely one-on-one. If you can win your matchup, the opponent will inevitably resort to help defense or double teaming. For a rookie like Hany, who lacked practical experience, the ability to correctly read the dynamics of the game under such defensive pressure was crucial. Would he know where to pass when faced with a double team? This was a profound skill. Failing to comprehend it could render him a liability to the team. However, Othella Harrington recognized his error. He was indeed mistaken. While these elements are undeniably important for an average player with limited basketball talent, Hany's innate gifts allowed him to transcend these constraints at the NCAA level, especially with the presence of another transcendent star, Allen Iverson, in the team. Why bother with extra considerations of timing? As long as Iverson and Hany exchanged passes and supported one another, the opposing team was already on the verge of collapse. Approaching coach John Thompson, Othella Harrington suggested, let Hany start in my place against the University of Connecticut. Although John Thompson had already contemplated this, he was pleasantly surprised by Harrington's initiative to propose it and nodded in agreement. It was clear that if Georgetown University aspired to clinch the Big East title, the University of Connecticut was their most formidable adversary. Although the University of Connecticut had never secured an NCAA championship, they had undoubtedly emerged as the strongest team in the Big East in recent years, having claimed the conference title 3 times in the past 5 years. This season, Their leader was none other than the NCAA's premier three-point shooter, Ray Allen. While both teams were built around guards, Ray Allen exhibited significant differences from Iverson. Although Allen played as a shooting guard in the NBA, in the relatively shorter landscape of the NCAA, he stood at 6 feet 5 inches and weighed 205 pounds. Playing as a small forward, this positioning effectively concealed his mediocre ball handling skills while maximizing his scoring and defensive prowess. Moreover, Ray Allen, who primarily occupied shooting opportunities without dominating the ball, integrated seamlessly into the team's tactical framework. In contrast, constructing a new offensive and defensive system centered around Iverson was necessary. While maintaining the existing system with Ray Allen elevated the University of Connecticut's perimeter play. So far this season, Ray Allen averaged an impressive 25 points, 6, 8 rebounds, and 3 assists per game. Within the Big East, only Allen Iverson, with averages of 31 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists, could be mentioned in the same breath. If Georgetown University aimed to achieve a breakthrough this year, the University of Connecticut represented their greatest hypothetical opponent before exiting the Big East. As Georgetown's newly minted gem, Han E could no longer be kept in reserve. Meanwhile, John Thompson glanced towards the playground not far from the gymnasium, where, on a sunlit afternoon, couples from Georgetown frolicked beneath the trees, while Han E tirelessly continued his running. Thompson's lips twitched. One might think this lad belongs to the cross-country team. Han Yi's speed remained at 55, necessitating continued training, relentless effort, and unwavering commitment. Immediately following the previous game, the system awarded him 10 free attribute points. Han E understood that allocating these 10 points to his speed would elevate it to 65. A speed of 65 would be remarkably swift for a post player in the NBA and in the context of the NCAA. It would not be an exaggeration to deem him a pinnacle among interior players. New mission: secure the Big East Championship. Reward: 50 stamina points. Stamina. What attribute could possibly surpass stamina in importance, according to this confounded training system? Stamina determined Han Yi's very capacity to endure. Yet, this grand goal felt exceedingly distant. The Big East Championship was still at least 2 months away. Thus, Han Yi resolved to allocate the precious 10 attribute points to his strength instead. Strength breakthrough: 66. While speed is undeniably crucial, strength is the foundation for a post player. A strength rating of 66 would not put him at a disadvantage when battling against someone like Othella Harrington, who was not particularly known for his strength. However, against the more robust, shield-like centers from St. John's University in the last match, the feeling of being outmatched in physical confrontations was disheartening. A strength of 76 may not suffice in the NBA's interior circles, but in the NCAA, it was more than adequate against college players who had merely begun their physical development and had not yet undergone effective muscle building. The upcoming match against the University of Connecticut, Han E quickened his pace. Such a high-stakes clash would surely attract numerous NBA scouts. Prior to the onset of March Madness, national broadcasts of NCAA games were scarce. However, ESPN had announced a month earlier, confirmed, Georgetown University versus University of Connecticut. National broadcast: Allen Iverson versus Ray Allen, who would emerge as the king of the Big East. When questioned by reporters, Patrick Ewing smiled slightly. To pose such a question to me is rather foolish. You already know my answer without my saying it. We at Georgetown fear no challenges, for we possess the answer. And this year, we have more than just the answer. More than just the answer? The reporters were perplexed. Has Ewing taken on the role of a riddle master today? More than just the answer? Does Georgetown have other players worthy of attention? Chapter 9. Confronting Connecticut. Ray Allen leads the charge. Any fan with a modicum of knowledge about the 1995 NCAA season would recognize Georgetown University and the University of Connecticut as the dual titans of the Big East Conference, epitomizing the archetype of a single-star team. One NBA draft prospect poised for a top 5 selection, surrounded by 4 players who lacked even the eligibility to play professional basketball. Those with a deeper understanding might recall that on certain lists, experts had once placed Othella Harrington in the second round of the NBA draft. However, this barely scratches the surface, as Harrington had played nearly 4 years at Georgetown. Apart from these 3, is there truly anyone else worthy of attention? The Verizon Center, nestled in the heart of Chinatown in Washington, D.C., was a veritable sea of fans, its 20,000 seats filled to capacity. When it comes to basketball in America, the NBA is renowned globally, yet in the hearts of the American populace, No basketball event can eclipse the NCAA. After all, those players in the NBA are celebrities, distant figures to the common man, whereas the NCAA is different. For the youth, it is their classmates or best friends competing within the NCAA arena. For the slightly older professionals, what better way to reminisce about their youth than by supporting their alma mater? And for parents, their sons, their relatives' children, or perhaps even distant cousins might just be the stars on the NCAA stage. If the Verizon Center holds any distinction, it is the only major commercial basketball venue situated in a Chinatown, where one can often find a greater number of Asian faces compared to other arenas. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? Georgetown has an Asian player? Is that a staff member? I've been watching the NCAA for over 20 years and have never heard of an Asian player in the league. Come on. Have you ever seen a staff member dressed in a jersey, ready to hit the court? Han Yi, standing at 2.08 meters, weighing 105 kilograms. With a wingspan of 2.30 meters, his physical attributes alone merit a second-round pick. A scout, who had previously witnessed the clash between Georgetown and St. John's, was present once more. Unlike last time, when only NBA scouts from star-studded teams attended, today's gathering could field an entire soccer team. Hey, Tom, you're here too? A scout from the Timberwolves greeted Tom, who was lost in thought. Hey, your Chicago Bulls are currently leading the East. Are you hoping to draft Iverson or Ray Allen? Don't kid yourself. The Timberwolves scout chuckled. The championship is yours, but Iverson is ours. Just imagine the prospect of Iverson teaming up with Garnett next season. What an exhilarating thought. If your Bulls can still manage to play, perhaps you might meet us in the finals in a few years. Tom replied thoughtfully. If Jordan were to hear that, he might just have the Timberwolves slaughter you by 50 points. Besides, I graduated from UConn. I'm here to support my alma mater. What's wrong with that? Naturally, Tom Wooden-T divulged to others that the Chicago Bulls had discovered a promising big man. However, true talent is difficult to conceal. I senti it. Last year, the newly emerging Iverson had put up impressive numbers in 2 matches against the University of Connecticut during the Big East Championship, though his team lost both games. The consensus was that while Iverson might possess superior talent compared to Ray Allen, in a similarly 1-star-to-4 role-player scenario, Allen had the ability to better activate his teammates, thereby forging a stronger collective. As the game commenced, many were surprised to find that Othella Harrington, the only other player from Georgetown with a chance at the NBA, was not in the starting lineup. Instead, an unfamiliar Asian player took his place. While this raised eyebrows, it was largely dismissed. Even the most ardent UConn fans, upon noticing Harrington's absence, began to celebrate. If Harrington isn't playing, all we need to do is double-team Iverson, and victory is assured. Indeed, Jim Calhoun, the head coach of UConn, shared this sentiment. From the very first play, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a ferocious strategy. With 2 guards relentlessly pressuring Iverson the moment he received the ball in the backcourt. Once the action moved to the frontcourt, Ray Allen, as the starting small forward for UConn, joined the fray, doggedly defending Iverson from beyond the arc. The fervor of UConn fans echoed through the arena. Iverson is in for a rough night. Is this really just a regular season game? Must they resort to such drastic measures? One might wonder. Yet, this was the price of Harrington's absence. Had he been present, they would have had to contemplate how to manage the trio's double team on Iverson, with Harrington's role to consider. But now, with the remaining 4 Georgetown players deemed as mere scrubs, could they pose any real threat? The answer was, they certainly could, and quite significantly. Initially, Iverson struggled against UConn's aggressive double-teaming strategy, which allowed UConn to seize an early advantage. But when Iverson attempted a long 2-pointer under the pressure of 3 defenders and missed completely, a formidable player emerged from Georgetown's ranks. In midair, Han Yi snatched the errant shot with one hand, coiling his arm for a powerful slam. The resounding boom echoed through the arena. An alley-oop. Allen Iverson to Han. Wow. Spectacular. When did Georgetown acquire such a formidable player? What is so impressive? It was merely a fluke. Did you see how our center was outmatched? If he were present, this lanky fellow wouldn't stand a chance in the paint. Fans may entertain such thoughts, but if UConn's interior players shared the same sentiment, they were in for a rude awakening. UConn's frontcourt comprised 2 tall, robust players. While their technical skills left much to be desired, they excelled defensively. UConn's primary scoring method revolved around mid-range shots led by Ray Allen, and their confidence stemmed from possessing the strongest rebounding capability in the Big East Conference. Kid, don't get too cocky. With us around, you won't find it easy to score. Han Yi took a moment to size up these 2 imposing figures. Their faces indistinguishable, He could only reply, "All right, big guys. I appreciate your efforts." Chapter 10. A Stunning Dunk. The scouts are going crazy. Where did this gym come from? The University of Connecticut predominantly relies on perimeter offense. However, when their center suddenly demands the ball in the paint, the interior players of UConn are more than willing to oblige. After all, behind this formidable figure looms a player of Asian descent, seemingly fragile in comparison. Basketball is a sport traditionally dominated by African Americans. Who dares to intrude? Despite the public stance against racial discrimination, when it comes to the court, the discrimination against Asian players can be even more pronounced. Although UConn's center averages merely 4.2 points per game in the NCAA, he cannot resist the urge to overpower Han Yi. The center, with his back to the basket, immediately attempts to bulldoze Han Yi without a second thought. For this colossal figure, there are no other offensive techniques at his disposal. He resorts to sheer brute force. Thud. The sound of impact rang out, audible even to the closest UConn bench players. Such brutality. The substitutes began to worry for Han Yi. Hey, this big bear's collision can't possibly shatter that kid's bones, right? After all, this is Georgetown's turf. It wouldn't be good to leave him crippled. Shut up and watch the game. After the initial collision, the UConn center managed to push Han Yi out of view, leading the substitutes to believe that the advantage lay with their own big bear. However, if one could discern the expression on the center's face, darker than a pot's bottom, one would arrive at a contrary conclusion. Shock, disbelief, and sheer astonishment filled him. This full-force collision felt as if he had crashed into an immovable stone lion. Han Yi stood his ground, leaving the center feeling as though his spine had been crushed. Goodness, how can this man be so unyielding? Han Yi, bewildered, remarked, "Come on, big guy, put some effort into it. Are you mocking me?" The disparity in strength dawned upon the center, leading him to abandon the brute force approach in favor of showcasing his footwork. Yet, just as he began to pivot, beep, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a traveling violation. UConn's bench erupted in dismay. "You fool, do you possess any post footwork to flaunt? Just overpower that skinny guy with your body. Why bother with footwork?" Yet, the UConn center found himself at a loss for words. When he turned back to face Han Yi's benign expression, his legs trembled with uncertainty. This seemingly slender figure, was he not made of iron? In terms of weight, the center tipped the scales at 230 pounds, while Han Yi weighed in at 210 pounds. However, in terms of body fat, the center had 20, while Han Yi boasted a mere 7. How could the center possibly compare? The offensive possession shifted to Georgetown University. Allen Iverson received the ball in the backcourt and advanced forward. Just 2 steps in, UConn's double team was already in place. Although Han Yi's previous dunk was impressive, it failed to raise the alarm among the UConn players, who remained focused on Iverson. Yet, that exchange of offense and defense ignited Iverson's instinct to pass. Of course, Iverson's gaze fell upon the sprinting Han Yi. "I've got Han Yi." He executed a well-timed pass, but it arrived too soon. Han Yi had yet to reach the free throw line when the ball found his hands. A free throw line dunk? Han Yi considered it, but it remained merely a thought. Shooting? Han Yi was not proficient in that either. His dribbling skills were lacking, to say the least. However, the opposing 2 big men stood firm, showing no intention of contesting. In the NCAA, with no 3-second violation, their best defense was simply to remain stationary. After all, they reasoned, Han Yi wouldn't shoot. What was there to fear? Yet, this provided Han Yi with an opportunity. Given his current dribbling ability, facing a double team would pose a challenge. But since they weren't coming out, Han Yi, unaccustomed to dribbling, took a step into the paint. The opposing towering duo raised their arms high, effectively barricading the key. But Han Yi's eyes were fixed on the lofty rim. Charging toward the 2 7-foot giants, Han Yi accelerated, leaping with all his might. Goodness! Had he gone mad? The UConn bench was stunned, and even Georgetown substitutes could no longer remain seated. Athella Harrington shouted like a concerned mother, "Watch out!" Yet, all this commotion was lost on Han Yi, who soared through the air with unhearing ears. The towering duo below widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Han Yi as if he were an otherworldly creature. Having played in the NCAA for so long, they had encountered numerous athletic prodigies, but none displayed such audacity as Han Yi. In a flash, as the 2 giants attempted to shove Han Yi midair, he executed a spectacular dunk, defying all odds. The tremendous force of his dunk sent the 2 hefty men crashing to the ground. Thud. To the audience's astonishment, Han Yi's dunk sent nearly 500 pounds of muscle sprawling on the court. The 2 fell, landing heavily on the floor. causing the front row spectators to feel the tremor beneath them. Not only had he executed a dunk, but a stunning double dunk at that, and to top it off, he had sent the two players flying. The home commentator erupted in excitement. Wow, an NCAA-level double dunk from Han. At that moment, the referee stepped in to seize the spotlight. Han, you'll take a free throw. Han approached the line with confidence, shooting the free throw. Missed. As expected. Han pouted. Free throws at 40 still need work. However, after completing such a brutal double dunk, whether he made the free throw or not became irrelevant, especially to the NBA scouts. Goodness, what a gem. The Timberwolves scout's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet when he glanced at the Bulls' Tom, he found him deep in thought. This was rather peculiar. Every other scout had leapt to their feet, captivated by Han's displayed talent, while Tom seemingly continued to ponder. The Timberwolves scout suddenly realized, goodness, Tom, you scoundrel. I thought we were friends, but you're playing mind games with me. Let us be frank. This guy is off the Bulls' radar. Our second-round pick is higher than yours. Even if he is a bit rough around the edges, his physical gifts warrant a second-round selection. He could serve as a solid backup for Garnett. A second-round pick? Tom, the Bulls' scout, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the court. If Han were merely second-round material, why would he need to take this so seriously? Chapter 11. Han the super blue-collar worker? At this moment, Bulls scout Tom was fervently wishing that Han would refrain from showcasing his talents any further. If he continued to excel, the Bulls' late first-round draft pick would surely slip away. The conundrum was that Han's offensive and defensive performances had been nothing short of explosive. Yet Coach K had his eyes solely on Iverson. After all, Han's sample size of performance was rather limited. Conversely, Iverson was fixated on Han. It was not merely Iverson's solitary endeavor. In previous games, Iverson's reluctance to pass was largely due to his teammates' inability to keep pace, making it more advantageous to take contested shots than to pass to them for open looks. This is no exaggeration. In his previous life, Allen Iverson had competed in the NCAA for 2 seasons, during which he was awarded the Big East Conference's Best Defensive Player consecutively. Yes, Iverson had indeed received accolades for his defensive prowess in the NCAA, and not just once. Upon entering the NBA, although he had claimed multiple steals titles, even his most ardent fans never boasted of Iverson's defensive might. The fact that he secured the Best Defensive Player title for 2 consecutive years is already an abstract achievement. Yet there was something even more abstract unfolding in the NCAA. Similarly, during his NCAA tenure, Steve Nash almost clinched the title of Best Defensive Player in his league and had once managed to hold the opposing scoring champion to a scoreless game in a critical matchup while playing one-on-one defense. This illustrates that while both are NCAA players, the disparity between individual athletes may be even greater than that between NBA players and CBA players. However, the situation has changed. Han has emerged, and everything is different now. On the offensive front, while others struggled to match Iverson's tempo, Han could. Although Han's offensive repertoire was still developing, his remarkable 90-rated dunking ability rendered him a force to be reckoned with under the basket. An unguarded opportunity resulted in a thunderous dunk. A single defender meant a spectacular alley-oop. And against double teams? No problem. He'd deliver a powerful dunk right over them. Defensively, Han's blocks surged like waves, repeatedly swatting away the attempts of the Connecticut players to penetrate the paint. While Connecticut was not renowned for its inside scoring, a significant drop in points scored in the paint during a game would inevitably disrupt the confidence of outside shooters. Ray Allen remained formidable, capable of sinking threes even in such circumstances, but the other Connecticut players clearly faltered. Aside from Allen, their outside shooting collectively fell flat. As the first half concluded, Allen Iverson had managed only 11 points on 4 of 11 shooting. From the perspective of limiting Iverson, Connecticut's performance was exemplary. Logically, with Iverson nearly neutralized, Georgetown should have been thoroughly outclassed. Yet, the entire Connecticut team, from the head coach to the assistants and players, was left dumbfounded. The score stood at 37-25. With Iverson netting a mere 11 points, Connecticut found itself trailing by a staggering 12 points. Georgetown had not been overwhelmed. Rather, it was Connecticut that faced devastation. As the technical statistics revealed, Iverson had not only scored 11 points but had also dished out 11 assists, all of which had been directed to Han. Han had gone 11-for-11, amassing 24 points, 4 rebounds, 1 steal, and 6 blocks in the first half. Before the game commenced, few had cast more than a fleeting glance at Han. Now, Every eye in the arena was fixed upon him. No, that wording is imprecise. It could be said that he was the sole focal point of the game. Initially, spectators and scouts had intended to witness the clash between Ray Allen and Allen Iverson, assessing the talents of these two emerging superstars from multiple angles. Now, however, it was clear Ray Allen and Iverson should take a back seat and let Han E take center stage. Incredibly youthful, possessing the physique of a standard power forward, and endowed with a terrifying wingspan. Though he still made some elementary mistakes defensively and lacked offensive self-sufficiency, his shot blocking and dunking had already set him apart in the NCAA. His extraordinary finishing ability in the paint and remarkable shot-blocking talent positioned him as a blue-collar prospect with unparalleled potential. A second-round pick? The Timberwolves scout lamented. If only the sample size were larger, this young man could very well burst into the lottery. Bull scout Tom shook his head, cautioning, "You must consider the context of his astonishing statistics. Allen Iverson attracted all of Connecticut's defensive resources. Han E scored plenty, but they were merely easy baskets. And Connecticut's interior defense is notoriously weak. That cannot be overlooked." Indeed, the Timberwolves scout resumed his seat, pondering. After all, how could a genius remain undiscovered for so long? If he were truly exceptional, he should have made a name for himself in high school. Wait, no. The Timberwolves scout's expression turned serious again. "You're not deliberately downplaying his abilities to enable your Chicago Bulls to seize the opportunity, are you?" "Humph. Say what you will." Bulls scout Tom feigned indifference. Yet internally he was in a panic. How did this kid suddenly become so astute? "We're in trouble. If we keep viewing Hani this way, we may very well lose our chance." However, as Hani delivered such an explosive performance in the first half, it was not just the Timberwolves who were watching intently. As the second half unfolded, Connecticut shifted more defensive attention toward Hani. Lacking self-creation skills, Hani's offensive output dwindled. Yet, as he drew the focus of the defense, Iverson naturally sprang into action. What was initially expected to be a tightly contested battle turned into a blowout with 8 minutes remaining. The score stood at 84-64. Georgetown University triumphed over Connecticut University by a margin of 20 points. In a stunning display on the NCAA stage, dual 30s appeared. Iverson, 34 points, 2 rebounds, 15 assists, 4 turnovers. Han E, 30 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, 11 blocks. Scouts from the illustrious Boston Celtics and Los Angeles Lakers simultaneously noted a new name, Han E. This young man exhibits promise. His wingspan is impressive, and if he were to grow another inch, he possesses the potential to become an exceptional blue-collar worker, worthy of close observation. For professional scouts, the focus was on Han Yi's shot-blocking instincts. As for his scoring, prior to facing sufficiently formidable opponents, such points were not to be overvalued. To these NBA powerhouses, securing a top-tier core player is undoubtedly crucial. Yet acquiring an outstanding blue-collar worker at a reasonable price is equally significant. But the question lingers, is Han E truly just a blue-collar worker? Chapter 12, NCAA Big East Championship. Is there anything wrong with spinning and footwork in the paint? During the tournament, Han E was fervently absorbing the techniques of post footwork imparted by Othella Harrington. While dunking over an opponent is undeniably exhilarating, it becomes challenging when the defender prevents Han E from establishing a deep position. What Han E must learn is how to utilize post footwork to approach the basket effectively. After Othella Harrington executed a spin that left Han E momentarily bewildered, he smiled at the somewhat frustrated Han E and said, "Han, I can see that you are a prodigy. But mastering post footwork is not an overnight endeavor. It necessitates relentless training over the years. That single spin we just practiced, how to turn, the angle, where to place your feet, all these elements must be refined meticulously. Once you have honed these skills, only then can you transition to actual gameplay. However, when you step into a real match, all theoretical knowledge must be cast aside, adapting to the changes of your opponent. And do you think that's the end of your learning? No, that is merely the beginning. Once you truly master post footwork, you will no longer need to adjust according to your opponent's movements. Instead, you will manipulate their positioning, guiding them to move according to your design. Of course, reaching such a level requires more than mere dedication. It demands an extraordinary talent. Some individuals grasp it effortlessly, like Tim Duncan from Wake Forest University. I once faced him, and in that encounter, I felt like a puppet, entirely at his mercy. From that moment, I realized that despite my hard work, I might never attain such heights. "Hey, Han, what are you doing? Why are you spinning in place?" Othella Harrington, reminiscing about his earnest teachings, was taken aback by Han E's peculiar behavior. Instead of focusing on the training, Han E had begun to twirl in place. If it were a child spinning, it might be endearing. But for a towering figure like Han E, standing at 2.08 meters, it appeared somewhat eerie. Othella Harrington found himself at a loss for words. In terms of diligence, Han Yi's training was indeed commendable. He trained twice as hard as others. Yet, his training methods were often peculiar. Sometimes he would run laps until he could no longer continue. Other times he would perform squats to the point of exhaustion. And occasionally he would suddenly engage in an intense series of push-ups. While one could argue these were forms of training, they seemed only tangentially related to basketball. Perhaps no more than a fleeting connection. But Han E's spinning seemed utterly nonsensical. Othella Harrington jested, "A turn is a turn, and a spin is a spin. Surely, you cannot be foolish enough to think that spinning in place will teach you post footwork?" Han E remained silent, continuing to spin for a full 10 circles before finally stopping, rubbing his temples, and declaring, "Othella, I'm exhausted today. I'm heading home to rest." Othella Harrington responded, "Hey, you've barely trained for 20 minutes today. This isn't like you." Han E grinned and replied, "I'm taking a day off." Othella Harrington sighed. "Considering your usual performance, I suppose." Before he could finish, Han E had already dashed out of the gym. "What a rascal," Harrington muttered as he watched Han E's retreating figure, quietly wishing, "I hope you can fulfill my NBA dream." Upon returning home, the first thing Han E did was continue spinning. Who says spinning can enhance one's turning ability? Throughout his training with Othella Harrington on post footwork, Han E noticed a steady increase in his proficiency in interior scoring. However, the specifics of this improvement seemed largely independent of whether he successfully executed post moves. After several days of experimentation, Han E discovered that merely spinning could enhance his proficiency in interior scoring. The speed at which this proficiency grew far surpassed the arduous training of post footwork. After all, how many spins could one realistically perform in post footwork training? Once Han E realized this shortcut, he spun from noon until the moon ascended the treetops. He disregarded any feelings of dizziness, as each time his attributes upgraded, his stamina would automatically replenish. Seizing the opportunity while his required proficiency for advancement was still minimal, Han E focused on spinning fast enough that dizziness could never catch up. This was merely a small episode in Han E's continuous training amidst the tournament. With a record of 30 wins and 2 losses, Allen Iverson averaged 26.5 points, 4 rebounds, 10 assists, and 3 steals per game, while Han E averaged 18.5 points, 5 rebounds, 1.5 assists, and 7.5 blocks. Under the leadership of Iverson and Han E, Georgetown University successfully advanced to the Big East Conference playoffs, claiming the top seed with a commanding advantage. In the subsequent single-elimination playoff, they continued their dominance and secured the championship. This marked Georgetown's first conference title in the 1990s. Allen Iverson was awarded the most valuable player of the Big East tournament, while the title of best newcomer naturally fell to Han E. However, as the awards ceremony was still underway, Han E's attention shifted back to the system. "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. 50 points in stamina attributes have been credited. New task, win the NCAA championship. Reward, 50 points in free attribute points." Han E internally exclaimed, "What a generous reward." The system was indeed not stingy. While both rewards were 50 points, these free attribute points could be allocated as desired across various skills, meaning that attributes with proficiency already reaching tens of thousands could be quickly maxed out. Physical attributes: height, 2.08 meters, weight, 110 kilograms, wingspan, 230 centimeters, speed, 56, strength, 76, jumping, 60, agility, 50, explosiveness, 60, toughness, 40, stamina, 100. Offense, interior scoring, 20, ball control, 20, layup, 15, dunking, 90, mid-range shooting, 20, three-point shooting, 0, free throws, 40, defense, rebounding, 20, steals, 5, physical defense, 20, one-on-one defense, 20, help defense, 0, blocks, 100, screen defense, 5, box out, 20, lateral movement, 20, organization, passing, 15, vision, 10, game experience, 400. Game experience affects the performance of all attributes. Han Yi's stamina attributes had reached the NBA's upper limit. What does this signify? It means he could maintain peak performance for the entire 48 minutes of play. For a basketball player, while one's skill level is essential, stamina ultimately determines how long that level can be sustained. Chapter 13. The Arrival of March Madness and Han Yi's Simplified Scouting Report. In a previous life, it was often jested that Manu Ginobili was the Jordan of 20 minutes, reflecting his exceptional performance when in peak condition, yet hampered by his average stamina that made it challenging to sustain his best form. For Han Yi, possessing a stamina rating of 100 signifies the liberation from the need to judiciously manage energy expenditure on both offensive and defensive fronts. On the court, he can unleash his full potential without restraint. In training, he can push himself to the limits with unrelenting fervor. This sensation is immensely gratifying. At this moment, an inexhaustible energy begins to surge within Han Yi's being. It is not merely an increase in strength. Rather, he feels an endless reservoir of vitality coursing through him. With the goal of honing his skills, what could be more crucial than maximizing stamina? Greater stamina enables more practice, and more practice facilitates quicker advancement, which in turn replenishes stamina to its fullest, allowing for a relentless pursuit of skill development without the burden of fatigue. This feeling is utterly delightful. While winning the Big East Championship is a commendable achievement, the true challenge lies in the NCAA Championship. The assertion that the NCAA Championship is more formidable than the NBA Championship is far from an exaggeration. In the NBA, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, the lengthy best-of-7 series offers a high probability of ultimately claiming the championship. However, this is not the case in the NCAA, where underdogs frequently eliminate stronger teams during the exhilarating madness of March. The term March Madness is not mere hyperbole. It is a genuine spectacle of unpredictability. During March in America, conversations about basketball rarely center on the NBA. In March, even the NBA is overlooked. If one does not watch basketball, it is imperative to tune into the NCAA. The fervor surrounding the NCAA tournament, even in the initial rounds of the 64-team bracket, rivals that of the annual Eastern and Western Conference Finals. As for the subsequent matches, they eclipse even the NBA Finals in terms of popularity. NBA venues, with a capacity of 20,000, represent the largest basketball arenas of the 1990s. Conversely, the NCAA Final Four is hosted not in basketball arenas, but in football or baseball stadiums, boasting starting capacities of 30,000. In the case of the championship game, attendance can soar to 70,000 or even 80,000, filling the venue to capacity. Furthermore, the NCAA matches are not merely notable for their attendance. Their commercial value surpasses that of the NBA Finals. On the day of the NCAA Championship, all NBA games yield precedence. The ad rates during halftime of the NBA Finals reach 520,000 for every 30 seconds, while the NCAA Finals command a staggering 490,000 for the same duration. Although ticket prices for NBA Finals generally align with or are slightly higher by 10 than those for the NCAA Finals, when considering the NBA's 20,000 seat limit versus the NCAA's capacity for 70,000 spectators, it becomes evident how the NCAA's ticket revenue dwarfs that of the NBA. Moreover, one must contemplate that the viewing experience in NCAA venues, often repurposed from football and baseball stadiums, pales in comparison to the comfort of watching on a 32-inch color television at home. Yet, countless fans are willing to travel great distances to attend. For America, the grandest celebration in the basketball world has never been the NBA Finals. It is always the NCAA tournament. This overwhelming attention also brings significant implications for star players. Excelling in the NCAA tournament does not guarantee NBA opportunities. However, for those projected as high draft picks, subpar performances in such elimination rounds can indeed lead to a decline in their draft stock. Scouts evaluate NCAA players for their potential entrance into the NBA. Initially considering their innate talent, insufficient talent renders even stellar performances moot. For those whose abilities meet the NBA's threshold, their in-game performance becomes paramount. But what constitutes in-game performance? Scouts pay little heed to invitationals or regular season games within a league, as only a handful of teams are genuinely competitive, with most matches being one-sided affairs. After all, even Otallah Harrington, whom Han Yi easily outperformed, was once a first-team All-Big East selection, despite Georgetown's evident weaknesses in the paint. To NBA scouts, The strengths and weaknesses of these players are inconsequential, as they will not be considered for NBA teams. Those eligible for the NBA, particularly those likely to be first-round picks, are typically the Jordan-like figures of their high school days. Poor statistics will elicit negative reviews from scouts, but impressive figures alone do not signify much. Scouts focus not on highlight reels, but rather on a player's shortcomings and deficiencies. In the simplified scouting report, Han Yi's profile is delineated as follows. Established strengths include historically exceptional static physical attributes. Strengths pending validation against strong competition encompass unparalleled shot-blocking instincts and elite finishing ability. Known weaknesses include average dynamic athleticism, insufficient time spent learning basketball, subpar tactical awareness, inadequate boxing out techniques, and a lack of self-sufficient offensive capabilities. In the eyes of scouts, the only confirmed strength is his static attributes, as physical measurements such as height and wingspan cannot be fabricated. The identified weaknesses, given Han Yi's mere 6 months in professional basketball, are unlikely to be rectified in the short term. What scouts genuinely wish to observe is whether Han Yi's extraordinary shot-blocking instincts and elite finishing ability can manifest against the formidable challenges presented in the March Madness tournament. If these strengths fail to materialize at this level of competition, his aspirations for the NBA would be in vain. Only the confrontation of strong opponents can illuminate the true substance of Han Yi's current statistics. And there is no better proving ground than the NCAA National Championship to ascertain this truth. Chapter 14. Han Yi sulked like a 200-plus pound child. Coach Camby is feigning a foul. It is widely acknowledged that the 1996 NBA draft class would rival the legendary 1984 cohort in talent. The sheer brilliance on display during this year's NCAA tournament underscored this sentiment. Georgetown University, spearheaded by Iverson and Han Yi, was a force to be reckoned with. They were joined by formidable teams such as the University of California, led by Sharif Abdurrahim, the University of Massachusetts, powered by Marcus Camby, the University of Connecticut, with Ray Allen at the helm, Georgia Tech, under the guidance of Stephon Marbury, the University of Kentucky, featuring Antoine Walker and Tony Delk. Moreover, the NCAA tournament's Elite 64 boasted luminaries who had already committed to the 1996 NBA draft, including Paul Pierce of Kansas University, Anton Jamison and Vince Carter of the University of North Carolina, and Tim Duncan of Wake Forest University, all vying for the coveted NCAA championship. In the round of 64, Georgetown University faced the University of Maryland, devoid of any prospective NBA players. For Georgetown, this matchup was akin to a routine scrimmage within their own conference. They initiated their March Madness journey with a resounding 80-56 victory, triumphing by 24 points. However, the round of 32 brought a formidable adversary, one deemed worthy by experts and scouts, Marcus Camby, leading the University of Massachusetts, who had already declared for the 1996 NBA draft. With Tim Duncan's decision to forego the 1996 NBA draft and complete his senior year, Marcus Camby emerged as the most sought-after interior player in the draft. Unlike Han Yi, a relative newcomer, Camby's prodigious talent had been evident since his high school days. In 1993, he led Hartford Public High School to a dominant 27-0 record in the Connecticut State High School Basketball League, averaging an astounding 27 points, 11 rebounds, 8 blocks, and 8 assists. During his collegiate career, Camby propelled the University of Massachusetts back to the NCAA tournament after a decade-long absence. Last year, he personally eliminated Tim Duncan, a top NBA prospect. This year, he surpassed Iverson and Duncan to win the Wooden and Naismith Awards. In terms of collegiate performance, Camby was on par with Tim Duncan. The primary reason Camby was ranked slightly below Duncan was his offensive limitations in the NCAA. While his defense remained exceptional, his offensive prowess was lacking. Scouts believed that a player who couldn't dominate offensively in the NCAA would be relegated to a role player in the NBA. In contrast to Tim Duncan, a versatile interior cornerstone, Camby's ceiling was perceived as a role player, albeit an exceptional one. Scouts viewed Marcus Camby as the perfect litmus test for Han Yi. Consequently, scouts with an interest in Han Yi focused intently on this game. A dominant performance by Camby would relegate Han Yi to a second-round pick. A closely contested match would make Han Yi a worthwhile late first-round selection. An overwhelming victory for Han Yi was deemed implausible, an affront to the scouts' extensive evaluation work. Marcus Camby, a highly touted prospect they had been tracking for 3 years, was not expected to be outplayed by a newcomer. Before the game, a microphone was thrust in front of Marcus Camby. Are you familiar with your interior opponent tonight, Han Yi? Marcus Camby shook his head. Who is Han Yi? I don't know him. I only know Allen Iverson from Georgetown. I'll prove tonight who the real top pick is. In Camby's eyes, the question was disrespectful. As the top interior prospect in the 1996 draft, his only rival was Allen Iverson. He was willing to discuss matters pertaining to Iverson, but Han Yi? An insignificant player trying to gain notoriety. He would have suspected ulterior motives had the questioner not been a familiar face. Han Yi was not asked the same question, as he lacked the stature for individual interviews. However, Iverson answered on his behalf. Camby? With my brother Han Yi around, Camby is nothing. A donut, perhaps? The scene shifted to the game, broadcast nationwide. Georgetown University versus the University of Massachusetts was about to commence. Marcus Camby versus Han Yi in the jump ball. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. Han Yi and Camby leaped simultaneously, but Camby's superior speed gave him a slight advantage. Humph. Camby sneered. You're Han Yi? Han Yi ignored him and charged into the paint, delivering a resounding block to the University of Massachusetts small forward who was attempting an easy basket. He then turned to Camby and smiled. Big guy, I'm Han Yi. Nice to meet you. You're cocky, aren't you? We'll see if you're still smiling later. The University of Massachusetts retained possession. Camby, the team's undisputed leader, was not their primary offensive weapon but their ubiquitous defensive anchor. Consequently, while the team revolved around the interior, their perimeter players were skilled isolation scorers. However, this game was different. Han Yi's opening block had incensed Camby. Give me the ball, you guys. I'll take care of this guy. The teammates obliged. Camby received the ball and forcefully backed down Han Yi. Thud. The sound of colliding muscles echoed through the arena. Then, Camby was on the ground. Help. Han Yi just knocked Camby over in the first power challenge. Camby lay face down on the floor, his teammates swarming around him as if Han Yi had committed an unspeakable act. Han Yi shrugged, pointed at Camby, and complained to the referee. Come on. I didn't do anything. He's faking it. Camby, hearing everything, feigned unconsciousness, not due to injury but out of sheer embarrassment. He wished he could shatter the floor and burrow underground. How is this guy so strong? Chapter 15. You call that defense? A head-on collision with Marcus Camby. As Camby face-planted, the referee, after observing Han Yi's protest and Camby's motionless state on the floor, deliberated before finally blowing the whistle. Despite the delayed reaction, the whistle pierced the air. The hesitation stemmed from the referee's inability to discern any clear infraction, but the urgency arose from the fact that this was Marcus Camby, one of the most coveted interior players of the era. Was he really laid out by an unknown Chinese player in their first encounter? Who would believe it if he hadn't been fouled? However, the belated whistle only amplified the awkwardness. Without it, the incident would have been a minor opening moment, quickly forgotten. But the whistle prompted both Georgetown's coach, John Thompson, and Han Yi to voice their skepticism, leading to a replay of the sequence for the entire arena. Consequently, Marcus Camby's undignified fall was broadcast repeatedly on national television, showcasing from multiple angles how this elite NCAA interior player was sent sprawling by Han Yi in a seemingly clean, forceful collision. After repeated scrutiny, the referee nodded and still assessed a defensive foul against Han Yi, even deeming it a shooting foul. Even if we can't pinpoint the issue, there must be one, the referee seemed to imply. Camby's fall must have been the result of some surreptitious maneuver by Georgetown's number one. Oh. Han Yi responded with an affable grin. So, it's a star call? Understood. However, self-deception is a dangerous game. Marcus Camby was already deeply embarrassed, but the call emboldened him as he stepped to the free throw line. How could Han Yi possess such strength? He mused. He must be resorting to underhanded tactics, cleverly concealed from my view. Thankfully, the referee is astute. Marcus Camby converted one of two free throws, putting the University of Massachusetts on the board first. 1-0. Kid. Camby retorted. Only through fouls can you hope to impede me. Oh. Han Yi replied. Allen Iverson, witnessing Camby's menacing demeanor, couldn't stand idly by. Hey, brother, Iverson said, patting Han Yi on the posterior before the inbound. You need to thoroughly dismantle Camby. I believe in your capabilities. Han Yi nonchalantly replied. Isn't winning the game enough? No. Iverson countered. Winning is paramount, but crushing your opponent is even more so. Aren't you planning to enter the NBA draft this year? Marcus Camby is the top interior prospect. Dominating him will catapult your draft stock. Dominating Camby will elevate my draft position? Han Yi inquired. I thought dominating Duncan was the key. Iverson exclaimed. I thought I was audacious, but you surpassed me. Are you already setting your sights on dominating Duncan? Don't rush. If all goes well, you might face Duncan next game. Provided we vanquish Camby first. Vanquish Camby? Han E, eyeing the vainglorious Camby, grinned. Let's just obliterate him. Iverson dribbled past the midcourt line, where the University of Massachusetts guards immediately double-teamed him. Instead of forcing the issue, Iverson deftly passed to Han E, who had established inside position. Since unlocking the secrets of spin moves and interior offense, Han E had been tirelessly honing his skills. At this juncture, Han Yi's interior offense had reached a rating of 40. He had occasionally tested his mettle against weaker interior players in Big East Conference play with decent results. But facing a renowned player like Camby was a novel experience. Yet, Han E displayed no trepidation, not because he underestimated Camby, but because, as a seasoned fan, he knew Camby's interior defense was genuinely subpar, despite Camby's imposing 2'11" height and 2'24" wingspan, which earned him a Defensive Player of the Year award and multiple All-Defensive Team selections in the NBA. His defensive strength lay in help defense and his extensive range of motion. In terms of speed, the younger Camby might have even surpassed Han E. But in one-on-one interior battles, he was easily exploited. Anyone with superior strength could dominate him. In the 1999 NBA Finals, Duncan relentlessly exploited Camby in this manner. Of course, losing to Duncan was hardly a disgrace. However, in a game between the Rockets and Nuggets, when Yao Ming was sidelined due to injury, the Rockets even opted to have Chuck Hayes post up against Camby. Hayes not only attempted it but also succeeded. While this was a minor incident in a single game, this audacious maneuver cemented Camby's reputation as a Defensive Player of the Year on the Hall of Shame. The critical point was not whether Hayes successfully posted up against Camby, but that the Rockets coach believed that Hayes, a blue-collar player with virtually no interior offensive skills, could exploit Camby. Han E conceded that his interior offense was still rudimentary, but even in its raw state, it surpassed that of Chuck Hayes, a player who averaged 3 points per game throughout his career. Camby pressed against Han Yi's back, spewing trash talk. Hey, yellow-skinned kid, your pathetic interior offense is like a sweet little cheese to me. I'm going to serve you a block party tonight. Han E, unsure of how to respond, leaned back against Camby. Camby's jovial expression instantly froze, his black face contorting into a dark crimson hue as he braced his lower body, stubbornly refusing to yield an inch. Han E chuckled. Big guy, can you withstand 70 of my strength? I can apply more force if you'd like. A series of question marks appeared above Camby's head. Was Han E not using his full strength? As Camby pondered this, another surge of force erupted, unleashing itself upon Camby's body. With a resounding thud, Camby, who had already exerted his strength to its limit, was propelled backward by Han E. Han E smoothly spun around and executed a one-handed slam. A windmill dunk. Why not a full windmill? Because his leaping ability was still somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, this windmill dunk was enough to make the scouts in attendance widen their eyes. Chapter 16. Off-peak travel. Camby is frightened. Scouts are frenzied. Is that really Han E? Engaging in a one-on-one battle, effortlessly overpowering this year's best interior contender and executing a thunderous dunk? Has this young man evolved to such a level of mastery in his low-post offense? Although one might argue that his recent offensive display was more a show of brute strength than technical finesse, the sheer force with which he dominated Camby is nothing short of astonishing. We had always perceived Han E as a mobile big man akin to Camby. Yet to our astonishment, he possesses not only commendable agility but also remarkable strength. We require further samples of Han Yi's interior offensive prowess. Should he consistently perform at this caliber, our assessment of his potential in the NBA will certainly escalate. Curse it, Camby, having learned nothing from his earlier encounter, demanded the ball for a direct confrontation with Han E after the change of possession. Logically, Han Yi's previous display had already established that he surpassed Camby in terms of physical strength. Yet, Camby persisted in challenging Han E head-on, convinced that his initial offensive attempt had been unfairly penalized rather than a product of a biased whistle. Camby's approach was straightforward. He opted for a brutal charge, a sheer display of force. However, Han E remained steadfast, immovable, and with a slight smile remarked, "Is this all you've got?" Camby, despite the sweat beading on his brow, refused to yield, taking a deep breath and launching yet another assault on Han E. Bang! Camby unleashed his full might once more, yet for Han E, it was as if nothing had transpired. The expression on Marcus Camby's face darkened, revealing that he had exerted every ounce of his strength. But Han E stood firm like an unyielding mountain that Camby could never hope to dislodge. We often claim Camby to be the most formidable big man of the 1996 draft class. Yet I find it hard to believe that he cannot even shift Hani a single step. I now feel a twinge of pity for Camby. Throughout high school and college, he faced little competition in the paint. He had anticipated an easy domination over Han Yi, yet in this contest, it is he who finds himself being overwhelmed. Camby may not hear the murmurs of scouts and fans surrounding the court, but he is painfully aware of his own poor performance as a junior and a declared NBA draft prospect. His string of lackluster displays in front of a national audience could jeopardize his future prospects if his eventual team were to reject him for this reason. It would be nothing short of catastrophic for Camby. All of this he blames on Han Yi. In a fit of frustration, Camby pivoted from a back-to-the-basket position to face Han Yi directly. If he could not overpower him with strength, he would outclass him with sheer athleticism. Marcus Camby sprang into action, extending his long arms for a dunk attempt over Han Yi. In terms of height, speed, and jumping ability, Camby held certain advantages. In previous encounters, despite his lack of power, Camby had faced physically dominant opponents, but had always relied on his extraordinary static and dynamic talents to turn the impossible into possible. If he could successfully execute this dunk, all of his earlier failures would be forgotten. Yet, as is often the case, ideals clash with harsh realities. As Camby leaped to his zenith, arms swinging wide, he found the ball firmly secured in Han Yi's grip. It became a battle of strength in midair. Oh my goodness! Camby attempted to dunk over Han Yi only to be met with a sensational block that sent both ball and player sprawling. The rejection was so clean that even the most stringent referee could find no fault. The basketball soared into the third tier of the stands, and Camby knelt down. Camby was forced to his knees by Han Yi's emphatic rejection. How extraordinary! This marked the second occasion in this game that Camby found himself floored by Han Yi, who seemed to taunt him in this moment. Alas, the absence of audio equipment meant we could not capture the specifics of their exchange. Indeed, Han Yi spoke to Camby, but it was certainly not trash talk. Hey, this ISNTA holiday, kneeling 1T earn you any red envelopes. Camby could no longer hear Han Yi's words. Instead, he wallowed in frustration. My agent told me I was the top pick for interior players in 1996. I shouldn't still be competing in this cursed NCAA tournament. If I hadn't crossed paths with Han Yi, I would be the strongest big man. I shouldn't even be here today. Faced with such despondency, Massachusetts head coach John Calipari decisively substituted Camby out of the game. Although Camby was the team's undeniable cornerstone, his continued presence on the court would only serve as a detriment at this juncture. Even at the young age of 37, Calipari was already proving himself to be a formidable coach, and after removing Camby, the team did not collapse under Georgetown's pressure. Instead, they relied on exceptional outside shooting to keep Massachusetts in contention. With 7 minutes remaining in the first half, the score stood at 31-23. Han Yi took a breather, and 2 minutes later, Allen Iverson followed suit. As Han Yi exited, Calipari astutely reintroduced Camby into the fray. Off-peak travel indeed. This strategy was one Calipari had mastered throughout the 90s. Upon Han Yi's departure, Camby became a force to be reckoned with, dominating the court. With 30 seconds left in the first half, Camby delivered a block to Otella Harrington that sent the crowd into a frenzy. In the brief minutes following Camby's return, he astonishingly amassed 5 consecutive blocks. The score tightened to 40-39. Under Camby's leadership, Massachusetts surged, nearly leveling the score. After Han Yi's exit, Camby eschewed his obsession with one-on-one post play and instead showcased his remarkable agility, contributing on both ends of the court through a series of screens and follow-up dunks. Once again embodying the prowess of the 1996 draft's strongest big man. Witnessing this transformation, scouts were ablaze with excitement. It became clear that Camby was not hindered by physical ailments without Han Yi on the court. He remained the dominating defensive powerhouse that he had always been in the NCAA. This only served to underscore Han Yi's true strength. Plans shifted. It appeared increasingly unlikely that Han Yi would be selected in the first round. The Lakers scouts urgently reported, following this game, Han Yi's stock is bound to rise. Meanwhile, the Maverick scouts proclaimed, I recommend we consider Han Yi as our first pick this year. I guarantee with my career that he is absolutely worth a lottery selection. Beside them, the Celtics scout nearly dropped his phone in panic. GGM, why are you on the line? Chapter 17, Becoming the Center of Attention. Auerbach and Michael Jordan watching from the sidelines. The Celtics scout intended to relay his observations about Han Yi to his superiors after watching the game. To his surprise, the call was answered by the legendary Red Auerbach. the esteemed general manager and head coach of the Boston Celtics. My goodness, this was a true basketball icon. Speak succinctly, Auerbach instructed. Introduce me to Han E in the briefest terms. The scout quickly organized his thoughts and replied, Han E is likely more than just a blue-collar interior player. I believe he possesses the potential to become a core player in the paint. His draft position could very well break into the top 10. Understood. Auerbach concluded the call and turned to his staff, stating, I want all available information on Han E within half an hour. Also arrange my schedule. I wish to attend the quarterfinal match between Georgetown University and Wake Forest. The Celtics were already destined for the lottery this year, yet they had no intention of tanking. At least they had ceased their losing efforts upon learning that Tim Duncan would not declare for the draft. However, not tanking did not improve their record. As the current Celtics were indeed struggling, Auerbach was in urgent need of a savior to restore the glory of the greatest dynasty in NBA history. 3 years prior, Auerbach had identified Tim Duncan from the Virgin Islands as the Celtics' destined star. Yet, Duncan stubbornly refused to enter the draft, insisting on completing his college education. Even someone as formidable as Auerbach could only wait in vain. The 1996 draft year was widely recognized, but without Duncan, Auerbach felt something essential was missing. As the legendary coach who had brought Bill Russell to the Celtics and forged the first Celtics dynasty alongside him, he could not fathom how a player like Allen Iverson could lead the Celtics to a glorious future. While Marcus Camby was an excellent player, his chances of landing a top 3 pick were slim if the team did not fully commit to losing, and even if they did, his potential did not warrant such a strategy. In this context, Han E's emergence pleasantly surprised the astute Auerbach, given the Celtics' current 12th position in the Eastern Conference. Securing a top 5 pick seemed uncertain, but a top 10 pick was all but guaranteed. If they could select a player with core potential in the paint, it would surely be a win. If they could also acquire Duncan next year, the Celtics' rebuilding process would be effectively complete. But could Han E truly shoulder such a weighty responsibility? Auerbach trusted no one but his own judgment, although the University of Massachusetts had turned the momentum around before halftime. When Iverson and Han E returned in the second half, Camby was once again overwhelmed. Iverson, 24 points, 5 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 steals. Han E, 33 points, 6 rebounds, 15 blocks. Both scoring and blocks set new NCAA highs for Han E. Meanwhile, per Marcus Camby, in this clash of titans, Camby recorded 15 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 blocks. While these numbers might seem respectable at first glance, a closer inspection reveals the truth. When evaluating Camby's performance solely during Han E's presence on the court, he only managed 3 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 block. A textbook example of a minimal stat line, even under the careful cover of the University of Massachusetts coach. The discerning observers could see clearly. This player, hailed as the strongest interior prospect of the 96 draft, was utterly dismantled by the relatively unknown Han E, who relentlessly exploited him like a novice in a sparring match. All the scouts present and those watching the game on television understood that this year's draft might have just gained another remarkable talent. Ultimately, Georgetown University triumphed over the University of Massachusetts with a score of 81-70, advancing to the round of 16. Their next opponent was Wake Forest University, who had narrowly defeated North Carolina by 2 points. Following Allen Iverson, Han E also became the focus of reporters. They had but one question, a query that every NBA executive wished to confirm. Han, will you participate in this year's NBA draft? Han E confidently responded, my sole focus is on winning the NCAA championship. I haven't thought that far ahead. However, if I can meet this challenge, I will consider entering the draft. 3 days later, Georgetown University faced Wake Forest University in the NCAA round of 16, a thrilling match on the horizon. As Auerbach settled into the VIP seats and lit a cigar, he noticed a familiar bald head amidst the swirling smoke. Well, if it isn't T. Mike. What a rare sight. In the final stages of the NBA regular season, Michael Jordan, a man with a notorious gambling habit, chose to attend an NCAA game instead of visiting a casino, truly a miraculous decision. Jordan turned around. Oh, old man, you're still alive. You rascal. The bald figure before him was none other than the very ender of the greatest era of Celtics basketball, Michael Jordan, whose presence had defined the 1990s. Once, Auerbach had viewed Jordan as a thorn in his side, but now he had come to terms with it. No matter how fierce Jordan had been, he was now aging. Last year, Jordan had been defeated in the playoffs by the younger Shaquille O'Neal. And while the Bulls had performed well this year, their championship prospects remained uncertain. Now, at 79 years of age, Auerbach observed the warm-ups of Duncan, Iverson, and Han-E, feeling invigorated once more. These young talents were poised to usher in a new era devoid of Jordan. What nonsense about a new era? Before the game even commenced, Jordan had begun his tirade. He had declared his intention to lead the Bulls to another championship, but the Bulls management, after last year's playoff defeat, began searching for the next generation of talent. If Jordan could guide the Bulls to victory again, all would be well. However, if he faltered once more in the playoffs, they were reluctant to wait idly with aging players. A reliable source revealed that if the Bulls failed to secure the championship this year, they intended to offer Tony Kukoc and a first-round pick to select a potential star player emerging this year. That target was none other than Han-E. If it's Duncan, I wholeheartedly agree. But Han-E? Who is that? Never heard of him. Back on the court, the referee tossed the ball high into the air. Han-E and Duncan leapt simultaneously. Chapter 18. Han-E versus Duncan. The fierce battle has only just begun. At this moment, Duncan is not the composed and seasoned big fundamental of the future, but rather the soaring demon of Victor Forrest. In terms of physical talent, Duncan is already at his peak. With superior skills, Duncan successfully wins the jump ball, granting Victor Forrest University the first defensive possession. After winning the jump, Duncan swiftly turns to establish position in the low post. The guards of Victor Forrest University, without a moment's hesitation, deliver the ball into Duncan's hands. Duncan backs into Han-E, testing his strength. A resounding thud echoes as both players engage in a fierce battle of power. Rather than continue to force his way through, Duncan cleverly retreats a half step, using his footwork to shake off Han-E's defensive balance, and with a delicate flick of his wrist, the basketball arcs towards the hoop. To the scouts, Duncan's footwork is exquisite, and the finesse of his wrist and fingers is truly mesmerizing. Despite possessing top-tier physical prowess, his technical execution is nothing short of perfection. However, in Han-E's eyes, allowing this shot to go unchallenged would be a disservice to himself. Even though Duncan has him sealed behind, Han-E steps forward and leaps into the air. With a resounding clap, he emphatically swats Duncan's shot against the backboard. Oh my God! The commentators are in a frenzy. The legendary Tim Duncan, who momentarily faked out Han-E, was met with an emphatic rejection. Despite the crowd's admiration for Han-E's block, Duncan remains unfazed, as if the rejection had not occurred at all. Victor Forrest University resumes play, and Duncan once again receives the ball. This time, he avoids physical contact with Han-E, pivoting smoothly and using his body as a shield to execute a skyhook. What can one do against such skill? With Duncan's physical attributes, attempting to block his skyhook is futile unless one possesses a wingspan of over 2.5 meters. Duncan is no Camby. In terms of sheer strength, the 20-year-old Duncan far surpasses Han-E, who has only recently embarked on his professional basketball journey. To think one could block every shot he takes is simply irrational. To defeat Duncan, one must employ strategy. As Iverson pushes the ball up the court, Han-E strides forward with determination. Upon reaching the vicinity of the basket, Iverson flicks his wrist, sending the ball towards Han-E. Though the pass is slightly lower than ideal, as Han-E adjusts to receive the ball, Duncan is already closing in, intent on avenging the previous block. Rather than force the play, Han-E halts abruptly, passing the ball behind him to Iverson. At this moment, all attention from Victor Forrest's interior defense is on Han-E, allowing Iverson to erupt from behind him. With a powerful one-arm dunk, bam, the shot is made. This play exemplifies why Iverson, standing at a modest height of 1.8 meters, possibly even less, earned the title of the 1996 draft's #1 pick, while simultaneously revealing another facet of Han-E's game. This young man possesses remarkable basketball intelligence. Unlike his previous encounter with Camby, he opts for a much more cerebral approach. Auerbach nods in approval. The 1.75-meter-tall Jewish coach believes in the supremacy of athletic talent, but equally understands that without a sharp mind to support it, even the finest physical gifts are merely illusions. It is the combination of a keen intellect and exceptional talent that will enable the Celtics to set sail once more. Auerbach envisions the moment when Duncan's number 21 jersey and Han-E's #1 jersey are draped in green. Duncan, too, expresses surprise, having only recently heard of Han-E. This previously obscure figure has skyrocketed to fame in just a month, with many drawing comparisons between him and legends such as Duncan and Camby. Prior to the game, Duncan believed Han-E was merely another individual seeking to capitalize on his name. However, in the previous exchange, Han-E demonstrated his impressive physical capabilities. Now, Han Yi has shown Duncan that he possesses not only physicality but also intellect. Duncan assesses Han Yi once more, revealing no signs of excitement. Merely exchanging a simple high-five with Iverson. Internally, he muses, if it is true that this young man has only been playing basketball for half a year, then his future is indeed limitless. How intriguing. The competitive spirit within the young Tim Duncan ignites. Let us determine who is truly the stronger player. As the undisputed backbone of Victor Forest University, Duncan understands that his teammates cannot provide much assistance in such a high-stakes match. Thus, he decisively takes charge, orchestrating the majority of the team's offensive efforts. Whether shooting or passing, all rests upon Duncan's shoulders. If Han Yi can block my shots, how will he respond to my skyhook? Duncan continues to operate from the mid-range, scoring repeatedly with his signature hook shot. It is simply indefensible. This hook is beyond Han Yi's capability to stop. From the very beginning, Han Yi has accepted this reality. While he strives to defend, he does not become frustrated by his inability to stop Duncan. Moreover, his defensive proficiency is steadily improving. As Duncan continuously confines Han Yi to the free throw line, Han Yi refrains from further engaging in a physical battle with Duncan. Instead, he consistently sets screens for Iverson, who wreaks havoc against Victor Forest's lackluster perimeter defenders. Screen proficiency increases. Iverson stops for a mid-range jumper and scores. Screen proficiency increases. Iverson executes a sharp change of direction for a layup and scores. The dynamic duo of Georgetown University, with their inside-outside connection, relentlessly punishes Victor Forest's otherwise lackluster roster, which consists of mere fillers beyond Duncan. The disparity in talent renders all technical attributes meaningless. As the 194-meter-tall white guard from Victor Forest attempts to defend Iverson, uninterested in using speed to evade, simply asserts his physicality, overpowering him for a layup. With a scorer like Iverson on the court, Han Yi would be foolish to engage in a one-on-one battle with Duncan. Indeed, facing Duncan is a formidable challenge, yet the others are merely prey waiting to be devoured. Chapter 19. Do you shine like this, Tim? Allen Iverson's mid-range shot went awry as Duncan grabbed the ball in mid-air, only for Han Yi, positioned behind him, to snatch it away with a soaring dunk. In the first half, Duncan's mid-range shooting was on fire, keeping Victor Forest University in close contention. However, as the second half unfolded, whether due to fatigue or some other factor, Duncan began to falter under Han Yi's defense, missing several similar shots. Georgetown University seized this scoring drought, swiftly extending their lead to over 10 points. Feeling the pressure, Duncan was anxious. He did not wish for his NCAA journey to end here, nor would he leave his fate to mid-range shots. He opted instead to face off against Han Yi in the paint. As a post player, attempting to outmaneuver the agile Iverson was an uphill battle, but if he could overpower Han Yi, it would surely boost his team's morale. Duncan was well aware of Han Yi's shot-blocking prowess. Confronting him directly would be akin to inviting disaster. Fortunately, as a junior, Duncan had mastered every offensive maneuver in the post. Duncan positioned himself, called for the ball, and upon receiving it, adeptly used his footwork to create space from Han Yi. Feigning a shot, Han Yi fell for the ruse, lunging to block Duncan's attempt. Yet, despite having initially evaded Han Yi, Duncan's shot was still destined to be blocked though. He was merely executing a feigned motion. As Han Yi descended from his jump, Duncan swiftly altered his angle, deftly guiding the ball to the rim's edge. This seemingly simple footwork was, in reality, nothing short of extraordinary. The continuous fakes and the flawless footwork in the paint raised the question, was this truly the level achievable by a college player? Not only within the NCAA realm, but even when considering all current NBA big men, one could argue that only Hakeem Olajuwon could rival such skill. In all fairness, Han Yi's block was not unjustifiable. Whether Han Yi perceived it as unfair or not was irrelevant. The outcome was not dictated by the fans' opinions. As Duncan lifted the ball, Han Yi's other hand astonishingly caught up, although Han Yi had just landed and was unable to execute a second jump fully. His extraordinary wingspan combined with his remarkably large hands, indeed, his fingers, allowed him to graze the ball's arc. With a resounding clap, Han Yi's hand met the backboard, deflecting what should have been a surefire basket for Duncan. My goodness, who will awaken me to tell me this is not a dream? Such a masterful offensive move thwarted by Han Yi. If this block had occurred in the first half, it might have been understandable. After all, the game had just begun, and energy was boundless. Yet, I was astounded that, now in the second half, Han Yi could still execute such rapid lateral movements and consecutive jumps. The scouts were too preoccupied to marvel, rapidly enhancing their reports. it was evident that Han Yi's experience was still lacking. Every one of Duncan's fakes successfully deceived Han Yi. Yet his static and dynamic attributes exceeded our previous observations. Even when repeatedly faked out, he ultimately managed to block the shot, a testament to his fearsome shot-blocking talent. If even Duncan could not evade his defense, then Han Yi possessed the capability to challenge the majority of NBA big men. If Duncan felt a slight interest upon being blocked the first time, the second instance was a different matter. He was visibly perturbed. Recalling Han Yi's past, Duncan, even when making a game-winning shot, would merely shake his fist expressionlessly. Yet now, his brows furrowed and his facial muscles tightened. If Duncan were truly unaffected by repeated challenges, how could he ever be considered a great player? Once more, Duncan received the ball, attacking Han Yi with fervor, powering through with a decisive move that left Han Yi feeling the impact in his ribs, followed by a soaring leap. In previous games, viewers witnessed Duncan striving for the most efficient shot, keeping his feet as close to the ground as possible. Yet today, Duncan launched into the air like a rocket. Previously, the title of NCAA's premier leaper belonged to Marcus Camby. However, it was now evident that Duncan's jump, when he truly exerted himself, was fearsome. The term flying devil was not mere hyperbole. For the 20-year-old Duncan, it was reality. Do you truly shine like this, Tim? Duncan's recent forceful drive had made Han Yi acutely aware that matching Duncan's strength was a challenge. His 76 strength rating simply did not suffice. However, when Duncan unleashed his full power to dunk over him, Han Yi's character would not allow him to sit idly by. Let us engage, he thought. And he too leaped high, even sacrificing some balance if necessary. Under the scrutiny of countless cameras, two of the NCAA's most formidable interior forces clashed. Duncan's two-handed slam met Han Yi's firm grip on the ball. With a thunderous sound, the basketball soared once again, only to be violently rebuffed by the collision of their hands. The rim shook violently as Duncan's hand struck it, while Han Yi, having exerted himself too fiercely, tumbled forward, landing awkwardly on the ground. Yet he had succeeded in blocking Duncan's shot twice in one possession. Wait a moment. Tim Duncan had been a guaranteed first overall pick since 1995. What underpinned this? His remarkably mature technique was one aspect, but even more crucial were his unparalleled static and dynamic attributes. In terms of static talent, Han Yi could indeed match Duncan. However, in dynamic ability, Han Yi seemed to fall short by more than a tier. Yet, their performance in this match revealed a near 50-50 contest. Duncan sighed and shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with himself. But he extended his hand to the seated Han Yi. Hey, buddy, you were truly impressive, even more so than the rumors suggested. You're not so bad yourself. Han Yi grinned. Had it been at the start, I would have certainly failed to block that shot. After a grueling first half, Duncan may not have realized it. But Han Yi could discern that Duncan's jumping ability was indeed affected by fatigue. Yet, for Han Yi, boasting a stamina rating of 100, the energy expenditure from NCAA-level competition was but a mere trifle. Chapter 20. Never say the team lost. You didn't lose. This is advice from Han Yi. Regarding current skill levels, Han Yi indeed lags behind Duncan in physical ability. However, as the game progressed, Duncan's stamina waned, while Han Yi fought with increasing valor. With only 3 minutes remaining in the second half, Tim Duncan, who had been carrying the team, finally tired. In a moment of inattention, Han Yi surged past Duncan, heading straight for the basket. Just then, Iverson lofted the ball into the air. An alley-oop. The announcer's voice cracked as he shouted. Han Yi caught the ball midair with one hand and slammed it down. Boom. Score. Incredible. How could he jump so high at this late stage of the game? Doesn't this guy, Han Yi, know the meaning of fatigue? Stamina, stamina. The scouts continued to write furiously. Although he is Asian, Han Yi's stamina is terrifying. Watching him on the court, one doesn't sense any fatigue. He's as energetic in the 35th minute as he was in the first. Throughout the game, Tim Duncan amassed a luxurious stat line of 29 points, 22 rebounds, 6 assists, and 5 blocks. Allen Iverson contributed 33 points, 5 rebounds, 11 assists, and 5 steals. Han Yi tallied 17 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 11 blocks. Statistically, Han Yi was indeed a tier below Duncan, but he was the one smiling in the end. Victor Forest University lost to Georgetown University by a margin of 60-75, a 15-point difference. Iverson and Han Yi together propelled their team into the NCAA quarterfinals. As the game concluded, the contention ceased, and Duncan shook hands with Iverson and Han Yi, respectively. Duncan earnestly said, "I didn't lose this time. When I get to the NBA, I'll have even stronger teammates. Then, we'll compete again. Han E grinned. It's a deal. But I must remind you, telling yourself that you didn't lose even though the team did isn't a good habit. After seeing Duncan off, Han E and Iverson were informed that Jordan had also attended the game. Jordan? Where? Upon hearing this news, Han E was genuinely thrilled. Unlike Iverson, Han E had never had the chance to meet Jordan, either in his past life or in this one. Michael Jordan, though only just completing his first three-peat at this point in time, had already become a god of this era. Han E knew that when Jordan secured his second three-peat, no one in the basketball world could compare to him. Who wouldn't admire Jordan if they played basketball? However, the stands, though still bustling with noise, no longer held Michael Jordan's figure. Jordan had left after watching only half the game, directly calling the management, "Stop overanalyzing Han E. You won't be able to acquire a pick high enough to draft Han E just by offering a QCOC. Let's focus on this season's championship." The NBA era is truly about to change. After this battle, Han E finally rose to fame. Perhaps Han E was still somewhat immature compared to Tim Duncan. With limited offensive skills, insufficient defensive experience, and weaker rebounding ability. However, with Tim Duncan announcing his continued pursuit of college studies, Han E, who had personally dominated Camby, was undoubtedly the strongest interior player in this draft class. Moreover, unlike Camby, who could only be a role player in the NBA, Han E possessed the potential to become a comprehensive, two-way core big man. According to reliable sources, various teams expected to pick in the lottery this year have dispatched professional scouting teams to conduct comprehensive evaluations and analyses of Han E. Many teams that originally considered Camby as their top pick this year may have already changed their minds. If Georgetown University's Iverson and Han E ultimately lift the NCAA championship trophy, it would be the best basketball fairy tale of the year in Georgetown University. This historic NCAA powerhouse could create the myth of having two core players selected in the top three picks. NCAA semifinals. 88-73, Georgetown University defeats Mississippi State University. NCAA finals. Georgetown University versus Kentucky University. The two most prominent teams in the NCAA finally meet in the NCAA finals. Georgetown University's average point differential of 16. 5 points is the second highest in the NCAA tournament. Kentucky University's average point differential of 22. 5 points is the highest in the NCAA tournament. Georgetown University boasts Allen Iverson and Han E, two potential first-round picks in the 1996 draft. Unlike Georgetown University, Kentucky University's potential first-round picks, though not as famous as Georgetown's, could even form a complete starting lineup. PG, Tony Delk, SG, Derek Anderson, SF, Ron Mercer, PF, Antoine Walker, C, Walter McCarty. They weren't exaggerating when they claimed that all 5 players were qualified to enter the NBA first round. Based on the previous timeline, Antoine Walker, 7th overall pick in 1996. Tony Delk, 16th overall pick in 1996. Walter McCarty, 19th overall pick in 1996. Ron Mercer, 6th overall pick in 1997. Derek Anderson, 13th overall pick in 1997. In the future, these 5 players would not only all enter the NBA, but they would all be selected in the top 20, with 3 entering the lottery and 2 making the top 10 of their respective draft years. Since the NCAA's inception, no university had ever assembled 5 first-round picks in one go, but Kentucky University had done just that this year. Previously, everyone had focused on Georgetown University because they had consistently dominated Marcus Camby and Tim Duncan, the best interior players in this year's draft. If even Tim Duncan was dominated, would Antoine Walker and his ilk pose any problem? But once the game started, everyone realized they had completely underestimated Kentucky University. In this 90s era that didn't yet revere three-pointers, Kentucky University could field a lineup of 5 perimeter players. In Kentucky University's star-studded starting lineup, only the team's absolute leader, Antoine Walker, had a three-point shooting percentage below 38. Even center Walter McCarty could make 8 three-pointers per game. On the defensive end, Kentucky allowed Iverson to shoot from the outside while everyone else collapsed into the paint, preventing Han E from penetrating the interior despite his strength. On the offensive end, Kentucky played unconventional three-point basketball, with everyone from the point guard to the center taking open three-pointers. Witnessing this scene, Han E couldn't help but exclaim, "Have I traveled back in time again?" Chapter 21, Coach, do not despair. I shall bring you back the championship. In the first half of the game, Iveson's mid-range shots were precise, while Kentucky's three-pointers faltered significantly. Georgetown University even established a 10-point lead. However, for the three-point specialists, a 10-point lead was hardly a matter of concern. As the second half commenced, Kentucky's shooting from beyond the arc began to warm up, leading to a decisive surge that overwhelmed Georgetown University. The final score stood at 90-85. Iverson erupted with an astounding 44 points, dismantling the opposing backcourt. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Han E, perpetually double-teamed by two NBA-caliber giants, played the entire 40 minutes but could only muster a meager tally of 11 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 blocks. Defeated, yet again defeated. As the University of Kentucky lifted the championship trophy, Georgetown University departed in despondence. In the locker room, Coach John Thompson ignited a cigar but hesitated to place it between his lips. Only when half of it was burned and nearly singed his fingers did he pat the tear-streaked Iverson on the back and, gazing at the disheartened Han E, he remarked, "You are both fine young men. I know you have given it your all. Alas, how could youth be devoid of regrets? Do not be too sorrowful. From this day forth, you shall step away from the realm of collegiate basketball and venture into the NBA." Although Thompson was an old-school coach, he recognized that both of his beloved protégés were likely to be drafted within the top 5. In such a scenario, it would be unwise to forego the draft and remain in the NCAA. After all, not everyone is Tim Duncan. History is replete with examples of players who, poised for high draft slots, saw their prospects diminish by prolonging their collegiate careers. College basketball has its merits, yet it is hardly lucrative. Conversely, entering the NBA as a high draft pick transforms one into a millionaire almost instantaneously, particularly for Iverson, who needed to fund his sister's medical treatment. Joining the NBA was of utmost urgency. "Leave me be. I wish for solitude." Thompson inhaled deeply from his cigar, lost in memories. The defeat in this year's NCAA championship was a bitter pill to swallow for the nearly 60-year-old coach. Perhaps it was time to consider retirement. After all, the chances of encountering another prodigious talent like Iverson or Han E were exceedingly slim, and his dreams of an NCAA championship had been shattered. If victory remained elusive, continuing to coach amid declining health seemed rather futile. What a pity. Had he never experienced it, perhaps he would not yearn for it so. With eyes closed, Thompson was transported back to that electrifying night in 1984 when Ewing nearly smashed the championship trophy in his face. That night, young Ewing was hoisted, beer barrels in tow, eliciting hearty laughter from Thompson. "Hey, old man." Han E did not follow the others out but lingered until the room was empty. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Let us battle for another year. You scoundrel, give me some peace. Why do you linger? Hurry and prepare for NBA tryouts. By the way, I shall introduce you to an agent. He may not be the best, but as my protégé, he will certainly not lead you astray." "Wait a moment." John Thompson abruptly opened his eyes. "What did you say?" "Ahem." Han E cleared his throat and declared loudly, "Old man," I said, "let us battle for another year. I shall surely bring back the championship trophy for you." Thompson's cigar fell from astonishment. "Boy, have you lost your mind?" "Haha." Han E grinned. "I am not mad. I am exceedingly lucid." At that moment, a system notification echoed in Han Yi's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have secured the NCAA runner-up, rewarding you with 10 free attribute points." Han E found the system rather amusing. It had only mentioned a 50-point reward for winning the championship, never hinting at a reward for being the runner-up. Yet, here he was, receiving accolades for finishing second. Does one not understand basketball? The runner-up is often deemed the greatest loser in the sport. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, the prospect of 10 free attribute points left Han E momentarily hesitant, a lapse in judgment. He had yet to decide how to allocate these attribute points, but he was acutely aware that hoarding them would yield greater rewards. The higher the required proficiency for future points, the more effective their late usage would be. One must wield their resources judiciously. The 50 points for the NCAA championship were absolutely non-negotiable. Yet, unbeknownst to Han E, this seemingly trivial decision would unleash a tidal wave of repercussions. The following day, the sports section headlines proclaimed, NCAA finals concluded. Georgetown narrowly loses to Kentucky. Rising star Han E announces withdrawal from the 1996 NBA draft. This news sent shockwaves across the internet. What was happening? Han E was not entering the draft. He had been projected as a top 5 pick across various rankings. And now he was opting out? In light of his failure to capture the NCAA championship, he chose to play another year. This was far more absurd than Duncan's decision to complete 4 years of college due to his mother's wishes. On the court, he appeared quite mature, Yet how could he make such an irrational choice? If only he had an agent. Someone to advise him to seize the moment while his stock was high. Without Duncan's absolute talent, waiting another year could lead to a drastic drop in his draft position. Rumor had it that Celtics coach Auerbach was livid, berating Hahn for an entire hour. The rationale was understandable. The Celtics coveted Duncan, and when he announced his withdrawal, they had hoped to secure Hahn this year and Duncan the next, forming a legendary duo. However, with both opting out, the situation became exceedingly awkward. This year, the Celtics' desired picks were nowhere to be found, and next year, even if they pooled all their resources, they could not possibly acquire both players. The legendary Twin Towers had yet to materialize, yet their dreams were already dashed, as Hahn announced his withdrawal from this year's NBA draft. A swarm of reporters descended upon Georgetown University. Allen Iverson, who had declared for the draft and was atop many expert rankings, initially thought the reporters sought him out. He donned the suit he had prepared for interviews, ready to face the media. However, the reporters merely offered him perfunctory questions before eagerly inquiring, "Allen, do you know where Hahn is?" This scenario rendered Iverson, already uneasy in his suit, even more uncomfortable. With a resigned gesture, he pointed, "Over there." Iverson indicated towards the court. Hahn said he wanted to run a marathon today, and until then, no one is to disturb him. A marathon? The reporters exchanged bewildered glances. Do basketball players possess such stamina nowadays? Chapter 22, another year of struggle? A delusion of championship? Without Iverson, Hahn is nothing. 2 hours and 56 minutes. Hahn glanced at the clock and gradually slowed down to a halt. He had successfully completed his first marathon in under 3 hours, which was commendable, a milestone indeed. However, he still needed to enhance his proficiency from 59 to 60, requiring an additional 800 points of expertise. Given that each 100 meters could be exchanged for a single point of proficiency, he would need to cover an additional 80,000 meters. While 80,000 meters may sound daunting, it equates to merely 2 marathons. With 5 days remaining in the week, he was determined to achieve it. Naturally, to accomplish this goal, he would first need to check if any attributes were on the verge of a breakthrough. Relying solely on natural stamina recovery to run consecutive marathons would be an exercise in futility. Although possessing 100 stamina was impressive, it was still within the realm of human capability, not superhuman. He needed to rely on attribute upgrades to achieve automatic stamina recovery to execute such audacious feats. Thus, Hahn closed his eyes, mentally accessing the system panel for review. Yet, the reporters were relentless, their cameras thrust into his face. "Hahn, what prompted your decision to forego this year's NBA draft? Are you aware that if you were to declare, you would likely secure a top 5 pick? Will you reconsider your decision to withdraw from the draft?" Hahn, momentarily taken aback by the reporter's intense scrutiny, spotted a familiar face from a previous interview and addressed him. "I have stated quite clearly that if I secure the NCAA championship, I will participate in this year's draft." "Have I not?" The reporter replied, "Indeed, but then that settles it." Hahn shrugged. "I did not win the championship this year. Hence, I have opted out of the draft. Is there anything wrong with that?" "But Hahn, you are still so young. You may not fully grasp the implications of foregoing the draft." A middle-aged woman chimed in, her tone nagging. "For a young athlete like yourself, the opportunity to enter the league as a top 5 pick is exceedingly rare. I understand your circumstances as an orphan, relying on the meager stipend from the NCAA and merely to survive. However, by declaring for the draft, you could transform your life and become a millionaire." Yes, echoed a middle-aged man in agreement. "Young man, you are too inexperienced to comprehend the rarity of such opportunities. While not winning the NCAA championship may seem disappointing now, in the grand scheme of your career, it hardly matters." "Ladies and gentlemen," Hahn responded, perplexed, "are you here to lecture me? I have made my thoughts abundantly clear. I will enter the NBA draft once I secure the NCAA championship." "Hahn, you must recognize that your exceptional partner, Allen Iverson, has announced his intention to enter the draft this year. As your team's leading scorer and captain, his departure will undoubtedly diminish Georgetown University's strength. Are you truly confident in your ability to claim the championship next year?" "Indeed," Hahn nodded. "I am confident. Are you suggesting that Iverson's presence limited your performance? Thus, you believe that after his departure, you will secure the championship?" Caught off guard, Hahn faltered momentarily. Having lived as an ordinary person all his life, he had never faced such questioning before, and the reporters were relentless in their probing. Yet, this particular question was not for him to answer. Iverson stepped in front of Han E, boldly declaring, "You bunch of jerks, stop trying to trap my brother." Han E's decision to stay and fight for another year is not just about his dreams, but also mine. If I could muster 100,000 to help my sister's medical treatment, I would stay for another year too. Iverson smiled. I am more aware than anyone about the challenges of winning the NCAA championship, but I firmly believe my brother Han E will achieve it. His dedication to training surpasses that of anyone else, and his rate of improvement is nothing short of genius. You think he is exceptional now? He has only tapped into 10% of his potential. Iverson's exuberant praise effectively extricated Han E from the reporters' clutches, yet simultaneously provided them with ample fodder for sensationalism. Money is not an issue. Han E rebuffed the notion of becoming a millionaire. Iverson asserts that next year's Han E will be 10 times stronger than this year's. Running a marathon as a warm-up? Han E completes a marathon before every training session. With an IQ of 180, Han E was not only a basketball prodigy, but also an academic genius in the sciences. Contrary to popular belief, he did not receive a basketball scholarship. It was a mathematics scholarship. Despite the presence of numerous reporters and the fact that both Iverson and Han E were conversing in English, albeit with accents, there was no room for misunderstanding. However, after passing through the reporters' embellishments, Han E was whimsically portrayed as a super scion. The American Marathon Association publicly criticized the absurdity of such claims. Running a marathon daily? Non-professional marathon runners simply cannot achieve that. And warming up with a marathon? Sorry, the world does not permit such extraordinary individuals to exist. When enterprising reporters inquired with Georgetown University, the response was that Han E was indeed on a basketball scholarship. As the truth unraveled, the barrage of misinformation regarding Han E was systematically debunked, which he perceived as a silver lining. Yet, unexpectedly, these fabricated stories were wrongfully attributed to him, as if he had concocted these ludicrous lies to elevate his own status. From the refutation of these falsehoods, further doubts about Han E's basketball prowess emerged. Observers of Georgetown University's entire performance in the NCAA championship would note that Han Ye's scoring opportunities primarily stemmed from the defensive attention Iverson drew, allowing Han E to exploit his physical advantages to score effortlessly in the paint. Without Iverson, Han E was nothing. Chapter 23. Han Ye's decision not to enter the draft? Popovich's eyes sparkled. David, you might as well take the next season off. During the NCAA finals, why did Georgetown University falter? Was it due to Iverson? Certainly not. The defeat stemmed from Han Ye's performance. When faced with opponents possessing comparable NBA physiques, he struggled to score effortlessly. Lacking in offensive prowess, he was rendered helpless, merely watching as opportunities slipped by. Despite Duncan's extraordinary capabilities, reaching the NCAA Final Four remained elusive due to his teammates' inadequacies. Han E, clinging to Iverson's coattails, barely made it to the NCAA Finals, seemingly floating in a daze, oblivious to his own identity. As a mere blue-collar player, without Allen Iverson by his side, one could hardly expect Han E to secure an NCAA championship, let alone make it to next year's NCAA tournament. Confronted with relentless criticism from the press, Han E remained blissfully unaware. For someone accustomed to sleeping with a smartphone, newspapers felt archaic and irrelevant. Even if he were to glance at them, he wouldn't engage, as any commentary would merely detract from his training time. Of course, such gossip might sway public opinion, but it holds no weight in the NBA. Observers can only regard Han Ye's evident physical gifts and defensive acumen, which alone warrant a lottery pick. Thus, his decision to forego the draft posed a dilemma for teams hoping to secure high-ranking selections this year. Han Ye's moment of indecision robbed them of a surefire opportunity. Consequently, the Toronto Raptors, who were likely to secure a top-5 pick and desperately needed a big man, expressed their frustration, declaring, "Even if we tank next year, we won't select Han E because we believe his mentality is quite immature." Meanwhile, teams that had not engaged in tanking but were preparing to do so next season, such as the San Antonio Spurs, rejoiced at the news. Upon hearing of Han Ye's refusal to enter the draft, Popovich leapt with excitement. "They say 1996 is a monumental draft year, but I was mistaken. 1997 will be the true draft year." He then turned to Admiral David Robinson, who was leading the Spurs into the playoffs. "Hey, David, for the future of the team, why don't you take the next season off?" David Robinson replied, bewildered, "But we're currently second in the West. You want me to throw away next season?" "Indeed," affirmed Popovich, his eyes gleaming with determination. As March Madness concluded, The focus of the basketball world shifted back to the NBA. A rejuvenated Michael Jordan led the Chicago Bulls to dominate the Eastern Conference and secure the best record in NBA history at 72 wins and 10 losses. The basketball deity returned to the playoff stage. They swept the Heat 3-0 in the first round, defeated the Knicks 4-1 in the second, and avenged last year's playoff loss by eliminating Shaquille O'Neal's Orlando Magic 4-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals. In the finals, they triumphed over the Seattle Supersonics 4-2, casting a shadow of fear across the entire league once again. Jordan's commanding playoff performance compelled the Bulls management to abandon any thoughts of rebuilding. Why focus on the future when the championship is within reach? Jordan's victory signaled that this basketball god had not faded into history but continued to ruthlessly dominate the league. Is there truly a chance to surpass Jordan? Perhaps it's wiser to contemplate the future. During the 1996 draft, the proceedings remained unchanged from the previous reality, with the first overall pick. The Philadelphia 76ers decisively selected Allen Iverson. The second pick saw the Toronto Raptors, after much deliberation, choose Marcus Camby, despite Camby's underwhelming performance against Han E in the NCAA. Nevertheless, Camby remained the strongest big man of 1996. The Vancouver Grizzlies selected Sharif Abdurrahim with the third pick. Meanwhile, the Charlotte Hornets picked the most promising high school player, Kobe Bryant, with the 13th pick, subsequently trading him to the Los Angeles Lakers. For Han E, the outcome was inconsequential. While Iverson's selection as the first pick was worthy of celebration, it was a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Han E sat beside the anxious Otello Harrington in the Georgetown locker room, watching the draft live on television. "Please, stop watching. I know I won't get picked," Otello lamented, burying his head in his hands. "My stats are half of what they were last year, and I've aged another year. I'm definitely not getting picked." "Calm down," Han E said leisurely. "Whether you get picked or not, it won't stop us from enjoying the show, right? Why are you so tense over a television program? I don't want to watch. This show is torture. One moment in paradise, the next in hell. It's killing me," Otello exclaimed. "I've already started looking for a job in sales. Maybe I can sell basketballs or hoops. If I sell hoops, I'll definitely be the best at it." "Just shut up," Han E chuckled, playfully scolding him. "Watch the television." Otello suddenly turned, his eyes sparkling with hope. Although he claimed he wouldn't get picked, every fiber of his being was longing for the opposite. However, his optimism quickly faded as he realized they were watching a commercial for big trucks instead of the draft. "Come on," Otello exclaimed in frustration. "I'm basically your half-teacher. How could you do this to me? Open your eyes and look at the tiny text below." When Otello finally noticed, the words were almost gone, leaving only his name. Perhaps there were other Harringtons in this draft too. Unbelievably, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. "Is this Otello Harrington from Georgetown University?" A deep voice inquired. "Yes, it is," Otello replied. "Congratulations. You've been selected by the Boston Celtics with the 51st pick. Please prepare to report to the team." After hanging up, Otello sat in stunned silence before leaping from his seat. "Yes, I made it." Chapter 24. Kobe, why didn't you bring Han E to the Olympics? Basketball shoes. Who is Han E? Otello Harrington was utterly bewildered. Han E quickly made his exit. "This is just like Fanjin Zhongju, right? I should get back to training. First, I'll do 1,000 squats to warm up. Jumping proficiency level 1. Jumping proficiency level 1. Jumping proficiency level 1. However, after a brief training session, Otello Harrington approached him, tears welling in her eyes. "Han, I believe my selection this time is largely due to you. Since you mentioned in an interview that I provided you with basketball coaching, perhaps they value that aspect of my abilities. But your strength stems from your relentless training and exceptional talent, which allowed you to improve so rapidly in such a short time. How can that be related to me?" All right, Han E consoled her. "How could it possibly be because of that? If they needed a trainer, they could simply hire you, which would be far cheaper than drafting a second-round pick. If you feel guilty, just dedicate all your time before entering the NBA to me, and train with me diligently. I want to grow stronger." "All right." Otello Harrington grasped Han E's hand tightly. "It's a deal." This moment truly showcased genuine brotherhood, however. If Otello Harrington knew that on the timeline where he had not encountered Han E, he would have been selected as the first pick in the second round. One can only wonder what his feelings would be. Fortunately, Han E was unaware of this in his past life, and Otello Harrington was even less likely to know. To prepare for the 1996 Atlanta Olympics, the Chinese men's basketball team participated in the California Summer League. The Golden Generation, consisting of Wang Zhizhi, Bader, Liu Yudong, Sun Jun, Li Nan, Hu Weidong, and Zheng Wu, aimed to make history by reaching the Olympics top 8 in a match against the Los Angeles Lakers. Hu Weidong and the 18-year-old Kobe Bryant exchanged points fiercely, with neither side willing to yield. However, as the second half progressed, the Chinese team began to tire, missing opportunities both inside and out, allowing the Lakers to gradually widen the gap. Yet, in the fourth quarter, Hu Weidong hit consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the score to 74-80. Only for Kobe to respond with 10 quick points to seal the match. Ultimately, the Chinese men's basketball team fell to the Lakers, 85-105. Hu Weidong scored a game-high 30 points, while the young Kobe netted 22. The Lakers' Summer League head coach praised Hu Weidong, asserting he possessed NBA-level scoring ability. Throughout the game, the inexperienced Kobe observed the entire Chinese team, wiped the sweat from his brow, and posed a singular question: where is Han Yi? Did he not participate in your Chinese men's basketball team? Though Kobe had never met Han Yi face-to-face, the latter's image was etched in his mind. From the joint workouts to Kobe's trials with numerous popular teams, particularly the Celtics, the old-timer Auerbach constantly lamented, "Damn, I should be trying out Han Yi right now. How wonderful it would be if I were evaluating him instead." Kobe believed he had delivered an outstanding performance during his Celtics tryout. Yet the team still longed for a player who was not even participating in this year's draft. If it were only the Celtics expressing such sentiments, it might be bearable. But when Kobe tried out for the Raptors, they echoed the same thoughts. The same occurred with the Grizzlies. Damn it. Kobe gritted his teeth. I have never despised someone I've never even met so much. What is so great about being a little taller and having longer arms? Yet, as Kobe's inquiry emerged, the entire Chinese men's basketball team was left bewildered. Han Yi? Who is that? Han Yi? Never heard of him. Han Yi? The name sounds Chinese. But what does he do? The Lakers' Summer League coach assumed Kobe had oversimplified his statement, prompting the Chinese team to misunderstand. And he elaborated, Kobe is referring to your Chinese prodigy, Han Yi, who stands at 2.08 meters tall and is currently studying at Georgetown University. He believed his description was precise enough that the Chinese team could not possibly be unaware. However, their collective response was one of utter confusion. The leader of the Chinese men's basketball team scratched his head, pondering, 2.08 meters? Do we have any basketball players studying in the United States? Which region is he from? We haven't received any news. But how could he voice such thoughts to outsiders like Kobe and the Lakers? The leader of the Chinese team feigned knowledge, stating, the Chinese men's basketball team consists of 3 generations: elder, middle-aged, and young players. Han Yi is still too young. We need more experienced players for the Olympics. Oh, that makes sense. The Lakers' Summer League coach nodded in agreement, smiling. Yet Kobe remained perplexed. Could these players from the Chinese team truly be stronger than Han Yi? Though Kobe had never faced Han Yi nor attended college, as a basketball enthusiast, he had followed every NCAA game without fail, and it seemed to him that Han Yi was far superior to the current lineup of Chinese interior players. Unable to contain himself, Kobe posed a profound question. But your interior players appear rather average. Is Han Yi really worse than those you brought? That seems odd. Wang Zhizhi, who had already received praise from numerous scouts, turned to the translator to inquire about Kobe's words. Upon understanding, his expression darkened. What does he mean? Is he suggesting I'm inferior to this unknown guy? Kobe intended to elaborate, but was swiftly pulled away. The coach, wearing a smile, remarked, the child doesn't know better. Don't take it to heart. No worries, no worries. The Chinese men's basketball team reciprocated with a wave of perfunctory politeness and departed. As the leader of the Chinese team exited the Lakers' site, he pulled out a mobile phone and dialed, find out which region Han Yi is from. I want all his information. A week later, the Chinese leader received news. After exhausting all inquiries across the nation, consulting every basketball team, not a single person fitting that description was found competing in the NCAA. Does this person truly exist? This was the first question that arose in the Chinese leader's mind. The second was, even if such a person exists, what relevance does he hold for us? Is Han Yi some sort of wild basketball prodigy outside our system? Forget it. Let us not ponder too much. We'll deal with it after the Atlanta Olympics. Chapter 25. Big Ben and Artest join Georgetown. Championship bound. John Thompson, the head coach of Georgetown University, sighed as he observed the training grounds. This kid is truly insane. Hey, coach. A robust young man stood beside John Thompson, glancing at the sprinting Han Yi, and inquired, is that Han Yi? Indeed. John Thompson nodded affirmatively. He is the most formidable training fanatic in the history of Georgetown University. Even during the NBA offseason, this rascal hasn't taken a single day off since the madness of March. He maintains at least 8 hours of intense training every day. I genuinely cannot fathom what material his body is made of. Coach, the young man's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he observed Han in action. May I train with him? Of course. John Thompson chuckled. Ron, but you must promise me not to overexert yourself. I certainly do not wish for you to be sidelined with an injury right after joining Georgetown. 17-year-old Ron Artest confidently patted his chest. Coach, just look at my muscles. He flexed his biceps and continued, check out my physique. I have boundless energy every day. Oh. John Thompson wore a knowing smile. Then off you go. 2 hours later, Ron Artest lay sprawled on the track like a defeated dog. John Thompson sighed. Well, here's another overzealous individual. As Han completed a full marathon, he passed by the gasping Artest and approached John Thompson, asking, Coach, what brings you here? Oh, I wanted to introduce you to a new teammate, the one lying on the ground, utterly incapacitated. John Thompson replied. This is Ron Artest, hailing from Queens, New York. Just like you, a fellow training enthusiast. Take good care of him. Artest? Han realized he had underestimated the significance of that name, which resonated with renown. Yet, gazing at Artest's somewhat youthful face, it was hard to reconcile this with the future powerhouse in the NBA, renowned for his fierce competitiveness. The fact that he had once broken the rib of the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, was no exaggeration. Yet, the admiration radiating from Artest's eyes was perplexing. However, that was of little consequence now. Han had something to discuss with John Thompson. Coach, you've arranged for someone to join our team. But I would also like to bring someone in. What do you think? John Thompson felt a twinge of discomfort at Han Yi's words. The player I brought back is a genius high school student, highly sought after by numerous NCAA Division I universities. The head coach at St. John's University even had a fallout with me over this. Why does it sound like you are trying to pull strings? Nonetheless, John Thompson maintained a cordial demeanor, as Han's continued presence for another year was beneficial for him, regardless of the motivation behind it. With Han on the team, despite the skepticism surrounding Georgetown's championship aspirations, a glimmer of hope remained. Where is he? Over there. The one currently bench pressing. Han led John Thompson to the weight room, where a formidable individual was bench pressing 200 kilograms. My God, John Thompson gasped. Did you recruit someone from the weightlifting team? The young man immediately stood up upon noticing John Thompson's entrance, respectfully introducing himself. Coach, my name is Ben Wallace, a junior at the University of Virginia. From Virginia? What brings you here? John Thompson was perplexed. How should I put this? The towering 2'8" coach intimidated Ben Wallace. Coach, Han interjected. He participated in the draft this year, but went undrafted. I promised him he could train with us for a year. And when I make it to the NBA, I'll bring him along. Oh, an undrafted player. John Thompson's enthusiasm waned instantly. How good could an undrafted player be? Basketball is not merely about strength. It requires more than that. John Thompson scrutinized Ben Wallace multiple times. Your height, is it not under 2 meters? You should be playing in the post, right? Yes. Ben Wallace nodded. Are we really considering bringing in someone under 2 meters as a power forward? Georgetown has lost many players, but surely we aren't that desperate. No. Han shook his head. He is not playing power forward. He plays center. Center? Are you joking? John Thompson exclaimed. To have someone with a guard's height playing center? I doubt we stand a chance of making it to the top 64. Ben Wallace, hearing this, grew anxious. Coach, I can play guard too. I can handle the ball. Just be quiet. Handle the ball? If you could handle the ball, would you have gone undrafted? Coach. Han pushed Ben aside playfully, smiling. Let us just give it a shot. How can we win without taking risks? Fine. John Thompson reluctantly acquiesced. But I must make it clear, I cannot guarantee he will get playing time. If he can play guard, I may give him a chance. But for someone of his height to play inside, he must be exceptionally talented. Absolutely. Han nodded. And there is one more thing. What? Coach. You'll need to arrange for his transfer. His grades might not meet the requirements. John Thompson raised an eyebrow. For a prodigious talent like Artest, he was willing to pull strings, but for an already fourth-year undrafted player, must he also lower himself? Is his reputation truly so insignificant? Yet, looking at Han's sincere smile, it was hard to refuse. Very well, if he can keep up with your training. Yes, Ben Wallace exclaimed excitedly. I promise to meet the challenge. Thus, even as Georgetown University began its summer break, the basketball court, weight room, and training fields buzzed with the relentless activity of three indefatigable training enthusiasts. Time flew, and another NCAA season approached. Chapter 26, a new atmosphere for the team. Awful new problems. Last season, Han Yi was merely a rookie, yet now he stands as the unequivocal cornerstone of Georgetown University. This year, the team has lost Allen Iverson and a cadre of seasoned seniors represented by Otella Harrington, leaving the roster considerably thinner. If one were to speak of reinforcements, it would be John Thompson's audacious interception of Ron Artest, who had initially been selected by St. John's University, convincing him to join Georgetown instead. Of course, Han Yi's illustrious reputation is of paramount importance. Ron Artest, having clawed his way up from the impoverished neighborhoods of Queens, New York, possesses a commendable basketball talent. But at the NBA level, it is merely average. What sets Artest apart is his relentless determination, battling fiercely against opponents on the court and pushing himself to the brink during practice, thus earning the title of a true warrior. The only individuals he reveres are those who train harder and possess greater skills than himself. Such remarkable individuals are exceedingly rare, and among them, Han Yi is the first to embody both qualities in Artest's life. When teammates, whose talents and abilities pale in comparison to those of Han Yi and Artest, witness the unwavering dedication of the two stars, it ignites a fervor within them to strive for excellence. As for Ben Wallace, he finds himself more often in the role of, "Boss, would you like some water?" It is not that John Thompson is denying him opportunities. Rather, Wallace has spent an entire month honing his skills as a purely defensive guard, only to conclude that not everyone possesses Han Yi's innate ability to develop from scratch. As for Wallace, his ball handling skills, while sufficient for casual games, are inadequate for the NCAA stage. John Thompson, confident in his career, asserts that amidst the myriad of erratic white guards in the NCAA, Wallace stands no chance of advancing past half-court with the ball. As for shooting, Wallace struggles even more. Despite diligent practice, he cannot seem to surpass a 50 free throw shooting average. Thompson laments, stating that even teaching a stroke-impaired individual for an extended period would yield better results. Wallace's response to these challenges is unwavering. He trains harder, dedicating himself to relentless practice day and night. If the Georgetown players are inspired by Han Yi and Artest's rigorous training, Wallace's fervor is truly moving. He is a senior, having gone undrafted and with no chance to participate in the NBA draft, yet he persists in his efforts, which compels the rest of the team to follow suit. The collective determination of the Georgetown basketball team brings tears to John Thompson's eyes. Reflecting on this, he realizes that had he recognized such potential earlier, he would have allowed Iverson to enter the draft. Observing the current enthusiasm of his players starkly contrasts with last season's lethargy. He concludes that it was the leadership of the star player that had failed to set an example. Frustrated, Thompson thinks it's all Iverson's fault. Had he trained with such fervor last season, we would have claimed the championship. Yet, dreams often diverge from reality. By the conclusion of the Big East regular season, Georgetown University managed a record of 20 wins and 12 losses, a stark contrast to last season's dominant 30 wins and 2 losses. Fortunately, in the Big East Finals, they faced a Connecticut team also missing Ray Allen, and after a fierce battle, they narrowly secured victory, claiming the Big East Championship and stumbling into the NCAA tournament's round of 64. At least Han Yi's boast from the previous season remained intact as March Madness approached. However, it was evident that, despite still being in contention, few believed Georgetown had a shot at the ultimate title. Han Yi averaged 25, 5 points, 8, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 8 blocks per game. Ron Artest averaged 10, 3 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace's stats stood at a mere 2, 5 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 blocks. This year's edition of Artest has shown promise, but the shadow of him replacing Allen Iverson's pivotal role on the perimeter looms large. As for Ben Wallace, he has been relegated to the sidelines by the steadfast Thompson. Examining Han Yi's statistics reveals a modest improvement compared to last season, though the progress has been slower than anticipated, particularly in rebounding. As the definitive anchor of Georgetown's interior game, his failure to average double-digit rebounds is simply unacceptable. Offensively, Han Yi has indeed diversified his skill set compared to last season's version that merely feasted on easy baskets. Now, he has incorporated moves such as a turnaround hook shot in the post, low post isolation plays leveraging strength and footwork, and even mid-range jumpers. This evolution enables him to score even when opportunities are scarce, contrasting sharply with last season when he posed no threat beyond the free throw line. But what use is this? Had Georgetown still possessed Iverson this season, they would undoubtedly have been championship favorites, perhaps even the sole contenders, especially since this year's NCAA lacks the star-studded roster that Kentucky boasted last year, with 5 players capable of entering the NBA's first round. Alas, Iverson is now thriving in the NBA, racking up accolades as the Rookie of the Week and continuously breaking scoring records. With his remarkable feat of scoring 40 points in 5 consecutive games creating an enduring NBA legend, not only in 1997, but even as far ahead as 2024. This record remains unbroken. His performances against the Bulls, 44 points, the Bucks, 40 points, the Cavaliers, 50 points, and the Warriors, 41 points, have been nothing short of spectacular. As for the critiques of Iverson's shooting percentage, these 5 games have provided no grounds for disparagement, with shooting percentages exceeding 40 and 4 games surpassing 45. Though the 1996 draft class brims with talent, numerous experts and former players continue to sing Iverson's praises. Yet Hani has identified a chink in the armor. He picks up the phone to call Iverson. Hey, AI, what is there to be proud of? You lost all 5 of those games. Chapter 27. Hani has grown taller. My eyes are the measure. You rascal, just mind your own business. Iverson jestingly scolded. Seeing you lead the team in such a foolish manner, I truly pity the fans of Georgetown University. In my years at Georgetown, I've never witnessed such a dismal regular season record. All right. Hani decided to engage in mutual banter, no matter how many games I lose. I haven't lost as many as your 76ers. Are you planning to draft another number 1 pick after this? You know nothing. Iverson huffed. I'm playing a long game here. A strategic maneuver that a kid like you cannot comprehend. Hani chuckled. Brother, it's one thing to fool your friends, but don't end up deceiving yourself. I'm hanging up now. I have training to attend. You. Iverson wanted to protest, but Hani had already hung up the phone mercilessly. What a scoundrel. Iverson fumed. If it weren't for the hope of selecting you next season, would I go to such lengths to lose games? In Iverson's eyes, to draft Hani, a top 3 pick was a necessity, anything less was inconceivable. However, in the eyes of NCAA experts and NBA scouts, had Hani entered the 1996 NBA draft, he would have undoubtedly secured a spot within the top 5, with a significant chance of contending for the 2nd pick alongside Camby. But this year, based on Hani's performance in the Big East regular season, he had not lived up to the expectations of the experts. Fortunately, Hani did not enter last year's NBA draft. Had he been selected highly, it would have undoubtedly resulted in yet another bust. Last season, I believed that Iverson's presence hindered Hani's development, but it turned out that Iverson was Hani's greatest shield. After Iverson's departure, Hani's statistics did not experience explosive growth, while the team's performance visibly declined. Georgetown University, which averaged 83 for points per game last season, had plummeted to an average of 69 for points, ranking 59th among the NCAA's top 64 teams. More critically, as a center and the leading rebounder for Georgetown, Hani's rebounding count astonishingly failed to reach double digits, which was simply unacceptable. Last season, due to the presence of several robust centers and veterans like Otis Thorpe, it was assumed that Hani was not incapable of rebounding but merely lacked opportunities. However, after the first half of this season, it became evident that Hani was not just lacking chances. He genuinely lacked the essential rebounding skills of a center. Comparing him to last season's Marcus Camby, also a center with limited offensive capabilities, Camby averaged 18 for points and 6 rebounds while leading the team solo. We could argue that Camby lacked offensive prowess, yet in rebounding, he was a true monster. Hani appeared to possess slightly better offensive skills than Camby. Yet this minor advantage was insufficient to transform him into an offensive cornerstone in the NBA. In essence, like Camby, Hani was destined to be a blue-collar center. But lacking rebounding ability would be a critical flaw in this role. Ignoring the experts' self-righteous musings, Hani paid them no mind. However, his loyal ally, Ron Artest, could no longer contain himself. Those who criticize Hani are absolute fools. If those who disparage him spent just one afternoon practicing with him, they'd be begging to meet their maker. If those critics dared to confront me, I would surely make them regret it. Artest, a newcomer at Georgetown, had already made a name for himself throughout the NCAA. During the Big East regular season, he had knocked out a guard who had fouled Hani, leaving him with a concussion, and had cornered a center who had deliberately pushed Hani down into the team bus. Across 32 regular season games, Artest was suspended for 15, spending the entirety of the season either on the road to suspension or engaged in brawls. He had undoubtedly become Han Yi's formidable bodyguard. If Artest had behaved and participated in games, he would have had a significant chance of winning the Big East Rookie of the Year award. But his fiery temperament led him to squander that opportunity, despite Georgetown's unfortunate average scoring being quite low this year. Their average points allowed was the lowest among the top 64 teams in the NCAA. This season, Georgetown lacked the explosive talent displays that characterized the Iverson-Han Yi connection from last season, yet like a blunt sword, they steadily carved through all opponents. For this, John Thompson was quite pleased. Without Iverson, the team was no longer forced to play at a frantic pace, now centered around Han Yi. They had returned to a traditional inside game. As the former backup center for the legendary Bill Russell of the Boston Celtics, Thompson inherently favored an inside style of play. However, he admonished, as a center, you must continue to refine your footwork in the paint. There remains much for you to learn. It would be foolish to begin practicing three-pointers at this stage. Besides inside scoring, your rebounding skills also need honing. This is not merely my expectation for you on the NCAA battlefield. Your proficiency in three-point shooting will not significantly impact your draft position next year. But a lack of rebounding ability will have substantial consequences. I haven't just started practicing three-pointers. Han Yi grinned, since our elimination last March. I've been diligently refining my three-point shooting. Indeed, coach. Ben Wallace chimed in excitedly. I've never seen anyone as dedicated as Han. He insists on shooting 1,000 three-pointers daily without fail since I arrived at Georgetown. Oh. John Thompson turned to Ben Wallace. So, you've been practicing alongside him? Not exactly. Wallace awkwardly shook his head. I just observe him practicing. Thompson glared. What is so impressive about watching him practice? Get out of here. Wallace protested. He said I didn't need to practice. I should focus on my interior defense. If you ignore my advice and practice outside shooting, you might as well buckle down and work on your inside game. I want to see if the NBA would even consider a 6 feet 4 inches center like you. Wallace replied. Han told me that if I styled my hair and wore the right shoes, I could look 6 feet 6 inches, and if I chose thicker soles, I could reach 6 feet 9 inches. Right. Thompson retorted sarcastically. If you wear high heels, you might even be 7 feet tall. Now, get out of my sight. You're becoming bothersome. John Thompson then scrutinized Han Yi and said amiably, speaking of height, Han, you've grown taller, haven't you? You must be around 7 feet now. Well, Han Yi exaggeratedly exclaimed. Coach, your eyesight is remarkable. Of course. Thompson beamed with pride. My eyes are the very measure. Chapter 28. The notion of 3 points. Merely one more than two. Come forth. John Thompson, despite his disdain for centers attempting three-point shots, harbors an abundance of affection for Han Yi. Since Han Yi has committed to practicing, Thompson is prepared to observe attentively. 5 designated spots await, 2 corners, 2 45-degree angles, and 1 at the top of the arc, 100 three-point attempts. Very well, coach. Han Yi responds with confidence. Then, John Thompson storms off in a huff, leaving behind a scathing remark. Focus on your post play. Abandon any thoughts of that ridiculous three-point shooting. Ben Wallace glances at Thompson's receding figure and then at the unperturbed Han Yi. This atmosphere is rather awkward. In his recent endeavor to shoot 100 three-pointers, Han Yi successfully made 40. Evaluating this performance, if it were in a high-stakes game, sinking 40 out of 100 would be commendable. In the context of the 1990s, it would be considered exceptional, given that the era's top sharpshooter, Reggie Miller, boasts a mere 39.8 accuracy. However, in a non-competitive training scenario, achieving only 40 is quite disappointing, barely distinguishable from a novice who, with no practice, could luck into 10 makes out of 100. Moreover, in their Georgetown University practices, even the less likely to make it to the NBA white guards routinely netted at least 80 out of 100 from beyond the arc during their drills. Under such standards, achieving a mere 30 in official NCAA games would only allow them to average a single three-pointer per game. The state of three-point shooting in the 1990s was starkly contrasted by teams like last season's NCAA champions, Kentucky, who embodied a collective three-point shooting phenomenon. For other teams, unless one possesses remarkable accuracy shooting over 40 in actual games, one should refrain from attempting three-pointers, particularly when contested. Han Yi pats Ben Wallace on the shoulder. Why so tense? The coach is addressing me, not you. He loosens his shoulders, ready to continue his three-point practice. Ben Wallace, wide-eyed, protests, but the coach explicitly said no three-point shooting. Han Yi flashes a grin. Are you jesting? Just because the coach said not to practice means we should obey without question? If you were truly that obedient, you ought to play point guard. With that, Han Yi dismisses Wallace's grim face and resumes shooting three-pointers. Today, his performance before John Thompson indeed faltered. Typically, his three-point shooting averages 50 to 60 successful shots out of 100, although this still remains within the realm of inadequacy. Height, 2. 10 meters. Weight, 110 kilograms. Wingspan, 230 centimeters. Speed, 65. Strength, 78. Jumping, 60. Agility, 60. Explosiveness, 60. Stamina, 100. Offensive skills, post offense, 50. Ball handling, 40. Layups, 15. Dunking, 90. Mid-range shooting, 20. Three-point shooting, 55. Free throws, 60. Defensive skills, rebounding, 40. Stealing, 15. Post defense, 50. Man-to-man defense, 40. Help defense, 20. Blocking, 100. Screen defense, 15. Box out, 30. Lateral movement, 40. Playmaking, passing, 20. Vision, 10. Game experience, 1,000. Game experience influences the effectiveness of various attributes. Is this progress insignificant? Merely scrutinizing the numbers may suggest so. Yet, when compared to last year, Han Yi has remarkably enhanced his foundational physical attributes, an increase of 9 points in speed, 2 in strength, 10 in agility, and 10 in explosiveness. His offensive skills have improved by 30 points in post offense, 20 in ball handling, 55 in three-point shooting, and 20 in free throws. Defensively, he has gained 20 points in rebounding, 10 in stealing, 30 in post defense, 20 in man-to-man defense, 20 in help defense, 10 in screen defense, 10 in box out, and 20 in lateral movement. In light of this modest advancement, Han Yi can take pride in asserting that apart from eating, sleeping, and competing, his training has been unceasing. Given boundless time, he would undoubtedly aspire to reach John Thompson's expectations for maximizing his post-offense and rebounding. Yet, the reality is that time is finite. Every endeavor Han Yi undertakes is in pursuit of this year's NCAA championship. He has grown weary of the helplessness he experienced last season when pushed to the free throw line. Of course, Han Yi could opt to develop a mid-range shot to remedy this issue. He initially did so. However, after 2 weeks, he discovered that the proficiency required for enhancing mid-range shooting was identical to that needed for three-point shooting. Recognizing this, he recalls the lyrics, 3 points, merely one more than two. Thus, Han Yi chooses to be more ambitious for an NCAA games, where scoring 80 points is a challenge. That additional point from a three-pointer could very well alter the course of a game. After all, in this era, it is fashionable for a post player to shoot mid-range. For a center to step back and shoot three-pointers, however, is deemed madness. Even in 1996, the notion of a center indulging in three-point shooting was met with severe criticism. As was the case with Andrew Bynum in 2010, whose struggles from beyond the arc led to his temporary exclusion from games for merely attempting one. Another critical factor contributing to the resistance against centers shooting three-pointers is their mobility. Due to their height, centers generally possess slower movement speeds. Therefore, should a center step beyond the arc and miss, who remains to secure the rebound? If the tallest player on the team is stationed at the three-point line, how could teammates possibly outmaneuver opposing centers for the rebound? Thus, in addition to practicing three-point shooting, Han Yi focuses on enhancing his speed with sufficient quickness. The limitations of this era regarding three-point shooting would vanish. Chapter 29, The Madness of March strikes again. Han Yi versus Elton Brand. The system requires a proficiency in three-point shooting, whereby missing a shot deducts 1 point of proficiency, while a successful attempt grants 5 points. This requirement accounts for Han Yi's somewhat low three-point shooting percentage showcased to the coach today, primarily because he has only practiced three-point shots from the left and right corners. The rationale is simple. The corner three-point shots are the closest, thus, under equal shooting abilities, the likelihood of scoring from these nearer spots is marginally higher. Although this difference may seem trivial, it significantly accumulates over time, especially given the system's mechanics where a miss costs 1 proficiency point while a make yields 5. Fortunately, Han Yi's current issue of being somewhat specialized in three-point shooting is not a significant concern, as long as he raises his proficiency level. Becoming familiar with various shooting spots will naturally enhance his success rate. Presently, Han Yi's three-point skill stands at 55, with only 1,000 proficiency points needed to reach the next level. A dedicated practice session today could very well bridge that gap. However, Han Yi is acutely aware that recklessly employing a 3-point skill of 56 in actual matches could lead to setbacks. Thankfully, he possesses a trump card, 15 free attribute points, 10 from last season's NCAA runner-up finish, and an additional 5 from the recent Big East Championship triumph. The system is indeed meticulous, having issued a clear task last season to secure the Big East title, which came with a reward of 5 free attribute points. This year, however, there was no such task prompt, yet he still received an extra 5 points after winning the championship. Although this reward is half of what it was last season, it remains a valuable asset on Han Yi's journey to the championship, even though a 3-point attribute of 56 is rather lackluster. The addition of 15 points could potentially create waves in the NCAA landscape. This, of course, is Han Yi's secret weapon, and whether he is compelled to utilize it will depend on the caliber of his opponents this year. The NCAA's 64-team tournament has commenced. Compared to last year's plethora of talent, this year's NCAA battlefield seems somewhat diminished. Yet, with fewer elite competitors, the remaining prodigies shine even brighter. Amongst them, the unparalleled genius remains Tim Duncan. Clearly, compared to last season, while Duncan's technical skills may not have seen substantial leaps, his physical dimensions have evidently expanded significantly. A physically dominant figure with refined skills is undoubtedly striding confidently toward the NBA, with the NCAA merely a footnote in his journey. Fortunately, his teammates are still somewhat inexperienced, or Han Yi would find it challenging to contend with him. As for others, Paul Pierce, Vince Carter, Antoine Jamison, Mike Bibby, Kevin Cato, Chauncey Billups, Keith Van Horn. They are indeed formidable, yet none match the extraordinary talent of last season's Kentucky team, which produced 5 first-round NBA draft picks in one go. As long as such extremes are avoided, camaraderie prevails. Georgetown University faced off against the University of Minnesota, led by Bobby Jackson, in the 64-team tournament. No one anticipated Georgetown to clinch the championship, yet few believed they would falter in the first round given their historical strength compared to Minnesota. However, Bobby Jackson's explosive 37-point performance nearly secured an upset victory for Minnesota, ending the game at 77-80. Following this clash, media outlets exuberantly declared, the NCAA still has its Iverson. Only this time he stands opposite Georgetown. While Bobby Jackson's talent may not rival that of Iverson, his explosive scoring ability bears a striking resemblance. After this match, although Minnesota was eliminated, Bobby Jackson, who has declared for the NCAA draft, was initially projected to be a mid-second round pick. However, due to his dazzling performance, his name now hovers near the end of the first round and the beginning of the second. As for Han Yi, his stats of 23 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, and 6 blocks are unmatched in the NCAA. Yet scouts assessing him as a potential top 5 pick feel that the now 20-year-old Han Yi seems not to have progressed significantly compared to last year. Wait, this fellow is rather peculiar. From Boston, Auerbach, after watching Han Yi's 64-team match, immediately summoned a video analyst. Pointing at the screen and instructing, I want you to compile all of last year's movements and drives from Han Yi during the NCAA tournament, calculate his running speed, and then compile this year's performances to observe any changes in his speed compared to last year. 32-16. Georgetown University versus Duke University. Duke, a prestigious NCAA institution, won consecutive championships in 1991 and 1992 under the legendary Coach K. However, this year's Duke team is not particularly strong, caught in a transitional phase. Although freshman Elton Brand possesses top-tier talent, he is still merely a child. The other players, while seasoned veterans on the NCAA stage, evidently lack the requisite talent. Georgetown's strategy against Duke heavily emphasized shot blocking. Artest blocked an impressive 7 shots from Duke's perimeter. As for Han Yi, in just the first half, he recorded 7 blocks against Duke's future star, Elton Brand. When asked why he only managed 7, Han Yi could only sigh and respond, "What can I say? He only attempted 7 shots while I was guarding him." Elton Brand, a shorter interior player, became a dominant force in the paint thanks to his exceptional wingspan and refined offensive skills. Yet, against Han Yi, all of that was rendered ineffective. At 18 years old, Elton Brand stands at 2.01 meters with a wingspan of 2.20 meters, a commendable 19 centimeters advantage. However, Han Yi at 2.11 meters with a wingspan of 2.30 meters surpasses him significantly in size. Blocking Brand is akin to a father swatting away a shot from his son. Chapter 30. Ben Wallace appeals to the heavens. Brand is no fool. Recognizing the futility of his efforts, he swiftly transitioned to providing support. However, as a vital scoring asset for Duke University, Brand's inability to establish his game inevitably stifled their offensive output. While Brand possesses commendable playmaking skills, these depend on his ability to manipulate the interior defense. When the interior defense remains unyielding and the team's reliance falls solely on a few underwhelming perimeter shooters, they find themselves ensnared in the gritty battle characteristic of Georgetown University. Georgetown's perimeter players, exemplified by Artest, cannot replicate the effortless scoring of last season with Iverson. Yet, they thrive in a physical confrontation, excelling in a one-on-one tussle with opponents. In the first half, Georgetown managed a mere 33 points, already a paltry score, while Duke languished with only 20 points. Trailing by 13 at halftime, Duke's scoring was overshadowed even by the number of blocks by Han E and Artest. As the second half commenced, Georgetown slightly intensified their efforts, expanding their lead to over 20 points. Coach Han E urged John Thompson, "With such a score, let Ben Wallace give it a try. That fellow, Elton Brand, seems to be of similar height." Ben Wallace. John Thompson glanced skeptically at the bewildered Wallace, snorting dismissively. Brand is a prodigious high school talent, one of the few who can rival him in this era. He is simply too young, and yet to fully develop physically. In 2 years, when you encounter him in the NBA, you will realize he is far from the underwhelming player he appears today. It is entirely natural that he struggles against you. For the only player in the NCAA who can genuinely contend with you is Duncan. Should we substitute this fool Wallace now? Brand may very well find his rhythm and lead his team back into contention. Coach Hani protested, baring his teeth. A 20-point lead isn't insignificant. We're ahead by 20 at halftime, yet you treat it as trivial. John Thompson replied sternly, "Remember, never underestimate your opponent until the final whistle has blown. The consequences of such underestimations can be catastrophic." "I do not underestimate him," Hani retorted. "You said it yourself. Elton Brand cannot match me. If he overwhelms Wallace, I can simply step in and contain him." "Humph." John Thompson scoffed, yet he granted Han E a concession. "Ben, you may go in." Ben Wallace, having overheard the exchange between Han E and the coach, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He understood that this opportunity was a result of Han E's advocacy. "I must repay Han E's faith in me. I must prove myself to the coach." With boundless hope, Ben Wallace took to the court, only to find Elton Brand revitalized after being momentarily stifled by Han E. Confronted by Wallace, whose height was comparable, Brand showcased his agility and skill, scoring effortlessly. With 3 consecutive baskets, he quickly narrowed the score. This infuriated John Thompson, who stood at the sidelines, glaring as if he wished to obliterate Wallace with his gaze. Han E, too, felt a pang of anxiety for Wallace. Time was slipping away. His intention in recruiting Wallace to Georgetown was not out of charity, but to have him as a formidable ally in the intense NCAA tournament. What is Wallace's forte? Rebounding and defense. While Han E's shot-blocking ability was commendable, his rebounding could not match Wallace's prowess. Han E envisioned Wallace as his interior partner, compensating for his own rebounding shortcomings. After all, in the annals of NBA history, few possess superior rebounding skills compared to Ben Wallace, especially considering his height of under 2 meters. His rebounding ability is nothing short of a game-changer. However, since joining the Georgetown team, Wallace spent half his time playing guard and the other half on the bench, with minimal opportunities to showcase his interior skills. As the NCAA tournament progressed, Wallace's absence on the court was becoming increasingly problematic. This match was already firmly in Georgetown's grasp. Whether Wallace performed well or not would not determine the outcome, yet it was crucial for him to impress the resolute John Thompson. Only by doing so could Wallace secure a place in the rotation, and Han E believed that once he entered, Wallace would shine brilliantly. In the previous timeline, Wallace's initial struggles were even more pronounced, yet he rose to become one of the NBA's elite role players through sheer determination. Thus, the crux of the matter lay in being recognized by the coach. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, the more challenging the game became, the less Thompson would rely on Wallace, jeopardizing Han Ye's painstaking strategy. In the first round against the University of Minnesota, Georgetown faced a relentless small guard, leaving them in a precarious position. Artest, as a forward defender, was unperturbed by larger opponents but found himself at a loss against smaller players around 1.8 meters tall. However, if a top-tier rebounder were available, the scenario would be different. Controlling the boards would deter those smaller players from recklessly launching outside shots. Currently, Hani could not fulfill the role of a rebounding machine, but Ben Wallace could. At this moment, Wallace prayed fervently, and in response, he felt the presence of his future self. After a series of failed defensive attempts, he focused intently, harnessing his perimeter-level quickness and richer game experience, finally discovering his rhythm on the court. Once again, it must be said, Elton Brand possesses exceptional offensive talent in the paint, yet he remains too young. Chapter 31. Carter, thank you for watching, Senior. Jordan, I am here to observe Hani. As Ben Wallace ramped up his defensive intensity several notches, Elton Brand began to show signs of distress. An inside move failed to shake off Wallace, resulting in an unnecessary traveling violation. This performance left John Thompson oscillating from anger to astonishment and then to joy, prompting him to replace the rested Han-E back into the game. Ben Wallace and Han-E finally took the court together as an inside duo. For Elton Brand, this was truly a formidable challenge. Brand was utterly bewildered. What is happening today? If I cannot outplay Han-E, I can endure that. But how can I struggle against a newcomer? If I cannot contend with Han-E, I would graciously concede. For he is one of the most dazzling interior dual cores in the NCAA, destined for a high draft pick in the NBA. Elton Brand, merely a freshman rookie, could accept defeat, but for Georgetown to employ a player like Han-E against me, even a waterboy, and still have me falter? Where would my dignity lie? Although Elton Brand's offensive efficiency waned, he remained undeterred, fiercely determined to challenge Ben Wallace. Wallace found amusement in the situation. Is this a stroke of fortune? Are you generously providing me with opportunities to showcase my skills? One eager to fight, the other willing to endure. Ben Wallace not only succeeded in individually defending Elton Brand, but also dominated the boards with his enormous wingspan, collecting rebounds with fervor. In just 15 minutes on the court, he secured 13 rebounds. Regardless of whose rebound it was, no one could pry it from Ben Wallace's grasp. The score stood at 70-36. Georgetown University triumphed over Duke University by a staggering 34 points. No one was surprised by Georgetown's victory over Duke, given Duke's youthful talent, which lacked maturity. However, the margin of victory was astonishing, especially considering Georgetown scored only 70 points and still won by such a wide margin that was simply preposterous. For Duke, this deficit was nearly equivalent to their own score. Han-E, 24 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 13 blocks. Ron Artest, 11 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 11 blocks. Ben Wallace, 0 points, 13 rebounds, 5 blocks. Just by glancing at the block statistics, one can comprehend why Duke faced such a crushing defeat. Following their victory over Duke, Georgetown had little time for celebration, swiftly shifting their focus to the upcoming match. The Sweet 16. Georgetown's next opponent would be the University of North Carolina, led by Vince Carter and Antawn Jamison. Speaking of rivalries, prior to Han-Ye's arrival, Allen Iverson had been eliminated by North Carolina, whose core at that time featured Jerry Stackhouse and Rasheed Wallace. Now, the composition had shifted to the younger, yet more flamboyant Vince Carter and Antawn Jamison. Last season, Georgetown sought revenge but did not have the chance to meet. However, this year, the opportunity had arrived. Revenge? Georgetown was destined to lose this match. Vince Carter, a sophomore, was a powerhouse combining strength, speed, and skill. Although he had opted out of this year's draft, he remained a top prospect in multiple rankings, easily securing a top 10 draft position if he chose to enter. He was not someone like Minnesota's Bobby Jackson, whom one could easily dismiss. He was on the verge of becoming the NCAA's premier guard, while Vince Carter held the potential to become the top guard in the NCAA. Antawn Jamison was the undeniable focal point of the team. From his freshman year, he consistently delivered impressive statistics, averaging 20 points and 10 rebounds, enabling North Carolina to score an average of 85 points per game, ranking them second in the NCAA. The unanimous media support had indeed inflated the egos of North Carolina's youthful core. Last season, Vince Carter was merely a supporting player, but this year, his statistics skyrocketed across the board. Although there remained a gap between his numbers and Jamison's, Jamison's gentlemanly demeanor hinted at his ambition to become the new face of North Carolina. Our sole objective this year is to win the championship. Antawn and I will restore North Carolina's glory. As for Georgetown, if they still had Iverson, we would be wary, but now, we are already contemplating the next round. Tim Duncan of Wake Forest is hailed as the strongest newcomer in recent years, and this marks his final NCAA journey. However, we have yet to face him, and I eagerly anticipate that encounter. My goodness, the game had not even commenced, and Vince Carter was already contemplating the next round. Yet, Carter's confidence was not unfounded. In terms of average points scored, North Carolina outpaced Georgetown by a staggering 14 points. Bear in mind that this was a mere 40-minute NCAA game, with a 14-point discrepancy in average scoring. If both teams performed normally, North Carolina would outscore Georgetown by 14 points. This indicates that their scoring abilities did not simply differ by one tier, but by at least two. Such a disparity in scoring capability is not something that mere words can bridge. This scoring gap was a remnant of the Iverson era. Without him, who could fill that void? The overwhelming consensus also inflated the confidence of the North Carolina squad. Prior to the game, Vince Carter and Antawn Jamison were all smiles, brimming with confidence, as if they could already envision their victory. Especially when Carter spotted Michael Jordan in the stands, he dashed over to Jordan, respectfully introducing himself. "Hello, senior. I am Vince Carter." Although Carter, as the core of Jordan's alma mater, North Carolina, was meeting the living legend for the first time, it was a momentous occasion. After all, with Jordan's nature, he rarely returned to North Carolina. In this era, who could claim not to be a fan of Jordan? However, Jordan, faced with the respectful Carter, merely scoffed and showed reluctance to engage in conversation. Although Carter had yet to enter the league, he had already been labeled as Jordan's successor, which likely evoked a sense of unwarranted rivalry in Jordan. After all, Jordan was still leading the NBA in scoring with 29 points this season, unwilling to concede to age. The so-called successors who had already joined the league were met with Jordan's disdain, as he relished in besting them. As for those like Carter, who had yet to join the league, Jordan simply wished for them to step aside. Yet, Carter was undeterred, boldly proclaiming, "Senior, rest assured, I will perform admirably. I will lead North Carolina to triumph over Georgetown." Humph. Jordan scoffed again, retorting, "Do not flatter yourself. I am here to watch Hani play with your mediocre skills." Do you truly believe you can defeat Hani? I find that highly improbable. Chapter 32, Why Must We Score High to Defeat North Carolina? Carter felt utterly dazed. How he wished at this moment to be deaf. The greatest player in North Carolina's history, the pride of all North Carolinians, Michael Jordan, had come to watch a game, only to cheer for the opposing team? How profoundly ironic. For Carter, the new leader of North Carolina, this was an excruciating slap in the face. Rodman, trailing behind Jordan, couldn't help but tug at his shirt. The scene was unbearably awkward. Jordan's actions had indeed chilled the atmosphere to a frosty silence. After a moment of contemplation, Carter finally resolved to lift his head. His eyes reddened as he declared, "Senior, I will prove to you that I am stronger than Hani." Michael Jordan shook his head, stating, "I have no expectation for your proof." Rodman grabbed Jordan's arm, pulling him back. "After all, he is your own junior. No need to be so harsh, you obsessive." Jordan chuckled, "I merely speak the truth. Are the youth of today so fragile?" As the madness of March reached its latter stages, Hani, Artest, and Ben Wallace finally took the court together. Center, Hani, power forward, Ben Wallace. Small forward, Ron Artest, accompanied by two supporting guards. The sight of Hani along with two future NBA defensive stalwarts was nothing short of spectacular. Vince Carter was the true high flyer in the NCAA. Soaring through the air, he seemed to defy gravity. His dunks were nothing short of magnificent, destined for NCAA greatness. However, facing off against Artest was akin to a scholar encountering a warrior. Logical reasoning faltered. Carter's aerial prowess was formidable, yet against Artest, he may as well have been grounded. Forced to struggle in the mud, Artest, unrestrained and reckless, disregarded fouls entirely, landing brutal blows that left Carter's shooting hand swollen. Of course, the referees would call fouls, awarding free throws, seemingly evening the score, yet Carter missed both attempts. His hand was rendered numb by that ruffian Artest. Vince Carter's frustration brewed. Wasn't this supposed to be an advantageous matchup? To be subjected to such indignity at the onset? He had come to challenge Hani, with Jordan watching from above. How could he falter against such a minor opponent? Resolute in his thoughts, Vince Carter moved off the ball, receiving a pass from the point guard, and suddenly accelerated, shaking Artest off his tail. In terms of raw talent, Carter effortlessly outmatched Artest. With Artest completely outpaced, he was left in the dust. The vast expanse allowed Carter to soar like an unyielding blade straight into Georgetown's territory. Carter lifted his gaze. The court before him was unimpeded, his focus solely on the hoop. To invigorate his team, Carter aimed not just to score, but to deliver a spectacular dunk. He charged forward, his toes barely touching the free throw line before he leaped into the air. The wind swirled, the clouds billowed. His form was so ethereal. It seemed as if his Achilles were equipped with boosters, soaring higher and higher. As he entered the paint, his altitude began to decrease, yet it mattered little. He swung his arm with vigor. This dunk was as good as secured. The crowd fell into a hushed awe, breath held in anticipation for this divine moment. If this event were to transpire 20 years hence, the audience would undoubtedly be raising their phones to capture this instant. Yet in 1997, only photographers could achieve that. The journalists had already envisioned this extraordinary dunk as the defining image of the contest between Georgetown University and the University of North Carolina. However, as the photographers frantically clicked their shutters, the images they captured were entirely unexpected. In that fleeting moment, just half a second before Carter's impending dunk, Han Yi, who had been completely off camera, surged in from an angle, his large hands eclipsing the ball. Was it a block? No, it was a snatch. Han Yi's hands, like a crab's pincers, forcefully seized the basketball from Carter's grasp midair. As for passing, it was unnecessary to let the ball touch the ground. With a flick of his wrist, Han Yi sent the ball soaring forward. This left Artest in a frenzy as he sprinted madly, barely managing to secure the ball before it went out of bounds, leaping to score. Although a basket was made, all eyes remained riveted on the backcourt. In the replay, it was evident that while battling Han Yi for control of the basketball, Carter had exerted too much force, tumbling from the air with a heavy thud onto the floor. The sight was alarming, prompting all North Carolina fans to rise in unison, hurling a barrage of insults at Han Yi. Han Yi felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Vince Carter was destined to become the strongest dunker in the NBA. He couldn't have ruined him, could he? Fortunately, after lying on the ground for 10 seconds, Carter managed to rise. The fans breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he would continue to fight. Prior to the game, Carter had boldly vowed to Jordan that he would outshine Han Yi. Yet, just as the match began, he had been denied by Han Yi. No, this was unacceptable. In the next round, Vince Carter continued to challenge Han Yi. This time, he had learned to be clever, instead of directly attacking the basket. He decided to charge at Han Yi. Jordan, I shall dunk over Han Yi, even if you came to watch him. I intend to be the player you remember most tonight. This time, Carter shortened his takeoff distance, resulting in a more explosive leap and a breathtaking height. Come on, Han Yi. Carter channeled every ounce of muscle into his leap, refusing to dodge or evade, determined to confront Han Yi beneath the basket. However, as Carter ascended into the heights, he caught sight of Han Yi's face. Suddenly, he felt a dizzying spin. Bang! An incomparable smack sent Carter crashing back to the floor. If the first fall had been within Carter's realm of tolerance, this one left him disoriented, devoid of the strength to rise. Am I to perish? Carter's North Carolina teammates rushed over. Even the team doctor joined them. After lying on the floor for a full minute, Carter slowly stood up. Thankfully, he was alive. As he regained his footing, he moved to stretch, discovering he was largely unharmed. The previous block had been fierce but merely painful, without any serious injury. However, when Han Yi approached to inquire about Carter's well-being, Carter instinctively took 2 steps back. For from Carter's perspective, Han Yi's face radiated a clear signal of danger. This man was far too perilous. Chapter 33. Han Yi vs. Duncan II. It turns out that introversion can indeed be hereditary. Han Yi appears quite affable at present. Yet the moment he leaps to block a shot, he resembles a ferocious beast. His intent in the air was solely to pursue the ball. Had he aimed to confront a player instead, Carter would undoubtedly have been carried off on a stretcher. In comparison to Han Yi, the perimeter shooter Artest appears increasingly endearing. Perhaps I should focus on the outside game. I certainly do not wish for my NBA aspirations to be extinguished before they even commence. As for Jordan, he has no regard for me, and that is perfectly fine. Once I step into the NBA, I shall show him what I am capable of. Though I fear he may be too worn out to play by then. Jamison, however, is acutely aware of this reality far earlier than Carter. Although Jamison is already a sophomore, he must sincerely question how his interior footwork measures up against Duke University's prodigious center, Elton Brand. The answer is clear. It falls short. So how would Brand fare against Han Yi? He would be utterly thwarted. And what about me? Engaging him in the paint would yield an even graver outcome. With such self-awareness, Jamison wisely positions himself outside the free throw line from the very first play, avoiding the paint entirely. This strategy might have sufficed in previous games, but it is ineffective in this one. While Han Yi remains anchored in the paint, Georgetown University boasts the presence of Big Ben. Ben's mobility renders Jamison's efforts nearly futile. Though slightly shorter, his remarkable wingspan and rock-solid muscles continuously challenge Jamison, leaving the already slender player feeling utterly dismantled. During their college years, Both Jamison and Carter navigated the NCAA landscape with their elite offensive talent and exceptional skills. Who would have anticipated that today they would confront the indomitable Artest and Big Ben, who seem unwilling to retreat from the fray? The anticipated offensive tempest from North Carolina simply does not materialize. Instead, the game devolves into a relentless battle of attrition against Georgetown. Whether on offense or defense, it is a continuous exchange of blows. Georgetown University either places the ball in Han Yi's capable hands or entrusts it to Artest for execution. Ultimately, the game concludes with Georgetown scoring 73 points, a figure that cannot be deemed particularly high. Yet, the once dominant North Carolina, known for its offensive prowess, manages a mere 60 points. 73-60. Georgetown, Han Yi 12 of 15, 27 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 10 blocks. Ron Artest 6 of 13, 13 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 5 blocks. Ben Wallace 1 of 5, 3 points, 17 rebounds, 2 steals, 7 blocks. North Carolina, Antoine Jamison 7 of 22, 16 points, 5 rebounds, 1 steal, blocked 7 times. Vince Carter 5 of 19, 13 points, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, blocked 8 times. For fans unable to attend, the post-game statistics reveal the excruciating reality of North Carolina's performance. Over the course of the game, Carter and Jamison collectively endured 15 blocks, leaving them utterly bewildered. Why bother trying to outscore North Carolina? Han Yi confidently addressed reporters, stating, "We are indeed not adept at achieving high scores. Thus, we opted to bring North Carolina down to our level and then utilize our vast experience to conquer them." Georgetown has triumphed over North Carolina and advanced to the NCAA Elite Eight. In the aftermath, Vince Carter disregards the reporters' inquiries, turning to flee. The bravado he displayed before the game has now backfired spectacularly, leaving him humiliated. At this moment, it is Jamison who steps forward to offer insight. "We committed a grave error by underestimating the resilience of this Georgetown team without Iverson. This squad is a stark contrast to the Georgetown of the Iverson era. Clinging to outdated perceptions of Georgetown will undoubtedly lead to a severe defeat." As a victim, Jamison astutely identifies the primary reason for North Carolina's elimination. Is it because Georgetown was too formidable? No, it is because they were unprepared. The Georgetown of the Iverson era was a team that prioritized offense over defense, consistently ranking among the top 10 in NCAA scoring. Even with Han Yi's addition last season, their defense was merely mediocre. However, after being tested by the offensive juggernaut that is North Carolina, it has become painfully evident that Georgetown is no longer a team characterized by weak defense. They are now a top-tier defensive powerhouse. Han Yi's exceptional shot-blocking skills were already on display last season, garnering attention from numerous lottery teams. Additionally, the seemingly unimpressive duo, Artest and Big Ben, have become the tormentors of North Carolina. The perimeter player, Ron, is a defensive marvel. Carter finds it nearly impossible to take off under his watchful eye. As for the interior player named Ben, it seems as though his hands have been enchanted, allowing him to seize every rebound with an almost magnetic grip. As the NCAA reaches the Elite Eight, the remaining powerhouses realize that Georgetown is not as easily dismissed as they once believed. However, for Georgetown's next opponent, Wake Forest University, underestimating Georgetown is an entirely untenable notion. After being eliminated by Georgetown last season, and with Han Yi announcing his return for another year, Duncan's goal remains constant. "Han Yi, I can hardly wait to battle you again in the NBA. I seek to avenge last year's defeat today. Han Yi, I have grown stronger than I was last year. I hope you have as well, and may you provide me with a worthy challenge." As Duncan mutters these words to himself before the jump ball, Han Yi is momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this Duncan is nothing like the one I recall. The Duncan you remember? Duncan is bewildered. Were we ever that familiar? Do you truly know me? Although I may have slipped, Han Yi deftly recovers. I had thought you to be an exteriorly aloof individual, devoid of emotion, solely focused on imparting wisdom through skill, yet with a fervent spirit within. After a moment of contemplation, Duncan candidly replies, "If we disregard basketball, that description bears a striking resemblance to my father." Chapter 34. Today, it is imperative to reevaluate Han Yi. Han Yi murmured to himself, "Well, this thing also carries a genetic trait, does it?" NCAA Elite Eight. Georgetown University versus Wake Forest University. The arena, packed with over 20,000 spectators, was once again brimming with excitement, and the number of scouts present today had multiplied 3 to 4 times compared to previous matches. Whenever Duncan played, scouts were as uncontrollable as mosquitoes drawn to fresh blood. After every game, all scouts could only utter one phrase: "This guy is stronger than the last time I saw him." Regarding the matchup between Han Yi and Duncan, scouts had but one question: will Duncan's Victor Force succeed in avenging last year's defeat? As for the duel between Duncan and Han Yi, scouts were not overly concerned. This year was not last year. Although Duncan lost last year, statistically and in terms of on-court performance, he had outshone Han Yi. Now, Duncan was clearly stronger than last year, while Han Yi's progress, although existent, paled in comparison, with Han Yi's overall strength already inferior to Duncan's. And the gap having widened over the year, what suspense could possibly remain in this showdown? Absent Allen Iverson's support, for Duncan and Han Yi, merely avoiding a blowout would be considered fortunate. However, Tim Duncan had different thoughts. From the moment the referee tossed the ball into the air for the jump ball, he was determined to compete fiercely with Han Yi. Yet, as Duncan soared high into the air, he realized Han Yi had not jumped at all, willingly conceding the ball. The jump ball felt rather lonely. Observing Duncan, who had clearly won the jump but wore an expression of dismay, Han Yi almost burst into laughter if it weren't for the significance of the match. Of course, in such a crucial game, Han Yi had no time for tricks. This match was of utmost importance. Unlike Carter and Jamison, Duncan understood that without Iverson's formidable scoring prowess, not going full throttle could lead to disaster. After successfully winning the jump, Duncan dove into the paint, only to find not Han Yi waiting for him, but Ben Wallace. Duncan, unfamiliar with the relatively unknown Wallace, assumed him to be just another forward and chose to attack without hesitation, for in Duncan's eyes, Han Yi was the only contender worthy of his respect, and he dismissed Wallace entirely. However, when muscle collided with muscle, producing a dull thud, Duncan was taken aback. Georgetown had another tough opponent, attempting to overpower Wallace. Duncan found himself repelled by his tenacity. Wallace smiled slightly. "Humph, my strength is already unmatched in the NCAA. Who do you think you are to challenge me?" Although surprised, Duncan did not halt his offensive play. After an initial failed drive to the hoop, he pivoted and executed a smooth hook shot. It swished through the net. Without even glancing at Ben Wallace, he turned and sprinted back down the court. Duncan had faced countless opponents, and engaging in banter with such a minor player felt beneath him. Pointing towards Han Yi, without uttering a word, his meaning was clear: "You can't escape today." The play was quintessentially Duncan. While Wallace had prevented Duncan from easily penetrating the paint, Duncan's flawless spin and hook shot showcased his versatility, establishing him as an undeniable ruler on the NCAA stage. Turning back, Georgetown launched an attack. Han Yi surged ahead, charging towards the basket, leading the charge. The Georgetown guard, undeterred, propelled the ball forward before even crossing half court, not towards Han Yi, but straight towards the hoop. Han Yi leapt in the paint, snatching the ball midair with one hand, then unleashed a powerful one-handed dunk. Wow, good heavens, did it really begin with such ferocity? My word. As a devoted fan of Georgetown, having watched every match in the NCAA tournament, I must say, I've never seen a dunk as ferocious as Han Yi's this year. It's often said Han Yi's draft prospects were limited by his average athletic ability, but at this height and speed, can that truly be considered average? When did the NBA draft standards become so lofty? Witnessing Han Yi's electrifying display ignited a spark in Duncan's competitive spirit. "Come on, Han Yi. Let us engage in a battle of prowess." Duncan received a pass from the perimeter and charged towards Han Yi. Georgetown's other opponents typically avoided confronting Han Yi due to his notorious shot-blocking skills, yet for Duncan, having become invincible in the NCAA to the point of monotony, he would have joined the NBA long ago if not for his mother's wishes. Although scouts may not perceive Han Yi as a top-tier talent, Duncan could genuinely sense his strength in their encounters. In Duncan's eyes, with Iverson absent, Han Yi was the only suitable rival in Georgetown. No, it could be said that Han Yi was the only one in the entire NCAA worthy of being his opponent. Last year, in their confrontation, Duncan had not gained an advantage in strength. Thus, he had diligently trained over the past year to overpower Han Yi. Bam! Duncan barreled forward. To his surprise, Han Yi not only sidestepped but avoided the confrontation entirely, not daring to face me head-on. A hint of disdain crossed Duncan's face. "You have truly disappointed me." With one last glance at Han Yi, Duncan prepared to execute a drive. But upon attempting to gather the ball, he found, where was it? The shorter Wallace. Having drawn Duncan's full attention, had deftly snatched the ball away. Wallace distributed the ball forward, and Artest rushed towards the basket, only to be met with a relentless onslaught from Victor Forrest, resulting in a missed shot. Yet, as the ball ricocheted off the rim, two large hands swiftly returned it to the hoop. Hani slammed the ball into the basket with both hands, grasping the rim and shaking the entire backboard, which emitted a mournful creaking sound. Just as Hani completed the dunk, a desperate Duncan arrived, attempting to block the shot. The ball had already gone through the hoop, and Duncan's frustrated slap only struck the backboard. This moment of fury, coupled with the creaking of the rim, beautifully framed Han Yi's soaring dunk across the court. Wow, what dominance! Hani, my heavens, what did I just witness? It felt as though Han Yi was engaged in a fierce tussle with Duncan one moment, and in the next instant, he had assisted Artest's follow-up dunk. When did Han Yi run so swiftly? I doubted my own eyes. Duncan and Han Yi had seemingly raced down the court in tandem, but by the time Han Yi completed his thunderous dunk, Duncan had only just caught up. Did Han Yi just outpace Duncan? The scouts observing were equally astonished. Was Han Yi's draft position truly limited by the NCAA championship? Of course not. The real constraint was his athletic ability. This crucial point must be reiterated thrice. Chapter 35, David Stern's ambitions for the Chinese market. If he were merely a blue-collar player endowed with exceptional shot-blocking abilities and superior physical attributes, he would be destined to remain a non-core player. If he cannot become a core player, selecting him among the top 3 picks would seem a regrettable choice. But what if Han Yi possesses both dynamic and static talents at their peak? Then Han Yi's future potential would vastly exceed current expectations. Presently, scouts envision Han Yi's NBA prototype as a slightly shorter, more athletic version of Mark Eaton, or perhaps a contemporary of Georgetown University, Dikembe Mutombo. However, if Han Yi could maintain that explosive full-court sprint as his norm, even if he remains a blue-collar player, his ceiling would be elevated several tiers. Yet, could that recent display merely be a fluke? After all, the game had only just begun. Perhaps Han Yi's lightning strike was merely an exceptional surge of adrenaline. Han Yi's scouting reports are numerous, with varying assessments of his athleticism appearing in multiple authoritative documents, often labeling him as having below-average athletic ability. Now, suddenly, I am told that Han Yi's athleticism surpasses even that of Duncan. General manager, an out-of-breath employee from the Celtics video analysis department rushed into Auerbach's lounge. After analyzing all of Georgetown University's games this season, we discovered that Han Yi's straight-line speed without the ball has improved by 15 from last season. Even while he has grown 3 centimeters and gained 2 kilograms, not only has his straight-line speed increased, but his vertical leap, agility, and strength have also seen slight enhancements. This could be attributed to his physical maturation or a more refined mastery of his skills. Compared to last season's somewhat constrained performance this season, Han Yi has evidently infused his physical gifts more effectively into the game. This is most apparent in his significant improvement in basketball skills, his footwork, post moves, lateral movement, screen setting, and even his shooting form all exhibit the marks of diligent refinement over the past year. However, the most astonishing aspect remains his endurance. Last season, Han Yi displayed a marked disparity in performance between the first and second halves of games, yet this season, he has maintained a consistently high level of offense and defense from the first minute to the last. Auerbach interrupted the obviously rehearsed analyst with a snort. Are you lot merely coasting? He pointed angrily at the screen displaying Han Yi's spectacular full-court highlight. Look at Han Yi's current performance. Does this require analysis? The entire world already knows. I invest heavily in your services, yet I learn about Han Yi's progress at the same time as the fans do? Go fetch that incompetent coach and demand an explanation for why we won against the Spurs. Does that fool not realize the Spurs are our direct competitors? This year, the Celtics have been striving to tank. Previously averse to three-point shooting, they now let Antoine Walker shoot at will. True to form, Walker averaged 2 3-pointers per game with a dismal 28% shooting percentage, embodying the essence of the tanking strategy, leading the Celtics to the bottom of the Eastern Conference. With April fast approaching, the Celtics have only secured 14 victories. Yet, this remains precarious, as the last-place Vancouver Grizzlies have lost 2 more games than the Celtics. The third-to-last San Antonio Spurs have only managed 16 wins, while the fourth-to-last Philadelphia 76ers are eyeing the top draft pick with 19 wins. The competition for tanking remains fierce. If the Celtics secure even one more victory before the season's end, I will dismiss the entire coaching staff. I mean what I say. Celtics head coach ML Carr appeared numb. Why complicate matters? Just say we lost all our games. Since assuming the Celtics head coaching position in 1995, Carr's sole mission has been to tank. And to date, the team's winning percentage has consistently hovered below 30. Will Hany declare for the draft this year? David Stern quietly inquired of those beside him in the private box. Sir, it's uncertain. Hany stated he would participate if he could secure the NCAA championship. No. Hany must enter. Stern asserted decisively. 1996 is a significant draft year, but if Hany also declares in 1997, with talents like Duncan, Hany, Billups, and Tim Thomas, that year could likewise prove momentous. Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. The key is that Hany is Chinese. Do you comprehend the vastness of the Chinese market? I understand the challenges of penetrating it. In 1989, I went to China to secure broadcast rights for NBA games. Waiting for 2 hours at the CCTV Center for an access permit, and my meeting with the officials lasted less than half an hour. What was the outcome of this effort? They merely grudgingly agreed to air our game replays during off-peak times, leaving us with no profit while incurring costs for mailing tapes. Moreover, I had to purchase tickets to entice Chinese hosts to broadcast our All-Star game and finals. This has been a nearly decade-long struggle, and I have yet to see a single cent in return. But if we could have a Chinese player in the NBA, it would be a different story. Stern gazed at Hany on the court with the fervor of a wolf eyeing its prey, perceiving him almost as a divine figure adorned with a halo. If we not only have a Chinese player, but even a high-pedigree genius from China joining the NBA, I refuse to believe I cannot penetrate the Chinese market. Returning to the game, the University of the Cumberlands continued their offensive. Tim Duncan positioned himself in the low post once more, this time seeking Hany. Yet Hany did not even approach. Ben Wallace matched up against Duncan again. This frustrated Duncan, but he dismissed Wallace, knowing he could outmaneuver him with sheer skill. Duncan showcased his refined post moves, elegantly maneuvering around Wallace with a seamless spin, soaring for a layup. To the untrained eye, this may seem simple. But to those in the know, his fluid footwork was remarkably effective, yielding a clean and effortless finish with no waste of energy. Scouts were poised to laud Duncan's play. But suddenly, Hany arrived just in time, executing a thunderous block that sent Duncan's shot ricocheting away. Duncan was infuriated. You wish to challenge me, Hany? But during the course of the game, how could one afford to be angry? As Duncan seethed in place, Hany was already launching another fast break. Chapter 36, Enlightenment. Duncan has realized once more. The rebound secured by Hany was embraced by Big Ben. As Hany landed, he immediately surged forward with unrelenting speed. Naturally, Big Ben lacked the capability for such an extraordinary long pass, so he relayed the ball to the guard, who, upon receiving it, launched a swift throw. A blitzkrieg, a quarterback-style pass, traversed the entire court. Hany soared once again. The touchdown-like score illuminated the arena once more. This time, Duncan refrained from pursuing. For he was no fool. He had exerted all his energy in the previous round, and his speed simply could not keep up. If he chased again, what would be different? Duncan had indeed gained considerable strength this year, but the consequence of that increase was an inevitable decline in speed. Last year, he and Hany were relatively equal in both speed and strength, but this season, strength triumphed while speed faltered. It was imperative to leverage his advantages, strength and technique. However, it soon became apparent to Duncan that Hany had no intention of engaging him in a star-studded one-on-one duel. When Duncan occupied a high position, Hany would defend him one-on-one, but as soon as he dropped to a lower position, it invariably transformed into a scenario where Big Ben played tight defense, complemented by Hany's assistance. Whether it was Big Ben or Hany, Duncan had confidence in scoring against either of them when isolated. Yet, this dual assault made things exceedingly challenging for him. With Big Ben's overwhelming strength and Hany's terrifying shot-blocking abilities, Duncan found himself under relentless scrutiny in the low post. Despite Duncan's comprehensive interior skills, he was utterly powerless at this moment. Of course, such a double team was not a flawless strategy if Duncan chose to pass. It would effectively counter the double team. Unfortunately, his teammates at Victor Forest were far too lackluster. Though they could scrape together some points during Duncan's double team, those points were evidently inconsequential. Back and forth, Georgetown University established a commanding lead. As the first half concluded, Georgetown held a 10-point advantage. In the second half, Hany took a brief respite, while Duncan, he remained on the court, continuing his relentless pursuit. As expected, the outcome was remarkable. Without Hany, Duncan was virtually unstoppable, scoring effortlessly and even forcing Big Ben, who had only committed one foul previously, into 3 fouls, rendering him inactive. With Big Ben sidelined, Han E was compelled to return prematurely. Although Victor Forrest still trailed by 5 points, Duncan was grinning. Han, stop hiding. It's time for us to go one-on-one. At this moment, the outcome of the game seemed less significant. What mattered was that Duncan aimed to defeat Han E in a direct confrontation. Even if no one had anticipated that Duncan needed to prove his strength against Han E merely smiled as Ron Artest once again closed in for a double team. Come on, this is the NCAA championship, not a personal showdown. Who would engage in a one-on-one with you? Han E quipped with a mischievous grin. Against a formidable opponent like you, how could we possibly go one-on-one? If you're so confident, let your teammates punish us. Or have you grown strong enough to take us both on alone? Haha. Han E and Artest chuckled in unison, reveling in their superiority. Duncan, undeterred, drove hard to the basket. The result mirrored the previous round. Only this time it was Han E leading the defense, with Artest providing support. Duncan found himself ensnared in a quagmire once more. Meanwhile, on the offensive end, Han E exerted himself without reserve, showcasing the fruits of his year-long marathon training in response to Duncan's challenge. While others trained for endurance, Han E had increased both stamina and speed. In the first half, he was as swift as lightning, and in the second half, he maintained that same electrifying pace. If faced with Duncan in isolation, it was true that Han E struggled to score. Despite his prolonged training in interior offense, it still fell short of overcoming Duncan's defense. However, if he unleashed his full speed in transition, as long as Duncan failed to establish effective positioning, Han E could manipulate Victor Forrest's other players at will. Boom, boom, boom. A series of acrobatic dunks reverberated throughout the arena. The sense of powerlessness from last season once again enveloped Duncan. A year had passed, he had grown stronger. Yet he still could not prevail. Moreover, Duncan glared at Han E, who was playfully bantering with his teammates during a timeout, with Iverson gone. Why do I feel even more frustrated? In terms of one-on-one play, he was confident he could outmatch anyone. Yet, the grand showdown he had envisioned against Han E from the very beginning was non-existent. All of this was merely a figment of Duncan's imagination. He believed he had not lost to Han E last season, as his statistics were superior and his individual matchups were favorable. He had managed to contend with Han E, but could not thwart the relentless advance of Allen Iverson. This year, without a peer like Iverson beside him, Duncan faced only a junior college dropout and a freshman. In such a matchup, how could Tim Duncan possibly lose? During the first half, Duncan was locked in a battle of wills. Han E, you refuse to face me one-on-one. Then I shall obliterate all your supporting players, forcing you to confront me. Yet, the reality was that while he could dismantle Big Ben and Artest, as long as Han E stood alongside them, it was Duncan who faced obliteration. When Duncan once again witnessed Han E soaring effortlessly from a teammate's pass, unable even to establish a defensive position, the stubbornly single-minded Duncan suddenly had an epiphany. Indeed, I have lost. Basketball is a team sport. Perhaps he may not outmatch me in individual skills, but he can seamlessly integrate himself into this team. Even though I possess superior strength compared to my teammates, Han E can transform himself into an integral part of the team, while I remain disconnected. Or perhaps I never even considered integrating into the team. 77-64. Georgetown University triumphed over Victor Forrest University by 13 points, advancing to the NCAA Final Four. Tim Duncan smiled as he shook hands with Han E. Thank you. You have taught me so much. You have shown me the true essence of basketball. Han E responded with a grin. Don't give me that. I won't say the future is yours, for today is mine, and the future belongs to me as well. Today, I concede, Duncan solemnly stated, but when we reach the NBA, I will no longer lose. I will elevate my teammates and forge a stronger team. Upon hearing this, Han E was taken aback. So, are you suggesting that Duncan's transformation into a team-oriented superstar is somehow connected to me? Chapter 37, the semifinals. The grudge match. Once more against Kentucky. In the previous timeline, Han E was indeed oblivious to the audacity of Duncan, who awaited the 28th pick Tony Parker and the 57th pick Manu Ginobili to form the formidable GDP trio that would dominate the first decade of the 21st century. However, in this timeline, it seems that he has become the butterfly flapping its wings. Has he transformed the solitary warrior Duncan into a team player in this match? It is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse for his current self. Of course, it is true that individuals like Duncan, with such a temperament, might awaken to their potential after facing adversity in a future game, even without Han Yi's guidance. Nevertheless, Han Yi wishes to clarify. He had never contemplated the dichotomy between team players and lone wolves. His current teamwork was largely due to the compatibility with Big Ben and Arteist, and quite simply, he was not strong enough yet. Tim Duncan, 16 points, 17 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 blocks, 11 turnovers. Han Yi, 31 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 11 blocks, 0 turnovers. Aside from rebounds, Han Yi had undeniably overwhelmed Duncan in every other statistical category. This was truly an unexpected outcome for everyone. Even the most loyal fans of Georgetown, who were confident of their victory, dared not dream that Han Yi could surpass the NCAA's top interior player and the already locked-in 1997 first overall pick, Tim Duncan, let alone utterly dismantling Duncan in terms of statistics. Did they lose? Victor Forest University actually lost? While a loss is a loss, the fact that Han Yi had utterly dominated Duncan on both ends is simply unacceptable. Hey, don't exaggerate. One cannot claim to have fully dismantled Duncan. Although Han Yi outperformed him statistically, the direct confrontations between them were quite limited, with most of Han Yi's points coming from fast breaks. On the defensive side, while Han Yi blocked Duncan numerous times today, most were collaborative efforts. There was only one true face-to-face block. Without double-teaming, Han Yi would certainly struggle against Duncan. Hey, pass me a cigarette. A scout from the Los Angeles Lakers handed a cigarette to a scout from the Rockets. In today's matchup, which NBA duel do you think this resembles? Let's say it at the same time and see if we think alike. Olajuwon versus O'Neal. Olajuwon versus Karl Malone. Though they were completely out of sync, both scouts burst into laughter. Indeed, Tim Duncan, who had firmly secured the first overall pick this year, had a clear template. Hakeem Olajuwon, who won 2 championships during Jordan's absence. Young Duncan may not exhibit the same flair and footwork as Olajuwon, but from a practical standpoint, his interior skills are undoubtedly comparable. As for Han Yi, his categorization is somewhat troublesome. Last season, he was clearly identified as a super interior blue-collar player. Template: Georgetown alumnus Dikembe Mutombo, with extraordinary static talent and remarkable shot-blocking ability. However, following this game, scouts discovered that Han Yi's ability to execute fast-break counterattacks was something that even the illustrious Mutombo could not replicate. If one were to seek an NBA template for such talent, the early years of a less imposing O'Neal or the young Karl Malone, often dazzling alongside Stockton, might fit the bill. Yet, comparing Han Yi to these top-tier NBA centers seems to fall into the trap of excessive exaggeration. While Han Yi indeed showcases the capability for full-court fast breaks, a deeper analysis of his offensive core reveals a significant gap compared to O'Neal and Malone. If the discussion is strictly about fast-break counterattacks, one might even draw parallels to last year's third overall pick, Marcus Camby, who frequently exhibited such plays. However, using Camby, who was thoroughly outclassed by Han Yi in last year's NCAA, as a comparison risks undermining Han Yi's standing, regardless of the analysis. One thing is certain, prior to this intense clash, many questioned whether Han Yi truly deserved to be selected within the top 5. Yet, following this match, such skepticism seemed utterly unfounded. Now, the real question is it conceivable that Han Yi could be selected outside of the top 3? Hey Han! An ecstatic Allen Iverson called Han Yi, exclaiming, I've reiterated to the 76ers that we must secure this year's pick to select you. You absolutely must declare for the draft this year. Let us reunite in Philadelphia and chase the championship together. Is that so? Han Yi recalled the 76ers' draft position from this timeline, remembering that they had secured the second overall pick after the previous season's dismal performance, narrowly missing out on Duncan. They had selected a white center named Keith Van Horn with that pick, though Han Yi could not recall much about him, suggesting he was likely unremarkable. If he were to declare this year, it was highly probable that he would not surpass Duncan for the first pick. Han Yi was not overly concerned. Entering the NBA via the second pick would still be commendable, especially given the chaotic state of the 76ers, which might suit his desire for a more gradual development. However, Han Yi coldly replied, let us discuss this later. If I don't win the championship, I plan to play another year. Goodbye. I need to train. With a click, the call ended, leaving Allen Iverson cursing at the phone. A smile crept across Han Yi's lips. There was something undeniably satisfying about teasing Iverson NCAA Final Four. Georgetown's opponent is Kentucky. Yes, the very Kentucky that had caused Han Yi and Iverson to suffer heartbreak in last season's NCAA championship. Despite losing Antoine Walker, Tony Delk, and Walter McCarty this season, Kentucky still boasted 3 players with first-round NBA prospects. Among them, in the previous timeline, Ron Mercer had been a prestigious 6th overall pick, even surpassing Walker's selection from the previous year. With the team's former star Walker heading to the NBA, Mercer naturally became the team's absolute core. Mercer boldly declared, "Our only goal is to defend our title, and I care not for the obstacles in between." In contrast to the bravado of the star player, the second-in-command, Derek Anderson, was far more cautious. Han E is formidable, but last year, Kentucky proved we are the superior team, and this year we will demonstrate that yet again. Facing the team that had eliminated him the previous season, Han E refrained from making any bold statements, simply responding, "See you on the court." Chapter 38, Imitating the Cat and Drawing the Tiger? How beautifully optimistic you Kentuckians are. The game begins. Jumping against Han E is the talented center Jamal Magloire, another potential first-round pick welcomed by the University of Kentucky. Standing at 2'11" meters tall and weighing 115 kilograms, he participated in the NBA draft in 2000 and was selected as the 19th pick in the first round. Although he is merely a freshman, Jamal Magloire has already shattered the freshman season block record at the University of Kentucky. Of course, Kentucky would not naively believe that a single freshman prodigy could contain Han E, but at least he could serve as the first line of defense, right? Head coach Rick Pitino watched Georgetown's game against Victor Forest University the night before, gaining insights. How did Duncan lose in the previous match? Was it truly because he could not compete with Han E? Certainly not. It was due to Duncan being double-teamed throughout the game, coupled with his teammates failing to support him, leading to defeat. Today against us, Kentucky, I will teach Han E what it means to use his own tactics against him. Jamal Magliore's role in this game is clear. He must stick to Han E at all times, and whenever Han E enters the low post, whoever from Kentucky's power forward or small forward is nearest must engage. Just as Georgetown defended Duncan in the last match, Kentucky will employ the same strategy against Han E today. With this thought, Rick Pitino's smile began to emerge. Han E's recent performances have indeed been impressive, but when viewed separately from his team, defending him should be much easier than defending against the consummate inside scorer Duncan. After all, once he steps outside the paint, he poses no significant offensive threat. Furthermore, without Allen Iverson, Georgetown excessively relies on Han E for scoring. During the NCAA tournament, Han E accounted for over 35 of the team's total points, meaning if we can contain Han E, victory is assured. Viewed in this light, as long as we diligently execute our game plan, Kentucky has already won this match before it even begins. Rick Pitino could no longer contain his laughter, almost bursting out if not for the need to maintain the serious demeanor of a head coach. However, this smile lasted only 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Rick Pitino's expression darkened. 10 minutes into the game, he was yelling at his Kentucky players from the sidelines. At halftime, Pitino furiously slammed the tactical board in the locker room. 5 minutes into the second half, he stared wide-eyed at Han E, who was darting across the court, gripping his hair in frustration as his brain cells seemed to perish in droves. 10 minutes into the second half, Rick Pitino stood at the sidelines, his eyes vacant, as if watching the game yet perceiving nothing at all. Before long, he had become a statue on the sidelines, too weary to utter a single word. In this match, Rick Pitino's thoughts had been optimistic, yet from the very start, the game's progression diverged completely from his expectations. He wished for his prodigious center to defend Han E throughout the game, but in the first possession, Han E's relentless sprint revealed the folly of Pitino's strategy. When Han E executed a thunderous dunk to score first for Georgetown, the exhausted Jamal Magloire had only just reached the free throw line. If that were all, Pitino's strategy might not have been entirely futile. Failing to catch up to Han E on the fast break could be acceptable. As long as they could stifle all of Han E's low post attempts, they could still triumph over Georgetown and Han E. However, Pitino soon realized with despair that even when Han E was in the low post, even if Jamal Magloire had established a strong defensive position and was prepared to spring into action, Han E disregarded him entirely, spreading his arms wide and overshadowing the similarly tall Magloire, delivering a monstrous dunk. One dunk sent Magloire sprawling. In the second possession, Magloire dared not guard Han E alone any longer and called for assistance. Yet Han E still managed to soar over Kentucky's Twin Towers for another dunk. Purely a display of talent supremacy. Pitino had fundamentally miscalculated from the outset. If it were so easy to handle Duncan with a double team, then Victor Forest University wouldn't have even made it to the NCAA's top 64. There exists a critical requirement for double-teaming Duncan. A player with a physique and talent level comparable to Duncan must be assigned to guard him. Only under such circumstances could a double team be effective. Georgetown could defeat Duncan precisely because they had Han Yi. And for Kentucky to employ the same strategy against Han Yi, do they possess a player with physical attributes comparable to Duncan? Is it merely relying on Magloire? He may indeed be a competent starting center who could reach the NBA All-Star level, but Han Yi is teaching them today that even among star players, there exists disparity. Moreover, this gap could be even greater than that between star players and ordinary players. After the first half, Han Yi faced Kentucky's double towers and scored 18 points, dismantling Kentucky's defense. By the second half, Pitino no longer dreamed of containing Han Yi. He sought another method to defeat him, an offensive battle. Kentucky boasts numerous NCAA star-level players, unlike Georgetown, which is a quintessential one-man team. Since they cannot match Han Yi in star power, they would engage him in a shootout instead. Jamal Magloire would not be expected to contribute offensively today. Merely restraining Han Yi's defense would be a blessing. But aside from Magloire, Kentucky also has Ron Mercer, who averages 15.5 points per game, and Derek Anderson, who averages 13.6 points. This dynamic duo has been honing their skills together for 3 years, and they were crucial in last year's championship win. Could they not dominate Georgetown's relatively unknown perimeter players? Indeed, they could not, because Georgetown has Ron Artest. As Han Yi leisurely watched Ron Mercer struggle mightily against Artest, he almost burst into laughter. Mercer, who would be selected 6th overall in the future, may seem impressive in the NCAA, but how could he possibly compete with Artest? Ron Artest is destined to become the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year, accumulating accolades for his defensive prowess. A player of Mercer's caliber would not warrant Artest's attention in the NBA, so let Mercer relish his experience in today's NCAA semifinals. Artest faced Mercer with unyielding intensity, seeking every opportunity for confrontation, making each of Mercer's possessions feel like a descent into hell, mercilessly tormenting him, leading to a dismal shooting performance of 2 for 12, with a mere 5 points. Derek Anderson did manage to score 20 points, but to what avail? It was utterly inconsequential. Today, Han Yi delivered a performance reminiscent of Duncan's scoring feasts. Against Kentucky, it was an onslaught, an absolute annihilation. Why couldn't Han Yi enter the draft last year? Because of Kentucky. Why couldn't he team up with Iverson to secure the NCAA championship? Because of Kentucky. Who has been Han Yi's imagined adversary during this year of rigorous training? It remains Kentucky. With so many new grievances and old enmities, how could Han Yi possibly rest until he has turned Kentucky into KFC? Han Yi possesses a myriad of ways to vanquish Kentucky, yet he has chosen the most ferocious approach. As the game approached its final 5 minutes, Kentucky's head coach, Rick Pitino, observed a 15-point deficit and signaled the end of the battle. However, Han Yi continued his relentless assault, ultimately widening the gap to 25 points before he finally relented, departing the court amidst the cheers of Georgetown University fans chanting for the MVP. Han Yi's stats: 44 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 11 blocks, illuminating the arena. The final score, 85-60. Georgetown University redeemed itself with a resounding 25-point victory, extinguishing Kentucky. Han Yi, with his inaugural 40-point performance in the NCAA, eliminated the defending champion Kentucky, advancing to the NCAA Finals. His opponent in the finals will be the formidable Arizona University, led by Mike Bibby, Jason Terry, and Michael Dickerson. As the NCAA championship reaches its zenith, Han Yi's fangs have merely begun to reveal themselves. Chapter 39. Han Yi, the golden banner of NBA's expansion into China. In the face-off against North Carolina, the plethora of experts favored North Carolina primarily due to its second-best offensive prowess in the NCAA tournament. This raises the question, which team boasts the most formidable offensive capabilities in the NCAA tournament? As we arrived at the finals, the answer became glaringly evident. It is the University of Arizona. The University of Arizona and Georgetown University had never crossed paths in prior NCAA tournaments, with Arizona's mainstay being a freshman, while Georgetown featured the sophomore Han Yi, accompanied by freshman 8 and senior Dabin. There was hardly any intersection between the teams, let alone a rivalry. Thus, during the trash-talking segment, Arizona's head coach, Lute Olson, remained relatively restrained, stating that Han Yi is the second-best player in the NCAA since Duncan, and that Georgetown, as last year's runner-up, possesses a wealth of big-game experience. Our aim is to play more cohesively as a team. In contrast, the youthful Mike Bibby exuded confidence. Han Yi is indeed strong, but we are no pushovers. Jason, Michael, and I did not come here to settle for second place. Georgetown may have the strongest star, but we have an even stronger team. Even if Han Yi dominates our inside game, I still believe we will emerge victorious. Bibi's confidence is well-founded. In the past, the University of Arizona was merely an unremarkable team in the NCAA landscape. Not only was winning the championship a distant dream, but even advancing to the top 64 was a formidable challenge. However, with the addition of freshman Mike Bibby and Michael Dickerson, along with sophomore Jason Terry, Arizona began to wreak havoc in the NCAA tournament. This team, once overlooked, now showcased a terrifying backcourt that decimated opponents within the NCAA realm. When facing Arizona, opposing teams consistently elevate their performance, often delivering their career-best outings. Yet, Arizona remained unfazed by this, regardless of how many points the inside players scored. They were adamant about unleashing a barrage of points from the perimeter, intent on outscoring their adversaries rapidly. Arizona became the first team in NCAA history to average over 90 points per game during the elimination rounds. It is noteworthy that this was achieved in the NCAA, where games last only 40 minutes, with no stoppage of the clock for dead balls, and a shot clock of 35 seconds. In contrast, NBA teams during the same period, playing 48-minute games with stoppages for dead balls and a 24-second shot clock, averaged just over 90 points. The ferocity of Arizona's offense is indeed formidable. This ferocity is primarily fueled by three guards, led by Bibby, who can consistently score at least 15 points per game. As the NCAA's most significant championship, this year's final was held at the iconic Yankee Stadium, capable of accommodating 53,000 spectators, a venue packed to capacity. Not only were fans from Georgetown and Arizona present, but virtually anyone in America who loves basketball and possesses sufficient means was in attendance. After all, this was the NCAA championship, an event that even the NBA must yield to. The scene was awash with stars, particularly the towering figures of NBA legends, standing out in the vast arena. Georgetown alumni like Ewing, Mutombo, and Mourning were naturally in attendance, alongside rising stars such as Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, and Stephon Marbury scattered throughout the crowd. Additionally, various management and coaching personnel from numerous NBA teams were clustered together. However, as the media's cameras panned across the venue, they discovered the absence of a person who had been a staple in previous rounds, NBA Commissioner David Stern. Why was this the case? At this very moment, David Stern had made his way to the entrance of the CCTV broadcasting hall in China, where he had successfully acquired a pass to join the CCTV leadership in watching the NCAA finals. With confidence, David Stern remarked to his subordinates, "I believe this game will serve as the key to unlocking the door to China." The second-in-command at CCTV frowned as he glanced at his watch, stating, "I can only give you half an hour. I have a meeting to attend in 30 minutes. With a beaming smile, David Stern responded, "All right, leader, no problem. Please direct your attention to the big screen." The second-in-command, somewhat dazed, glanced at the colorful display for a minute but found it incomprehensible. Growing increasingly irritated, "My time is precious. I cannot afford to spend it watching a basketball game." David Stern realized that this leader had no understanding of basketball and patiently explained, "Leader, you see, this is the pinnacle of American college basketball, the NCAA finals." The leader interrupted once more. "If you are attempting to promote a basketball game, I suggest you visit the sports administration. They might welcome you there. I have acquaintances there, and I can provide you with their address, so you need not seek any further permissions." No. David Stern waved his hands in denial. "The most important thing is that this star player is a Chinese national, the first Chinese player to compete in the NCAA Division I. Do you comprehend the significance of this?" "What significance?" The leader replied blandly. "Does it mean that we Chinese can gain admission to your American universities? Are you questioning our intellect?" David Stern found himself momentarily speechless. His subordinates rolled their eyes dramatically. However, his silence lasted only a few seconds before he hurriedly continued, No, you see, this means that this Chinese player will undoubtedly make his way to the NBA in the future, and it is certain that he will be drafted highly. If he develops normally, he could potentially become an NBA All-Star. I still have 10 minutes. The leader interjected, though less than 5 minutes had indeed passed. He was already growing weary of David Stern's colorful descriptions and only wished to hasten to his meeting. "No," David Stern insisted urgently. "This player, Han Yi, I believe he is destined to become the foremost basketball figure in China, destined to garner a legion of fans in China. And every game he plays will achieve extraordinarily high viewership. David Stern was convinced that a television station leader would care about viewership ratings. However, the second-in-command at CCTV was indeed indifferent to such metrics, as they held no significance for someone of his rank. Yet, David Stern ultimately prevailed. Half an hour later, the second-in-command made a decisive call. If Han Yi were to enter the NBA next season, CCTV would initiate live broadcasts of NBA games, with the specifics regarding which games to air determined by CCTV. This outcome was anticipated by David Stern, but what captivated the second-in-command was entirely unexpected. Upon hearing the name Han Yi, the second-in-command's eyes lit up. There you are, Han Yi. Will you be the stepping stone for my advancement? Chapter 40. Is Han Yi about to lose his second NCAA final? In recent years, Chinese basketball has been transitioning from a system-based approach to a commercial one. The Chinese men's basketball team made history by reaching the quarterfinals of the Atlanta Olympics, igniting a fervor for basketball across the nation. This historic achievement has elevated the Chinese men's basketball team to the status of national icons. However, despite this milestone, the performance in the tournament was far from commendable. It was, in fact, rather dismal. Throughout the Olympics, the Chinese men's basketball team played a total of 8 matches, with a record of 2 wins and 6 losses, yielding a meager win rate of 25. They suffered a cumulative defeat of 263 points, averaging a loss of 32.9 points per game. The 2 victories were narrow, a mere 3-point win over Angola at 70-67, and a 10-point victory against Argentina at 87-77. In stark contrast, the losses were significant, a 31-point defeat to Croatia at 78-109, a staggering 63-point loss to the United States at 70-133, a 61-point loss to Lithuania at 55-116, and a 67-point loss to Yugoslavia at 61-128. Thus, while they achieved the quarterfinals, what does it truly signify? The genuine strength of the Chinese team is not only far from that of the elite international teams, but also pales in comparison to the second-tier teams. The gap is so vast that this generation of Chinese basketball players feels it is futile to strive for parity. The most glaring disparity lies in the interior positions, particularly with the starting power forward, Liu Yudong, who averaged only 6 points and 4 rebounds with a shooting percentage of 35, ranking near the bottom of the team statistics. However, upon returning from the United States, the Chinese men's basketball team brought back a mysterious name, Han Yi, rumored to surpass all current Chinese basketball players. He is even said to possess the talent to compete in the NBA and become a star player, all at the tender age of 19. If he were to join the Chinese team, it could potentially bolster their chances against international second-tier teams. As the second-in-command observed Han Yi's impressive display on the big screen, he mused, if I could find the top player in Chinese basketball, might I not have a chance to ascend to the helm of the sports administration? I have endured enough of being in the shadows. Of course, such thoughts were unnecessary to share with the oblivious David Stern. David Stern, satisfied with the situation, continued to provide free broadcast resources to China, allowing them to select their preferred games without cost. Yet, he remained indifferent. Han Yi would be my stepping stone in China. As long as he successfully enters the NBA and becomes an all-star, I have no doubt that we will not miss out on profits from the Chinese market. However, as Stern exited the CCTV offices, one of his subordinates hesitantly reported, President, Georgetown is now trailing by 8 points. What? David Stern erupted in anger. Han Yi must win this game. Georgetown must emerge victorious. By any means necessary, he must prevail. I just signed a contract with China, and I cannot afford to wait another year for Han Yi. But the subordinate lamented, this is an NCAA game. Interference is not so easily executed. Furthermore, we are already in the second half, with less than 5 minutes remaining. Even if we were to intervene, it would be too late now. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. David Stern, who had been composed moments ago, now vented his frustration. I can tolerate if the championship isn't awarded to Duncan. But must Han Yi also be denied? What nonsense is this NCAA system? Don't they understand that awarding the championship to a superstar is what gives it true significance? Meanwhile, Han Yi sat on the bench, gulping down water as sweat streamed down his neck. In this game, he had already scored 35 points, with 5 rebounds, 2 steals, and an impressive 13 blocks, albeit with 6 turnovers. Ben Wallace and Ron Artest were so exhausted they could barely speak. Ben Wallace, 3 points, 17 rebounds, 3 turnovers. Ron Artest, 15 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 turnovers. Aside from Ben Wallace's brief 1-minute rest, Both Ron Artest and Han E played the entire game without pause. The score stood at 62-70, with Georgetown trailing Arizona by 8 points and 3 minutes and 37 seconds remaining. Han E faced challenges akin to those we encountered in our time. Mourning shook his head, addressing Mutombo, no matter how strong our interior players are. Without a competent guard feeding us from the perimeter, it will be exceedingly difficult to succeed. Even a powerhouse like Olajuwon cannot carry the ball up the court every time. Mutombo nodded in agreement. If Iverson were still around, we would certainly not falter at this stage. A single Iverson would be enough to dismantle their star backcourt. Alas, basketball offers no hypotheticals. This is infuriating. This is infuriating, Iverson exclaimed, directing his ire at Georgetown's ineffective perimeter players. I won't even mention your inability to capitalize on the open shots Han E has created for you. All your training. And yet you produce nothing of value. Calm down, Allen. Kobe interjected nonchalantly. It's merely a low-quality game played by students. The lower the level of competition, the more such inadequacies will emerge. It's an unavoidable natural law. You should reflect on how such an unremarkable player could even make it to your school. Han E should not have to endure another year. It is a sheer waste of time. Shut up, Iverson retorted angrily. You have never even attended college. What right do you have to critique the NCAA? Chapter 41. The Deceptive Tactics of the Korean War. Fear not. There remains a glimmer of hope. Catastrophe. Kobe was instantaneously overwhelmed, yet he remained defiant. Is that the kettle calling the pot black? So what if I never attended college? You didn't complete your degree either. What distinguishes us? John Thompson gazed upon his exhausted protege, feeling utterly at a loss, as if he had exhausted every stratagem to no avail. In an effort to afford Georgetown's perimeter shooters higher quality opportunities, Thompson deployed Ben Wallace and Han E to frequently breach the perimeter, creating screens for the outside players. Yet, despite Han E's efforts to pave the way, the shots taken by the perimeter players remained frustratingly off-target. In stark contrast, Arizona University's sharpshooters were remarkably precise today. The undeniable leader of Arizona was Mike Bibby, prompting Georgetown to assign their foremost perimeter defender, Artest, to shadow him closely. While Artest's defense did impose some restrictions on Bibby, the latter was not merely a scorer. He was a seasoned playmaker who, when faced with a stagnant offense, continuously fed the ball to Jason Terry and Michael Dickerson. Artest possessed the skill to contain any one of these three players with ease. But to simultaneously defend against them was a task fit only for a master of duplicity. Arizona exploited Georgetown's defensive resource scarcity splendidly. Jason Terry and Michael Dickerson wreaked havoc on Georgetown's secondary perimeter defense. Even though Han E dominated the interior, Arizona consistently widened the scoring gap through their precise perimeter shooting. A sense of helplessness permeated the entire Georgetown squad. While the 1990s were indeed an era dominated by interior play, this was predicated on the absence of exceptional three-point shooters on both ends. Should one side boast a dearth of three-point proficiency while the other flourishes, no amount of interior aggression could close the gap. Jason Terry, with his unpredictable shooting style, would advance the ball and launch a shot without hesitation, regardless of defensive pressure, and astonishingly, he often found success. In contrast, Han E required a low-post position to receive the ball. He not only needed to contend with the formidable interior defenders, but also relied on whether the perimeter could deliver the ball to him. If the ball reached him, it was an optimal scenario. Han E possessed the prowess to overpower Arizona's interior, regardless of how many defenders were present. However, in many instances, the perimeter simply failed to deliver. Arizona had prepared thoroughly, applying strong pressure on Georgetown's perimeter from the outset, disrupting their attempts to deliver the ball to Han E. To counter this, Han E had no choice but to initiate his offense from a higher position, such as near the free throw line, where he engaged in pick-and-roll combinations with the guards to drive towards the basket. This method, while less efficient than a straightforward low-post play, demanded more from Han E physically. Yet, it was the best option at this moment. As the cornerstone of Georgetown, Han E felt compelled to step up in this crucial battle. If he did not, who would? By halftime, Han E had successfully forced Arizona's starting center into foul trouble and out of the game. He believed that eliminating the opposing center would ease their path to victory, yet he underestimated Arizona's formidable coach, Lute Olson. Rather than substituting in a backup center, Olson brought in a player who had not seen regular minutes. This substitute player, upon entering the game, immediately fouled Han E, sending him to the free throw line. In that moment, Han E was taken aback. The foul strategy was unfolding on the NCAA stage. Did they have to be so relentless? Han Yi's free throw shooting hovered around 60. Missing even one shot in this high-stakes game could prove disastrous, especially under NCAA's peculiar free throw rules, where a player gets a second shot only if the first is successful, or else it's a scramble for the rebound. If it were not for this long-standing NCAA rule, Han Yi might have considered it a personal affront, as it highlighted both his free throw struggles and rebounding deficiencies. With this tactic employed, Georgetown, which had once been able to keep pace, finally succumbed, and the deficit swelled to a daunting 10 points. Fortunately, Arizona had surpassed 10 team fouls, activating another NCAA rule, once a team exceeds 10 fouls and a half. The free throw mechanism reverts to the traditional method of awarding 2 shots for a single foul. Han Yi's long-awaited turning point was finally at hand. Now, Arizona hesitated to foul. The reserves had nearly exhausted their fouling capacity, and for Han Yi, making 1 out of 2 free throws, while challenging, was certainly within reach. In NCAA play, scoring even a single point per possession is above the average. Arizona, holding a small 10-point lead, was reluctant to take further risks. Han Yi's potential to make 1 out of 2 free throws was not a boon for them. If he sank both, it would only aid Georgetown in closing the gap. Arizona was overly greedy, unwilling to take even the slightest risk of allowing Georgetown to narrow the score. Had they maintained their aggressive tactics throughout, Georgetown would have found it nearly impossible to mount a comeback. Yet, this new development offered Han Yi a flicker of hope. As long as he could seize the opportunity for an independent offensive play, it was not too late. Current score, 62-70. An 8-point deficit. Under NCAA rules, with over 3 minutes remaining, Georgetown stood merely a step away from salvation. Han Yi set down the crumpled water bottle and declared, "Coach, for the next possession, I will initiate the attack. The NCAA championship? Today, it shall be mine." John Thompson, observing the fatigued Han Yi, felt a twinge of concern. As an experienced coach, he understood that the moments of greatest vulnerability for players often coincided with utter exhaustion. Thompson had long resolved that regardless of whether Georgetown claimed victory this year, he would ensure Han Yi reached the NBA. Thus, he could accept a loss in this match, but not if it resulted in Han Yi's injury. Yet, Han Yi assured Thompson with resolute conviction, "Rest easy, coach. I am destined to win this game. What I promised last year, I shall fulfill today." As Han Yi spoke these words, he silently urged his system, "Enhance my abilities." Chapter 42. Who says a center cannot shoot threes? All 15 free points allocated to three-point shooting. Han Yi's three-point shooting level surged from 56 to an impressive 71. The exhilarating rush from the attribute boost coursed through his entire being, replenishing the energy he had previously expended. A three-point rating of 71 is already at the NBA's average standard. Glancing at the NCAA three-point line, Han Yi noticed that no matter the position, it was significantly shorter than that of the NBA. His three-point attribute was calculated according to the NBA's arc. This 71 rating in NBA terms would only be stronger when applied to the NCAA. Arizona's three musketeers, right? Bibby, Terry, Dixon. Let us engage in a decisive battle. As the timeout concluded, with just 3 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in the game, the University of Arizona maintained an 8-point lead. It was time to see what hidden strategies John Thompson had up his sleeve, or if that last pause was merely to give Han Yi a breather. Han Yi had already done everything within his power in this game. In my recollection, their offensive strategy had consistently targeted the paint, either scoring or drawing fouls, leaving none of Arizona's interior players with fewer than 4 fouls. On the defensive end, he had been a formidable presence in the paint. And when Dixon sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, Han Yi even extended his defense to the arc, single covering Dixon. A 7-foot center switching out to defend beyond the arc is a rarity, even in the NBA. However, Arizona's three-point shooting was relentless, while Bibby was subdued by Artest. Dixon's shooting faltered under Han Yi's defense. Yet, Arizona still had Jason Terry. Terry was on fire, hitting 7 of 10 from three-point range, a veritable assassin. What? Just as one commentator was lost in reflections on the game thus far, the guest analyst erupted. "Please, what am I witnessing?" The Georgetown guard just crossed half court and passed the ball to Han Yi. A center, a towering figure at 7 feet. Receiving the ball at midcourt, what can he possibly do? What can we expect from him? I refuse to believe this is a tactic devised by John Thompson. It must be a mistake. Han Yi must be utterly bewildered at this moment. Yet, as the commentator loudly questioned Georgetown's current strategy, Han Yi remained composed, advancing the ball with poise. At that instant, Aside from Terry guarding Georgetown's three-point threats, all other Arizona players were huddled near the free throw line, forming an impenetrable wall. What threat could Han Yi possibly pose from beyond the arc? Regardless of how he dribbled, he would inevitably need to lower himself into the post. Thus, despite his somewhat clumsy ball handling, Han Yi managed to carry the ball to the top of the arc without opposition. He surveyed the court, noticing an expansive gap within 3 meters, devoid of defenders. Han Yi smirked. This is utterly disrespectful. With a gentle lift of his hand, he released the three-pointer. This time, Han Yi was not dazed. The entire arena, including fans and commentators alike, was left in astonishment. What was Han Yi attempting? Was he giving up? There were still 20 seconds left in the possession. Was he truly about to conclude this round with an erratic three-pointer? If memory serves me right, Han Yi had only attempted one three-pointer in the past 2 years of play, and that was a desperate shot due to time constraints. I would rather watch Georgetown painstakingly chip away at the interior for a tragic demise than witness our leader throw up a ridiculous three-pointer at the last moment. Even trailing by 8 points, I refuse to believe that an unreliable three could save the day. Compared to the fans, Coach John Thompson's emotions were far more complex. Under normal circumstances, he would have been furious, but now, faced with such dire straits, he felt powerless, relying solely on the prowess of his superstar, Han. Are you really going all in? The Georgetown fans were in utter despair over Han Yi's three-point attempt, on the brink of tears. Yet just as they were about to cry, they were suddenly stifled. Swish. The basketball sailed through the air, landing perfectly through the net. 65-70. The deficit was reduced to a mere 5 points. Han Yi's score had now reached 38 points. What more can be said? Who could possibly oppose this? Han Yi surveyed the crowd. Do you have any further complaints? Incredible. The Georgetown fans, who had been silenced by Arizona, erupted into jubilant cheers. Their transformation was swifter than a Sichuan opera face change. I told you Han Yi wouldn't let us down. Always believe in Han Yi. MVP. 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 The Georgetown crowd, previously subdued by Arizona, was now animated once more. Defense. 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 Jason Terry of Arizona was left speechless. A player who has never made a three-pointer in NCAA competition hits one, and you all go wild? Surely. That was merely a stroke of luck. What? Do you really expect to rely on Han Yi to sink one three-pointer after another to secure victory? Terry scoffed. What a joke. This is merely a sign of Han Yi's desperation. A top-tier interior player would never resort to shooting threes unless forced. This means Georgetown has already sealed their fate in this game. Terry brought the ball up court, dismissing any thought of passing. For today, in Arizona, there was no one with a hotter hand than his own. Yet, as Terry approached the three-point line and looked up, he was momentarily stunned. Han Yi, with a beaming smile, was daringly facing him. Did Han Yi actually have the audacity to guard him? Standing at 6 feet 1 inch, Terry gazed at Han Yi, who stood 6 feet 11 inches, utterly perplexed. Who gave you the courage to do this? Is Georgetown truly at the end of their rope? Chapter 43. Terrence, have you ever re-journeyed to the West? In the 1990s, the strategy of small against large was not prevalent, as 80 of the players in the paint chose to retreat rather than directly confront smaller opponents. The three-point shot was regarded as rather unreliable from a traditional basketball perspective. It was utterly absurd for a tall player to abandon the paint and defend against a diminutive guard at the three-point line. For a guard like Terrence, who stood just over 6 feet tall, evading a 6 feet 10 inches giant beyond the arc was as effortless as sipping water. Terrence couldn't help but smirk. You think you can guard Dixon on the perimeter and handle me too? Humph. Han, underestimating me is your greatest folly this year. Han Yi continued to chuckle. Big guy? I have plenty of experience when it comes to the lessons learned from losing in the NCAA finals. Humph. Faced with the towering Han Yi, Terrence showed no signs of fear, opting for no further idle chatter. He executed a proficient triple threat fake, followed by a rapid crossover and a significant lateral shift to shake off Han Yi's defense. With a seamless series of moves, he broke free and stepped back to take the shot. Terrence's release was imbued with confidence. However, confidence alone is insufficient in basketball. As soon as Terrence released the ball, he spotted Han Yi's massive hand swooping in from the side. If Terrence had ever had the chance to re-journey to the West, he would understand that this was the very tactic that once subdued the Monkey King. Did he truly believe he could easily evade Han Yi's defense? Who was underestimating whom here? Han Yi merely shifted slightly to the left, needing no full leap. His exaggerated wingspan was more than enough to swat Terrence's shot away. But swatting the ball was merely the beginning. This was beyond the three-point line. In that instant, the other four players from Arizona instinctively raced towards the basket. Meanwhile, the basketball, having been deflected by Han E, was sailing toward the backcourt. At that moment, a figure clad in Georgetown University colors was crouched and ready. A burly, dark-skinned man with an explosive afro. Could it be anyone other than Ben Wallace? Earlier during the timeout, Han E had meticulously instructed Ben Wallace, "Ben, I will personally engage in defending their perimeter, and I will ensure a block. Your task is to sprint down court the moment I commit to the defense, and you will have an easy scoring opportunity." Initially, Ben Wallace was hesitant about this strategy. If Han E took to the perimeter, he would be left alone to defend the paint. If he followed Han E outside, Georgetown's interior defense would be severely compromised. But Han E alleviated his doubts with a single statement. "Do you think those Arizona perimeter players, who are already playing recklessly, will even consider passing?" Ben Wallace grinned widely as he watched the ball soar toward him. Han E not only possessed immense strength but also remarkable strategic acumen. Joining Georgetown had been the right choice. Under the basket, Ben Wallace stood ready, effortlessly catching the basketball that had been swatted away by Han E. He leaped from where he stood, executing a powerful two-handed slam. Dwom. He missed the dunk. When it came to raw skill, Ben Wallace was truly unmatched. Yet, as the basketball ricocheted off the backboard, a colossal figure surged through the air once more, casting a shadow over the court. Bang! The entire arena was stunned. What had just transpired? Han E, in midair, snagged the errant ball with one hand and forcefully slammed it back into the hoop. The backboard and rim echoed in unison with a lament. 67-70. The deficit was reduced to a mere 3 points. Han E scored his 40th point. Oh my God. Once again, he reached the 40-point mark. Following the NCAA semifinals, Han E had achieved this feat once more. Wait, look. This marks the first time in NCAA history that a player has scored 40 points in both the semifinals and finals. Scoring 40 in the NCAA is equivalent to 50 in the NBA, if not more. Timeout. Immediately, call for a timeout. Arizona requested a pause. Yes, yes, yes. While some rejoiced, others were disheartened. As Arizona stood bewildered, Georgetown was enveloped in a sea of jubilation, though still trailing by 3 points. Georgetown was once again infused with unyielding determination. Coach John Thompson stood on the sidelines, fervently cheering for his protege. The expression on his face made Han E feel a twinge of embarrassment. Where was the stern, unyielding coach? As a seasoned strategist, there was no need for such excitement. It was rather unbecoming. Yet, John Thompson paid no heed, as Americans value genuine emotion. As Han E reached the bench, John Thompson enveloped him in an embrace. Incredible. Simply incredible. You are the superhero of Georgetown. At this moment, tactical discussions took a backseat. It was all about superstar basketball, emphasizing who could sink the crucial basket when it mattered most. The stakes were elevated. If one superstar could not only score but also defend against opponents one-on-one, their prowess reached astonishing heights. Stay calm. Do not panic. Arizona's head coach Lute Olson had scribbled frantically on the tactical board. Hey, guys, do not panic. There are still over 2 minutes left. We have a 3-point lead, and we still maintain possession. It's vital to slow down the pace of the game. Remember, 35 seconds per possession. We need to decelerate and focus on ball movement. Hey, Lute Olson slapped Terrence on the back. I'm talking to you. We need more ball movement. If Han E comes to guard you, pass the ball. When you're without the ball, move more frequently. Understand? You have a cadre of elite shooters as teammates, not just a hammer. Of course, he wasn't just referring to Jason. The same applied to everyone. Remember, compared to Georgetown, we possess a superior team. With the timeout over, the game resumed. Arizona had possession. To prevent Terrence from becoming too reckless, Olson assigned Mike Bibby to advance the ball. However, the moment Bibby took possession, Arteas' eyes lit up with opportunity. Isn't this my chance to shine? But Bibby was no slouch, despite Arteas' physical defense. Bibby skillfully dribbled past half court, deliberately taking his time beyond the 3-point line. What urgency did Arizona have? It was Georgetown that should be feeling the pressure. Bibby only initiated an attack when the clock dipped below 2 minutes. Following the prearranged tactical setup, Arizona's power forward executed a pick and roll, momentarily boxing Arteas in the paint. Bibby then took a long 2-point shot, which found its mark. 67-72. This crucial basket restored Arizona's 5-point lead. Chapter 44. Han, do you truly dare to take that shot? 3 consecutive 3-pointers serve as my answer. This two-point basket has allowed the fans of the University of Arizona to finally ease their anxious hearts a bit. What is there to fear? We are the ones with the lead now, ahead by 5 points with under 2 minutes remaining. NCAA is not NBA. As long as we can stretch each possession to its limit, this game should be secure, right? The urgency now lies with Georgetown. They cannot afford to waste time. If they delay any further, they will run out of it. They must act swiftly and efficiently, which is no easy feat. The fans of the University of Arizona were partially correct. Georgetown must play at a faster pace. The Georgetown guard swiftly crossed half-court in merely 4 seconds, delivering a precise handoff to Han E, who was poised at the center circle to receive the ball. With confidence, Han E pushed the ball forward. This offensive approach was undoubtedly reminiscent of Georgetown's previous strategy. One could say it was identical. Meanwhile, the University of Arizona opted for the same defensive stance, retreating into a tight formation. All players from Arizona clustered inside, resolutely denying Han E any opportunity to penetrate the basket. And if Han E were to attempt another three-pointer, that would be precisely what Arizona would welcome. Kobe furrowed his brow and remarked to Iverson, "This situation is quite tricky. Your strongest offensive player from Georgetown is positioned in the least favorable spot for a shot. And Arizona's choice to allow Han E to shoot from three-point range without any defense is perplexing. If Han E does not shoot and instead passes, the others will have no open opportunities as they are thoroughly guarded. What would you do in my position?" Iverson retorted directly. "If it were me, why even ask? I would undoubtedly take the shot. Regardless of the difficulty, I would not back down." Before Kobe could finish his thought, Han E had already released his three-pointer. He did not position himself near the NCAA three-point line, but rather shot from the NBA three-point distance. As soon as he released the ball, Arizona's coach, Lute Olson, sensed impending doom. His heart raced, and he cursed inwardly. How dare this guy Han take that shot? Swish. The basketball swished through the net effortlessly. 70-72. Hani scored another three-pointer, bringing his total to 43 points for the game. Time, 1 minute and 39 seconds. Georgetown trailed by only 2 points. What once seemed like an insurmountable 8-point deficit had now been reduced to a reachable margin. Iverson beamed at the bewildered Kobe. "Han's choice mirrors yours. For you are indeed akin to one another. Are you truly suggesting I am like him?" Kobe was taken aback. "I feel as though this guy is even more reckless than I am. If I hadn't practiced three-pointers, I would never attempt such a critical shot in a game of this magnitude, let alone make 2 in succession. That is a gamble with one's life." "Who says he hasn't practiced?" Iverson chuckled. "He has been diligently honing his three-point shooting, just after last season concluded. He told me he would no longer be a player who falters beyond the arc. He would master the three-pointer, and evidently, he has succeeded. Oh my God. I should really have our hefty teammate learn from him." Kobe huffed in frustration. If Shaquille could shoot threes. Oh, he doesn't even need to. If he could merely score on some close-range twos and occasionally grant me a bit of space in the paint, I would play so much more comfortably. Oh my God. You are the real madman here. Iverson laughed heartily. You, a mere bench warmer, expect the big shark to give you space? Humph. Kobe scoffed. "I will continue my rigorous training this summer, and once I become even stronger, I will certainly make Shaquille yield some space for me. Then I suggest you practice with Han E this summer." Iverson recalled a painful memory. "In terms of training, I have never encountered anyone more relentless than Han E." "Are you joking?" Kobe instantly protested. "In terms of training, I have never been outdone by anyone, not even Michael Jordan." As Iverson and Kobe exchanged playful jabs, Arizona continued to methodically run down the clock as per their coach's directive. Mike Bibby skillfully dribbled beyond the three-point line, occasionally feigning instability with the ball. Ron Artest, beads of sweat on his forehead, felt an itch in his heart, fully aware that he must not commit a foul. Any misstep could lead to a free throw. Artest understood everything. Yet when Bibby stepped back into a shooting stance, his hand shot out prematurely, and he slapped Bibby to the ground, sending him sprawling. Despite this, Mike Bibby coolly sank both free throws, showcasing his composure under pressure. Meanwhile, Artest was filled with regret, wishing he could confront Bibby directly. But John Thompson had to pull him back to the bench to calm down, waiting for the next defensive possession. 70-74. Only 1 minute and 3 seconds left. Arizona maintained a 4-point lead. While the previous 2 minutes of a 5-point advantage had prompted Arizona fans to exclaim with overconfidence, now with just 1 minute remaining, leading by 4 points, one could confidently assert, secure, utterly secure. Meanwhile, Georgetown appeared unfazed by this dire predicament. Han Yi, the towering figure, was still poised beyond the three-point line, ready to strike. Although Arizona held a 4-point lead, their composure began to waver. If Han Yi were to land another three-pointer unguarded, it would undoubtedly shatter Arizona's confidence. The Arizona forward, eager to defend, advanced to the three-point line, stretching his arms to cover Han Yi completely. Han Yi smirked. Let me share a little secret. True three-point shooters do not need to look at the rim when they shoot. At this, the Arizona forward was momentarily taken aback, and in that instant of hesitation, Han Yi unleashed another three-pointer. Swish. Another perfect shot. 73-74. Han Yi had amassed 46 points in this match, and Georgetown trailed by just 1 point. 3 consecutive three-pointers. Chapter 45. Only 8 seconds remain in the game. The commentary for this match has spiraled into a frenzy. Oh my God. Han Yi, under the defense of a towering opponent, has once again made a three-pointer. The University of Arizona, unable to withstand Han Yi's continued open shots, has sent a lumbering giant to serve as a target for him. Why is it that, despite both being 7 feet tall, Han Yi appears so agile while the defender seems as clumsy as a pig? If the defender's sluggishness could be justified by strength, it would be one thing. But to witness him reduced to a mere plaything by Han Yi in the paint is utterly bewildering. Can it be that Han Yi truly possesses the ability to shoot three-pointers? Our back's gaze towards Han Yi has begun to blaze with intensity. I have repeatedly remarked to the team that Han Yi resembles a young Bill Russell, tall enough, quick in movement, formidable in shot blocking, expansive in defensive range, and possessing remarkable scoring ability. If he can bolster his rebounding skills, he could very well become the next Bill Russell. But where does Bill Russell boast such a shooting prowess? Of course, he didn't have the three-point shot in his time. Yet I contend that if he could excel in interior defense while simultaneously spacing the floor as a three-point shooter, the tactical implications would be monumental. While there are some big men in the NBA capable of shooting three-pointers, they invariably serve as defensive liabilities. Their athleticism pales in comparison to Han Yi's. Should Han Yi join the Celtics, forming a twin tower with Antoine Walker, it would spell doom for all other big men in the NBA. Pairing them with a Grant Hill-like perimeter scorer would enable them to make a significant impact in the NBA playoffs. This notion isn't held solely by Auerbach, even Jerry West, the general manager of the Lakers, has grown envious. We have invested heavily in Shaquille O'Neal, yet we still lack a reliable power forward to create space for him. In 4 or 5 years, as Shaq ages and Han Yi matures, selling Shaq would position Han Yi and that young Kobe as the new face of the Lakers. As for trade assets, is that even a concern? Aside from Shaq and Kobe, there are no untouchables on our roster. Do not panic, remain composed. Mike Bibby urgently reminds his teammates to stay focused. We are still leading by 1 point, and we hold possession of the ball, with only 45 seconds left. If we can score, we can seal the victory. However, his teammates appear visibly rattled, with just 45 seconds remaining. The stakes are clear. Either seize all the glory or face a humiliating defeat. The pressure on the predominantly freshman Arizona team is overwhelming. Bibby himself struggles under this weight, facing the ferocious defense of Ron Artest. Artest, like a beast, emanates a menacing aura, as if he intends to obliterate Bibby. As Bibby drains the clock down to 5 seconds remaining in the game, he initiates an offensive play. If he can execute a clean shot, even if it misses, he will have consumed enough time. However, as he raises the ball above his head, darkness engulfs his vision. Artest and Han Yi, a double team. Bibby only realizes Han Yi has appeared beside him when he lifts the ball overhead. The ferocity of his defense is clearly more intimidating. While Artest maintains a conventional guard, Han Yi, taking advantage of his height and reach, boldly reaches in to snatch the ball from Bibby. In the point guard position, Bibby's stature is commendable, particularly in the later stages of his career as he becomes more robust. Yet even he cannot hope to compete with a genuine 7-footer like Han Yi in terms of strength. Before Bibby can comprehend the situation, Han Yi has successfully wrested the ball from atop his head. With the ball in his possession and no one to pass to, Han Yi cannot afford to wait. He sprints towards the basket with fervor. The Arizona player's eyes widen in disbelief. How can this be? We lead by 1 point. If he succeeds in this drive, we could lose it all. All players from Arizona recklessly rush towards Han Yi, with Jason Terry charging ahead. Just as Han Yi prepares to take his third step, Terry grabs onto his leg, abruptly halting Han Yi's fast break. Yet before Terry can revel in his success, the referee's call brings him to tears. Unsportsmanlike conduct. Georgetown University will take 2 free throws. Only 8 seconds remain. Terry's vision blurs, nearly causing him to faint. How can this be happening? The Arizona team, which has led throughout the game, is now on the brink of defeat. Indeed, the situation suggests that Arizona is on the verge of losing. Unless Han-E misses both free throws, making even one would grant Georgetown a crucial possession, sealing Arizona's fate. Is it difficult? It seems insurmountable. Yet, one cannot say there is no hope. After all, Han-Yi's free throw percentage in this game stands at a mere 50%, far from reliable. Nevertheless, amidst the fervent cheers of Arizona's fans, Han-E smiles and steps to the line. 2 shots, 2 makes. 75-74. Timeout. Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson, calls for the final timeout of the game. Since briefly leading 5-3 at the start, Georgetown has reclaimed the lead with only 8 seconds left. During this timeout, both coaches strain their minds, vocally urging their players while furiously scribbling tactics on the board. Regrettably, the arena lacks sound equipment suited for basketball games, leaving spectators oblivious to the coaches' discussions. Yet, this matters little. The atmosphere has reached a palpable tension. Sensitive spectators begin to sweat profusely, as if they themselves are about to step onto the court. For someone like Allen Iverson, who recently departed Georgetown as their former star, sitting still has become impossible. Without Kobe to hold him back, he feels compelled to rush onto the court for this critical final play. This possession is of utmost importance for Arizona. This is indeed a dire predicament, yet for Georgetown, only 8 seconds separate them from securing the NCAA championship trophy. With a mere 1-point advantage and the championship trophy tantalizingly within reach, Georgetown University faced a critical juncture with just 8 seconds remaining. Arizona University was poised for a fervent counterattack, ready to foul immediately upon the inbound pass, sending Georgetown to the free throw line for a final stand. Despite the dwindling time, Arizona retained a timeout, allowing them to strategize an offensive play even after Georgetown's potential free throws. Even if Georgetown converted both attempts, Arizona would only trail by 3 points. A manageable deficit given their proficiency in three-point shooting, with their sharpshooters eager to seize this last opportunity. For Georgetown, the elation of finally surfacing for air after a suffocating game was tempered by the looming pressure. Just as Arizona remained confident in their ability to sink a game-tying three-pointer, Georgetown began to fret over their free throw woes. The stark reality was that Georgetown's players were generally unreliable from the charity stripe. Artest held a 71 free throw percentage, Han-E 65, and Ben Wallace a meager 44. While the reserve guards fared slightly better, their 80-85 accuracy was still far from elite. This meant that even with Arizona bracing for 2 successful free throws, Georgetown faced an uphill battle. The question of who should receive the inbound pass and shoulder the burden of those potentially decisive free throws weighed heavily. During the timeout, Coach Thompson, an 88 free throw shooter in his own playing days, yearned to step onto the court himself, lob Bill Russell, but NCAA regulations forbade it. Before returning to the court, Han-Yi's sole concern was to avoid an inbound violation or a direct turnover. Han-E reminded Coach Thompson that the inbound pass was paramount and demanded meticulous attention. Thompson scoffed, retorting that even the school team wouldn't accept someone who couldn't make a simple pass. As the timeout concluded and play resumed, the arena was thick with anticipation. Even the NBA stars, who had been casually spectating, held their breath, eager to witness Georgetown's final play. Georgetown replaced Wallace, whose free throw shooting was abysmal, with a reserve forward who shot around 75 from the line, while retaining Artest and Han-E. A reserve point guard was chosen to make the critical inbound pass. The question remained, to whom would the pass be directed? The reserve shooting guard, Georgetown's most accurate free throw shooter at 84, was the nearest and most actively moving target. However, he was also the focus of intense defensive pressure, with Bibby and Dickerson swarming him. Suddenly, Han-E moved to set a screen for the reserve guard, who cut aggressively toward the basket, calling for the ball. In the preceding movement, Arizona's defense had spread out, leaving the diminutive Terry as the sole defender in the paint. The crowd gasped, wondering if Georgetown was aiming for a daring score. The strategy seemed clear, but Han-Yi's screen failed to impede Bibby and Dickerson, who swiftly closed in on the guard, effectively neutralizing him. However, Coach Thompson smiled, recognizing that Arizona had fallen into their trap. He realized Han-E had been right all along. Meanwhile, Han-E was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 47. The Greatest Fool? Impossible. We are champions. Just moments ago, Han-E was diligently setting screens for the bench players, yet now he found himself all alone in the backcourt, beneath his own basket. The Georgetown bench player, with mere seconds remaining, hurled the ball across the court. Han Yi effortlessly caught it, a beaming smile on his face as he provocatively beckoned the 5 Arizona players on the opposite half of the court, as if to say, "Come play with me." Without needing further invitation, 2 of them stationed themselves under the basket, while Bibby, Terry, and Dixon charged towards Han Yi. Unperturbed, Han Yi decided to engage in a game of hide-and-seek, evading their grasp as time ticked away. 8 seconds felt like a fleeting moment. Just as they managed to catch hold of him, only 2 seconds remained. Georgetown led Arizona by a mere point, 75-74, and held 2 free throw opportunities. Yet, Arizona still clung to a glimmer of hope. The person at the foul line was Han Yi, with a free throw success rate of only 50 in this game. And having just converted 2 free throws in the previous possession, the odds suggested that at least one miss was likely this time. Should he only make one of the 2 attempts, Arizona would have a chance to clinch victory in the final moments. The thought of a last-second shot in the NCAA Finals sent shivers down Bibby's and Terry's spines. For them, this opportunity was perhaps even rarer than a decisive shot in the 7th game of the NBA Finals. For the under-20 duo, if Han Yi made the shot, their moment would be eternally glorious. Though Han Yi had yet to take his free throws, Bibby and Terry were already brimming with anticipation. If he succeeded, Han Yi would undoubtedly become the most celebrated player of NCAA this year. However, if he failed, he would be the biggest fool in NCAA history. Terry, who had no need to contest the rebound, stood behind Han Yi, his eyes ablaze with fervor, envisioning the moment when he would be hoisted into the air by his teammates after hitting the winning shot. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, Han Yi took his first free throw. Clang. Iron. Oh my God. The fans of both Georgetown and Arizona cried out in despair and jubilation, their sentiments starkly contrasting. Georgetown, in this moment, bore the heavier burden. Han Yi's first miss meant that even if Arizona made a 3-pointer, Georgetown could still lose. If Arizona succeeded in their next attempt, Georgetown would suffer a heart-wrenching defeat for the 2nd consecutive year in the NCAA Finals. Unlike last year when defeat felt inevitable, this time, should they falter here, it would haunt Georgetown fans for a lifetime. Arizona's supporters, however, were already grinning as if the tables had turned, convinced that the winning 3-pointer had already been secured in their minds. A bead of sweat trickled down Han Yi's nearly flawless jawline, the ball in his hands now damp with anxiety. The pressure was immense. He swallowed hard, glancing at the immovable figure of Big Ben, who was as stoic as a statue. This was it. Han Yi prepared for his second free throw. While the first attempt had seemed promising until it veered slightly off course, the second shot was undeniably skewed. Clang. It ricocheted off the rim, soaring away. Disaster. Han Yi had missed both free throws. Cheers erupted from the Arizona fans, convinced of their impending victory. Coach Lute Olson of Arizona was taken aback. As soon as the ball left Han Yi's hands, he shouted for the rebound. But it was too late. The Arizona players, poised to leap for the rebound, found themselves obstructed by Georgetown players instead. In less than half a second, realization dawned upon them. Ben Wallace soared high, not to secure the rebound, but to deflect it. This distraction drew all attention, and Arizona's players leaped towards the airborne ball. However, it fell into the hands of the tallest player on the court, Han Yi. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yi snatched the ball from the air and, without hesitation, lunged towards the basket like a hungry tiger. Boom. Big Ben Han Yi. A spectacular aerial connection in tight quarters. After slamming the ball through the hoop, Han Yi remained suspended in the air, swaying slightly. Why did he not descend? Because he was still holding onto a player, Jason Terry. Terry clung to Han Yi's thigh, swinging back and forth in midair. Han Yi sighed in exasperation. Can you please let go? Terry, hearing this, protested. I'm not letting go. The referee's whistle blew. Han Yi was awarded an additional free throw. With just 0.5 seconds remaining, Georgetown led 77-74. They were on the brink of an unassailable victory. Moreover, Han Yi had the chance to extend the lead. He had already scored 49 points in the game. If he missed, Arizona would still have a chance for a desperate 3-pointer, but should he succeed, their hopes would be utterly extinguished. Terry began his fervent prayers. Oh my God, please let him miss this shot. As he chanted, the unmistakable swish of the net echoed in his ears. Terry's heart sank. Han Yi's 50th point sealed the game, 78-74. Arizona was left with a mere 0.5 seconds of despair. Arizona players, who had no inclination to prioritize statistics over victory, found themselves lethargic as the final shot was released. Even too indifferent to attempt a shot. In the raucous atmosphere of Yankee Stadium, Georgetown triumphed over the fiery offense of Arizona with a 4-point lead, clinching the championship title. The commentator passionately congratulated Georgetown. Just last year, we witnessed Georgetown's defeat in the NCAA championship. No one, except Georgetown themselves, believed they would return to the NCAA finals, let alone emerge victorious. Yet, against all odds, they accomplished it. Let us extend our warmest applause and cheers for the great, resilient Georgetown University. Yet, the players of Georgetown could hardly hear his accolades, as they were enveloped in the deafening cheers and cries of their fervent supporters. Beneath the adoration of countless stars, Hany raised the NCAA championship trophy aloft with both hands, joining his teammates and coach in a triumphant declaration of a long-awaited mantra, "We are champions." Subsequently, Hany placed the trophy gently into the arms of the silver-haired John Thompson, grinning broadly as he proclaimed, "Coach, I have come today to fulfill a promise made a year ago. This is for you." Chapter 48, The Blaze of Triumph. Hany officially declares candidacy. Without a shred of doubt, Hany has been crowned the most outstanding player, MOP, of the MOP Final Four. Yet, his performance in this year's NCAA championship transcends the mere title of MOP. Following the selection of former star Allen Iverson to the NBA, many believed that Georgetown University had seen its demise. When Hany announced his intent to compete for another year solely to reclaim the NCAA championship, the collective response was one of derision, mocking his audacity. After all, numerous legendary players who have achieved great feats in the NBA have found it nearly impossible to secure a championship in the NCAA. What audacity did Hany possess to believe otherwise? Moreover, he was merely a blue-collar center, devoid of any scoring arsenal beyond the paint. Without a historical perimeter scorer like Allen Iverson, what could he possibly leverage to win? In other words, if he truly had such prowess, the championship should have been his during Iverson's tenure. Now, with Iverson gone, was he merely indulging in fanciful daydreams? Did he truly perceive the NCAA as child's play? It is worth noting that even Tim Duncan, who battled through the NCAA for years and emerged as the future #1 pick in the NBA, never reached a Final Four. What grounds did Hany have to believe he could? If Hany could lead this Georgetown team, devoid of any talent, into the top 64, it would be akin to lighting incense on his ancestral grave, let alone claiming the NCAA championship. However, in the face of skepticism, Hany's response was resounding. NCAA is 64-32 against the University of Minnesota. 23 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, 6 blocks. NCAA 32-16 against Duke University. 24 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 13 blocks. NCAA 16-8 against North Carolina's Carter and Jamison. 27 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 10 blocks. NCAA quarterfinals against Tim Duncan of Wake Forest. 31 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 11 blocks. NCAA semifinals against defending champions Kentucky. 40 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, 11 blocks. NCAA championship against Arizona's Trio. 50 points, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, 9 blocks. Throughout the elimination rounds, it was not merely about victory, but the annihilation of every opponent, including the 1997 projected #1 pick, Tim Duncan. Remarkably, Hany's prowess amplified as he faced stronger opponents, culminating in his extraordinary performance at the NCAA championship. His 50 points not only secured victory, but also set a new record for the highest score in NCAA championship history. More dramatically, 15 of those points were scored within the final 3 minutes. What a staggering display of scoring explosiveness. In a league where the pace is as slow as the NCAA, such talent is exceedingly rare, even in the NBA. Simultaneously, Hany shattered the single-season block record for the NCAA championship. Television broadcasts accompanied this news with a note. Hany's total number of blocks in this NCAA championship exceeded the combined total of all 63 other teams participating in this year's tournament. In essence, if Hany were considered a new entity in the NCAA championship blocking statistics, he would rank second, surpassed only by his own alma mater, Georgetown University. This signifies that while Hany has transformed into a formidable offensive force this season, his defensive capabilities have not only remained intact but have even strengthened. Last year, he was merely a defensive anchor alongside Allen Iverson. This year, he has metamorphosed into a dual threat and a superstar capable of trading blows with Tim Duncan. Such rapid progress is akin to riding a rocket. In light of Hany's explosive 50-point performance, if anyone were to rejoice, it would undoubtedly be David Stern. Far across the ocean in China, David Stern had already arrived at the airport, but upon witnessing Han Yi's phenomenal statistics and his masterful performance in the final 3 minutes, he immediately called the United States. "Send me the NCAA championship game footage at once. I must showcase this." Without delay, he directed his driver to return to the headquarters of CCTV in China. Feeling as though he was lounging atop a mountain of cash, this match alone might open the gates of China to the NBA even before Han Yi becomes an all-star. As the championship celebration drew to a close, reporters surrounded Han Yi. "Han, is the three-pointer your secret weapon? We have never seen you shoot a three-pointer on the NCAA stage." "Secret weapon?" Han Yi shook his head. "No, I shoot three-pointers based on the circumstances. I will do whatever the team needs. I shot three-pointers simply because the team required it." "Han, I just interviewed your teammate, and he mentioned that with over 3 minutes remaining and your team trailing Arizona by 8 points, you told your coach you would bring the championship back to Georgetown. And then you scored all subsequent points to win the game. Did you hold back your abilities in previous matches until the final moments?" "Haha," Han Yi chuckled. "Are you implying that I was saving my fire for the end?" "One could interpret it that way. Arizona is a strong team, but this year's championship is mine to claim. Saving fire at the end? What a brilliant metaphor. Be sure to note that down as today as headline." Next, the reporters posed the most critical question. "Han, will you participate in this year's 1997 NBA draft?" Han Yi smiled and replied, "Why not?" Chapter 49. Iverson and Kobe's banner, a meeting with Auerbach. Although it was widely acknowledged that Han Yi withdrew from the draft last year due to the NCAA championship, now that he had finally achieved it, there was no reason to remain in the NCAA. However, hearing him declare this himself brought a sense of reassurance, particularly for those who had been tanking the entire season in anticipation of the 1997 draft. "Now that we have won the championship, I will undoubtedly participate in the 1997 NBA draft. Han, as far as I know, Tim Duncan, who has been highly anticipated by the NBA, has also declared for this year's draft after graduating. Everyone believes that Duncan's position as the first overall pick is unquestionable. Do you feel confident competing against him?" "Absolutely," Han Yi retorted. "Everyone thought we couldn't defeat Duncan's team, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, yet we kept them out of the Final Four." "Han, I have another question for you. Do you have a girlfriend?" "Han, if you do, would you mind having another? What kind of reporter is this? With such a romantic mindset? Get out of here and don't ruin my focus." After escaping the relentless pursuit of the media, Han Yi finally found a moment to breathe. However, that respite was short-lived. As he pushed open the locker room door, a torrent of foamy liquid erupted, dousing him from head to toe. His Georgetown teammates were joyously spraying champagne, each holding 2 bottles. Wiping his face, Han Yi exclaimed, "Damn it, I've never backed down from a challenge. Let us battle." Thus, a passionate champagne war erupted among the dozen or so burly men in the locker room. Peeking through the slightly ajar door, Coach John Thompson was taken aback by the raucous scene and attempted to flee, only to be seized by the sharp-eyed Han Yi. "Come on, Coach, let us join in. We've got a barrel of champagne just for you." After a wild celebration, Han Yi, drenched from head to toe, emerged from the champagne-soaked locker room, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I inherited the ability to withstand copious amounts of alcohol from my past life, or I might have been done for in there." Rubbing his temples, Han Yi realized that his robust physique, honed by years of training, made it easy to outlast these American college players. Finally, he could take a breather and check if his championship rewards had come through. Just as he was about to access the system, he was interrupted. "Han, where do you think you're going? Let me take you to a great place." Upon closer inspection, he saw it was Allen Iverson, and even more surprising, Kobe was with him. "Hey, what is going on? You're here too, Kobe? What are you talking about?" Kobe was baffled. Han Yi's English pronunciation was impeccable, yet he couldn't grasp the context. "What did I do? I just came to watch a game." Iverson, however, was astonished for an entirely different reason. Pointing at the still lanky Kobe, "Strange, how do you know this guy? He hasn't played many games this season. Who are you dissing?" Kobe snapped back. "I've played 16 minutes every game, and I'm bound to become the strongest player in the NBA." "Strongest, huh?" Iverson scoffed. "Your Lakers would rather start Eddie Jones, a total scrub, than you. Doesn't that say something?" "True, Eddie Jones isn't great, but that's a coaching issue, not mine." All right, enough bickering." Han Yi had just finished a game and celebrated with champagne. Although physically fine, he was mentally exhausted. He patted Iverson on the shoulder. "You may be my favorite big brother, but I must admit this guy is genuinely popular and will surpass you in the future. This was a candid observation. Though Iverson was already a prominent figure in the NBA, he paled in comparison to Kobe's rising stardom. Hany, who had not watched many games in his past life, couldn't think of another player who went directly from being a bench warmer to an all-star starter like Kobe. Hey, the not yet 19-year-old Kobe flashed a grin. You know how to flatter. Come to the Lakers next season and hang out with me. Get lost. Iverson lamented his decision to bring Kobe along. Was this guy trying to steal his brother? Who could tolerate that? Besides, your Lakers are already second in the West. Why would you want Hany? Why not just ask for Jordan? Dream on. Hany belongs to us, the 76ers. We don't want Jordan. We've got our shooting guard in you. Kobe retorted, looking down on Iverson. And we are the Lakers. I may dislike Shaq, but he is undeniably strong. If we can get Shaq, why can't we get Hany? He would complement my game perfectly. Iverson shot back. Compliment your game? A bench warmer like you needs help? You should practice more instead of wasting others' time. Hany is destined to be my co-star. Our Georgetown duo will shine in the NBA once more. Nonsense. If it weren't for wanting the 76ers to draft Hany, I would have led my team into the playoffs already. As the two continued their escalating argument, they momentarily forgot about Hany's presence until an unfamiliar phone call interrupted. Stop squabbling. I need to take this call. Upon answering, a deep, authoritative voice resonated from the other end. Han, this is Arnold Auerbach. I'm outside the arena. Let us meet. Hany's first reaction was disbelief. You're Auerbach? I might as well be Emperor Qin. In Hany's eyes, Auerbach held a legendary status in the NBA, akin to that of an emperor. But if this were indeed a falsehood, he could easily verify its authenticity by stepping outside the arena, making it a low-risk endeavor, and it indicated a strong likelihood of truth. Glancing at the now red-faced and hoarse Kobe and Iverson, Hany cleared his throat. Apologies, brothers, but I must take my leave. Auerbach is seeking me. Chapter 50. Hany, I refuse PUA. Auerbach is no exception. Iverson and Kobe exchanged incredulous glances. What? Auerbach? For these young, aspiring talents yet to make their mark. Auerbach was indeed a legendary figure. Are you joking? You must be kidding, they exclaimed, feeling it was far too early for such an opportunity. Kobe, ever the brave one, volunteered, I've met Auerbach once. Let us go see if it's true. As Hany stepped outside, he was greeted by Auerbach, who leaned out of the car, extinguishing his cigar, and called out, Come here and talk, kid. Hany was momentarily stunned. This was truly Auerbach. Kobe marveled. Han, this is quite the spectacle. When I was trying out, he wasn't even present. I only met him as I was leaving. Auerbach, with a smile, addressed Iverson and Kobe, saying, Hey, gentlemen. If you're interested in joining the Celtics, I'll open the door for you. Iverson and Kobe quickly waved him off. What are you talking about? We're just rookies. Isn't that a bit much? Kobe even boldly retorted, Humph, you didn't pick me back then. You chose that ridiculous Walker. Regretting it now? Too late. Auerbach laughed heartily, offering no reply, and beckoned Hany to enter the car, completely ignoring Iverson and Kobe. In Auerbach's eyes, at that moment, only Hany mattered. Once inside the car, they drove into a lavish private estate. When a servant presented Hany with a cup of coffee, he turned to see Auerbach smiling at him. And reality began to sink in. Arnold Auerbach, the most successful coach in NBA history, an unparalleled authoritarian, and the most audacious experimenter in the league's annals, had arrived. To date, the Celtics' 16 championship rings were all won under Auerbach's stewardship as coach or president. It could be said that while the Celtics could afford to lose anyone, losing Auerbach was simply not an option. Years before Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his iconic I Have a Dream speech, this 5 feet 9 inches Jewish man had the audacity to introduce black athletes into the all-white NBA. Today, Auerbach sought to author another new chapter. He aimed to be the first to bring a player of Asian descent into the NBA realm. Lighting a cigar and taking a deep puff, Auerbach stated, Han, to be succinct, as you know, we've been languishing this year. And now we finally hold the worst record in the league. Our goal has been to select you for the team to help revive the slumbering Celtics. Remember, our last championship was 11 years ago. I don't need you to try out. I just need you to understand that we, the Celtics, have made our decision. You will be the cornerstone of our next era. Hany had to admit that receiving a call from such a legendary figure had left him momentarily dazed. He was not surprised the Celtics had an interest in him. Rather, he was astonished that Auerbach had traveled from Boston to New York right after the game. as though he had foreseen Han-E's victory and participation in this year's NBA draft. However, upon hearing Auerbach's enticing yet flawed statements, Han-E regained his composure. This old fox has been playing tricks on me from the start, has he? He thought. Han-E candidly responded, "So if you get the first overall pick, will you select me or Duncan? I suspect you just told Duncan the same thing last week, didn't you?" Auerbach was taken aback, not expecting this bold young man, barely past 20, to speak to him so audaciously. He recalled how, in his day, even the brash Jordan had shown utmost respect upon their first meeting. The fact that Han-E dared to challenge him was unexpected. Moreover, Han-E's deduction was entirely accurate. That very night Duncan had been eliminated, Auerbach had indeed taken him home from the arena. Yet, Auerbach, the cunning strategist, knew he had to maintain his composure. As long as he remained unperturbed, awkwardness would not find him. He readily admitted, "Yes, I did say something similar to Tim last week. However, he clearly has more confidence than you. Didn't he ask me such a foolish question about whether I would choose you or him? The truth is, I want both. This year, the Celtics have prepared 3 first-round picks for you, 2 of which are likely to be in the top 5, and the last around 20th. I must confess, if we secure the first pick, we will choose Duncan, but we will utilize the remaining 2 first-round picks and additional resources, such as any promising young players on our roster, valuable veterans, or expiring contracts, to trade for you. Together, you and Duncan could form a formidable duo that would dominate the NBA for the next decade. However, if we do not obtain the first pick, whether it's second or third, you will still be my top choice. The Celtics will be built around you as the core, allowing you to showcase your talents in Boston. You can even tell me who you wish to bring to the Celtics, and I will make it happen. Don't boast." Han-E interrupted Auerbach's grand vision. "If I say I want Iverson, what resources do you have to acquire him? Let us face it, for you and your Celtics, I'm merely a fallback option because you didn't choose Duncan." You were quite amusing." Auerbach chuckled once more. "I haven't had a young person speak to me like that in over 30 years. You are far bolder than a rookie Larry Bird. However, I admire it. As long as you are strong enough, you can be as audacious as you wish in my presence. I truly appreciate your spirit. If the Celtics somehow secure the first pick, I might seriously consider selecting you outright." Chapter 51. The NCAA Championship rewards have arrived. The NBA draft rewards are here too. Auerbach continued to probe. "If you declare that you will only come to the Celtics and refuse to audition for other teams, we will undoubtedly select you." Han-E's response was a mere chuckle. This old fox's words are not worth a half-truth. The promises made by the owner in my past life were enough to sustain me for 3 lifetimes. You American capitalists should not expect to continue weaving fantasies for me. Han-E made his stance clear. "Mr. Auerbach, there is no need for such discussions. I require no promises. I will strive for a higher draft position through my own efforts. If you secure the first pick and choose me, I will certainly join. You can confidently make your selection." Auerbach scrutinized the youthful visage of Han-E, a mere lad just stepping into adulthood who had managed to outmaneuver the seasoned 80-year-old strategist. How could he endure this? Auerbach took a deep draw from his cigar. "Child, you are still too young. Does being the first pick truly matter? The priority is to build a dynasty around you." Bill Russell was not the first pick. Yet who remembers who was chosen first in 1956? People recall Bill Russell as the king of rings. Do you not aspire to become the next ring king? Do you not yearn for a championship? I have promised you a core position. The difference between being a first pick and not is merely a few tens of thousands of dollars. If you declare you will only come to the Celtics, we can better utilize our resources to provide you with stronger teammates. Do you not wish for companions like the next Bob Cousy or John Havlicek? Not necessary." Han-E shook his head. "I am still young. My career has just begun. I am not in a rush for a championship, nor do I relish forming a super team. I prefer to fight with genuine effort and earn a championship through hard work. If you want me, you must pay a high price. You claim to want me as a core player, yet you are already calculating my draft position. How can I trust you? Refusing auditions with other teams offers me no advantage, for I believe I can secure a satisfactory draft position on my own." After declining Auerbach's invitation to stay, Han-E returned to the hotel where his team was lodged. Lying in bed, gazing at the moon in the late hours, he recalled Auerbach's face. "This old fox still wishes to scheme against me? What do the Celtics have that is so enticing? Shouldn't you be the one seeking me rather than the other way around? Do you truly naively believe you can secure the first pick? Do you think the NBA draft is devoid of intricacies? At 80 years old, do not be so naive. The San Antonio Spurs, from now until 2024, will only intentionally tank twice, once for the upcoming 1997 NBA draft and again for the 2023 NBA draft. Coincidentally, they secured the coveted first pick in 1997, obtaining Tim Duncan, whom they had long hoped for. The other instance in 2023 brought them the historic prodigy Victor Wembanyama. Surely, one cannot claim this is mere coincidence. If we strictly adhere to Han Yi's previous life timeline, this year the Spurs will hold the first pick, the Philadelphia 76ers will have the second, and the Boston Celtics will claim the third. To be frank, surpassing Tim Duncan for the first pick this year is exceedingly challenging. Duncan's prowess is undeniably formidable, and his impression on teams over the years is substantial. Regardless of Han Yi's performance, wresting the first pick from Duncan is a task beyond reach. However, apart from Duncan, who could possibly overshadow Han Yi? The second pick, Keith Van Horn, was dubbed the next Larry Bird yet never made an all-star appearance. Or perhaps the third pick, Chauncey Billups, who, while talented, was a late bloomer. As for those further down the list, Antonio Daniels, Tony Batty, Ron Mercer, Tim Thomas, who are these mere footnotes in history? In the original narrative of the 1997 draft, aside from Tim Duncan's brilliance, only Billups and the later Tracy McGrady stand out as notable figures. Others scarcely warrant mention. Under such circumstances, merely being behind Duncan in the draft order is bearable, but if another individual were to surpass me, that would be intolerable. Of course, the final NBA draft is still distant, and for the current NBA, nothing holds greater significance than the playoffs. Thus, Han Yi rubbed his hands together in excitement. It was time for his favorite segment, System, Show Me What Rewards I Have Earned. System Panel. Host, Han Yi. Age, 20. Height, 2, 11 meters. Weight, 110 kilograms. Wingspan, 2, 3 speed, 67. Strength, 78. Vertical leap, 60. Agility, 60. Explosiveness, 60. Toughness, 40. Stamina, 100. Offensive, inside scoring, 50. Ball handling, 45. Layup, 25. Dunk, 90. Mid-range shooting, 20. Three-point shooting, 71. Free throws, 60. Defensive, rebounding, 40. Stealing, 15. Post defense, 50. On-ball defense, 40. Help defense, 20. Blocking, 100. Screening, 20. Positioning, 30. Lateral movement, 40. Organization, passing, 25. Court vision, 25. Game experience, 1800. Game experience influences the effectiveness of all attributes. Congratulations to the host for winning the NCAA championship. Reward, 50 free attribute points. Congratulations to the host for participating in the 1997 NBA draft. Reward, upgrade to game experience effects. For every 1,000 game experience accumulated, all attributes receive an additional 1 boost. Non-official matches, 1 game experience, Summer League, preseason, international matches, Continental level 5 game experience, international matches, world level. Regular season, 10 game experience, playoffs, lost 30 game experience, playoffs, win 50 game experience. The known rewards may elicit little excitement, yet this free reward is entirely different. Earning 300 in a day might not be as thrilling as finding 30 on the street. Furthermore, Han Yi's free reward far exceeds that mere 30. By the way, System, this additional boost from game experience is calculated separately from the panel, correct? Indeed, host. This equates to a permanent game enhancement buff, providing extra benefits based on your pre-game specific values. Han Yi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Every 1,000 game experience accumulated grants an additional 1 boost to all attributes. This is simply exhilarating. This is not just taking off. This is taking off, and then taking off again. Chapter 52. The 1997 NBA Draft Lottery Ceremony. Upon examining each individual statistic, one might perceive a modest enhancement. However, Han Yi's attribute panel comprises over 20 nuanced traits. Even a slight improvement in each would yield a remarkably substantial cumulative effect. At present, the seemingly trivial bonuses result from Han Yi's predominantly low baseline statistics, rendering a 1 increase seemingly negligible. As he continues to elevate these foundational attributes, the resultant benefits will become increasingly apparent. It is essential to remember that he is still competing in the NCAA, where the volume of games in the NBA is exponentially greater. While the current improvements may appear minimal, the accumulation over several seasons will transform these increments into significant advantages. Furthermore, these enhancements can directly elevate his attributes that have already reached the NBA ceiling, such as his current blocking attribute of 100, although he can practice to improve. Advancing beyond a 100 attribute level demands an astonishing proficiency of 30,000. Each successful block grants 10 proficiency points, while a failed attempt deducts 5. Simple calculations reveal that striving for an additional level on a maxed attribute could prove excruciating. Yet, propelled by this buff, Han Yi's blocking ability has astonishingly ascended to an unprecedented level of 101. As for the 50 accrued free attribute points, Han Yi remains steadfast in his belief that patience is always rewarding. Moreover, the system has unveiled its next task: secure a top 3 pick in the 1997 draft, offering 10 free attribute points as a reward. This incentive is rather meager, is it not? Nevertheless, any reward, no matter how scant, is still a reward. After all, achieving a top 3 draft position is no small feat, especially given the competitive landscape this year. As the first round of the NBA draft commences, the teams that have already secured their positions are far from idle. The culmination of their season-long efforts will soon be revealed before the NBA championship is decided. According to the revised NBA lottery rules established in 1994, the 14 teams not participating in the playoffs will enter a lottery. The first announcement will reveal the teams that secured picks 4 through 14, followed by the final 3 ping-pong balls being drawn by the remaining teams. The team with the worst record possesses a 25% chance of securing the first overall pick, while the second-worst team has a 19.9% chance, and so forth. This year, based on regular season standings, the Vancouver Grizzlies, with the worst record, have a 25% chance of the top pick. The Boston Celtics, with the second-worst record, have a 19.9% chance. The San Antonio Spurs, with the third-worst, have a 15.6% chance, and the Philadelphia 76ers, with the fourth-worst, have an 11.9% chance. The lottery ceremony is graced by influential figures, among whom the most prominent is undoubtedly the legendary Red Auerbach, puffing on a cigar. Despite the Celtics narrowly losing to the Grizzlies in the race to the bottom, Auerbach's commanding presence seems to suggest that he has already secured this year's top pick. The Spurs are represented by owner Peter Holt, flanked by the young coach he has championed, Greg Popovich, who is only 48 years old and a fresh face in coaching. As the fate of the lottery balls begins to unfold, the first pick is revealed in sequence starting from the 14th position. The ball representing the Los Angeles Clippers gently descends, and without surprise, they secure the 14th pick. The representative from the Clippers remains stoic, as their participation in the lottery is a fortunate consequence of fewer teams from the West. Next, the 13th pick, representing the Cleveland Cavaliers, drops without incident, resulting in the same lack of surprise. As the picks progress from 12 to 5, everything seems rather mundane. However, when the ball representing the 4th pick descends, shockwaves ripple through the room. It is not the Philadelphia 76ers, who possess the 4th-worst record, but rather the Vancouver Grizzlies, the team with the absolute worst record. The Grizzlies coach nearly faints in disbelief. Last season, they finished at the bottom of the league and received the 3rd pick, which was already excessive. This year, they again hold the worst record, yet instead of the anticipated top 3 pick, they are assigned the 4th? In a twist of fate, while the Grizzlies coach grapples with despair, the 76ers coach cannot contain his glee, as they have successfully entered the top 3. The significance of this achievement is not lost, for while the top 3 picks sound enticing, the true value lies primarily in the top 2 selections. Whether it be Duncan or Han Yi, securing either would mean acquiring a foundational cornerstone for the future. However, a 3rd pick would be rather awkward, as there are numerous practical players available, yet none who could serve as a central figure for building a team. This year's draft resembles a grand prize lottery, where the first 2 picks are akin to world-class luxury vehicles, while the 3rd pick feels like a basic model. Any position within the top 2 is acceptable, but a 3rd pick is utterly intolerable. Soon, the fate of the top 3 picks begins to unfold. Auerbach maintains a composed demeanor, fully aware that the Boston Celtics are the most successful franchise in NBA history. From the outset of the season, they have clearly engaged in a strategic tanking. Surely, David Stern must comprehend this. Whether it is Duncan or Han Yi, is there truly a team more suited for them than the Celtics? Reviving the Celtics' glory would surely be more desirable than propping up a struggling franchise like the Spurs, right? Yet, in the next moment, Auerbach is rendered speechless. He watches as the ball representing the Boston Celtics drops. This signifies that after all their strategic efforts, they have merely secured the 3rd pick? Oh, what a travesty. Auerbach erupts in fury, sending a shiver down the spines of those around him. fearing he might overturn the table in displeasure. Fortunately, after a tirade, he resumes his seat. The second pick is then revealed. The Philadelphia 76ers have claimed the second pick. Elated, the 76ers coach immediately calls Allen Iverson. "Han E is ours." In the end, history repeats itself as the San Antonio Spurs secure the first overall pick. With the legendary duo of 1997 in play, both the 76ers and the Spurs are jubilant. At this moment, it appears that only Auerbach stands as the greatest loser. Yet, Auerbach, with fierce determination, exhales a puff of cigar smoke and declares, "This battle has only just begun." Chapter 53, Late Night Date to Enhance Resilience? How would I know? For Sir Zhao's request, thus, a rather amusing incident unfolded in Han Yi's eyes. While he was training alone at the practice court, Allen Iverson suddenly arrived in a luxurious car, stepping out to declare that Han Yi should prepare for the upcoming season to battle alongside him in the NBA. However, just an hour prior to Iverson's arrival, Han Yi had received a phone call from Auerbach, who insisted that he would secure Han Yi, urging him to get ready to don the number 1 jersey of the Celtics. Han Yi earnestly inquired of Iverson, "Are you certain that the Philadelphia 76ers will select me?" Iverson appeared somewhat bewildered, responding, "No, Han. Do you still believe that you are guaranteed to be the top pick? Please. The number 1 draft pick is in the hands of the San Antonio Spurs, and the entire world knows they will undoubtedly choose Tim Duncan." With a smile, Han Yi shook his head. The draft order this year mirrored that of 1997 in his memory, implying that the Spurs were destined to welcome their true champion. Given another 2 years, he was confident he could surpass Duncan, yet at this moment, Duncan undoubtedly stood as the stronger future interior powerhouse. Losing to Duncan did not seem unjust, but Han Yi remained uncertain about the 76ers' determination to select him. After all, that old trickster Auerbach had stated his intention to make a move. Han Yi chuckled, "Allen, I would certainly relish teaming up with you. But whether that becomes a reality hinges on this year's draft. You must understand, I am quite in demand right now." There can be no changes," Iverson confidently asserted. "We, the 76ers, hold the number 2 pick, and should we wish to select you, no one can take that away. Then what are we waiting for? Let us commence our first joint practice as teammates." Han Yi grinned. "Get lost." Iverson repeatedly declined. "Training during the off-season? Come on, I'm a millionaire now. I need to enjoy life with my girlfriend." Training was for ordinary talents, but he considered himself the CR de la CR. With that, Iverson drove off, leaving Han Yi to ponder, the CR de la CR? Indeed, Iverson possesses the confidence to say so, while I, an ordinary fellow, can only train. Continuing his practice, Han Yi focused on his free throws. I wonder where I will end up. Whatever. My goal is to elevate my free throw skill to 70 before the new season begins. Hey, Han, you're about to graduate. Can't we go on a date just once? Han Yi turned to find Adele from the Georgetown long-distance running team. This girl, oh no, she should be considered a senior since she was 2 years older than him, was quite persistent, having seen her every time he ran. From initially inviting him to join the long-distance team to seeking opportunities for a private date. However, Han Yi, engrossed in training, had never afforded her even a moment's chance. Yet, Adele was relentless. Now a senior, she wished to make one last attempt in the face of this rising basketball star. As he glanced at her, he noticed her tall stature, long and slender legs, a crisp white shirt accentuating her figure, and her golden hair tied in a high ponytail, with loose strands framing her delicate face, adding a charming stubbornness that made her even more endearing than usual. All right, Han Yi nodded. It wouldn't hurt to occasionally dine with a beautiful woman to unwind, would it? Adele's blue eyes sparkled with delight as she linked her arm with Han Yi's, her soft touch bringing a unique warmth to his solid muscles. As they stepped outside, after a drink, Adele's cheeks flushed, her body becoming pliable, prompting Han Yi to escort her back to the hotel, realizing he had been ensnared. It turned out that Adele's invitation for dinner was more than just a meal. As Han Yi recognized Adele's encroaching advances, he understood. He was the main course. Yet, he was not one to play the passive role. Transforming his circumstance into an active pursuit was the best strategy. As dawn broke, Han Yi closed his eyes, preparing to take a brief nap, but as soon as he shut them, he was jolted awake. Goodness, my resilience has increased. To be precise, the system recorded 2130, resilience 0. 3. 2300 hours, resilience 0. 1. 044, resilience 0. 1. 155, resilience 0. 1. 3:30. Resilience 0. 1. In a single night, his resilience had increased by a total of 0. 7. The system indicated 0. 2 away from reaching 41 resilience. Among all attributes, resilience was undoubtedly the hardest to enhance. After 2 years of rigorous training, Han Yi had tried various methods, yielding a mere 0. 1 increase. Yet, following a night of fervor with Adele, his resilience surged by 0. 7. He realized that the increase was not due to difficulty, but rather a misalignment in approach. Resilience was directly linked to a player's endurance. The greater the resilience, the less prone a player was to injury during games. In the NBA, lacking resilience meant that all other attributes were rendered meaningless. The critical nature of resilience was unparalleled. While 40 resilience might barely suffice in NCAA competitions in the NBA, enduring through 82 consecutive games posed a significant injury risk, especially for rookies. Thus, after recently claiming the NCAA championship, Han Yi had contemplated allocating his accumulated 60 free attribute points directly to resilience. However, after much deliberation, he refrained. Fortunately, Han Yi sighed in relief. I'm glad I sought a more effective method to bolster my resilience before investing those points. Experiencing his first increase to 0. 3. Followed by only 0. 1 thereafter, he mused, is the system trying to turn me into a scoundrel? Observing Adele, who lay on the bed, completely unconscious and exposed in all her glory, Han Yi flexed his muscles and seized the opportunity. At precisely 5:00 a.m., resilience increased by another 0. 1. The sunlight of Washington filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow on Han Yi's profile. Drops of sweat cascaded down his jaw, landing on Adele's soft form. Congratulations, host. Resilience has reached level 41. At that moment of ascension, Han Yi's stamina replenished, and he cast another glance at the flushed Adele. Chapter 54. Signing the agent of Jordan style, prepping for the 1997 draft. The year 1997 in the NBA undoubtedly belonged to the Chicago Bulls, who finished the regular season with an impressive record of 69 wins and 13 losses, firmly securing the top position in the league. As they entered the playoffs, they swept through their opponents with ease, a 3-0 victory over the Washington Bullets in the first round, followed by a 4-1 triumph against the Atlanta Hawks in the second round, and another 4-1 win against the Miami Heat in the Eastern Conference Finals. The NBA Finals against the Utah Jazz showcased a series of iconic moments. In the pivotal Game 5, Michael Jordan played through food poisoning, logging 44 minutes and scoring 38 points, leading his team to a narrow 90-88 victory. After the game, Jordan collapsed in Scottie Pippen's embrace, creating a moment that became immortalized in sports history. In the sixth game of the finals, Pippen's remark about the weekend postman left Karl Malone rattled, leading to 2 missed free throws. Seizing the final opportunity, Michael Jordan hit a jump shot, securing an 84-82 victory and clinching back-to-back championships. Following this championship, Michael Jordan's 5 titles established him not merely as the top player in the league, but as the greatest player in NBA history. While many have won more championships than Jordan, his unparalleled performance in the playoffs remains unmatched. Coupled with David Stern's vigorous star-making campaign, Jordan became synonymous with the NBA, and his ascent to the title of the greatest seemed inevitable. Stern's strategy primarily involved creating highlight reels of Jordan's outstanding performances, distributing them to every corner of the globe, as opposed to his successor Adam Silver, who sought to elevate players lacking Jordan's caliber through dubious officiating. Hoping to find the next Michael Jordan. Concurrently with the playoffs, the rookie tryouts were underway. Han Yi heeded the advice of his mentor, John Thompson, and chose to sign with the same agent as Allen Iverson, Alonzo Mourning, and Dikembe Mutombo, David Falk. However, Falk was not exclusive to Georgetown. For although the aforementioned players were renowned stars, Falk's most recognized identity was as Michael Jordan's agent. Thanks to Jordan, Falk had risen to prominence as the preeminent agent of the 1990s. John Thompson emphasized the importance of choosing Falk, citing him as a genuinely good person. Indeed, for his players, Falk was a benevolent figure, yet to the teams, he was a formidable tyrant. As Jordan's fame soared, Falk found it exceedingly simple to manipulate teams into making decisions advantageous for his clients. Kevin McHale once remarked, if a nuclear bomb were to explode in a region, only 2 entities would survive, cockroaches and David Falk. During Falk's first extensive conversation with Han, he stated, Han, compared to the Philadelphia 76ers, I believe you would be better suited for the Boston Celtics. I know you are good friends with Iverson. but I envision a future for you that transcends merely being a blue-collar center. You need a larger stage. You must become a superstar like Michael Jordan. Only then can I secure greater financial rewards. Han harbored skepticism about whether Falk made such grand claims to every rookie he represented, suspecting it was mere flattery. Nevertheless, he felt reassured, entrusting his career to a man who had established Michael Jordan's commercial empire. The only concern remained. David, could you possibly lower your commission, particularly on endorsements? 20% seems excessive. Bear in mind, I am not American, and I have a vast market in China behind me. Thus, the wheels of fate began to turn. For a top-tier prospect like Han, participation in the NBA's joint tryouts was unnecessary. David Falk had already declared that Han would only showcase his talents to teams holding a top 5 draft pick or those in major cities like Los Angeles and New York that aspired to elevate their position to secure him. Although they lacked official measurements from the joint tryouts, scouts soon uncovered Han Yi's impressive athletic profile. Born on February 25, 1977, his height was 7 feet, 2, 13 meters. Weight 115 kilograms, wingspan 2, 30 meters, standing reach 2, 86 meters, and max vertical reach 3, 67 meters. He achieved 22 repetitions of 84 kilograms on the bench press. A maximum bench press of 130 kilograms, a 3-4 court sprint time of 3:11 seconds, and a baseline shuttle run time of 11:88 seconds, with a body fat percentage of 7. During his sophomore season at Georgetown, he averaged 30 minutes of play, scoring 23 points, 5 rebounds, 0, 8 assists, 1 steals, and 5 blocks per game, with a shooting percentage of 71.8 and a three-point shooting percentage of 100, having taken only 3 attempts. Han possessed remarkable physical attributes, embodying the ideal power forward physique, coupled with exceptional strength and wingspan. Early in his career, he could excel as a power forward. Yet his body already exhibited the prerequisites to fulfill the role of a center. His strengths included a small forward-level speed, formidable finishing ability at the rim, and a balanced capability to score with both hands, making him a force in transition. As a larger player, he demonstrated a degree of proficiency in post-up situations, explosive athleticism, agility, and high basketball IQ, executing coaches' strategies with precision. Defensively, his exaggerated wingspan and innate judgment enabled him to block shots effortlessly. Though he hailed from Georgetown, home of the shot-blocking king Mutombo, he was undoubtedly a superior shot blocker and likely the most formidable rim protector in this draft class, with no rivals. He showcased outstanding defensive potential, adept at off-ball defense and capable of switching onto perimeter players. However, his weaknesses included inconsistent shooting, below-average free throw shooting, a tendency to focus his offense within the paint, subpar rebounding, poor boxing out awareness, and inadequate pick-and-roll recognition. In conclusion, should Hani achieve at least the average rebounding standards of the NBA, he possesses the potential to become the most dominant defensive big man. Were it not for Tim Duncan, he would undoubtedly be the top pick in this draft. Best comparison, Bill Russell. Worst comparison, Manu Ginobili. The 1997 NBA Draft is about to commence. Chapter 55. Han welcomes his young admirer. The first live draft event in Huaxia. At the draft event, Tim Duncan once again encountered Han in the green room, accompanied by Keith Van Horn, Antonio Daniels, Chauncey Billups, and the freshly turned 18 Tracy McGrady. However, over 90% of the cameras were fixated on the faces of Duncan and Han. The other prospective draftees had long grown accustomed to this, not even harboring a trace of jealousy. Although the draft had not yet commenced, the first and second picks had already been determined months ago. The youngest among them, McGrady, was evidently quite excited, glancing around nervously. Gathering his courage, he approached. Tim, Han, could you both sign something for me? Tim, my mom is your fan. And Han, please don't misunderstand. It's my mom who adores Duncan, but I am your diehard fan. I've been watching you since you teamed up with AI. Your three-pointer in the NCAA finals was simply spectacular. Of course, Tim, you are impressive too, but I still prefer Han. I've heard that your training is extraordinary. And I'd love the chance to train with you. I learned that a player named Harrington from your team made it to the NBA just by training with you every day. I've always wanted to train with you, but didn't know how to approach you. I was initially set to attend Georgetown University this year, but upon hearing you were entering the NBA draft, I decided to join too. Duncan glanced at the chattering McGrady and then at the increasingly darkening expression of Han, nearly bursting into laughter. Han, you've really got it. Your fans have tracked you down to the green room. Ultimately, Honey could no longer endure it. Please, McGrady. Could you let us have a moment of peace? Wow, McGrady exclaimed, even more thrilled. Mom, my idol actually knows me. For the other draftees. Rather than competing for the first or second pick with Han-E and Duncan, it seemed more prudent to strive for a chance at the third pick. Undoubtedly. The future classification of this draft would hinge on the development of these two prodigious talents. At this moment, Han-E was blissfully unaware that, due to the efforts and coordination of David Stern, the 1997 NBA draft was being broadcast live across Huaxia. Dear viewers, I am Sun Jingping, and I am currently live at the 1997 NBA draft. This marks the very first live broadcast of an NBA draft in Huaxia. I believe many viewers may not be familiar with the NBA draft. Let us invite former key player of the Huaxia national basketball team and former coach of both the men's and women's teams, Zhang Weiping, to briefly explain what the NBA draft entails. Hello. The NBA draft is quite straightforward, Zhang Weiping replied with a smile. It involves young basketball players from all corners who have been selected by the NBA coming together to participate in the draft. Sun Jingping interjected, just like 2 years ago, when we had Wang Zhizhi, who was selected by the NBA to participate in the draft. But he was too young to attend and decided to wait a few more years. I recall the scouts from the Mavericks were nearly in tears upon hearing that news. I am confident that in a couple of years, Wang Zhizhi will indeed become the first Huaxia player in NBA history. Sun Jingping said, bewildered as he scrutinized the script and then glanced at the self-assured Zhang Weiping. Tentatively, he said, Coach Zhang, this year. It is said that there is indeed a Huaxia player participating in the draft. Impossible. If there is, he must be a naturalized citizen, Zhang Weiping confidently asserted. Currently, only Wang Zhizhi can join the NBA from Huaxia. Seeing Zhang Weiping's unwavering confidence, Sun Jingping had no choice but to let the director cut to a commercial first. Then discreetly asked Zhang Weiping, Coach Zhang, didn't you review the materials we provided yesterday? Zhang Weiping waved his hand dismissively. From my understanding of the NBA, the materials your station prepared are of no use whatsoever. This draft has dozens of players. Even if you read them, you wouldn't remember. Just rest assured that NBA will introduce each player for at least 5 minutes, and we can simply follow along. Sun Jingping began to sweat. Realizing that Coach Zhang had not reviewed the materials at all, the information primarily focused on one individual, Han-E. When Sun Jingping forcibly handed the materials back to Zhang Weiping, he was taken aback. Han-E? No, wasn't he? It said that this person was untraceable? Everyone claimed he was a hoax. Could he truly be real? CCTV had kept Han-Ye's arrival a complete secret from the sports community, leaving Zhang Weiping in shock upon receiving this news. As he rapidly perused Han-Ye's information, his eyes widened with astonishment, just as the broadcast signal returned. The NBA draft had officially begun. On televisions across Huaxia, basketball fans were witnessing the live NBA draft for the very first time. NBA Commissioner David Stern, beaming with joy, stepped up to the podium and delivered the familiar opening remarks that had become a yearly tradition for American audiences, yet were entirely new to those in Huaxia. I am delighted to welcome a new wave of young talents into the NBA family this evening. This is a moment these young men have dreamt of, and it is the finest reward for their years of hard work and training. Amidst the applause from the audience, the talented individuals present were filled with excitement, yet those teams that failed to secure the top picks wore expressions of utter despair. Conspiracy, they murmured. As long as we don't secure the first or second pick, there must be some hidden agenda at play. Among the most unfortunate was the head coach of the Vancouver Grizzlies, who had drawn the third pick last season despite having the worst record, receiving a severe reprimand from ownership. This season, with the same record, they faced the same fate, landing the fourth pick, prompting the owner to fire him in a fit of rage. After completing his opening remarks, David Stern opened the envelope representing the San Antonio Spurs. With the first overall pick, he announced, the San Antonio Spurs select Tim Duncan from Wake Forest University. Upon hearing this news, Duncan displayed no signs of excitement. He merely stood and waved to the crowd, then turned to extend his hand to Han-E, who embraced him warmly. Congratulations, congratulations. Yet Duncan maintained a serious demeanor, murmuring, Hey, brother, our rivalry has only just begun. With a smile, Han-E replied, So sharp, Tim. I can only say the future is mine as well. Chapter 56, A Storm Brews at the Draft. Where's Han-E? As Duncan took the stage to shake hands with David Stern, The broadcast began showcasing Duncan's remarkable moments during his NCAA battles at Wake Forest University. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of Huaxia, Sun Jinping, substituting for the expected speaker Zhang Weiping, began to highlight the key points of the draft. This year, numerous prominent rookies are participating, including Tim Duncan, Tim Thomas, Ron Mercer, Chauncey Billups, and Antonio Daniels. However, the player most worthy of our Huaxia audience's attention is a young man named Han Yi, who is poised to become the first Huaxia national to enter the NBA. Recently, the NBA president announced Tim Duncan as the #1 pick in the 1997 NBA draft, commonly referred to in Huaxia as the draft champion. Yet, this is of little consequence, for insiders have indicated that Han Yi is likely to be selected within the top 5. We shall soon witness Han Yi's moment on stage. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Zhang Weiping exclaimed, waving his hands. I sincerely wish for Han Yi to be selected by the NBA, but to be chosen in the top 5 is simply beyond imagination. Our De Gea was projected to be picked towards the end of the first round or the beginning of the second, should he have entered the draft. You know, De Gea has not only excelled in the CBA, but also performed admirably on the international stage, particularly in the recently concluded Atlanta Olympics, where he competed as the starting center, leading his team to the top 8. Such accomplishments are not something Han Yi, playing in a college league in the United States, can compare to. While he is indeed our Huaxia player, we must remain realistic. Let us hope he can be selected in the second round. Sun Jinping glanced at the information and then at the confidently smiling Zhang Weiping, his face adorned with a series of question marks, genuinely wanting to ask, "Brother, are you feeling all right today?" At that moment, across the ocean in America, the Philadelphia 76ers' second pick was about to be revealed. As Tim Duncan took the stage to embrace and converse with David Stern, everyone's gaze shifted towards Han Yi. Allen Iverson, who had arrived with the 76ers team, excitedly waved at Han Yi. Amidst the cacophony of the venue, Han Yi could scarcely hear what Iverson was saying, yet his expression radiated excitement, as if it were a foregone conclusion that he would be joining the 76ers. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, Billy King's phone was ringing off the hook. "Hello, Billy. This is Jay Crowder. Let us discuss a trade for the second pick. We'll offer this year's and next year's first-round picks, along with Tony Kukoc and Dennis Rodman. You must know, these players are crucial to our Bulls championship hopes this year." Billy King replied, "If you want the second pick, it's simple. Give me Michael Jordan, and I'll seal the deal immediately." Beep, beep, beep. "Hello, Billy. This is Popovich. Our Spurs are willing to offer the immense David Robinson plus next year's first-round pick in exchange for your second pick." Billy King chuckled. "If you're willing to part with Duncan, we'd consider throwing in next year's first-round pick." Beep, beep, beep. "Billy, we in New York are prepared to trade superstar Patrick Ewing for your second pick. What do you say?" Billy King laughed. "Do you think Ewing is Jordan from the Bulls? A player who has even won a regular season MVP doesn't qualify as a superstar? Go away." "Billy, this is Jerry West. As long as you're willing to give the second pick to us Lakers, I'm prepared to offer this year's and next year's first-round picks, along with all-star guard Eddie Jones." Billy King laughed. "What scrap metal do you expect to exchange for our Han Yi? Aside from Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, everything else from the Lakers is up for grabs." Billy King stated plainly, "But we in Philadelphia only desire O'Neal." Beep, beep, beep. As soon as the call ended, the phone rang again. Auerbach spoke to 76ers general manager Billy King. "Come on, Billy, let us discuss a trade for your second pick." "Trade?" Billy King said seriously. "We have no intention of trading the second pick. Han Yi is Iverson's best teammate from college. We plan to build our future around these two. They are the cornerstone of our 76ers for the next decade, and trading is out of the question." "Huh." Auerbach chuckled. "If there is absolutely no possibility of a trade, you should have hung up the phone like the Spurs did just now. We're willing to offer this year's third pick, sixth pick, and 11th pick, 3 first-round picks for your second pick. How does that sound?" "Huh." Billy King retorted with a cold smile. "What a ridiculous proposition. You know this year is a weak draft. Aside from Duncan and Han Yi, no one else would even make the lottery cut last year. I know you're clever, but I'm no fool." Auerbach nodded. "Tell me what you want. You're a smart man, and you know there aren't many chances to outsmart me." Billy King smiled. "You said it. We want your cornerstone players. Last year's 6th pick Antoine Walker, along with Eric Williams, Rick Fox. Your 3rd and 6th picks this year, and next year's first-round pick." "Huh, you really are asking for a lioness share." Auerbach scoffed. "You dare to ask for all 3 of our top scorers from last season? Rick Fox was chosen by us in 91 and cultivated through the years. Eric Williams was selected in 95, and Antoine Walker was our pick last year. So, we've been nurturing them for you 76ers, huh? And now you want 3 first-round picks? If you're saying this year is weak, next year is a legitimate strong draft year. We Celtics are in the process of rebuilding. And we're guaranteed a top 5 pick next year. So, you're asking us to give you all our current and future young talents? You Celtics are the ones seeking me out for a trade. Billy King, feeling triumphant, said, let us finalize the trade. If not, so be it. You know Hani is our foundational stone. More importantly, he is a close friend of Iverson, who has strongly recommended I select Hani. If Iverson finds out I've traded Hani, he will undoubtedly be furious. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Auerbach agreed. Chapter 57, A Bold Gamble. The Cardinals' Terrifying Resolve. What? Auerbach's voice rang clear. I said yes. I agree to this deal, and it is settled. Billy King doubted his hearing, wondering if his ears had betrayed him. Had he truly uttered such a lofty offer? How could any reasonable party accept such a bid? The stakes included the last season's Rookie of the Year, Antoine Walker, a power forward averaging 8 points per game in his debut season. Additionally, there was Eric Williams, a 1995 lottery pick, who averaged 5 points last season. Along with Rick Fox, a 28-year-old player at the peak of his career, deemed invaluable by his team. They were also offering this year's 3rd and 6th picks, along with a first-round pick likely to be a top 5 selection next season. With this treasure trove of assets, it was not just the 2nd pick, Hani, that was enticing. Even Duncan, holding the number 1 pick, would find it challenging to resist such a bountiful offer. Yet, with Auerbach's decisive acceptance, a flicker of doubt crept into Billy King's mind about whether he had made a regrettable mistake. Billy King quickly sweetened the deal. Did you misunderstand? This is not all. You must also take on Derek Coleman's remaining 2-year contract to balance the deal. While Derek Coleman possessed undeniable talent, having emerged as the number 1 overall pick in 2010, his lack of discipline had marred his career. Last season, he had been sidelined due to injuries and returned to the court only to find himself out of shape, leading to a wasteful contract worth $14 million over 2 years. Derek, Auerbach scoffed, you're offering us a 1990s prodigy for free? Well, of course, I will accept. Billy King could hardly believe his good fortune, responding earnestly. You're not jesting, are you? Auerbach chuckled. My time is valuable. I have no time for frivolities. It's settled then, Hani is mine. And you can have all these players. Soon after Tim Duncan left the stage, David Stern opened the envelope for the Philadelphia 76ers, beaming as he announced. With the 2nd pick, the Philadelphia 76ers select Hani from Georgetown University. Cheers erupted in the green room, but Hani remained composed, donning the 76ers cap as he ascended the stage. Welcome to the NBA. Stern embraced Hani, whispering, after you step down, you will receive my contact information. Should you encounter any difficulties or issues in the NBA, do not hesitate to call me. Remember, I mean any issue at all. Stern's eyes shimmered with ambition. Had Hani not known the man harbored no particular bias, he might have felt compelled to flee. In a mere glance, Hani comprehended that for Stern, his value extended beyond mere talent. It encompassed the uncharted territories of the Chinese market, yet to be conquered by the NBA. The league had no shortage of gifted players. Before Hani, Duncan was undoubtedly superior in prowess. Yet, Stern remained unfazed, for the NBA frequently encountered exceptionally talented youth. However, Hani, as a Chinese player entering the NBA, was an anomaly. Without a doubt, Hani, who debuted in the league in 1997, would succeed the former Yao Ming, serving as the bridge between the NBA and the Chinese market. I understand. Hani nodded with a smile, addressing the commissioner. Desire is not a flaw, particularly for Stern, who elevated the NBA from obscurity in America to a global phenomenon. Such ambition was essential for success. For Hani, poised to be the link to the vast Chinese market, this was an unequivocal advantage. In the live broadcast from China, as Zhang Weiping remained in disbelief, Sun Jinping exuberantly declared, "Congratulations to Hani. Let us celebrate his achievement as the 2nd overall pick in the 1997 NBA draft, a monumental milestone in Chinese basketball history. We hope Hani will showcase the brilliance of our basketball on the NBA stage and elevate our sport to new heights." While Sun Jinping passionately spoke, Zhang Weiping intently watched the highlights of Hani's performances on the NCAA stage, a first for him. Hani, so this is the player we have been eagerly anticipating? He marveled. Incredible. Simply incredible. when Zhang Weiping witnessed Han Yi receiving a pass in the low post. Effortlessly powering through two defenders for a dunk, he exclaimed, "His physical prowess is astounding. I've only seen such raw power in Badr." As Han Yi swiftly maneuvered past a defender to complete an acrobatic dunk, Zhang Weiping's excitement was palpable. He moves like a guard. Such agility is rare for someone of his height. When Han Yi hit consecutive three-pointers in the NCAA finals, Zhang Weiping was left speechless. My goodness. A big man hitting three-pointers with such ease. Had I not seen his previous performances, I'd think he was a specialist like Li Nan. Strength like Badr. Agility like Hu Weidong. Shooting like Li Nan. What a remarkable talent we have in Han Yi. Sun Jingping interjected. Zhang, remain composed. The third pick will be announced shortly. What? Are there other Chinese players in this draft? Zhang Weiping queried. No, only Han Yi. Shouldn't we discuss other notable prospects? Zhang Weiping waved dismissively. Why bother? Do our fans genuinely care? Chapter 58. The privilege of building the Celtics foundation. As Han Yi stepped off the stage, Allen Iverson surged forward, leaping to embrace him. Brother, from now on, you ride with me, and together, we will turn the NBA upside down. Han Yi glanced around but did not see Auerbach among the Celtics ranks. Although he felt a thrill at the prospect of teaming up with Iverson, he couldn't help but experience a tinge of melancholy at the realization that the Celtics had ultimately chosen to forego him despite their earlier bravado. It seemed he still lacked sufficient strength. Not only was he overshadowed by the complete form of Duncan, but he also couldn't compel the Celtics to invest lavishly in him. At that moment, the answer for the third pick was about to be revealed. In the original history of the 1997 NBA draft, the San Antonio Spurs selected Tim Duncan with the first pick, the Philadelphia 76ers chose Keith Van Horn second, and the Boston Celtics selected Chauncey Billups third. However, since the 76ers had opted for Han Yi with their second pick, the past history held no relevance, and Han Yi was curious about whom the Celtics would select. David Stern opened the envelope for the Boston Celtics and announced, the Boston Celtics select Keith Van Horn from the University of Utah with the third pick. Yes. Holding his one-year-old daughter proudly above his head, Van Horn embraced his wife in a kiss. Had it not been for his wife's recent childbirth, he would have participated in the NBA draft in 1996. If one were to compile a list of devoted family men among NBA players, Van Horn would undoubtedly rank among the top three. However, the Celtics' choice of Van Horn with the third pick left Han Yi feeling slightly discontented. He recognized that Van Horn would indeed become a competent NBA starter, possessing commendable rebounding skills and a rare shooting ability for big men in the late 90s to early 21st century. In this draft year, he would be an excellent choice, whether as the second or third pick. Yet, Han Yi recalled Auerbach's fervent declarations and wondered, could Auerbach truly believe that Van Horn could replace me? With Van Horn's nickname as the next Larry Bird, would the man who personally discovered and coached Bird be swayed by such a moniker? Just as Han Yi was lost in his thoughts, a staff member from the 76ers suddenly approached him. Han, you have been traded to the Boston Celtics. Han Yi? Iverson? Iverson angrily seized the staff member by the collar. What the hell are you talking about? This is not a joking matter. The staff member, unruffled, replied, Allen, this is the decision of our general manager, and it has been personally approved by the owner. I will call Billy King right now. Allen Iverson cursed. Trade Han? Then trade me as well. Desperately dialing, Iverson found that neither the general manager nor the owner was answering their phones. Damn, this is all nonsense. I'm going to confront them. Iverson stormed out of the venue in a fury. Meanwhile, David Stern, who was presiding over the draft, was taken aback. What is happening? How did Auerbach manage to snatch away my prized asset for the Chinese market? I had orchestrated a narrative where Han Yi and Iverson would team up, becoming a new generation of contenders against Jordan in the East, initiating a magnificent era of change. Of course, given their current capabilities, it was impossible, but with my assistance, they might have had a fighting chance. But what now? Han Yi had been traded to my most despised Celtics. Moreover, this Celtics team was a complete mess. Was Auerbach deliberately trying to sabotage this young talent? At that moment, Celtics staff approached Han Yi, extending their hands. Han, congratulations on joining the Boston Celtics. We have traded this year's third and sixth picks, as well as a first-round pick next year, along with 2 key players, for you. Meanwhile, the television broadcast revealed the transaction details. The Boston Celtics acquired Han Yi and Derek Coleman from the Philadelphia 76ers in exchange for Antoine Walker, Eric Williams, Rick Fox, this year's first-round third and sixth picks, and a first-round pick in 1998. The Celtics staff solemnly handed Han E the team cap, stating, "Mr. Auerbach believes you will be the cornerstone of our franchise for the next decade. The future of the Celtics rests in your hands, young man." Hani awkwardly scratched his head, noting, "Why do the Celtics sound so vague and insincere? How could that be?" Auerbach's voice echoed before he arrived. "I know Ben Wallace. I've already called him. He will come for a workout tomorrow, and I will offer him a fully guaranteed 2-year minimum salary. Now, you must exercise your authority as the cornerstone of our franchise. You will decide who we select with our 11th and 35th picks." This was the promise Auerbach, the old fox, had made to Han E regarding his foundational power, and it was no longer an empty pledge. Yet, this power, upon reflection, seemed rather inconsequential. After all, this year was notoriously weak for the draft, with a plethora of mediocre talent in the top 10, and beyond that, there was hardly a viable player to consider. Even if Han E had foresight into the careers of these players from his past life, he would struggle to find anyone of note. Moreover, Han E had no recollection of these early players who were not all-stars. The only players he remembered from the '97 draft were Tim Duncan, Keith Van Horn, Chauncey Billups, and Tracy McGrady, and that was it. This was rather awkward, as he held the 11th pick while these players were all among the top 10. Ah no. Han E suddenly remembered one more remarkable player projected for the second round, Steven Jackson. During his peak, he would certainly qualify as an all-star caliber swingman, boasting solid offensive and defensive skills, albeit with a fiery temperament. However, he was merely a second-round pick, making it a poor choice to select him with the 11th pick. Auerbach, that cunning old fox, must have been unable to find a suitable player and is instead passing this off as a favor to me, right? But can this truly be considered a favor? Han E felt a shiver as he sensed Auerbach's scrutinizing gaze upon him. It felt more like a test. Meanwhile, the draft continued, and after the Celtics selected Keith Van Horn with the 3rd pick, the identity of the 4th pick was soon revealed. As in the original timeline, the Vancouver Grizzlies selected Antonio Daniels with the 4th pick, thus allowing Chauncey Billups, who should have been selected 3rd, to drop. Subsequently, the 5th pick remained unchanged, with the Denver Nuggets selecting Tony Batty, just as in previous years. This unexpectedly rekindled hope in Han E, who had long since resigned himself to despair. Goodness, could it be that Chauncey Billups was overlooked? Chapter 59, The Choice of Han E with the 11th pick. Han Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Chauncey Billups is typically regarded as a late-blooming talent, his rookie year was rather underwhelming. Otherwise, he would not have been swiftly traded away by the Celtics in the previous timeline. Nevertheless, Han E was willing to endure this. As a quality point guard capable of leading a team to championship glory is indeed a rare commodity in this league. Without a moment's hesitation, he inscribed Chauncey Billups' name on the card within the 11th envelope and submitted it. Moreover, securing Billups with the 11th pick, who was previously a 3rd overall selection, was undoubtedly a lucrative decision. The 6th pick, originally belonging to the Boston Celtics, was traded to the Philadelphia 76ers in exchange for Han E, who opted for Ron Mercer. This mirrored the events of the past perfectly. Han Ye's heart raced with exhilaration as the draft unfolded. He sensed that today would yield a substantial gain. The New Jersey Nets selected Tim Thomas with the 7th pick, while the Golden State Warriors chose O'Donnell Foyle with the 8th. As the 9th pick approached, Han Ye's heart raced even faster, in excitement that surpassed his own selection. Just 2 more picks remained until he could claim his own choice. David Stern slowly opened the envelope designated for the Toronto Raptors, glanced at the note within, and proclaimed, with the 9th pick, "The Toronto Raptors select Chauncey Billups from the University of Colorado." Elation surged through Han E. He was one step closer to acquiring Billups. In his excitement, he barely registered Stern's words, but when he saw Billups, looking despondent as he donned the Raptors cap, Han E felt a wave of despair wash over him. The staff quickly returned, informing the Celtics that, since Billups had already been chosen, they needed to present their backup list immediately. Oh, how frustrating. Just 1 pick away. And now this blunder? Billups could have been his. However, maintaining composure was paramount. Having focused solely on Billups, Han E realized he had no alternative in mind. What to do now? Time was running out. Thus, he decided to look towards the green room to see if there was anyone he recognized. To his surprise, he spotted someone familiar. That's him. Han E swiftly wrote down the name on his paper. With the 10th pick, the Milwaukee Bucks selected Danny Fortson. Then came the 11th pick. David Stern leisurely opened the envelope for the Boston Celtics. He was already aware of Han Ye's trade to the team and was curious about whom the Celtics would select to complement him. After all, The sooner Han Yi could demonstrate his prowess, the better it would be for expanding into the Chinese market. The NBA is not the NCAA. While a singular talent like Han Yi could lead a team to victory in college, the NBA demands quality allies. Even the great Michael Jordan struggled without support in the playoffs. When David Stern read the name, he furrowed his brow. What a bold choice. The Celtics opted for a high school player, 2 years younger than Han Yi, a young rookie alongside an even younger teammate. Could this truly work? With the 11th pick, the Boston Celtics selected Tracy McGrady from Auburndale High School. As the draft progressed, the green room grew increasingly sparse. McGrady, feeling more isolated as those he knew were chosen, pondered why he was selected despite positive feedback during his tryouts. Yet, just as despair began to settle in, Stern's announcement of Tracy McGrady jolted him back to life. What? The Celtics chose me? McGrady blinked sleepily, receiving the Celtics cap and instinctively uttering, "Thank you." However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the person handing him the cap was not a staff member but Han Yi. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, his expression transforming into one of disbelief and joy. "Idol, I can't believe I'm joining your team." Han Yi chuckled, giving McGrady a playful pat. "Hurry. The president is waiting for you. After today's draft, train with me tomorrow." McGrady beamed, stepping onto the stage with a radiant smile. Completely oblivious to the words of David Stern, his mind filled only with thoughts of Han Yi. Meanwhile, Han Yi was on the phone comforting Allen Iverson. "Hey, Allen. Don't be too down. Why cry? If we can't be teammates, we can be rivals. Surely, you're not afraid of me outshining you, are you? All right, stop crying. I can ease up during our match next season, can't I? Haha. What's wrong? You don't need me to take it easy? Relax. It's not hard to team up with me. I'll be waiting for you to train at Georgetown this summer." Sighing, Han Yi remarked, "You're so pragmatic, AI. The moment I mention training, you hang up? I'm truly amazed." As the second round began, without a shadow of a doubt, Han Yi secured the only gem of the draft, Stephen Jackson, who would later be known as Warrior Saint. On July 7, 1997, the 20-year-old Han Yi officially signed with the Boston Celtics. Auerbach granted him a 3-year contract worth $10 million. Meanwhile, the 18-year-old McGrady signed a 3-year contract worth $4.2 million with the Celtics as the 11th pick. Ben Wallace signed a 2-year, $960,000 contract as a free agent with the Celtics. Dressed in the Celtics' #1 jersey, Han Yi would join McGrady and Ben Wallace to represent the Boston Celtics in the California Summer League, commencing in mid-July. Of course, Han Yi would reunite with a familiar face, Othella Harrington, who was selected by the Celtics in the previous second round. Old friends from Georgetown would reconvene in Boston. Chapter 60. Han Yi, stop guessing. Big Ben, I've got your back. The Summer League undoubtedly serves as a proving ground for those who harbor NBA dreams yet remain undrafted. Even if one were to post MVP-caliber statistics and overshadow all the selected rookies, the ultimate prize would merely be a short-term, non-guaranteed contract. Nevertheless, for many, this represents the closest they have ever been to the NBA. For Han Yi, players like McGrady are revered lottery picks, figures they can only look up to in admiration, swallowing their pride in silence. However, upon encountering Ben Wallace, frustration boils over. How is it that a player who went undrafted last year can waltz into the summer training camp and secure a spot, rendering 3 available positions down to 2, while others strive for their chance? Han Yi and McGrady are legitimate selections, the Sea Army de la Sea Army, while Wallace shares the same humble beginnings as them. If it were a competition based solely on Summer League performance, and Wallace triumphed, securing a formal contract, no one would harbor jealousy. Yet, to witness him claim a contract without even stepping onto the court seems excessively unfair. Despite their grievances, none dare confront the imposing figure of Wallace, whose arms are more robust than their legs. Instead, they engage in incessant gossip. "Do you know how that guy Ben got in here? I heard he's involved with the wife of the Celtics Summer League coach. Otherwise, with his abysmal ball-handling skills, how could he possibly make it to the NBA? Come on. A mere Summer League coach can't grant a formal contract. That guy must have at least shared a bed with the head coach of the Celtics." The head coach? Don't be ridiculous. He lacks that kind of authority. To climb the ranks, he'd need to seduce Auerbach's wife. My goodness, Auerbach is 80. How old would his wife be? Wallace is truly willing to go to great lengths. What are you thinking? Auerbach may be 80, but his wife is just in her early 40s. It's rumored she was a supermodel before marrying him. A supermodel? Oh my God. How does one even get in touch with her? Please, I'd rather not put in the effort. As these players chatter during their training breaks, Wallace tunes it out. Not out of a forgiving nature, but because he cherishes this rare opportunity. Though a 2-year, $960,000 contract pales in comparison to those signed by drafted rookies. It serves as his most substantial asset in the pursuit of an NBA dream. He has no intention of being labeled a troublemaker over trivial matters. What's wrong with berating oneself a little? It's not as if he would lose a limb. Yet, after completing an extra 100 free throws, Hani approaches Wallace and inquires, "Ben, are you deaf?" "Han, it's all good," Wallace replies with a goofy smile. "Let them say what they want. I've done nothing wrong." "Ha, you wish." Hani chuckles, teasing, "You aren't seriously thinking about Auerbach's little wife, are you? You'll never make it with that dream." Subsequently, Hani turns to the 4 players who had just been gossiping about Wallace and says, "You 4. Pack your bags and leave." Upon hearing this, the only white guard among them steps forward defiantly. "Han, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to kick us out?" "We came here on an invitation from the Celtics." "Quite simple," Hani replies. "I find all 4 of you intolerable, so I don't want you participating in the Summer League trials." "What a joke. I'm the starting guard from Boston University. The Celtics promised me a second-round pick. If you hadn't guaranteed me a contract, do you think I would have come?" "Exactly. I was invited to this year's joint trials. The coaching staff saw my scout report and said they struck gold." "You think they'd let me go just like that?" "Right. I'm not keen on that Ben guy. Let me challenge him to a one-on-one, any rules. If I lose, I'll leave immediately." "Yeah, as long as he scores a single point against me, I'll consider it a defeat. I'm the 4-time Defensive Player of the Year in our league." Hani smiles knowingly. "You all still wish to challenge Big Ben?" "Huh, you think you're worthy? Being undrafted means just that. There is no point in lamenting it. Perhaps you possess some talent, maybe even meet the NBA's threshold in a specific skill, but it matters little to us." Reflecting on their names, Hani realizes he has never heard of these 4 in the landscape of future NBA prospects, which bolsters his confidence. "As for your doubt regarding my right to send you away, feel free to inquire with the Summer League coach." Initially, the 4 believed he was joking, but as he grew increasingly earnest, they found themselves dumbfounded. "Just wait." The white guard storms off with his 3 companions to confront the Summer League head coach. 15 minutes later, the disgruntled quartet returns, grumbling, accompanied by a group of security personnel who kindly assist them with their luggage. The white guard attempts to engage Hani, but 2 towering black security guards form an impenetrable barrier, commanding, "Go, go, go. No more talking. Scram. If you've crossed that man, you'll never get a chance with the Celtics again. If you utter one more word, and that man's powerful connections catch wind, you'll be barred from the NBA for life." Upon hearing this, the 4 players slink away, heads hung low like defeated roosters. However, as they reach the exit, Hani decides to clarify matters. "Let me enlighten you, all that talk about Big Ben? He did indeed secure a contract through intimate connections. Big Ben is under my protection, and anyone with grievances against him is not welcome in this team." Though his voice was low, it brooked no dissent. Big Ben is Hani's ally, for anyone wishing to earn a place with the Celtics or even participate in the Summer League. It would be wise not to provoke him. "Idle." McGrady, standing nearby, looks utterly astonished. "Idle, you are quite the role model. You two aren't really." "Not at all," Hani retorts, delivering a playful smack to McGrady's head. "We were merely college roommates. What on earth are you imagining?" Chapter 61, The Fruit Plate Bribe of Marcus Camby. Oh. McGrady suddenly realized. "Thank goodness, otherwise your idol image would have truly crumbled in my heart. Goodness. You seem to be in dire need of practice." "And Ben," Hani patted Big Ben's shoulder. "Remember, in this team, no one can bully you except me. If anyone dares to bully you again, you fight back. Now, let us not dawdle. The 3 of us should go for a half marathon to warm up." McGrady. Big Ben, help. After less than 10 days of brief training, the 1997 California Summer League kicked off. Hani's first opponent was none other than the Toronto Raptors. Among them was an old rival of Hani's, last year's Rookie of the Year and the best center, Marcus Camby, along with Chauncey Billups, who had fallen from the 3rd pick by the Celtics last year to the 9th pick this year. "Hey, Marcus." Hani greeted Camby amicably. "Long time no see. How have you been this past year?" Camby glanced at Hani and huffed heavily. "As long as I don't see you, I've been doing just fine." Hani excitedly rubbed his hands together. "I see you've bulked up quite a bit in the NBA this past year, big guy. I'm a rookie, so you must guide me today." Hani's remark immediately brought Camby back to the painful memories of last year's NCAA championship game against Hani. The humiliating defeats he suffered in the NBA this past year were few and far between compared to that match. Camby retorted, "Get lost. Guide you? You mean teach you how to annihilate me, right? No way." Han E waved his hands. "I'll take it easy today." "Take it easy?" Camby's smile returned. "Brother, let us be honest. You Celtics sold almost all your young talent for you. You are undoubtedly the core of the future, and here I am, struggling with the Raptors. If it's not too much trouble, could you let me off the hook? I don't ask for much, just don't obliterate me again. If you could show me some mercy, I know of a newly opened bar nearby with all kinds of fruit platters. I know you just signed a big contract, but you haven't been paid yet, right? So if you spare me, tonight you can indulge in as many fruit platters as you wish. I'll arrange everything for you." "All right." Hani nodded, smiling. "No problem. Training must be balanced. It's been ages since I've had specialized resilience training. After all, this is merely a summer league game with no ranking or statistics involved. Rather than going all out here, it would be more beneficial to save my energy for specialized training." Despite being just an inconsequential summer league game, the stands were filled with a multitude of Celtics fans. Their sole purpose for being there was to witness the magic of the second overall pick, Hani, who had prompted Boston to part with almost their entire roster of young talents. Most Celtics fans held great hope for Antoine Walker, who had made the most of the 1996 Super Draft class. Particularly, Walker's infectious energy on the court and his visibly remarkable offensive talent had given the Celtics a glimmer of hope for revival after years of mediocrity. In his rookie year, the 20-year-old Antoine Walker averaged 17.5 points, 9.0 rebounds, 3.2 assists, and 1.3 steals with a shooting percentage of 41.5 and a three-point shooting percentage of 30.5. Although this shooting percentage was dismal for a power forward, considering it was his rookie year and he handled so much ball time, it was believed that as his skills improved, he would become a formidable force in the league, easily entering the All-Star game. However, the Celtics had just praised Walker as their cornerstone before packaging him off for Hani. Not to mention Rick Fox, who averaged 15.4 points, 5.6 rebounds, and 3.8 assists with shooting percentages of 47 and 36 from beyond the arc. He was a product of years of development by the Celtics, now sold off at his peak. Moreover, in exchange for Hani, they had sacrificed a third overall pick, a fifth overall pick, and a future first-round pick. This price was exorbitant. Not only could it have secured a proven all-star in their prime, but it was also for a rookie whose potential was still unknown. Indeed, Hani had dazzled in the NCAA, but the NCAA was not the NBA. They were worlds apart. It's not to say the Summer League players were inferior. Many were among the best from recent NCAA tournaments. For example, on the Raptors bench sat Bobby Hurley, the MVP of the 1992 NCAA Final Four. Hurley had once been a standout in the NCAA, yet in the NBA, he had to claw his way up from the depths of the Summer League to earn a living. As the game commenced, the Celtics fans were filled with dread. On both ends of the court, Hani was directly matched up against Camby, and he not only failed to gain any advantage but appeared to be increasingly suppressed. Under Camby's leadership, the Raptors surged ahead, leading by 5 points after the first quarter, 10 points in the second, and 15 points at the start of the third. The star of the match was undoubtedly Marcus Camby, who reveled in his dominance. Camby felt there was no better way to spend his money than this. This game had obliterated the shadow Hani had cast over him in last year's NCAA tournament. While last year's second overall pick, Camby, had posted a stunning 26 points and 17 rebounds in 3 quarters. This year, Hani managed only 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 blocks on 6 for 7 shooting. Hani was indifferent to the outcome of the Summer League, but the fans could not afford to be trash. The Celtics fans in attendance felt as though they had been served a bitter pill. We sacrificed our present and future for this piece of trash. This brutish player who could only dunk, sure, you could pick him with a second-round pick, but using a second overall pick? Auerbach has utterly ruined our Celtics. In 1986, he used the second overall pick to select Len Bias, who tragically died from an overdose the very next day. In 1987, he picked Reggie Lewis, who died during training in 1993 after being cultivated with care. And now, he has selected a waste with the 1997 second overall pick? Why is Auerbach still alive? Meanwhile, the Raptors fans were ecstatic, cheering for Camby, annihilate the rookie across from you, and show him what the NBA is all about. As Camby continued to dominate the rim, amidst the cheers of the Toronto fans, he fully unleashed himself, looking down upon everyone else, roaring, "Who's your daddy?" Hani, standing behind Camby, coldly remarked, "Who do you think?" Chapter 62. Camby, who's your daddy? Honey, don't you know in your heart? At that moment, Camby felt a chill run down his spine and turned with a forced smile, saying, hee, I just got a little too carried away. I wouldn't dare speak of you. After all, didn't you know who your father is? Han-yi stretched his limbs. Then let me enlighten you on who your father truly is. From the beginning until the halfway point of the third quarter. From the perspective of the Celtics fans, Han-yi's offensive repertoire seemed limited to merely finishing easy baskets and endlessly setting screens for the perimeter players. However, including McGrady, the entire Celtics team was struggling. That wretched basketball simply refused to find its way into the hoop, and their jump shots were consistently clanking off the rim. For the hopeful Celtics fans, the experience of this game was catastrophic. Half of them could no longer bear it and left the arena. After all, the tickets for the Summer League weren't expensive, and who would want to watch such a miserable team? Some diehard fans even contemplated relinquishing their season tickets for the Celtics. Although the Celtics had tanked last year, at least they held their draft picks. What would happen if they continued to falter this year? With the first-round pick in the hands of the 76ers, would they merely become a vessel for others? The loyal supporters simply could not endure it any longer. As for the remaining fans who hadn't left, was it love? No. It was merely the fear of traffic outside. They hadn't had the chance to leave. Once the first half of fans had trickled out, they too began to make their way back. Yet, just as they were about to depart, the dynamics of the game abruptly shifted. When the ball returned to the Boston Celtics, their guard had just crossed half court. Han-yi gestured for the ball and launched an aggressive attack. With long strides, he swiftly advanced to the paint, soaring how to confront the bewildered Camby. As Camby displayed a look of sheer terror, Han-yi unleashed a thunderous dunk over him. Boom. The sound reverberated across the court. Subsequently, when Billups passed the ball to Camby, who was already in position, Han-yi's enormous hand swooped in again. Boom. Another emphatic block. At this point, Han-yi appeared transformed from the timid player of the previous 2.5 quarters. While the once dominant Marcus Camby seemed on the verge of tears, Camby sniffled. It's back, that feeling of being utterly dominated from last year. The Celtics fans, who had been poised to leave, found themselves seated again. Let us stick around a bit longer. Perhaps it's not so urgent to leave after all. The Toronto Raptors reset the play, and Billups once again fed the ball to Camby, as he was indeed the leader of this Summer League Raptors team. However, upon receiving the ball, Camby became frantic. Gimme a break. Can't you see Han-yi is defending me? You're just setting me up for failure. Of course, he couldn't voice these thoughts aloud. Instead, he dribbled a couple of times before passing it back to Billups. But with the clock winding down, time was slipping away. Billups, positioned just above the free throw line, took a mid-range shot. Yet, just as the ball had slipped out of the television's view, Han-yi's hand shot out. Swatting Billups shot out of bounds. As the shot was blocked, the shot clock light illuminated. 24 seconds. Oh my God. Han-yi's block must have traversed the entire Pacific Ocean. Indeed, this was not mere movement for a 7-footer. His defensive coverage extended well beyond the paint. Reaching the area above the free throw line, how could I have previously thought him a bust? Even if his offensive game consisted solely of dunks, his defensive potential alone warranted a second overall pick. Apart from Garnett of the Timberwolves, I couldn't think of another big man with such extensive defensive coverage. But Han-yi was not limited to dunks. In the next possession, when McGrady missed a mid-range shot and the ball bounced outward, Han-yi, positioned at the left corner, soared above two 6'9" guards to grab the offensive rebound. Instead of charging inside, he took a step back and stood just beyond the three-point line. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a three-pointer. Swish! It cleanly fell through the net. Turning around, the Raptors aimed for a quick inbound, but unexpectedly, despite the speed of the pass, when the Summer League small forward prepared for a windmill dunk, Han-yi was there again, ferociously swatting it down, reducing the attempt to mere shambles on the floor. After securing the ball, Han-yi didn't pass it to the guards. He confidently dribbled it up the court himself. Ball handling proficiency level 5. As the opposing power forward attempted to intercept from the side, Han-yi executed a simple change of direction. His long legs and expansive strides requiring no feints, he left the defender in his wake and thundered toward the paint like a cheetah. Camby tried to evade, but the speed was simply too overwhelming. The terrifying force collided with the ill-fated Camby, akin to a massive truck barreling over him, causing Camby to stumble and crash to the ground. Boom. Another dunk over Camby, sending him scurrying in despair. After landing gracefully, Han-yi turned to Camby and inquired, "Who's your daddy? Help? Our 7-footer can shoot threes. My goodness, those who could shoot threes before were clumsy and slow." Incapable of standing beyond the arc, yet our guy can sprint the entire court to make a chase-down block. Such a move would forever elude Antoine Walker. At first glance, our second overall pick may not appear particularly muscular, but once he accelerates, he becomes utterly unstoppable. Last season's Rookie of the Year candidate Camby was being humiliated, as Camby, lost in his bravado, shouted, "Who's your daddy?" The Toronto Raptors were leading by 17 points. Yet, from the moment those words escaped his lips until the end of the third quarter, the Raptors managed only 2 points from free throws, while all other shots were either blocked by Han Yi or hastily missed in an attempt to avoid his imposing presence. With sheer determination, Han Yi spearheaded an 18-2 run. And with McGrady contributing a three-pointer during that span, they surged ahead with a stunning 21-2 to turn the tide. What began as an unremarkable summer league game turned into a bewildering spectacle as Han Yi suddenly unleashed his prowess, leaving the Raptors' 5 players utterly astonished. What enmity do we bear? At the close of the third quarter, Han Yi once more queried Camby, "Who's your daddy?" Chapter 63. Even in defeat, you cannot wriggle out of your responsibilities. With a woeful expression, Camby lamented, "Isn't it true that you are like a father to me? Have you forgotten that I promised to take you out for a delightful evening, and that I would cover all expenses tonight?" Upon hearing this, Han Yi's expression shifted dramatically. "What? Do you intend to renege on our agreement? I have already been lenient for 2.5 quarters. Is that not sufficient?" Camby, with pleading eyes, responded, "3 fruit platters tonight, along with 3 royal sweets, should suffice, shouldn't it?" Thus, in the fourth quarter, the Raptors and Celtics found themselves locked in yet another fiercely contested battle, culminating in the Celtics triumphing over the Raptors with a score of 107-100. Han Yi's stats read: 37 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 16 blocks, while Camby boasted 33 points, 21 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 blocks, and 9 turnovers. From a statistical perspective, both Han Yi and Camby exuded an aura of unparalleled brilliance. Camby garnered impressive statistics, while Han Yi cultivated resilience. It was indeed a day of mutual benefit. For Han Yi, the sole significance of today's match lay in acquiring 5 experience points. Of course, that night, he indulged in 6 different fruit platters, prompting Camby to exclaim that Han Yi was a true glutton. By the end of the evening, his resilience attribute had surged to 45. Han Yi smiled subtly, "Not too shabby. All of this is for training." In the subsequent summer league, Han Yi played merely 35 minutes each game, solely to accrue those coveted 5 experience points. As for Ben Wallace, he secured a guaranteed contract through Han Yi's influence. But to truly establish himself within the Celtics, he would need to rely on his own diligence. Initially, the Celtics summer league coach positioned Wallace at the small forward position, leading him to compete for playing time against the likes of Tracy McGrady and Stephen Jackson. The outcome was all too predictable. In the eyes of the summer league coach, Wallace paled in comparison to these 2 adept small forwards, both of whom possessed ample size and skill. His dribbling was lackluster, and offensively, he was virtually non-existent. Aside from grabbing a few rebounds, what else could he contribute? "Coach, look," Han Yi gently advised from the bench, "if you believe he can secure rebounds, why not let him play center?" The summer league coach was astonished, but he isn't even 2 meters tall. Han Yi flashed a grin, considering his towering afro. "He is undoubtedly 2.03 meters. Very well then." The summer league coach, aware of who truly held sway within the Celtics, conceded to Han Yi's strategy. After all, everyone knew that Wallace was under Han Yi's wing. Though he served as the head coach in the summer league, come the regular season, he would merely be an assistant coach sitting at the end of the bench, far from the camera's gaze. When Wallace transitioned to the center position, the coach was left astounded. My goodness, aside from his height, this player exhibits no flaws in his performance as a center. At 23 years old, Wallace barely scraped by at 2.03 meters in his thick-soled basketball shoes, yet he effortlessly secured rebounds against opponents towering over him by at least 10 centimeters. Though his vertical leap was modest, Wallace possessed an uncanny ability to locate the optimal position for every rebound, a talent both invisible and intangible, yet exceedingly rare within the league. Moreover, while his perimeter defense was unremarkable, he proved formidable against taller opponents, showcasing his rock-solid lower body strength. Direct attempts to overpower him in the paint often saw attackers drifting further from the basket after mere seconds of confrontation. Following the Summer League, when the Summer League coach reported to Celtics head coach Rick Pitino, his enthusiasm was palpable as he extolled Wallace's virtues, He is undoubtedly the greatest discovery of this summer league. I have never seen a player under 2 meters perform so dominantly at center. While he may lack offensive capabilities, his rebounding and interior defense are top tier. If paired with Han E in the future, it would be simply extraordinary. Naturally, Han E2 showcased why he was the second overall pick and the reason the president was willing to pay a hefty price for his acquisition. Pitino, however, interjected. I am already well acquainted with his strengths. I don't need the summer league to remind me. A deep sigh escaped him as memories of his Kentucky team being thoroughly outmatched by Han E in the NC. The tournament flooded his mind. Indeed, Rick Pitino was the head coach of Kentucky University. When he faced Han E in last year's NCAA finals, he recognized the young man's prowess, yet noted his vulnerabilities, believing he could contain him. However, a year later, when they met again in the NCAA semifinals, Pitino was left dumbfounded. Previously, he had only needed to push Han E out of the paint to nullify his scoring. Beyond the key, Han E posed little threat. But the following year was different. He became unstoppable. Whether confronted by 1 or 2 defenders, he wreaked havoc in the paint. The rough-around-the-edges player who lacked offensive finesse the previous season had transformed into a force capable of easily dominating NCAA-level defenders. As for Han Yi's speed, it was utterly unparalleled. In one match alone, his relentless drives to the basket netted him 15 points. Pitino, known for his fierce temperament and strict discipline, found himself utterly at a loss for a solution. The raw talent he faced was simply uncontainable. Fortunately, Pitino reassured himself that he would not have to face Han E the following season. The thought of the indomitable Han E entering the NBA draft brought him a sense of relief. Yet, this notion was swiftly overturned when he received a call from Auerbach. Auerbach earnestly inquired, "Rick, would you be interested in coaching Han E next season with the Celtics?" As a prominent NCAA coach, Pitino found it impossible to resist the allure of mentoring such extraordinary talent, and he willingly accepted the opportunity. Certainly, it was not merely the tenfold salary increase compared to coaching in the NCAA that motivated him. Soon, in October, NBA teams began to regroup, gearing up for the new season. The 1997 to 1998 season marked the dawning of Han Yi's rookie year in the NBA. Chapter 64. Team ranked second to last. A mandatory course for NBA rookies. For a juggernaut like the Chicago Bulls, already boasting consecutive championships, the sole ambition this season is to achieve a three-peat, solidifying Michael Jordan's position atop the NBA pantheon. Conversely, the Vancouver Grizzlies, perennial losers in the draft lottery, face another season of tanking. Conspiracy theories abound, suggesting Commissioner Stern's reluctance to send high-profile rookies to a Canadian team, prompting the Grizzlies owner to consider relocating the franchise back to the United States. The Boston Celtics find themselves in a precarious situation. Last season's intentional tanking, orchestrated by Auerbach, wouldn't have yielded significantly more victories anyway, given the team's lackluster roster. Now, despite the arrival of Han E, an undisputed cornerstone, the trade of Antoine Walker, their offensive linchpin from the previous season, and Rick Fox, a consistent performer, raises concerns about their competitiveness. However, tanking is no longer an option, as their draft pick for the following year belongs to the Philadelphia 76ers. Even before the season commences, the so-called experts at ESPN are already exacerbating the Celtics' woes. Last season, when the Celtics openly embraced tanking, ESPN ranked them 23rd, acknowledging their lack of playoff prospects but positioning them as a mid-tier tanking team. This season, despite Boston's efforts to recruit Rick Pitino, a renowned coach from the NCAA, to spearhead a competitive campaign, ESPN has shockingly relegated them to 28th place, with only 29 teams in the 1997 NBA. This ranking implies that ESPN considers the current Celtics roster the worst, save for the rebuilding Denver Nuggets. ESPN's rationale is as follows. Last season, the Boston Celtics had 4 players averaging over 15 points. Antoine Walker, 18 points, Rick Fox, 16. For points, Eric Williams, 15, 5 points, and David Wesley, 15 points. In a trade with the 76ers centered around Han E, the second overall pick, they parted ways with Antoine Walker, 21 years old, Rick Fox, 28 years old, and Eric Williams, 25 years old, retaining only David Wesley, a 27-year-old guard who entered the league as an undrafted free agent. Moreover, the Celtics did not re-sign David Wesley during the summer, and he joined the Hornets with a 4-year contract. Comparing last season's Celtics roster to the current one reveals that only Dana Barros, a diminutive point guard, remains as a player who averaged over 10 points. Last season, The Boston Celtics ranked 20th in the NBA in average points per game. With the departure of 5 players who scored over 10 points, who will fill the void? Are we to rely on Han E, a rookie known for his defensive prowess in the NCAA, or Tracy McGrady, an 18-year-old high school prodigy with impressive scoring ability but a subpar shooting percentage in the Summer League? Oh, I forgot. The Boston Celtics also acquired a player, Derek Coleman, who once averaged 20 points in his prime. However, it is questionable whether Derek Coleman, who now weighs over 300 pounds, 136 kilograms, still has the stamina to complete an entire NBA game. While defense is said to win championships, a team needs to score a minimum number of points to win. Even the Bad Boys Pistons, known for their defense, averaged 95 points per game. Therefore, it is difficult to imagine how a team with only one player, besides the inebriated Coleman, who has averaged over 10 points in the NBA, can win games. If the Celtics want to win more than 20 games this season, Coleman must abstain from alcohol and rediscover his former abilities, while Han E or McGrady must contend for the scoring title. Otherwise, the Celtics are destined to toil for the Philadelphia 76ers this year. Is it possible for Coleman to quit drinking? Of course not. When Coleman first appeared at training camp, he was already heavily intoxicated. When Han E first saw Coleman, he couldn't discern any resemblance to a basketball player, save for his height. Derek Coleman, at 2.08 meters tall, had become rotund, resembling a middle-aged man with a beer belly rather than a professional athlete. With a thud, Coleman dropped a 1-meter-high package on the ground and, with eyes glazed over from alcohol, slurred, "Hey, you rookies, come here and take my package. Also, I haven't bought my liquor for today. Get it all ready before training starts, or else." Despite being new to the Celtics, Coleman already considered himself a senior player. After the trade, all the established veterans had left. Although only 30 years old, Coleman, with 1 All-Star appearance and 2 All-NBA third-team selections, possessed the most experience and illustrious NBA resume on the team. In the NBA, it is an unspoken rule for veterans to haze rookies. Rookies have no choice but to comply, with their only hope being to become veterans themselves and then bully the next generation of rookies. Legends like Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, and Hakeem Olajuwon all went through the same process as rookies. Was Coleman's request excessive? Not at all. However, to Coleman's surprise, the rookies ignored him and continued their warm-up exercises under Han Ye's guidance as if he were invisible. "Damn it," Derek Coleman roared. "You rookies have no manners and need to be taught a lesson." Fueled by alcohol, Coleman strode forward and shoved the last person in line, an afro-haired man, intending to discipline the arrogant rookies with force. But the shove had no effect. In his semi-conscious state, Coleman felt as if he were pushing against a stone lion. Chapter 65, The One-on-One Threat of Derek Coleman. Coleman had barely uttered a sound when he suddenly felt himself lifted into the air, his body weightless. Following this disorienting sensation, he experienced a violent jolt, and then a sharp pain shot through his back. Bam! Ben Wallace showed no mercy to the inebriated Coleman, executing a perfect shoulder throw that left Coleman sprawled on the ground, groaning and unable to rise. "Humph," Ben Wallace scoffed. "In this team, aside from Han E, no one commands me. You, old bird, better learn your place, or I swear, every time I see you, I will take you down." The Celtics had truly turned the tables. At this moment, Coleman's intoxication had diminished somewhat. He staggered to his feet and approached Big Ben once more, gripping his collar and hissing through clenched teeth. "You're looking for trouble, aren't you?" Ben remained silent, swiftly grabbing Coleman's wrist and executing another shoulder throw. Bam! Coleman was once again sent crashing to the ground. This time, he was fully awake. The simple act of provoking the imposing figure before him had revealed that he was indeed a formidable opponent, young and brimming with strength. There was no way that the alcohol-soaked Coleman could hold his own against the NBA's strongest player, Ben Wallace. Cursing under his breath, Coleman rubbed his temple and stood up unsteadily once more. Ben Wallace looked down at him and asked, "What's the matter? Still want to fight, big guy?" "Huh." Coleman scrutinized Big Ben and remarked, "You look like a guard with that height, yet your build resembles that of a center. What exactly are you supposed to be?" "I'm the center for the Celtics," Ben replied, his face beaming with pride. "Huh." Coleman found this utterly ridiculous. The 1990s were a far cry from 30 years later, when towering players flooded the paint. Back then, anyone under 2.10 meters was hardly fit to play center. A guy like Ben, who barely stood over 1.90 meters, was even unqualified for the small forward position, let alone the paint. Of course, one might argue that Charles Barkley, standing at 1.98 meters, ruled the paint, and even won the MVP title, but such a stout anomaly was a rarity in the NBA, wasn't he it? Coleman sneered. Do you even realize this is the NBA? Are you still playing in your neighborhood? Ben Wallace was incensed. Do you know that here, aside from Han E, no one dares to speak to me like that? Anyone who dares to say such things will feel my wrath. Are you even a basketball player? Coleman, not one to be foolish, recognized that engaging in a brawl was futile. He provocatively challenged, let us play 5 shots. If you can score 1 against my defense or stop my shot, you win. If I lose, I'll forget the whole thing. If I win, you rookies will carry Mickey Mouse backpacks home every day from now on. Ben Wallace, fully aware of his offensive capabilities, wasted no time in declaring, I choose defense. Oh, Coleman was somewhat taken aback, unaware of Ben's offensive shortcomings. He only knew himself to be a player with a strong offensive game and a weak defense. Without attacking, was Ben not courting disaster by trying to defend? Ben was quite confident in his defensive skills, having faced off against numerous NCAA big men and summer league giants. Regardless of whether they were 10 or 20 centimeters taller, scoring against him was no easy feat. However, he soon realized how mistaken he was. For he was up against Derrick Coleman in his prime, a player who could dunk over Shaquille O'Neal. Though Coleman had declined since his heyday, his experience in the game was far beyond that of a rookie like Ben. In their recent tussle, Coleman understood that in terms of raw strength, he could not compete with the youthful vigor of Ben Wallace. As Ben naively anticipated a fierce showdown, Coleman, with his ample physique, subtly nudged against Ben's sturdy frame and, with a deft twist, slipped into the paint. Surprisingly agile for his size, Coleman halted abruptly as Ben attempted to defend, smoothly transitioning from a layup to a jump shot. The ball glided effortlessly through the net. What defense? Coleman taunted. Where's your defense? It's softer than a donut. Let us go again. Ben, now furious, recognized that his pride was at stake. His interior defense was his pride and joy, and Coleman was threatening to dismantle it. As Coleman once more initiated contact with Ben, the latter remained vigilant, keenly observing any subtle movements from Coleman. Coleman executed the same maneuver, driving towards the basket. Ben scoffed. Not so fast. I want to fall for the same trick twice. In terms of sheer speed, Ben outpaced the now portly Coleman with ease. A quick lateral step allowed him to block Coleman's path once more. Yet, Coleman countered, pivoting and switching hands, leaving Ben utterly bewildered, and executed a smooth hook shot. Scoring again. 2-0. Coleman looked down at Ben with disdain. I haven't faced an opponent as weak as you in years. Ben was undeterred and remained ready for another round. This time, after receiving the ball, Coleman opted not to engage in the paint. Instead, after receiving a pass from Ben, he took a step forward and launched a long 2-pointer. It went in. Ben hadn't even had time to react, having instinctively retreated a step, believing Coleman would drive to the basket. That single step back had cost him the chance to defend. Coleman grinned. Oh no. I misspoke earlier. I can't compare you to a donut because I can't describe something that doesn't exist. I refuse to back down. Ben insisted. Prepared for another challenge, but Hani intervened with a firm hand, smiling, Senior, I'm the leader here. Let me take over. You? Coleman sized Hani up. Oh, I know who you are. You're the one who swapped out half the Celtics. What do you mean? Coleman squinted. Are you all planning to take turns against me? No. Hani shook his head. Senior, the 3 shots Ben missed count against me. I just need 2 chances. Hani cheerfully passed the ball to Coleman. You choose whether to attack or defend. If I miss or fail to stop you, it's my loss. Chapter 66. Coleman, alas, I have become a cautionary tale. You are quite audacious. Coleman, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Do you even realize who you are speaking to, you rookie? Indeed. Hani nodded. I am facing Derrick Coleman, the number 1 draft pick of '90, a prodigious talent once heralded as the most formidable power forward in the NBA, now utterly ruined by alcohol. A man who has squandered his gifts and knows not the meaning of effort commands little respect from me. You inquire why I am so brazen. Han E chuckled. It is the result of relentless daily training. Very well. Coleman nodded. Allow me to demonstrate how effort pales in comparison to talent. Go ahead and attack. Coleman tossed the ball back to Han E. Han E, taken aback, responded. Hey, that may not be wise. I know your defense is lacking. And losing like this would hardly be honorable. You little brat. At that moment, Coleman felt a surge of frustration, tempted to pummel Han E for his audacity. However, upon glancing at the formidable figure of Ben Wallace behind Han E, he decided to relent. After all, we are athletes, and let us settle this on the court. All right. As soon as Hani uttered the word, he sprang into action. Without any pretense, the basketball thudded against the ground as he leaned forward, slicing past Coleman like a cheetah. Coleman's mind kept pace with Han Yi's movements, yet his cumbersome body lagged behind. Helplessly watching Han Yi penetrate the defense and deliver a one-handed slam. Boom. A thunder stunk. Han Yi hung on the rim and turned to Coleman, declaring, "Veteran, you have lost." The entire sequence transpired in a mere 5 seconds. Well. Coleman rubbed his heavy knees, acknowledging his inability to keep up. Despite his mind's tactical prowess, his body simply could not respond. He nodded. "Consider yourself fortunate today, but I demand a rematch, and this time, I shall be the one to attack." Defense has never been Coleman's forte. Although he had just been dunked on by Hani with ease, he remained unconvinced. After all, offense was the true realm where Coleman thrived in the NBA. It was the sole reason he had landed a lucrative contract despite his nightly indulgences in alcohol and nightlife. His extraordinary offensive talent. Even inebriated, Coleman possessed 100 ways to score. Only when his offense faltered would he concede defeat. "No problem, veteran." Hani nodded. "The reason I sought 2 opportunities earlier was precisely because I was uncertain if I could succeed in one shot. It seems my worries were unfounded. Thus, consider this duel my gift to you." Hani felt his words were sincere, yet to Coleman, they dripped with irony. "To think that I, Coleman, am being mocked by a mere rookie who has yet to step onto an NBA court? You little rascal, just wait." Coleman had spent nearly a decade in the NBA. Not only did he possess offensive talent, but his experience was equally vast. Upon assessing Han Yi's physique, he recognized that this fellow was no powerhouse like Ben Wallace, but a typical leaper. So what do leapers fear? They fear being outmaneuvered by skill. You wish to jump, do you? Excellent. I shall employ finesse to outsmart you, leaving you with an open basket. However, when faced with Han Yi, Coleman realized he had gravely miscalculated. No matter what feints he executed in the paint, Han Yi maintained an unwavering defensive stance, effectively neutralizing Coleman. Given Coleman's loss of vertical ability due to his weight, there was little reason for Han Yi to jump first. With a wingspan of 2.3 meters and a blocking prowess rated at 100, he had the situation well in hand. Although Coleman remained oblivious to his impending defeat, his years of offensive instinct told him that no matter how he shifted his footwork, he could not escape the fate of being blocked. Thus, Coleman circled the basket repeatedly, searching for the perfect moment to strike, an opening created by Han Yi's potential misjudgment. Yet, such an opportunity simply did not exist. Then came Han Yi's words that shattered Coleman's composure. "Derek, I must remind you that you have traveled, and not just once, but a full 6 steps." Coleman, deflated, slammed the ball onto the ground. "Damn it, I have lost." For a player renowned for his technical prowess in the post, being forced into a series of traveling violations was far more infuriating than a mere defeat in a one-on-one match. As if that were not enough, when the new head coach of the Celtics arrived, he showed no leniency towards Derek Coleman. "Derek," Rick Pitino stated coldly, "you need to lose weight. Do not even consider competing unless your body fat is reduced below 15. And you all as well." Rick Pitino's expression turned stern as he addressed the group. "We shall commence with conditioning drills. Those who fail to meet the standards shall not qualify for formal training." However, mere training would not suffice. Rick Pitino pointed at Coleman, who remained on the sidelines. "Why did we trade for Coleman? To demonstrate to you what self-discipline truly means. In terms of talent, none of you can surpass this man. If he were 20 years younger, he could easily dominate each of you. Yet now, his mobility resembles that of a sluggish pig. Overindulgence, alcoholism, and smoking have rendered this once gifted player a liability, a player the team must pay to offload. If you wish to avoid a similar fate, begin now by abstaining from alcohol, cigarettes, and all fried foods. Adopt a scientific approach to nutrition, for only then will your training hold any value." Rick Pitino's words were passionate and resonated with wisdom, yet the atmosphere was undeniably awkward. As the object lesson, Coleman, stood at the sidelines. Coleman twitched his jaw and remarked, "I am still here, coach." Chapter 67, A New Mission, Challenging the God of Basketball. Following an hour and a half of strenuous physical training, all but Han Yi, Ben Wallace, and Otella Harrington lay exhausted on the ground. Tracy McGrady harbored grave doubts about the new coach, who had come from college, feeling that he regarded them as mere machines, pushing them to their limits in every drill. Yet, when he could barely move, he observed the Georgetown trio tirelessly engaged in repetitive short sprints. After another half hour, as Otella Harrington reached the brink of dehydration, Rick Pitino clapped his hands and addressed the still upright Han Yi. "Big Ben, and the barely standing Harrington, saying, "Excellent. Now the three of you can join me for shooting practice." As I mentioned, those who cannot even survive physical training are unworthy to touch a basketball. Though Rick Pitino had entered the realm of the NBA, he felt no need to alter his approach as a once-renowned NCAA coach. The players in his team were merely larger versions of college students. Moreover, there were young talents like McGrady, only 18, and Han E, who should have been in college, alongside Walter McCarty, a former Kentucky player, and his protege. In stark contrast to the sparse NCAA schedule, the NBA resembled a tightly wound spring. Once it began to turn, it would continue unabated until the season's championship trophy was awarded. Here, every day was of utmost importance. Under Rick Pitino's stringent demands, the Celtics, save for Coleman, gradually fell into step with their coach's rhythm. However, the preseason had arrived. Alongside the preseason came a notification for Han E from his quietly persistent system, achieve victory in the first regular season game. Reward, 30 vision. Upon receiving this task, Han E couldn't help but shake his head. This system is indeed cunning. I suspected you might pull something like this. While the system frequently awarded free attribute points, Han E remembered well that it could also directly reward points for specific attributes. For instance, his stamina attribute had once skyrocketed to 100, courtesy of the system. In comparison to the precious free attribute points, such specialized rewards were indeed generous, yet acquiring them was no small feat. The system's task was clear: secure victory in the first regular season game. A glance at the Boston Celtics schedule revealed that their inaugural match would take them to Chicago, where they would face the Chicago Bulls, led by the legendary Michael Jordan, who had been elevated to iconic status by Stern. The first regular season game, at the Bulls' home, marked their ring night and the commencement of their quest for a third consecutive championship. "Well, system, you certainly know how to challenge me," Hani mused. "My career's first game against the monster, McGrady, and I must win to earn that 30 vision reward, right? We, a team that even scavengers would overlook, are to challenge the formidable Chicago Bulls?" Pondering this, the reward suddenly lost its allure. However, as Han E reviewed his meager system panel, he realized he had no standing to dismiss any reward. If there was a reward, he had to exert every effort to achieve it. That was the only path forward. Current panel. Host: Han E, age, 20, height, 2, 11 meters, weight, 115 kilograms, wingspan, 2, 35 m, speed, 67 strength, 80 jumping, 70 agility, 65 explosiveness, 65 stamina, 100 offense, inside scoring, 55 ball handling, 45 layup, 40 dunk, 90 mid-range shooting, 40 three-point shooting, 71 free throw, 70 defense, rebounding, 40 stealing, 30 post defense, 50 on-ball defense, 40 help defense, 40 blocking, 100 screen defense, 40 box out, 30 lateral movement, 40 playmaking, passing, 20 vision, 20 game experience, 1950 remaining free attribute points, 60. After 2 years of effort, my vision is only at level 20. What right do I have to disdain those 30 points? Moreover, basketball vision is an elusive concept, distinct from merely being tall and seeing far. Take John Stockton, for instance, a modest 1.8 m in height, yet capable of delivering pinpoint passes amidst towering giants. For those unfamiliar with basketball, this may seem inconsequential, but to Han E, it was nothing short of extraordinary. His eyes appeared to hover above the court, perpetually scanning for every remarkable passing opportunity. Viewers watching from home might naively believe that when a player receives the ball, they should easily find passing options. However, the reality is far different. It's not about ignorance of passing, but rather an inability to see the opportunities. In a 5v5 game, once you have the ball, you become the focal point. While you concentrate on seeking passing opportunities, you unwittingly become prey to defenders. By the time you identify a chance, the opportunity may have vanished or transformed into a trap. Thus, for someone like Han E, who towers over most players, even seizing passing opportunities within his immediate line of sight proves challenging, let alone those beyond it. The notion of basketball vision borders on the mystical, akin to an innate talent that cannot be seen or touched. Count the legends of the NBA's top playmakers, and you'll find that many had underwhelming skills upon entering the league, but their passing vision was inherently extraordinary. After 2 years of playing basketball, Han E remained uncertain about how to accurately enhance this elusive vision. Even his journey from 0 to level 20 was a mystery to him. Therefore, for Han E, The prospect of acquiring those 30 points of vision felt like a fortuitous blessing, albeit one that would not come easily, especially against the formidable McGrady. With a slight smile, Hani declared, "System, allocate points." As Hani concluded his shooting drills on the sidelines, poised to debut as a starter in his inaugural preseason game, a palpable lack of mirth permeated the Celtics' ranks. Most notably, a callow Tracy McGrady, his visage etched with anxiety, queried, "Han, are you certain about this? We only ran the plays for the first time yesterday, and now we're thrust into a formal match?" "It's hardly a formal match," Hani responded, patting McGrady's head with a smile. "Preseason games don't impact the regular season standings. Besides, you're not even starting. Just relax and observe from the bench." "That's precisely why I'm apprehensive," McGrady lamented. "I might not even make it onto the court during the regular season." "Nonsense," Han reassured him, once again patting McGrady's head. "You're someone I have faith in. Have confidence in yourself, young man." Stephen Jackson timidly inquired, "Then how do you explain my complete absence from the rotation today?" "Well," Han scratched his head, acknowledging the NBA coach's habitual disregard for second-round picks, a tacit rule of the league. Regardless of talent, they were often relegated to the bench indefinitely. Despite Jackson's commendable performance during training, which should have at least secured him a spot in the rotation, he was conspicuously absent from the 12-man roster. Despite Coach Rick Pitino's decision to bench rookie McGrady and exclude second-rounder Jackson from the 12-man roster, it didn't necessarily indicate the Celtics' starting lineup was formidable. On the contrary, it was a collection of mediocrity, save for Hani, PG, Dana Barros, SG, Greg Minor, SF, Doug Overton, PF, Han EC, Tyus Edney. To illustrate their inadequacy, their collective career achievements amounted to a mere all-rookie second-team selection. Furthermore, with the exception of Dana Barros, none of the others had ever averaged double-digit scoring in their NBA careers. The current Celtics roster was undeniably lackluster, but perhaps not to the extent portrayed. In reality, Pitino was experimenting with the lineup, using the preseason to finalize the rotation, which should have been determined during routine scrimmages. Why this unconventional approach? Having focused on instilling discipline and cohesion within the fragmented Celtics, he had successfully established his authority, but the final roster remained uncertain. While Pitino had identified his top 6 players, the remaining 6 contenders for a rotation spot were still under evaluation during the preseason. Had Red Auerbach not insisted on Han starting, Pitino would have preferred to keep him on the bench, considering him exempt from scrutiny and unnecessary for his experimental lineups. Pitino was acutely aware of the deficiencies of his starting 5. "It's unfortunate for Han to play alongside these individuals," he mused. "But perhaps it's a form of trial by fire. To thrive as a cornerstone in the NBA, one must encounter a motley crew of teammates." In their preseason opener, the Celtics faced the Indiana Pacers, the previous season's Eastern Conference runner-up, led by Reggie Miller. The disparity between the Eastern Conference's worst and second-best teams was evident. Moreover, the Celtics lineup was not their definitive starting 5, but rather Han accompanied by 4 reserves. For the championship-aspiring Pacers, the preseason served as a dress rehearsal. With a relatively stable core, they sought to refine their starting lineup's chemistry. Consequently, the Pacers fielded a lineup comprising PG, Mark Jackson, SG, Reggie Miller, SF, Chris Mullin, PF, Dale Davis, C, Rick Smits. In stark contrast to the Celtics' ragtag assemblage, the Pacers boasted a star-studded roster, albeit somewhat aged. Each player's career scoring output likely surpassed the combined total of the Celtics quartet. Han recognized his predicament was perhaps more dire than in the NCAA, but dire circumstances often necessitate straightforward solutions. Take charge and dominate. As the Indiana Pacers meticulously executed plays against the Celtics, Han disregarded tactics, demanding the ball from teammates and attacking relentlessly when in possession. And when the ball was in the hands of the opposition, Mark Jackson lofted a pass to the towering 7'4" center, Rick Smits. Notably, scouts had once touted Smits as Yao Ming's prototype when the latter was poised to enter the league. Smits possessed exemplary offensive habits, receiving Jackson's high pass and immediately elevating for a dunk. However, he overlooked the youthful beast lurking beside him. While Smits' offensive habits were commendable, his execution speed was lacking. As Smits prepared to dunk, Hani soared into the air, delivering a resounding block that pinned the ball against the backboard. And he wasn't finished. As the ball rebounded off the backboard, Hani leaped again, securing the rebound and initiating a fast break. When Celtics point guard Dana Barros gestured for the ball, Hani acknowledged him but disregarded the request, accelerating with remarkable speed and agility for a 7-footer. Chris Mullin, known as the left-handed god, attempted to impede Han Yi's progress with a foul, but with 1 foot inside the arc, Han Yi launched himself skyward, slamming the ball through the hoop with thunderous force. Only then did Han Yi have time to glance down at Mullin, who was still clinging to his waist. Han Yi offered a cordial, "Sorry." Chapter 69, Preparations Before the Great Battle. What more can be done against McCoy? A dunk on someone? Goodness. Did Han Yi really achieve such an incredible feat in a meaningless preseason game? Did he just rise up while hanging on someone? The Celtics head coach, Rick Pitino, was astonished, even more so than the fans. During practice, Han Yi demonstrated sufficient strength to survive in the NBA. Yet his power merely ranked in the middle tier for a power forward. To claim he possessed some extraordinary strength would be utter nonsense. But can a player with average strength really dunk over a 100-kilogram Chris Mullin? Equally bewildered was Chris Mullin, who found himself hanging on to Han Yi. Had Han Yi not been so noticeably leaner than Shaquille O'Neal, Mullin might have thought he was embracing Shaquille himself. My goodness, what kind of monstrous rookie have the Celtics selected this year? As Han Yi landed on 1 foot, he protectively shielded Mullin behind him, wearing a heartwarming smile. "Hey, senior. Be careful." "Oh, you cheeky lad." No one could better appreciate the terrifying energy contained within Han Yi's body than Chris Mullin at that moment. In the NBA, there are many rookies with exceptional talent, but few display such politeness. Yet, a minute later, Mullin realized he had misjudged. Han Yi executed another spectacular dunk, and this time, Mullin was the victim, not on Han Yi's waist, but beneath him. Chris Mullin sat on the floor, gazing up at Han Yi, who once again hung in the air, grasping the rim with one hand. At that moment, Han Yi flashed the same innocent smile. "Senior, are you all right? If you're fine, just get up and move around. Don't scare me." Is this truly a display of politeness? Mullin wondered. "I'm perfectly fine, just get away from me. Your presence annoys me." Despite the Pacers executing a series of exquisite plays for high-quality scores, Han Yi surged through the tide like a reverse current. Once the ball was in Han Yi's hands, scoring became an unstoppable affair. The 24-meter Rick Smits was left bewildered by Han Yi's prowess. The 11-meter Dale Davis was indignant. "Hey, Rick, you've really softened up. It's just a rookie across from us, an Asian, and you can't stop him?" Rick Smits candidly replied. "You try, if you think you're capable." "I refuse to believe this. He is merely a rookie." Davis was determined. "Just wait and see. I'll show you." Dale Davis, a quintessential blue-collar interior player with a career-high average of just 10.8 points, had made one All-Star appearance, relying solely on his brawn for tough defense. A team aiming for the championship cannot do without a tough guy, and Dale Davis was that enforcer for the Pacers. As Han Yi took a great leap from the free-throw line, Dale Davis lunged at him, seemingly aiming to block the shot. However, in reality, Davis had no concern for blocking the ball. His intent was to strike Han Yi's head. That calloused hand landed squarely on Han Yi's forehead. If he failed to render this arrogant rookie unable to return to the game, it would be a disgrace for Davis in the NBA. Yet, Han Yi appeared oblivious to Davis's malice. He merely thought, "This guy jumps a bit low. Can he really reach my shot?" While it was evident he could not block Han Yi's shot, Davis was indeed obstructing his dunk. Thus, Han Yi chose to use one hand to press down on the glaring Davis's round head, leaping once more in the air. Boom. The sky seemed to erupt with a muted thunder as Han Yi dunked the ball over Dale Davis. No, that description is inadequate. More accurately, he descended upon Davis's head, utilizing his remarkable wingspan to thrust the ball into the hoop. Admittedly, there was a hint of a forceful dunk. However, upon landing, Han Yi glanced down at the somewhat dazed Davis. "Senior, are you all right? I'm a rookie. I didn't quite control my strength just now. My apologies." Simultaneously, Han Yi cast a doubtful glance at the nearby referee. How could the official remain indifferent after such a significant action? In 20 years, that play would have likely resulted in either an offensive foul on Han Yi or a defensive foul on Davis. In a more extreme scenario, not only would a technical foul be issued, but Han Yi could even face a flagrant foul. If he were to receive a flagrant foul, it would be a waste of a day's earnings for Han Yi, given his meager salary. Fortunately, it was the 1990s. Remarkably, the referees of that era hardly batted an eye, urging the game to proceed. But in the inaugural preseason game, the Boston Celtics suffered a crushing defeat, losing to the Indiana Pacers by a margin of 30 points. Devoid of Han Yi's presence, the Celtics were utterly outmatched by the Pacers, a team poised for championship contention. McGrady played for 20 minutes, converting 5 of 15 attempts, amassing 16 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 7 turnovers. Ben Wallace saw 15 minutes of action, scoring 2 points and securing 10 rebounds, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. Han Yi, in his 13 minutes on the court, was a perfect 9-4-9, accumulating 21 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 assist with 2 turnovers. Despite prior knowledge of Han Yi's prowess, his teammates were still astounded by his vigorous performance. Over the course of 8 preseason games, the Boston Celtics were winless. Han Yi, clocking out early with an average of 10 minutes per game, tallied 14 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 blocks, boasting an impressive 80% shooting accuracy. His brief appearances left a lasting impression on Boston fans, evoking a sense of longing akin to witnessing a tantalizing glimpse. With Han Yi off the court, the Celtics crumbled, much to the dismay of their fans, who found it unbearable to watch. Yet, Han Yi's dominant displays fueled a desire to witness his prowess again, creating a dilemma for the fans. Despite the preseason losses, the Boston Celtics experienced a surge in season ticket sales, doubling the previous year's figures. However, for those indifferent to the Celtics, the preseason defeats were in line with expectations. Experts predicted that the Celtics, fresh off their worst season in franchise history, were likely to sink even lower. Undeterred by external opinions, Han Yi spent the preseason acclimating to his physical transformation. Prior to the preseason, he elevated his speed from 67 to 90 and his strength from 80 to 100, expending 43 attribute points and leaving him with 17 remaining. Han Yi pondered how to further enhance his abilities to contend with McCaw, noting that he was merely 10 points shy of 2,000 experience points. The Celtics' sluggish progress prompted Rick Pitino to intensify training sessions, endeavoring to instill his tactical system into the team. Pitino's coaching philosophy diverged from the prevailing style of the 90s NBA, which centered around post-up play and methodical offensive execution. Instead, Pitino advocated for a fast-paced, opportunistic approach reminiscent of Mike D'Antoni's Phoenix Suns. Pitino emphasized quick ball movement, rapid transitions, and seizing fast-break opportunities. Even at the risk of turnovers, he encouraged players to exploit open three-point looks and prioritize defensive transition, demanding a higher level of athleticism and skill. In contrast to D'Antoni, Pitino stressed the importance of high-quality defensive transitions alongside swift defensive plays. In a prior timeline, Pitino's tenure with the Celtics was unsuccessful, failing to reach the playoffs in 4 years. His assistant coach, Chris Ford, swiftly led the team to the Eastern Conference Finals upon succeeding him. While Pitino's philosophy may not have been inherently flawed, it proved incompatible with the existing roster. Returning to the present, Pitino's demanding approach tested the players as they prepared for the arduous regular season. However, Han Yi, McGrady, and Wallace embraced the challenge, relishing the opportunity to showcase their athleticism. This iteration of Pitino seemed to have better fortune, encountering players more suited to his tactical vision. Han Yi's enthusiasm was particularly striking, as he implored his teammates to engage in additional scrimmages even after Pitino had concluded practice. Pitino cautioned Han Yi against overexertion, emphasizing the need to conserve energy for the grueling regular season. Han Yi acknowledged the coach's advice, but upon Pitino's departure, he rallied his teammates for one final scrimmage. With the experience points from the scrimmage, Han Yi aimed to acquire a 2 boost to all attributes, deeming it crucial for overcoming Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan served as an idol for aspiring basketball players of that era. What could be more gratifying than disrupting Jordan's ring ceremony in one's professional debut? Tyrus Knight, having faced Jordan twice, cautioned against underestimating the challenge. Han Yi acknowledged Jordan's formidable strength, stating that he had a plan, but that it could only be executed after the final practice match. Chapter 71, The Gentle Simmering of the Chicago Bulls. On October 30th, 1997, the Chicago Bulls faced off against the Boston Celtics in their season opener at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. However, overshadowing this momentous event was the fact that prior to the game, the reigning champions, the Chicago Bulls, were to receive yet another championship ring. For Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, this marked their 5th championship ring together. Due to injury, Pippen was unable to participate in the game, yet dressed in a suit. He kissed the ring repeatedly upon its presentation. As the ceremony drew to a close, a flurry of Celtics players rushed forward, cameras flashing, requesting Michael Jordan to sign their jerseys. "Michael," exclaimed a teary-eyed Han Yi, "you are the sole reason I came to the NBA. Without you, I would never have embarked on this basketball journey. You are not just the GOAT of basketball, you are the deity of the sport." "Indeed, indeed," stammered Ben Wallace. Reciting the words Han Yi had prepared for him, Michael, To have the opportunity to compete against you in a regular season game is worth my life. Othella Harrington chimed in. Michael, I have an extraordinary request. Would you grant me a dunk today? I want to be your backdrop in this moment. To pass this photograph down to my descendants and tell them I once shared a court with the god of basketball. Yes, indeed, Stephen Jackson added. In high school, they called me the heir to Jordan, and I would give them a good beating, saying I was not worthy to be Jordan's successor. I wouldn't even be fit to carry his shoes. If I could witness Jordan's training every day, I would gladly forego my salary, even pay $100 daily. Upon hearing this, Tracy McGrady was taken aback. Aren't those Han-Yi's lines? Call the police. He just stole my words. Yet, as the banter continued, McGrady, albeit reluctantly, added, Me too. Some have said that about me, and I didn't just beat them up. I confronted them every chance I got. Despite the absurdity of McGrady's claims, the aging Michael Jordan felt a surge of emotion as he listened to the heartfelt admiration of these youthful faces. Throughout his life, he had encountered far more fervent basketball fans, yet as the teams prepared for battle, the Celtics players displayed a refreshing disregard for the outcome, as if their singular ambition in coming to the NBA was to compete alongside Michael Jordan. What does this indicate? Michael Jordan licked his lips thoughtfully, realizing, this signifies that I am not only the GOAT of basketball, but indeed the true god of the sport. Initially, Jordan had donned a facade of animosity and competitive fervor. But in this moment, he transformed into a benevolent elder. Basketball is not merely about rivalry. It also serves to educate the next generation, conveying love and peace. You youngsters are impressive, and once I retire, this league will belong to you. As Jordan received his ring amidst the praises led by Han-Yi and the Celtics, Rick Pitino felt as if he were being humorously overwhelmed. Seated, he mused, goodness, who knew the NBA could be like this? On this day, not only was Jordan elated, but the entire Bulls team shared in his joy, perhaps due to Jordan's heightened spirits, as they basked in the flattery from the Celtics' youthful players. It was as if they had entered a training camp hosted by Jordan rather than a formal NBA regular season game. In light of this scene, a coach with acute crisis awareness or strict discipline would have scolded their players, but such a reaction was impossible under the calm demeanor of Phil Jackson, the Bulls coach, who remained unfazed even in the face of adversity. As Celtics players joined in the chorus of praise for Michael Jordan, Rick Pitino, despite feeling awkward, approached Phil Jackson and said, Phil, you are my idol, truly. The 1997-1998 NBA regular season opener, the Chicago Bulls hosted the Boston Celtics, who were predicted by experts to rank second to last in the NBA. Starting lineups: Chicago Bulls, PG Ron Harper, SG Michael Jordan, SF Jason Caffey, PF Dennis Rodman, C Luke Longley. Boston Celtics, PG Dana Barros, SG Greg Minor, SF Tracy McGrady, PF Walter McCarty, C Han-Yi. Aside from Pippen's absence due to injury, the Bulls lineup featured the 24-year-old Jason Caffey, selected in 1995 to temporarily replace him, while the other four were the core starters from the Bulls' previous two championship seasons, their synergy reaching an almost telepathic level. However, their arrogance had soared alongside their past victories and the recent flattery from the young Celtics. The Bulls viewed the Celtics' energetic youngsters with condescension, perceiving them more as starry-eyed fans than genuine basketball competitors, believing that no one could possibly threaten their championship night. The Bulls, a team of proven champions, faced a Celtics squad whose most notable player was the rookie, Han-Yi. Was there really any need to elaborate on who held the advantage? This was not a tale of underdogs. Starry-eyed fans could never triumph over superstars. Chapter 72, The Explosive Display of Jordan. Deception and more deception. Even Zhang Weiping, who was the guest commentator for Huaxia Sports during Han-Yi's first official broadcast, betrayed his earlier stance right from the start. You want me to offer some strategies for the Celtics? I'm afraid there's little to be done. The disparity in strength is just too vast. The Bulls are aiming for the championship, while the Celtics are focused on developing their young players. Our only expectation is that, regardless of the outcome, Han-Yi can showcase his skills effectively. As the game commenced, it indeed unfolded as Zhang had predicted. The Bulls immediately unleashed their intensity against the Celtics. The Celtics' understudy-level backcourt was utterly overwhelmed by the defensive prowess of Ron Harper and Michael Jordan. Under the championship-caliber defense of the Bulls, whether it was the 185-meter Dana Barros or the 196-meter Greg Minor, simply dribbling past half-court drained their energy. As for the quality of their passes, one could only lament. Any pass that posed even a slight challenge was promptly intercepted by Harper or Jordan. Feeding the ball to the interior became an insurmountable challenge for Han Yi. As Phil Jackson had assigned the Bulls a singular defensive task prior to the game, Han Yi is the sole consistent scoring threat for the Celtics. But he lacks range and cannot stretch away from the paint. Your mission is to make his receptions increasingly difficult. Though Han Yi had once turned the tide with a three-pointer in the NCAA Finals, to NBA coaches, such a small sample size was hardly worth consideration. A player who averaged fewer than 0.2 three-point attempts per game throughout the season, even with a perfect shooting percentage, would hardly inspire a defensive strategy. Thus, despite Han Yi's attempts to establish position in the paint, he was unable to receive the ball. The Bulls capitalized on their aggressive start, swiftly building a lead of 12-0. However, the Bulls soon relaxed, as if that initial burst was Michael Jordan's way of saying to the Celtics rookies, "Welcome to the NBA. Consider this your initiation gift." Han Yi continued to indulge in flattery towards Jordan. "Wow, Michael, I learned to play basketball by watching your tapes. You are my inspiration. But I must say, seeing you live is far more exhilarating than 100 replays. That last play was incredible. We all know you're the king of mid-range shooting. But I'm aware that your three-point shooting is equally formidable." Jordan merely smirked. "I can manage with one hand. What need have I for both?" Tracy McGrady chimed in. "One finger could suffice." Both Jordan and Han Yi were momentarily taken aback. Han Yi pulled McGrady aside, whispering, "That is a bit much." Yet Jordan absorbed the praise. If you pick up even a fraction of my skills, you'll thrive in the NBA." The Bulls' offense remained sharp, yet their defense noticeably dropped. As if to convey, "Go ahead, play your game. It's your first match. We won't let you lose too badly." The young Celtics, understanding their role as beneficiaries of the Bulls' generosity, played along but were determined not to be overly indulgent. As the game approached the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, the Chicago Bulls held a steady 4-point lead. While not insurmountable, the Bulls felt confident that the Celtics could not possibly catch up, a notion reinforced by the stark contrast between a struggling team and a dominant powerhouse. The only feasible scenario seemed to be the Bulls extending their lead to 10 points or more in the final moments. During a timeout, Michael Jordan had long ceased to focus on the game, instead inquiring of Rodman whether he could procure any delightful distractions. Upon returning from the break, while Rodman pondered which of his usual conquests to bring, Han Yi suddenly made a baseline cut and positioned himself near the three-point line. An open shot. McGrady's vision ignited at that moment. Spotting Han Yi at the arc, McGrady wasted not a moment in passing the ball. As Han Yi, McGrady's #1 fan, received the ball comfortably and released his shot, a graceful arc traveled through the Bulls' home court, hitting its target. 81-82, the Boston Celtics trailed by just 1 point. With only 1 minute and 47 seconds left in the game, the Bulls, holding a mere 1-point advantage, remained oblivious to any impending crisis. In Jordan's eyes, while Han Yi's recent three-pointer had found its mark, it was still a profoundly misguided choice for a center. "Kid, centers shooting threes invites ridicule." Han Yi replied with a sheepish grin, "McGrady, I had no choice. Your interior defense was too formidable, leaving me with no opportunities." His voice was so loud that Luke Longley, preparing to inbound the ball, chuckled, momentarily forgetting the numerous dunks Han Yi had executed over his defenders. Despite facing the Celtics' almost non-existent perimeter defense, Jordan himself was not performing particularly well, perhaps hindered by excessive indulgence the night before. Up to that point in the game, he had only managed to score 20 points on 20 attempts, hitting just 8. Yet, this did not prevent Jordan from taking control when it mattered most. As the clock approached the 2-minute mark, the jovial Jordan suddenly shifted into a more serious mode, dribbling past half-court without any screens. He cleared his teammates away and directly challenged McGrady. With a simple feint, he easily left the young McGrady behind, stepping just inside the three-point line to release a shot that would provoke disdain from coaches 2 decades later, known as the inefficient long two-pointer. Swish. The basketball slid smoothly through the net. 81-84. The Chicago Bulls regained a 3-point lead. Jordan felt elated, despite his struggles. He knew that when the team needed him to score, he wouldn't hesitate. Yet, before he could celebrate, the Celtics' pace surged dramatically, as if they had suddenly embraced Rick Pitino's philosophy of playing faster than 7 seconds. The once lethargic Celtics erupted in a flurry of activity. And before Dana Barros had even crossed half-court, he launched the ball toward the basket. This surprising maneuver left Ron Harper bewildered. Have they lost their minds? There are still 20 seconds on the shot clock. But in the next instant, Han Yi stormed into the camera's view with ferocity. Chapter 73. Oh no, it's a bit unmanageable. Jordan is anxious. In midair, Han E executed a pullback move, and with a resounding thud, he slammed the ball into the hoop. At that moment, the two interior players of the Bulls were light years away from the restricted area, 83, 84. A speed of 90 is quite common among players under 9 meters. But among 7-footers, it can be confidently asserted that Han E is truly one of a kind. Spectacular, simply magnificent. Sun Jinping, the host of Chinese sports, was the first to exclaim, "Look, our young talent Han E is going toe-to-toe with Michael Jordan in scoring. Oh, this game just got interesting." Zhang Weiping, who had been praising Jordan throughout the match, suddenly shifted his tone in the final moments, with just over a minute left and trailing by 1 point. You can't deny it. Han E and his team actually have a chance to win against the Bulls, even when facing the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. The final moments of a game are still filled with tremendous unpredictability. For Chinese fans, perhaps from this moment on, Han E's supporters have begun to take root and flourish across the vast expanse of the nation. Look, that number 1 with the yellow skin is Han E. Wow. My goodness, such a dunk. I've been following Chinese basketball for 15 years and have never seen anything like it. With such dunks and three-pointers. Could it be that our Chinese men's basketball team is on the verge of resurgence? Just imagine. Our great interior players like Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian paired with Han E, and on the perimeter with Hu Weidong, Liu Yudong, Sun Jun, and Li Xiaoyong. My heavens. I can hardly fathom how formidable this lineup would be. Daring to dream, I do, and furthermore, our Shanghai men's basketball team has produced a young fellow named Yao Ming. Who knows? The next international competition might feature Han E alongside Young Yao rather than with Yi Jianlian. After Han E dunked that ball, Jordan's previously amiable demeanor transformed. His brow furrowed as he glared at Tracy McGrady, saying, "Damn it, you guys aren't actually thinking of winning this game, are you?" McGrady shook his head repeatedly. How could that be? Idle, tonight is your celebration banquet. We're just here to snag a few points and make our debut a bit more entertaining. Michael Jordan once again took control, executing the same move as before. Attempting a long two-pointer, but this time, it bounced off the rim. Rodman kept his eyes glued to the rebounding ball, ready to leap. Yet, a darker figure soared higher than him, aggressively contesting for the rebound. Ben Wallace versus Dennis Rodman. The younger Wallace emerged victorious. After securing the rebound, Wallace promptly passed it to the guard Dana Barros stationed at the free throw line. However, as Barros took his first dribble, the red-hot Michael Jordan lunged towards him. Attempting a steal, Barros struggled to maintain control, resorting to a roll on the ground to contest the ball with Jordan. As the battle intensified, the basketball was unexpectedly snatched by Han E. In the 1990s, it was customary for big players to pass the ball to guards immediately after securing a rebound, as their dribbling speed was no match for that of guards, wasting precious time. So, when Han E gained possession, Bulls players Ron Harper and Jason Caffey didn't rush towards him. Instead, they focused on blocking their assigned opponents to prevent Han E from making an easy pass. However, Han E had no intention of passing. He simply tapped the ball forward and took off with long strides. Why pass? In terms of absolute speed, Han E perhaps stands at the top of the Celtics lineup. Of course, if ball handling is taken into account, his speed may not be overwhelming. Yet it certainly outstripped that of a lumbering giant like Luke Longley. Initially, Longley had a half-step lead over Han E, but as Han E dribbled, the distance between them grew wider and wider. When Han E completed another thunderous dunk beneath the basket, Longley's shadow was nowhere to be seen. 85-84. The Boston Celtics took the lead. Only 56 seconds remained. Less than a minute. In the dying moments of the game, the Celtics claimed their first lead of the match. After leading for 47 minutes, could the Chicago Bulls really succumb in the final minute? The Bulls fans fell silent under the weight of the dunk, then erupted in frustration. As the Bulls achieved victory after victory under Michael Jordan's leadership in the NBA, they had grown proud, believing that winning was their birthright. How could they be overtaken by a team predicted to finish at the bottom of the league? Unthinkable. Even if it were merely a regular season game, that was entirely unacceptable. Indeed, some might even argue that allowing such a poor team as the Celtics to gain a lead was an affront to Chicago. McGrady, what are you doing? Go crush them. What is going on? Tonight is the night for rings, and if you let a bunch of kids run rampant, other teams will laugh us out of the arena. McGrady, without Pippen, you can't even handle a team like the Celtics? This is a Celtics team without Bird, and they're about to wipe the floor with you? At that moment, Michael Jordan's ears visibly twitched, his competitive spirit reigniting. Damn it all of you. Just die? Jordan glared at Han Yi. Oh really? You've been playing coy all game, and now you want to play tricks in the final moments? Han Yi adjusted his expression, forcing out the most sincere smile. How could that be? You are the exalted deity of basketball. We merely wish to intensify the competition, so your greatness could shine even brighter. Had this been said in the first half, Jordan might have believed it, but now? I trust you not at all. You impudent brat. I will tear you apart and make you regret stepping into the NBA. Jordan received a pass from Harper, took a decisive step, and pierced through McGrady's defense. Faced with Han Yi, who watched Chapter 74, a grand play? Then let us engage in an even greater one. Standing at 198 meters and weighing 99 kilograms, Michael Jordan is arguably the most formidable shooting guard of the 1990s, if not the most powerful. A mere rookie dares to confront me head-on? Jordan's muscular physique, though primarily an outside player, is more than a match against over 80 of the NBA's interior defenders. When airborne, he has sent the likes of Olajuwon, Ewing, and Robinson flying. However, when Jordan collided with Han Yi, he was taken aback. The reason for his astonishment lay in the mental imagery he had conjured. As he charged toward the basket, he envisioned the Celtics rookie crumbling before him. Just as he had dismantled countless interior defenders over his illustrious career, followed by a graceful dunk to reignite the crowd's fervor. This was a feat Jordan had accomplished countless times throughout his career. But tonight, he was mistaken. At the moment of impact with Han Yi, Jordan's balance was utterly disrupted by Han Yi's superior strength, sending him sprawling to the ground. The last time Jordan had been knocked off balance like this was against Shaquille O'Neal, whose width nearly rivaled that of Han Yi. This made no sense. This seemingly slender rookie was astonishingly strong. What was his muscle composition? But Jordan could ponder no further, having lost all sense of equilibrium. The only option left was to release the basketball he controlled in one hand, hurling it high into the air, with a backward glance. He deftly maneuvered around Han Yi's outstretched hand, spinning the ball into the hoop. Swish. It went in. Jordan landed hard on his back, sliding a full meter across the floor. Oh my God, this is Michael Jordan, the invincible basketball deity, the Bulls commentators shouted hoarsely, as if Jordan had just secured victory against the Celtics with that single shot. Meanwhile, the Chinese commentator, Zhang Weiping, shook his head. There's nothing we can do. Han Yi defended brilliantly, but Jordan simply has the ability to score. At this moment, Han Yi was more focused on the referee's whistle. Becoming a mere backdrop to Jordan's extraordinary play was now irreversible, but if a foul shot were called, the situation could become dire. Yet, the referee remained unresponsive. Han Yi let out a sigh of relief, thankful that he wasn't facing the soft referees of 2 decades later. Thank goodness. Only 38 seconds remain. 85, 86. Timeout. The Chicago Bulls lead by 1 point. As Chicago fans and players celebrated with Jordan, Han Yi calmly surveyed the scene from the sidelines. 38 seconds, the perfect amount of time. For the final attack, patience was key. We must prioritize success. Rick Pitino sketched out strategies on the board. Opposite us are the Chicago Bulls, the defending champions. The ball must be handled by the guards to ensure no mistakes, before passing it to Han Yi in the paint for resolution. Therefore, others must spread out to provide Han Yi with space to operate. And Han, this final moment rests upon you. Remember, if this shot goes in, we will have won a significant portion of this game. Conversely, if we miss, all our efforts will be in vain, and any talk of outplaying Jordan would become mere words. So, Han, this final moment rests upon you. Although Han Yi had yet to complete a single regular season game in the NBA, in Rick Pitino's eyes, he radiated brilliance. Han Yi's performance today exceeded all expectations. Despite his limited offensive repertoire, his innate talent was glaringly evident in every offensive and defensive play. Winning this game was not paramount. What mattered was that the Celtics might have truly found their destined star of this era. However, Han Yi's next words left Pitino feeling exasperated. I have no issue with that. Han Yi grinned, but can the coach adhere to my style of play? What? You dare to question my strategy? Pitino felt a surge of irritation. As the newly appointed head coach of the Celtics, he believed he had a promising future core in Han Yi, who had been designated by Auerbach himself. The most critical play of the game was designed around Han Yi. Such treatment was typically reserved for first overall picks. Yet, Han Yi, oblivious to his fortune, dared to challenge his decision-making in the game's closing moments. Han Yi, are you going too far? Nevertheless, Han Yi remained unconcerned with Pitino's expression. Time was limited, and he pressed on. Coach, we can't play slowly. We are up against Michael Jordan. Even if we score, if we consume all our time, will leave the Bulls and Jordan with over 10 seconds left. Leaving Jordan that much time significantly increases our chances of being defeated, turning our team into the backdrop of Jordan's glory. Therefore, we cannot afford to play slowly. We need to seize a possession, which will give us 2 offensive opportunities. Pass me the ball directly. I will attack Luke Longley or Rodman within 5 seconds, allowing us to gain a 1-point lead. If the Bulls fail to score, we win outright. If they do, we'll still have around 10 seconds for a potential game-winning shot. Taking fate into our own hands is infinitely preferable to relinquishing it to our opponents. Upon hearing this, Pitino's anger dissipated and a spark ignited in his mind. You, my friend, have some audacity, wanting to challenge Jordan's efficiency, now that has confidence. But since you're so confident, Pitino devised a more aggressive strategy. Let us go all out and intimidate the lofty Chicago Bulls. On the Bulls side, Phil Jackson merely glanced at the opposing team before confidently asserting, for the final attack, the Celtics' perimeter poses no threat. Hence they will certainly entrust the last play to their rookie, Han E. Although Han E has made a 3-pointer today, he will likely opt for an inside play. This kid has remarkable speed. Dennis. Phil Jackson gestured towards a nonchalant Rodman. You need to assist Luke. When Han E drives to the basket, obstruct him. But remember, do not commit a foul. Dennis Rodman scoffed. Come on, coach, a mere rookie? Isn't it excessive to double-team him? Don't you think so, Luke? Luke Longley's face flushed. Dennis, let us defend him together for a better chance. Chapter 75. Big feet forge ahead, kicking Michael Jordan away. The Boston Celtics' Tracy McGrady prepared to inbound the ball. The Celtics' backcourt duo swiftly spread out near the free-throw line, while Hani positioned himself near the 45-degree mark, hoping to receive a quick pass. However, the Chicago Bulls would not allow Han E to receive the ball so easily. Dennis Rodman charged towards Han E, effectively obstructing his receiving route. Kid, we've seen through your Celtics tactics. Han E could only shrug helplessly. Well, that's it then. I can't get the ball. McGrady merely glanced at Han E before focusing on the basket. Down low, Ben Wallace was engaged in a tussle with Luke Longley when he suddenly stepped back, causing Longley, who had been leaning on him, to follow suit. In that fleeting moment, McGrady flicked his wrist, sending the basketball soaring high above everyone's heads, crashing toward the hoop. In that instant, the Bulls players were bewildered. What is happening? An early turnover? This is bad. Michael Jordan's extensive playing experience afforded him unparalleled instincts. While the other Bulls players remained momentarily stunned, he darted toward the basket, determined to contest the airborne ball. Yet, as he gazed up at the soaring basketball, a massive shadow hurtled toward him. Jordan exerted every ounce of his strength to chase after the ball, but soon, he was shocked to discover a colossal black figure hovering above the basketball he had yet to touch. Gliding through the air, Han E was solely focused on the ball. McGrady had thrown it high enough. When Han E leaped with all his might, his 2.3-meter wingspan merely grazed the edge of the basketball. Though he only managed to touch the ball's surface with his fingertips, Han E harnessed that contact, curling it back before powerfully slamming it down. Thud. A precise strike. Through the hoop. 87-86. Han E restored a 1-point lead for the Celtics. Had it been the original 90 dunk, it would likely have missed. But with a 100 power boost and an additional 2 from the 90 dunk, he ensured that even in this extreme state, he could flawlessly send the ball into the basket. As Han E triumphantly slammed the ball through the hoop, his long legs instinctively executed a forward kick. However, he felt as though he had kicked something, or rather, someone. Apologies. Han E leaped down from the hoop and approached the figure in the Bulls jersey lying on the ground. After a couple of steps, he halted. For lying there was none other than Michael Jordan. At that moment, Jordan clutched his chest, gasping for breath, while his teammates quickly surrounded him. Jordan, please don't let me accidentally fracture your ribs, which should only happen 3 years from now. Han E thought. McGrady, are you all right? I'm just a rookie. I didn't intend to kick that hard. You little punk, if anything happens to McGrady, you're a dead man. Dennis Rodman seethed, preparing to shove Han E. Yet, just before he could reach him, a sturdy wall blocked his path. Ben Wallace's voice was icy. Want to touch Han E? Then you must first get through me. Rodman glared, his lips pressed together in fury. Who do you think you are to act tough in front of me? Wallace stepped forward, pressing his forehead against Rodman's. Their eyes locked in a silent challenge. Enough. Do you want to be humiliated further? Jordan had risen from the ground, having merely needed a moment to recover from Han Ye's heavy Chapter 76, the onslaught of a basketball deity. Unfazed by Jordan's taunts, Han Ye's gaze darted towards the actively maneuvering McGrady. With a deft fake-out, Han E executed a swift, short pass to McGrady. Seizing the moment, McGrady launched a two-point shot from the free throw line. Swish. The shot, a paradigm of aesthetic form, gracefully pierced the net. 89-88. Despite facing staunch defense from the Bulls, McGrady's performance had been subpar, converting only 3 of 10 attempts. Yet, this fourth successful shot struck directly at the heart of the Bulls. The arena's clock ticked, displaying 89-88. The Boston Celtics had reclaimed a 1-point lead, with a mere 3 seconds remaining in the game. Phil Jackson promptly called a timeout, solely to orchestrate a final shot opportunity for Jordan. With only 3 seconds left, the outcome remained uncertain for Jordan. "Michael," Coach Phil Jackson earnestly began, "you've been outmaneuvered by these youngsters. Their preparation for this game surpasses ours. Therefore, in this final play, they'll likely concentrate their defensive efforts on you, anticipating your last shot. Your task is to draw their defense, creating an open shot for Kukoc. I believe only you can accomplish this." "Damn it," Michael Jordan retorted, his countenance mirroring that of a man driven mad. "Do I need to be a decoy for these rookies? No, I'll end this game with a decisive shot, showing them why I'm the league's best." Phil Jackson initially intended to dissuade him from fixating on the young players, as it wouldn't serve the team's victory. However, he reconsidered, acknowledging that this was merely a regular season game. For the Bulls, a team with 2 consecutive championships and 5 titles overall, a regular season loss might be more effective than any lecture in galvanizing their resolve. It would serve as a reminder that continued effort is essential to secure the next championship. "All right," Phil Jackson conceded. "Michael, the final play is yours to decide. We must be vigilant. The Bulls are season champions, except for Rodman. Every player on the court is capable of delivering a game-winning blow," Rick Pitino cautioned. "Our defensive focus has been on Jordan. However, in this final play, Phil might use Jordan to draw our defense, creating open shots for Kukoc, Ron Harper, or even Luke Longley. These players, forged in the crucible of playoff battles, only need an opening to strike a fatal blow. Coach, I still believe the ball will go to Jordan. This isn't a pivotal playoff game, but a mere regular season opener." Honey countered. "Jordan, in his competitive fervor, won't relinquish the shot. More importantly, Coach, we're underdogs. We can't contain Michael Jordan without exposing other openings." Rick Pitino paused, acknowledging Han Yi's point. He then resumed strategizing on the whiteboard. "We'll defend as if Jordan will take the final shot. But first, we need to create the illusion of an ideal shooting opportunity." The game resumed. Dennis Rodman inbound the ball. This was Phil Jackson's cunning strategy. Among the Bulls lineup, only Rodman lacked independent offensive capabilities. Therefore, he was assigned the inbound pass. Longley would position himself on the free throw line to draw defenders, while Jordan would stand ready on the perimeter. Harper and Kukoc would use movement to confuse the Celtics. "You're guarding me?" Jordan remarked, slightly disappointed to see McGrady as his defender. He had anticipated Han Yi, but it seemed they were sticking to conventional matchups. While this arrangement was sound, given Han Yi's size as an interior player, Jordan couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He yearned to personally crush the upstart who had disrupted his ring ceremony. Jordan envisioned sinking the game-winning shot over Han Yi, demonstrating that absolute dominance could overcome any trickery. Phil Jackson's sole instruction to Rodman was to delay the pass by 2 seconds to further deceive the opponents. He dared not extend the delay to 3 seconds, fearing Rodman might commit a violation. However, Phil Jackson underestimated one factor. After retiring, Rodman had expressed skepticism towards those who struggled with the triangle offense, asserting that it was simply about passing the ball to Jordan. Thus, Rodman harbored an extraordinary fixation on passing to Jordan. Despite adhering to the coach's 2-second delay, his eyes remained glued to Jordan from the moment he received the ball. Most Celtics players were preoccupied with tracking their assignments, paying little attention to Rodman's gaze. Except for Han Yi. While following Kukoc's movement, his eyes were fixed on Rodman's. 1 second. 2 seconds. Pass the ball. Don't violate. The Bulls' assistant coaches collectively roared. In the first half-second of this outcry, Han Yi, who was supposed to follow Kukoc towards the baseline, abruptly reversed course and charged towards Rodman. Rodman, unable to process such complexity, disregarded the incoming threat. He was determined to pass to Jordan. Jordan, in horror, yelled, "Don't pass." But it was too late. As Rodman released the ball, a 7-foot figure descended like an apparition between Rodman and Jordan. Thud. Rodman's bullet pass was intercepted by Han Yi with a single hand. Chapter 77. Han Yi's Divine Slaying. A sensation across the land. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. The game has concluded. Hani initially anticipated that Jordan would rush to contest the ball or resort to a brutal foul to send him to the free throw line. He was prepared for all possibilities. Yet, nothing transpired. It was as if, at that moment, everyone except Han had been frozen in time. He simply watched as those 3 seconds slipped away like sand through his fingers. The red light flashed. The whistle blew. The game was over. 89-88. In the home arena of the Chicago Bulls, on the evening of Jordan's 5th championship ring celebration, the Boston Celtics, ranked second to last, triumphed over the seemingly invincible Chicago Bulls. Hani had successfully slain the god. Michael Jordan, 26 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. Hani, 24 points, 8 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 4 blocks. For the first 46 minutes of the match, the game could be described as utterly mundane, so mundane, in fact, that it bordered on soporific. However, in the last 2 minutes, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. To the spectators' astonishment, the Celtics rookie, Hani, inexplicably engaged in a fervent scoring duel with Jordan. Michael Jordan, facing multiple defenders, managed to score 6 points with 3 out of 4 shots, a display of extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, Hani? He scored 9 points from 4 attempts, in addition to delivering a decisive assist and executing a critical steal that solidified their victory. Moreover, what electrified the fans even more was that this rookie, who had just made his NBA debut, nearly knocked Jordan out of the game with a single kick. In the post-game interview, Michael Jordan naturally basked in the adoration of 90% of the media. However, the questions posed today only served to amplify his discontent. Michael, what are your thoughts on the Celtics rookie, Hani? Michael, how do you feel about Han E and his teammates adoring you as their idol before the game, only to deliver a harsh defeat to your Bulls during the match? Michael, has Han E entered your hit list for the new season? No. Michael Jordan graciously waved his hand. Han is an incredibly competitive individual, and I appreciate that. However, I must emphasize that this is merely a regular season game. He played well, but just well enough. To make it onto my hit list, he will need more than just a few tricks. Let us see if he can meet me in the playoffs first. Having entered the twilight of his career, Michael Jordan had learned how to maintain his GOAT persona in front of the media, even while mentally cursing Hani for embarrassing him. Hani, is it? I'll remember that name. Following the Celtics' victory, Rick Pitino appeared alongside Hani, the key contributor to their success, during the press conference. Addressing the barrage of media inquiries, Pitino generously lavished praise on his prodigy. Han E is the reason I coach in the NBA. When Auerbach extended the invitation to me, I hesitated at first, as I had grown accustomed to the slower pace of the NCAA. But when he informed me that I could coach Han E, I knew I had no reason to decline, for I believed that together, we would embark on something that would astonish the entire NBA. From my first encounter with Han E in the NCAA, I was certain he would become a monumental figure in the basketball world. Hani, congratulations on such a brilliant debut in the NBA. Before the game, most doubted you would be a disruptor. How did you overcome the skepticism and triumph over the Bulls? Confidence, Hani replied. The fact that no one believed in us became our greatest motivation to defeat the Bulls. The less people believed in us, the more we yearned to create a miracle. Han, a reporter interjected, is it true that you regard Jordan as your idol? How did you pay tribute to him? Absolutely. Hani nodded. Jordan is my idol. To face him and then triumph over him is, in my opinion, the finest tribute. Han, could you share other idols of yours? My idols also include Hakeem Olajuwon, Patrick Ewing, David Robinson, Charles Barkley, Gary Payton, Reggie Miller, Dennis Rodman. Do you truly believe Hani defeated us Bulls through sheer skill? Nonsense. We were deceived. The Celtics are frauds, and Han E is the head of the deceivers. Not only did Han E's debut mar Michael Jordan's perfect ring night, but it also sent Jordan tumbling to the ground. Such an event was bound to make headlines. Usurpation? The new generation dethrones Jordan. Kill the idol. The 1997 second overall pick pays tribute in a novel way. Han E's hit list revealed. Jordan is merely number 1. NBA elites prepare to tremble. Shock. The Bulls' first victory was snatched away. At the conclusion of the midday news, a brief sports update interrupted the program. Today, our young champion Han E made his professional debut in the NBA. Han E was the second overall pick selected by the Boston Celtics this year. In the season opener against the Chicago Bulls, Han E amassed an impressive 24 points, 8 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 4 blocks. In the final moments of the game, Han E and Michael Jordan engaged in a scoring frenzy, with Han E contributing 9 points, 1 assist, and 1 steal in the last 2 minutes, ultimately leading his team to a comeback victory. His performance was nothing short of stellar. While the midday news at noon may not rival the evening news broadcasts in viewership, it still ranks among the top programs of CCTV news. In the 1990s, devoid of smartphones and video streaming, students and employees typically watched the midday news during their lunch breaks to pass the time. If the number of viewers watching NBA broadcasts in China during weekday mornings is compared to 1, then the number watching the midday news would be a staggering 10,000. Those indifferent to basketball would merely glance at the news, but for those with even a slight awareness of the sport or the NBA, the news was utterly shocking. Michael Jordan? Our young champion has managed to conquer the most sought-after figure in basketball today? For the professional basketball athletes in China, it was a moment of awe. Hani, Wang Zhizhi. Coach, I want to enter the NBA draft next year. 17-year-old Yao Ming, watching on television, was moved to tears. Mom, I want a signed jersey from Hani. The meteoric rise of Han Yi has finally ignited across the breadth of China. While whispers of a Chinese prodigy in this year's NBA draft had circulated, it was only when Han Yi stood shoulder to shoulder with Michael Jordan on the court that his presence truly registered in the collective consciousness. Were this to occur 15 years hence, Han Yi would undoubtedly be regaled by fervent admirers on internet forums. Alas, it is 1997, and even the most rudimentary mobile phones have yet to permeate Chinese society. Thus, the adulation of his homeland remains beyond his perception. For Han Yi, who in his previous life devoted 18 of every 24 hours to his mobile device, the absence of such technology is an unimaginable torment. Bereft of his digital companion, Han Yi channels the time once devoted to it into rigorous, unglamorous resilience training. Congratulations, host. Resilience increased from 48 to 49. Another day wanes into tedium. Tears of joy. Han Yi has finally grasped the art of the pass. It was feared that he was a black hole for ball possession, yet it seems he is capable of sharing this fear. Having gained 30 points of vision upon defeating the Bulls, Han Yi is somewhat bemused. Did you truly perceive me as so selfish? I was merely unable to see before. Was I not? Rick Pitino, observing Han Yi's newfound passing acumen in practice, is visibly enthralled. In my years coaching in the NCAA, I have encountered many. But a talent such as Han Yi is truly unprecedented. After a single regular season game, he has transformed from a crude player who could barely find his way on the court into a team mastermind capable of seizing fleeting offensive opportunities in dynamic play. My God, I am almost at a loss as to how to coach such a prodigy, lest I inadvertently hinder his progress. Rick Pitino resolves to seek counsel from the most venerable coach in NBA history, Red Auerbach. Talents, Rick, are often the easiest to guide, provided they abstain from narcotics and firearms. Allow him to pursue his inclinations. Rick Pitino pauses pensively before responding. Han Yi exhibits none of those vices. However, I must inquire. Is it conventional for a 7-foot center to dedicate himself to guard techniques, especially when he possesses no prior experience in that domain? Furthermore, as a quintessential center, is such a pursuit not somewhat unorthodox? Can it truly yield benefits? I shall reiterate my query. What untoward proclivities does Han Yi possess beyond his training regimen? The lad seems to do nothing but train. If pressed to identify a vice, I would venture to say that he frequents nightclubs. Having explored nearly every such establishment in Boston since joining the Celtics, he has even earned the moniker Nightclub Prince. He enjoys frequenting nightclubs, does he? Auerbach's brow furrows slightly. While his youth and vigor render such indulgences understandable, the quality of the refreshments in such establishments is often dubious, and their hygienic standards are frequently questionable. I shall allocate resources to establish several new nightclubs in Boston for his exclusive use, lest our prized assets suffer from culinary indiscretions. Regarding Han Yi's training, what course of action should I pursue? Rick Pitino attempts to steer the conversation back to his initial concern, but Auerbach interjects decisively. I have already addressed that matter. Refrain from interference or obstruction. Allow Han Yi to cultivate his skills as he sees fit, and let his development unfold organically. Han Yi, and indeed our Celtics, are still in their formative years. The seed has been sown. Refrain from excessive intervention and await the blossoming. Han Yi, coach, today I wish to focus on passing. Rick Pitino nods approvingly. Excellent. I have devised a bespoke passing regimen for you and secured the services of Kevin Porter, the assist leader of the 1975, 1977, 1979, and 1981 seasons as your mentor. Passing proficiency 5. Passing proficiency 5. Passing level 1 achieved. Han Yi, coach, today I wish to concentrate on ball handling. Rick Pitino acquiesces with a smile. Splendid. I have tailored a ball handling program to your specifications and secured the expertise of Isaiah Thomas, the most lethal ball handler of the 1980s, to guide you. Ball handling proficiency 5. Ball handling proficiency 5. Ball handling level 1 achieved. Honey, coach. Today I wish to prioritize rebounding. Rick Pitino nods in agreement. Very well. I have crafted a rebounding curriculum specifically for you and enlisted the assistance of Moses Malone, the rebounding king of the 1980s NBA, to instruct you. Rebounding proficiency 5. Rebounding proficiency 5. Rebounding level 1 achieved. Coach. Today I wish to hone my perimeter defense. Rick Pitino assents enthusiastically. No problem. I have designed a rebounding program tailored to your needs and secured the services of Sidney Moncrief, former NBA Defensive Player of the Year, to serve as your perimeter defense specialist. One-on-one defense proficiency 5. One-on-one defense proficiency 5. One-on-one defense level 1 achieved. A month later, the Rookies of the Month for November are announced. Western Conference Rookie of the Month, Tim Duncan, 19. 3 points, 9. 5 rebounds, 2. 2 assists, 1. 8 blocks, 2. 2 turnovers, 51. 2 field goal percentage, 71. 2 free throw percentage. This is the epitome of instant impact. Not only has he held his own against the league's premier interior players, but he has also demonstrably elevated the San Antonio Spurs defense to unprecedented heights. Prior to Tim Duncan's arrival, the Spurs record stood at a dismal 20 wins and 62 losses. Regardless of whether their performance was intentional or not, the outcome was undeniably poor. With Duncan in the lineup, the team's fortunes have been transformed. Their defense now ranks among the league's top 10. And their 9-6 record in the first month represents nearly half of their total wins from the previous season. David Robinson, upon playing alongside Duncan for the first week, mused, "I believe this young man is here to assist me." However, after a month, such thoughts have been dispelled. He is now content to support Duncan, who is undoubtedly the future of the San Antonio Spurs, and perhaps beyond. In his rookie season, the 21-year-old Duncan is already holding his own against the seasoned veteran David Robinson, who is still at the tail end of his prime. The Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month is equally uncontested. Hani, Chapter 79, A Perilous Resemblance? Hani, 22 points, 7. 5 rebounds, 3. 2 assists, 4. 3 blocks, 2. 2 steals, 6. 2 turnovers, 44 field goal percentage, 33 3-point percentage, 75 free throw percentage. Such statistics rival those of Tim Duncan himself. The fervent Celtics fans proclaimed, "Tim, don't presume your Rookie of the Year award is guaranteed." But the Spurs faithful were not to be trifled with. We can't solely rely on statistics. Let's examine the win-loss record. The Celtics fans fell silent. A 5-10 record was indeed underwhelming. With a 5-10 record, the Celtics languished in the Eastern Conference, third from the bottom and fifth from the bottom in the league. In contrast, the San Antonio Spurs held the 6th position in the Western Conference. The disparity was considerable. However, the Celtics had justifications for their lackluster record, considering the Spurs boasted a bona fide all-star in David Robinson. Meanwhile, the Celtics' most seasoned player, Derek Coleman, had yet to pass the coach's fitness test and was diligently running laps. Regardless of Hanyi's prowess, he was, after all, merely a rookie. While team performance is a factor in the Rookie of the Year selection, disparities in team composition cannot be overlooked. Moreover, individual statistics hold greater significance than team record. After all, the Rookie of the Year award is an individual accolade, not a team honor. In terms of individual statistics, Hani certainly held his own against Duncan. Nevertheless, many remain skeptical of Hani, even branding him a statistic patter. As a 7-foot center, Hani, it was argued, attempted shots near the basket less than 1/3 of the time, a dereliction of duty. Instead of establishing a low-post presence, Hani lingered on the perimeter, disrupting the team's offensive flow. Moreover, his penchant for launching errant three-pointers from beyond the arc was deemed detrimental, leaving the Celtics vulnerable on the boards. While Hanyi's numbers were impressive, his impact on the Celtics was questioned. Some posited that the Celtics might perform more cohesively and achieve a superior record without Hanyi's presence, suggesting he was prioritizing personal statistics by venturing beyond the three-point line. These criticisms, initially voiced by fans, were amplified by the media, who pressed Celtics coach Rick Pitino for his opinion. Pitino retorted, "Do you know the record of Michael Jordan's first 15 games in the NBA?" The reporters shook their heads. 4-11. Pitino replied with a smile. Michael Jordan's record in his first month was worse than our current Celtics. I don't know if the media at that time suggested that the Chicago Bulls get rid of Michael Jordan. The reporters were silenced, inwardly fuming at the audacity of comparing Hany to Michael Jordan. Pitino continued, Hany is still young, with boundless talent and potential. We will not restrict his development or dictate the type of center he must become. He could be an O'Neal, an Olajuwon, a David Robinson, a Mutombo, or perhaps a fusion of these centers. Of course, he may also forge his own path, a unique path for a prodigious center. I am his coach, but I don't believe I have the right to instruct such a gifted player. I prefer to let nature take its course. Pitino's words exuded confidence, a fervent endorsement of his protege. It was rare to see such effusive praise for a player who had yet to achieve significant success. And coach wasn't the only one confident in Hany. Auerbach, who had boldly selected Hany in the draft against all odds, was even more enthusiastic in his praise than Pitino. Everyone knows that in the NBA of the 1960s, Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain were famous rivals. Chamberlain was omnipotent on the offensive end. The reason why you don't have his three-point shooting record is because there was no three-pointer at that time. In that era, Chamberlain was omnipotent on the offensive end. Bill Russell could erect a high wall on the defensive end by himself. Russell was at a disadvantage because there was no block record at that time. If there was a block at that time, I think the block record he created would still be unbroken today. In the 1960s, some fans said, if Chamberlain and Russell could be combined, how strong would this center player be? Now, I can responsibly say that Hany's future is a combination of Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. However, the higher one is hoisted, the harder one falls. The more perfect the image, the closer one is to collapse. This truth of the internet age was not yet understood by most people in the 1990s when the internet was not yet popular. But the truth does not exist if it is not popular. When Hany was praised by the Celtics management and coach as the only rookie of today, the Celtics fans were happy to hear it, and the other team's fans turned green. What? Are you Hany a treasure? It's Jordan, Bill Russell, and Wilt Chamberlain. What's going on? Hany hasn't achieved anything yet. Please, are you exaggerating too much? After reading everyone's praise and criticism of him, Hany felt cold in his heart. Hany didn't feel cold because he was scolded. The pressure of public opinion in the 1990s was nothing to Hany, who traveled from 2024. It was really nothing. But one thing, those guys' summary of Hany's current way of playing made Hany's head buzz. What do you mean by not entering the inside? What is the crazy ass shaking outside the three-point line? Oh no, am I Hany becoming the Embiid of the 90s? God, after all this time, I actually became the person I hated the most back then? Chapter 80, selected for the All-Star Game? Advantage, the vast population of my homeland, Huaxia. Disadvantage, the village lacks internet access. Hany muttered to himself, this cannot be, absolutely cannot be. I am merely striving to enhance my proficiency more swiftly, all right? I am fundamentally different from Embiid. However, fans are indifferent to one's words. They only observe one's actions. Moreover, Embiid is still just a young talent from Africa. Who knows him? The current public sentiment is not favorable. I must prove myself without hindering my training. Thus, Hany glanced at the schedule. Lo and behold, the next opponent, the Toronto Raptors. Oh, it's that unfortunate Camby again. There's no choice. Brother, it's you. The following day, during the match against the Toronto Raptors, Hany faced Camby's defense, charging into the paint 18 times and scoring on 16 of those attempts. Coupled with his 2-4-6 shooting from beyond the arc, Hany erupted for 41 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 6 blocks, leading his team to a resounding victory over the Raptors, 107-87. This game marked Hany's first 40-point performance in his NBA career. After this battle, who would dare say Hany shies away from the paint? Alonzo Mourning raised his hand, exclaiming boldly, I dare. Hany's statistics are impressive, yet his team's record is dismal. If a player prioritizes personal stats above all, they will achieve little in their career. It's worth noting that Alonzo Mourning is a distinguished alumnus of Georgetown University and also Hany's senior. The betrayal from his senior left Hany feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet soon, Hany discerned the source of his senior's betrayal. It was simply a matter of conflicting interests. In the recently disclosed results of the first All-Star voting, Hany ranked third among Eastern Conference centers, trailing only Georgetown alumni Dikembe Mutombo and Patrick Ewing. In the context of the NBA All-Star selections, being third among centers holds little significance, as only the first player is directly voted into the All-Star starting lineup. Subsequent rankings depend on the coaches' votes rather than the fans. Nevertheless, Alonzo Mourning remained quite displeased, being a fellow Georgetown alumnus. It irked him that Mutombo and Ewing were ahead of Han Yi, while he found himself in fourth place. The trio of Georgetown centers is renowned in the NBA. What's this? A newcomer from Georgetown has pushed me down to fourth place? Why should that be? Han Yi, who is ranked ahead of me. I shall demonstrate through my prowess just how absurd this voting is. Han Yi noticed the latest task reminder: qualify for the NBA All-Star Game. Reward: 30 points in ball handling. Han Yi examined the calluses he had developed from honing his ball handling skills, grinning. Apologies, senior, but for the sake of the All-Star selection, you have become my target. Mourning, are you dissatisfied with the All-Star voting? Well, I am even more displeased. This is the 1990s during this era. A single vote counts in Huaxia's NBA All-Star selections. With our vast Huaxia, how is it that I only received over 90,000 votes? Who am I kidding? Of course. One must consider the historical context. The 1990s saw a high level of internet penetration in the United States, yet in Huaxia, owning a computer was still a rarity, akin to the early 1980s television sets, with perhaps 1 or 2 households out of dozens having one. As for internet access, it was exceedingly scarce. Even fewer were those who could connect, be NBA fans, and be aware of the All-Star voting process. The 90,000 votes Han Yi received likely had less than 1,000 from Huaxia, which signifies what? It indicates that Han Yi cannot tap into the voting advantage of Huaxia? No. It signifies that Han Yi's voting base is still an untapped ocean of opportunity. David. Han Yi called his agent David Falk. I need a reporter from Huaxia's CCTV to attend the post-game interview after our match against the Miami Heat the day after tomorrow. Yes, ensure they are there. What do I care about the second, third, or fourth ranks among all-star centers? I am solely focused on starting. With the vast voting base of Huaxia backing me, why would I not utilize it before it is locked? Victory by fair means? Huh. How pretentious. I only seek results. At this moment, Mourning was not yet the renowned fighter he would later become. Born in 1970, Alonzo Mourning was merely 27 years old, just approaching the prime age for reaping personal accolades as a center. Since 1993, Mourning had been selected as an all-star reserve for 4 consecutive years, indicating that while his popularity was lacking, his raw talent was recognized by coaches. Alonzo, do you know what sets you apart from the all-star starters? Mourning replied without hesitation. Popularity, that damn popularity. Pat Riley began to feed Mourning some bitter truths. You know you lack in popularity, but do you understand why you fall short in that regard? Your statistics are commendable, and your team's performance is decent, but all of that is merely satisfactory. When people mention the best centers in the NBA, your name will never be among the top 3. Because your numbers are merely satisfactory, you lack your own defining moments. If you could dominate Shaquille O'Neal or Hakeem Olajuwon just once, you would capture a massive following. Mourning shot Riley a look that clearly conveyed the message. If I had that kind of skill, I would have done it long ago. Why do I need your reminders? Clearly, although Alonzo Mourning did not vocalize his thoughts, everything was said without words. If you cannot handle Shaq, Pat Riley smiled slightly. Now an opportunity presents itself. Obliterate Han Yi. Show this inexperienced rookie the true nature of the NBA. Alonzo Mourning frowned. You need not instruct me. When he steps into my home court, I will certainly dismantle this cocky rookie, making him aware of the NBA's might. But how does my defeating him relate to my aspirations of being the best center? Pat Riley retorted, if you cannot even handle a rookie center, how can you dare to talk about being the best? Damn, that makes sense. I'll take him down. Chapter 81, really? I don't believe it. The Boston Celtics flew to Miami to challenge the Miami Heat. Upon entering the Heat's arena, Han Yi was immediately enveloped by the fiery enthusiasm of the Miami crowd. Although it was December, the Miami ladies, with their long legs and low-cut tops, adorned themselves with little more than mere scraps of fabric compared to bikinis. Yet, amidst these alluring figures, the uniformed Celtics fans created a distinct spectacle in the stands. This group, comprised of half Chinese and half mixed ethnicities, may consist of only 200 or 300 local supporters, but their coordinated attire and the Celtics flags they wore made them a striking presence, no matter where they sat. Such devoted fans are common among championship-level NBA teams, but to see a plethora of loyal supporters emerge from a struggling team like the Celtics is indeed a rarity. The Chinese students in Boston, who have faced discrimination, naturally held a favorable impression of Han Yi, whose explosive performances in the NBA allowed the local residents to see the potential of an athlete with yellow skin. Conversely, the new Bostonians, who instinctively oppose everything the old Boston residents dislike, found themselves drawn to support the Asian star that the traditionalists scorned. Of course, among these loyal fans, there existed an even smaller group of conservatives, older individuals who had witnessed the Bill Russell era in their youth. They vehemently opposed black players in basketball but were ultimately won over by Russell's prowess, becoming his steadfast admirers. Now, Hany, stepping onto the stage with the name of a new, more aggressive Russell, instantly captivated this group of elder gentlemen. What defines the most authentic conservatives? They are those who deem the radicals too conservative. The custom apparel worn by these Celtics fans was inconsequential in cost, but the commitment shown by fans traveling city to city, purchasing tickets and flights, often to prime camera spots for close-ups, was a feat beyond the means of the youthful enthusiasts. Who were the benefactors of this? It was those older white patrons whose mobility may have waned, yet their financial resources were virtually limitless. However, the most eye-catching aspect of the game was not the zealous Celtics Legion nor the resident Miami Vixens, but the two former NBA legends, Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. The two titans of the 1960s, once rivals, were present at the Miami Heat's home in the American Airlines Arena. When the pregame cameras captured them, these superstars, the giants among giants, smiled for the lens. Meanwhile, Alonzo Mourning sat on the bench, wearing a glum expression, his teeth clenched in frustration. To understand the reason, one must rewind to an hour prior. Wilt. Bill Russell pointed at Chamberlain, saying, "I thought you had perished, entangled in the embrace of a woman." Chamberlain retorted, giving his companion a playful pat on her ample rear. "I can still handle it just as effortlessly as I did 30 years ago." "Oh," Russell inquired, "what brings you here? Is it to watch the game since the woman couldn't keep you occupied?" Chamberlain scoffed, "I happened to be in Miami for a beach beauty contest, so I decided to see if that little guy Auerbach praised as our combined talent has any real skills." "Hey, that Chinese kid." As a Celtics legend, Russell had seen Hany's performances more than once and smiled enigmatically. He possesses more than mere talent. With a suitable roster, he may very well ignite another Celtics dynasty. This thought sparked anger in Chamberlain, who shouted, "If you hadn't relied on a strong roster, how could you have possibly defeated me?" "A strong roster?" Russell shot back. "You still don't comprehend. The Celtics of the future earned their accolades because of me. After I departed, when did they win again?" "You're talking nonsense," Chamberlain retorted. "No, you are." As these two elderly gentlemen bickered over trivial matters, Mourning, the unfortunate star of the Miami Heat, approached them. "Gentlemen, welcome to Miami. Get out of here." Russell snapped, "We're not here for you. We're here to see Hany." Chamberlain added, "If you want to converse with us, first go take care of that kid." Mourning was taken aback. He had met these legends before, and their previous encounters had been cordial. Why had it turned hostile? Faced with the two legends' disdain, Mourning could only listen in silence, his frustration shifting onto Hany. In the end, all the blame fell upon Hany, that scoundrel. "Miami is my territory, and I will obliterate you." Starting lineups: Boston Celtics, PG, Dana Barros, SG, Greg Minor, SF, Tracy McGrady, PF, Walter McCarty, C, Hany. Miami Heat, PG, Tim Hardaway, SG, Vashon Leonard, SF, Jamal Mashburn, PF, PJ Brown, C, Alonzo Mourning. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Zhang Weiping, a reporter from CCTV, currently broadcasting live from the United Center in Miami, bringing you the matchup between the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat for the 1997 to 1998 NBA regular season. Today, Hany faces off against the All-Star center Alonzo Mourning, who has averaged no less than 20 points and 10 rebounds since his rookie season. We have all heard of the four great centers in the NBA, but if we were to select a fifth, it must undoubtedly be Alonzo Mourning. Standing at 2.08 meters tall and weighing 120 kilograms, while he may be shorter than his peers, Mourning's speed and defensive prowess are unparalleled, making this a significant challenge for Hany. Will Hany continue to deliver spectacular performances against the formidable Mourning? Or, dare we hope, can he lead his team to victory against the perennial playoff contenders, the Heat? As the jump ball approached, Mourning began to taunt Hany. "Rookie, I'm unlike any player you've faced before. I will utterly destroy you." Hany donned a classic expression of disbelief. "Really? I don't believe it." Chapter 82. Hany. Has it begun? Mourning, it has already concluded. "You, young man, ought to show some respect in my presence." Mourning fiercely flexed his chest muscles. "I am your senior." "Greetings, senior," Hany retorted, "as a junior. May I inquire what constitutes domination? Does it mean you score 1 point more than I do, or perhaps 2? To dominate means this, Mo Ning declared vehemently. I shall make every one of your attempts utterly painful. I will ensure I score at least twice your points. Twice, you say? Han Yi grinned. Then best of luck to you, senior. Before the match commenced, harboring a noble aspiration was indeed quite pleasant. The referee tossed the basketball high into the air, signaling the official commencement of this fierce contest. When it came to leaping ability, Han Yi was not superior to Mo Ning. However, when factoring in height and wingspan, he remarked, apologies, senior, but you are merely a junior. Han Yi effortlessly secured the first possession. Mo Ning, undeterred, swiftly positioned himself low and opted for a one-on-one showdown with Han Yi. Yet, as Han Yi descended to the low post, the Heat's double team swiftly closed in. Mo Ning desired to go solo, but Heat coach Pat Riley was no fool. The Celtics' perimeter players were hardly formidable. What was there to defend against? Observing the previous matches, it was evident that the Celtics' offense revolved entirely around Han Yi. Neutralizing him would guarantee victory. As for Mo Ning's boast of dominating Han Yi, what concern was that of Riley? Han Yi, upon encountering the double team, remained unfazed and did not force a play. Since the start of the game, he had honed his vision and passing skills. While his passing ability still paled in comparison to that of guards, he was no longer the blind big man who clutched the ball and refused to pass. With a swift pivot, Han Yi delivered the ball to Tracy McGrady at the perimeter. McGrady stepped inside the free throw line and took a mid-range shot. It went in. The Boston Celtics took the lead on the road. Turning back, Han Yi noticed Mo Ning's face already darkening ominously at the outset. Han Yi frowned and consoled him. What's the matter, senior? Are you planning to gang up on me? Are you that afraid of losing? As for the notion of scoring twice my points, please do not rush. I am not taking it seriously. Hearing these words, Mo Ning pondered. Realizing there was some merit in what Han Yi said, his intention seemed good. Yet, why did the words gnaw at him so? Are you insulting me, boy? As Heat guard Tim Hardaway dribbled past half-court, Mo Ning began to position himself inside against Han Yi, gesturing frantically at Hardaway. In Pat Riley's strategic framework, Tim Hardaway and Alonzo Mourning were the dual cores of the team. However, the Heat's Tim Hardaway, standing at just 1.8 meters, was not the former Magic player who was once seen as the successor to Michael Jordan. Although Tim Hardaway was formidable, his ball handling skills were second to none, with only Allen Iverson rivaling him in the current league. Nonetheless, the undisputed leader of the Heat remained Alonzo Mourning. When Mo Ning demanded the ball, it was naturally delivered. Mo Ning leaped high, clutching the ball like a spider, then launched a fierce assault against the unsuspecting Han Yi. Bam! The collision of their bodies erupted with force. Typically, in such an offensive encounter where both players possess similar strength, the aggressor would have the upper hand. In terms of interior strength, Alonzo Mourning was undeniably robust. However, he regrettably faced Han Yi, who boasted a strength rating of 100. Mo Ning's initial charge failed to budge Han Yi. He let out a soft gasp but steeled himself, summoning all his muscle to charge again. The second attempt also fell short. Not only did he fail to move Han Yi, but he found himself aching all over. With determination, Mo Ning made a third attempt. Exhaustion set in. The third collision caused Mo Ning to lose grip of the ball. The referee, ever vigilant, blew the whistle decisively. The Heat had gone out of bounds, and possession was awarded to the Celtics. Han Yi leisurely inquired from behind, "Senior, are you quite all right?" This spectacle was enough to send Riley into a furious outburst. Mo Ning, you fool. Have you been distracted by women again? If your body cannot handle it, then for heaven's sake, stay away from them. It was an accident, coach. Mo Ning waved dismissively. Han Yi was playing dirty. Otherwise, how could a mere rookie do this? However, Pat Riley's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Fool, turn back. What? Mo Ning turned to see Han Yi had already surged to the opposite basket. The Celtics point guard effortlessly delivering the ball right into Han Yi's hands. Han Yi soared high, executing a powerful dunk. Bam! 4-0. While Mo Ning continued to bicker about whether he had committed a foul, Han Yi had already secured a fast break. Debating whether a foul had occurred was a foolish endeavor. Foul or not, it mattered not to the referee, and it surely did not hinder my counterattack. Despite the Celtics' current lackluster performance, Rick Pitino had firmly instilled the philosophy of rapid counterattacks into the hearts of every player, with or without Mo Ning. Even if the other four Heat players rushed the basket, they could not impede Han Yi in the slightest. Damn it! Mo Ning seethed as he watched Han Yi raise his arms in triumph at the Miami home court, boiling with frustration. You brat, always relying on these little tricks. If you have the ability, let us engage in a direct confrontation. Do you dare? Thus, Mo Ning began his frenzied assault, relentlessly pushing against Han Yi. Han Yi, exasperated, questioned, "Senior, are you finally using your strength? Perhaps you should apply a bit more effort?" After a couple more attempts, Alonzo Mourning finally accepted the harsh truth he had been reluctant to face. He could not budge his junior in the slightest. All his might was utterly futile. The scene became exceedingly awkward as the Miami Heat fans watched Mo Ning struggle ineffectively beneath Han Yi for nearly 10 seconds. Zhang Weiping, who had played power forward in his youth, could not help but chuckle. Understanding the nuances of interior battles far better than the fans, he remarked, "Oh dear, did you see that? All-star center Missouri Ning is being dominated in strength by our Han Yi, and he is being thoroughly outmatched. If their strengths were even remotely comparable, he would not be unable to move Han Yi at all." The fact that Mo Ning's face is turning purple-black signifies a significant disparity in their strength. Moreover, Zhang Weiping was not the only one aware of this. Alonzo Mourning himself comprehended it as well. During the first clash, he might have suspected Han Yi of employing underhanded tactics, but in the second confrontation, Mo Ning realized that Han Yi had not even budged. He had simply been soundly defeated in strength. Yet, fortunately, Alonzo Mourning was not merely a power-based center. Upon recognizing he could not overpower Han Yi, he adjusted his approach, gathering his strength and executing an external spin shot. Bam! A massive block landed squarely in Han Yi's hands. "Thank you." Han Yi grinned. Chapter 82, A Dual Assault on Mourning. The Miami Heat fans, exasperated by Mourning's lackluster performance, could only bury their heads in despair. Today, he was not contending against the four dominant centers. Yet a rookie center managed to leave Mourning searching for his dignity on the court. Is this truly the formidable Alonzo Mourning we know? Zhang Weiping, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Look, our young talent Han Yi not only holds the upper hand in physical confrontation, but he has also mastered Mourning's signature turnaround hook shot. Just moments ago, when Han Yi blocked Mourning, it seemed less like a rejection and more like Mourning inadvertently delivered the ball into Han Yi's hands. Judging by their recent exchanges, Han Yi had decisively taken control, and while the hype around the fifth center outside the four greats was considerable, in reality, it proved to be rather trivial. The Heat prepared for a sideline inbound, reorganizing their offense. Although the match had only just commenced, Pat Riley had evidently reached his limit with Mourning's foolishness. He bluntly instructed, "Alonzo, focus on your defense. Leave the offense to Tim Hardaway." In the Heat, Riley was the ultimate authority. Mourning, having been acquired through Riley's trade, had no choice but to comply and remain subdued. Tim Hardaway, known for his offensive prowess, faced the Celtics' fragile defense and swiftly maneuvered to create a shooting opportunity, converting with a mid-range jumper. The score stood at 4-2. While the Heat had scored, Mourning's expression was far from joyful, especially after claiming he would outscore Han Yi by double. Now, he found himself scoreless. Moreover, under Riley's orders, he had lost even the right to attempt individual plays. Yet, Mourning's primary concern remained defense. Having already lost face offensively, if he failed to contain Han Yi, it would be a disaster. Though Mourning was the leading scorer for the Heat, his crucial role was in defense, where his elite lateral movement and coverage provided stability for the team. If Mourning were to transition into the 2024 NBA, he would essentially resemble a more refined version of the current Heat center, Bam Adebayo. But could he truly stop Han Yi? In terms of strength and speed, Mourning fell short. In the low post, Mourning found little advantage against Han Yi's skill set. However, Han Yi showed no interest in engaging in a battle of attrition. He bypassed Mourning without a second glance and barreled toward the basket. Bam! He sent Mourning crashing down with a thunderous dunk. The referee's whistle blew, a defensive foul on Mourning. Han Yi approached the free throw line but unfortunately missed. The score was now 6-2. Just moments earlier, Han Yi had emphatically blocked Mourning and followed it up with a ruthless dunk. One must wonder, what was the extent of Mourning's psychological burden at this moment? The Heat continued their offensive strategy. Again, Tim Hardaway isolated and took a mid-range shot, scoring. Han Yi responded with a powerful drive to the basket, adding another 2 points. The score was now 8-4. For a brief period, Tim Hardaway and Han Yi exchanged baskets, but after a few rounds, Hardaway began to falter. As an outside shooter, his attempts at three-pointers and two-pointers relied on shooting percentages. In contrast, Han Yi's every shot was a slam dunk. No reliance on probability, it was a guaranteed score. Aside from McGrady's initial two-pointer, Han Yi accounted for 13 of the team's first 15 points with an impeccable dunking record. Meanwhile, the Heat's outside shooting frenzy resulted in a score of 15-8, putting them at a 7-point deficit. Pat Riley's face darkened as he called for a timeout. Upon resuming, instead of chastising Mourning for his poor performance, Riley directed his ire at the starting power forward, P.J. Brown. You need to assist Alonzo. Are your eyes closed? Can you just watch as Hani obliterates him? P.J. Brown glanced between Mourning and Riley, perplexed, silently questioning. When did my defense become good enough to help Mourning? Ordinarily, Mourning would have confidently assured, help? I can handle everything myself. But today he hung his head, resembling a defeated rooster. P.J. Brown, not daring to defy his coach, executed the first play after the timeout by joining Mourning in a double team against Hani. In the previous timeline, P.J. Brown had secured a spot on the all-defensive second team for 2 consecutive seasons, while Mourning was destined to become a future Defensive Player of the Year. Together, they posed a formidable challenge for Hani. However, this double team did not imply Hani was rendered ineffective. Rather, it ensured he could not receive the ball in the paint. The Celtics' next 2 attempts to lob the ball into the interior were thwarted by the combined efforts of Brown and Mourning, resulting in a fast break score for the Heat. Thus, the Celtics' initial offensive surge was halted, returning the game to the familiar rhythm of the Miami Heat. Pat Riley, observing the court, sighed. Against a team like the Celtics, languishing at the bottom of the league, Riley possessed numerous strategies to defeat them. However, in the recent skirmish, he had clearly discerned that Mourning lacked the star quality needed. Though he had achieved all-star status and was likely to accumulate more individual accolades in the future, he paled in comparison to a true talent like Hani. Riley's thoughts drifted to the draft 6 months prior. If only he had had the resolve to trade Mourning as a bargaining chip. Could he have secured Hani? How splendid it would be to have Hani on his roster. If Hani were part of the Heat, they could thrive in the post-Jordan era. Suddenly, a thunderous dunk jolted Riley from his reverie, and as he looked up, he witnessed Hani soaring for yet another explosive slam. Frustrated, Riley erupted. Brown, Mourning, can't you two stop Hani? What are you still doing here? Why don't you just leave? Chapter 83. What? There are still those eager to be overwhelmed? So be it as you wish. At this moment, Mourning was silently gasping for breath on the court, while P.J. Brown, with a mournful expression, responded to the coach's reprimands. We simply can't keep up. Time turned back to Riley, who was momentarily stunned. When Mourning and P.J. Brown double-teamed Hani, the effect was remarkable, rendering Hani invisible on the offensive end. Yet, in a sudden turn, Hani emerged fiercely on the defensive end. Abandoning the offensive tactics that had been thrown his way, he charged directly in front of the diminutive Tim Hardaway. If this were in the paint, Hardaway might have had some reservations about Hani. However, this was the perimeter, and the matchup was undeniably favorable. Confronted with Hani's one-on-one defense, Hardaway shot confidently, only to be emphatically blocked. The rejected shot was sent soaring towards the frontcourt. Hani, with his long strides, pursued it relentlessly. Just before the ball went out of bounds, he managed to retrieve it and executed yet another breathtaking windmill dunk. Hardaway could only look up in awe as Hani ravaged the rim, while everyone else simply could not keep pace with him. Initially, the Heat believed Hani's speed was merely an attribute of the paint, comparable to Mourning's level of quickness. However, it became evident that Hani's speed ranked among the fastest in the entire NBA. This velocity, when applied to the 1.8-meter-tall Hardaway, seemed normal, but for the 2.11-meter-tall Hani, it was nothing short of an anomaly. His strength overpowered Alonzo Mourning, and his speed rivaled that of Tim Hardaway. Oh dear. Whose tank can reach 100 miles per hour? Although Mourning and Brown lacked Hani's strength in the low post, they still managed to make him work harder with their experience. Yet, if Hani continued to rampage, like he just did with that full-court drive to the basket, how could they defend against that? Calm down, everyone, calm down. At this moment, Pat Riley suddenly switched to a more amiable demeanor. Alonzo, why the panic? You've encountered players like him before. Don't you think he resembles a rookie Shaquille O'Neal? Young Shaq? Alonzo Mourning appeared somewhat flustered. Has Hani become strong enough to be compared to O'Neal? The rookie O'Neal had undoubtedly been Mourning's nightmare since the draft. Not only did he get overshadowed, but during his rookie season, Mourning's impressive average of 21 points and 10 rebounds yielded him a mere 2 of the votes for Rookie of the Year. Logically, Mourning's statistics would have secured him the award in 80 of the years. Yet in the eyes of those with voting power, Mourning could not even compare to a single hair on O'Neal's head. Just treat him like the rookie O'Neal. You were the second overall pick alongside Shaq. You lost to rookie O'Neal back then, but now? You're an all-star, and you can't even handle a rookie O'Neal. Damn it. Morning's competitive spirit was reignited. I have grown. I will no longer be dominated by another rookie-level O'Neal. After 3 quarters, Morning sat on the bench in a daze. The broadcast statistics revealed Morning, 3 of 13 shooting, scoring 8 points, 6 rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 block. And what of Han Yi? 17 of 22 shooting, amassing 37 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and a staggering 9 blocks. What had Morning said before the game? He aimed to score more than double Han Yi's points. Yet now Han Yi's score was approaching 5 times Morning's, leaving Morning helplessly watching from the sidelines. It was not that Pat Riley intended to undermine Morning. Rather, Morning had been utterly dismantled by Han Yi in this match. Pat Riley had hoped to motivate Morning by mentioning O'Neal, but it seemed the motivation had backfired, igniting Morning's determination to compete fiercely on both ends of the court. Only to be thoroughly schooled. 7 of Han Yi's 9 blocks had fallen upon the unfortunate Morning. Although O'Neal was Morning's nightmare, he had never been humiliated to this extent. This rookie had shown no mercy, relentlessly hammering Morning, effectively shattering him. Morning, who was once the anchor for the Heat, had become a mere shadow in this game. At the start of the second quarter, the Heat held a 3-point lead, but with the simultaneous return of Morning and Han Yi, Han Yi's team unleashed a 20-4 run that left the Heat reeling. Had Riley not decisively benched Morning in the third quarter, the Heat might have already lost. But was everything smooth sailing without Morning? Of course not. After Morning's departure, the Heat's offense, under Tim Hardaway's direction, stabilized, but without Morning, their interior defense became significantly weaker. Previously, Han Yi had to give his all against Morning, but now, without Morning, could he not dominate at will? Thus, the earlier question resurfaced, which had a higher success rate, inside or outside offense. Tim Hardaway had already scored 23 points on 11 of 18 shooting, surpassing his season average. Yet Han Yi's offensive efficiency was simply too high, 77, an astonishing shooting percentage of nearly 80. How could anyone contend with that? Wilt Chamberlain sighed as he observed the elated Bill Russell. The luck of your Celtics seems to have returned. A player like Han Yi could very well secure 3 or 4 more championships for you. It must be said, Han Yi's style truly resembled mine. A relentless force tearing through everything. Bill Russell, puzzled, replied, "Are you out of your mind? How can you turn this back to yourself? Han Yi has no connection to you. Look at those blocks. They remind me of my own." "Nonsense. Your offense is lackluster. This is clearly more like me. Your defense is atrocious. It is undeniably reminiscent of my style. Like me. Like me." Pat Riley stated earnestly, "It matters not. The opponent is merely a rookie, and he is a big man who has yet to learn how to manage his stamina. We shall execute our offense as planned. If we cannot stop Han Yi, so be it. We will apply as much pressure as we can. If we cannot contain him, so be it. A player like Han Yi, who soars through the air, will tire himself out in due course. Let us allow him to exhaust himself. I do not believe he can defeat us single-handedly." If Han Yi could hear Pat Riley's intentions, he would undoubtedly smile. In this vast world, there are countless wonders. Such demands, really? Just as I was about to doze off, you offer me a pillow. You know I intend to rack up numbers today. Do you wish to be overwhelmed? Then I shall oblige. Chapter 84. The Campaign for Votes. A transparent appeal for votes. Throughout the match, Han Yi recorded an impressive 51 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, 11 blocks, and 8 turnovers. The Celtics triumphed over the Heat with a score of 99-89. As the game neared its conclusion, despite it being the Miami Heat's home ground, the chants of MVP echoed fervently, led by the loyal Celtics fans. A 50-point triple-double in a rookie season. What an extraordinary feat. Even the statistical juggernaut, Wilt Chamberlain, did not accomplish such a milestone during his rookie year. As the game concluded, Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell approached Han Yi for a photograph and extended an invitation for a post-game dinner. Han Yi smiled and replied, "Gentlemen, please hold on a moment. I must conduct an interview first." Bill Russell's expression turned sour. "You young man, you exhibit no respect for your elders." Wilt Chamberlain gave a thumbs up. "Hey kid, you're quite like me. Just an old bone struggling to walk, and there's absolutely no need for such reverence. Han Yi, congratulations on achieving a 50-point triple-double today." Zhang Weiping exclaimed, visibly excited. "Before you, only Wilt Chamberlain, Elgin Baylor, Richie Guerin, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar have recorded 50 triple-doubles in NBA history. You are now the 5th player to reach such a staggering milestone. Notably, even the great Michael Jordan never attained 50 triple-doubles." Han Yi smiled modestly. It's not a big deal. It's just one game and a 50-point triple-double. What truly matters is that our Celtics have finally broken our losing streak and secured this victory. For a basketball player, statistics only hold significance when they are accompanied by triumph. Zhang Weiping nodded in agreement. Han Yi, you truly possess the spirit of a champion. This is your first interview with the Chinese media. Do you have any words for our fans? Han Yi looked at Zhang Weiping with a smile, then faced the camera, as if envisioning countless young basketball enthusiasts on the grand stage of the NBA. If you have a passion for the game, come join us. We have no shortage of basketball talent in China. What we lack is an opportunity to challenge ourselves on a higher competitive stage. I hope that our young talents do not confine themselves to reigning supreme in the domestic basketball scene. If they truly wish to make a mark on the world basketball stage, the NBA is an inevitable path. I await you all in the NBA. And I hope to see more young people follow in my footsteps. Honey, Zhang Weiping interjected. According to the latest NBA All-Star voting results, you are ranked third among centers in the Eastern Conference. For a rookie, this is a tremendous honor, a testament to your prowess. Upon hearing this, Han Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, it's you, my dear Weiping. I was just pondering how to steer the conversation towards the All-Star voting, and you've seamlessly transitioned us there. It seems my agent truly knows how to navigate these matters. The reason Han Yi hurried to participate in this interview was to broadcast the All-Star voting while the CCTV signal was still active. If not for David Falk's special instructions to Zhang Weiping prior to the interview, Zhang Weiping might not have made that connection. It is apparent that the agent's compensation is well-deserved. Han Yi quickly seized the opportunity to elaborate. Indeed, being selected as an NBA All-Star in my rookie season would undoubtedly be an immense honor and motivation for me. I will strive to achieve better performances and garner more votes. Naturally, I also hope to receive the support of our Chinese fans to give me a helping hand. Absolutely. Zhang Weiping nodded vigorously. You are currently the sole representative of the Chinese national basketball team in the NBA. If our fans do not vote for you, who else could they support? Just focus on playing well in the NBA. Leave the voting to us. Our domestic voting process is as follows. Once this matter is settled, the photographs with legends like Chamberlain and Russell, as well as post-game interactions with the coaches and referees, become trivial, utterly insignificant. Although computers are not widespread in China and the internet is still scarce, the sheer population size ensures that with just a little encouragement, Han Yi's votes will soar. While Han Yi remains indifferent, the entire American basketball community is shaken by the emergence of this 50-point triple-double. Statistics often get overlooked, particularly when a team's performance is subpar. In fact, if a player excels individually but the team loses, they may even be labeled a stat patter. However, there is a limit to this perception. The data must still be remarkable. If a rookie scores around 30 points, it barely makes waves in the NBA, as there are countless players capable of achieving such numbers. However, if a rookie scores 50, it undoubtedly captures headlines. Yet, what if a rookie achieves a 50-point triple-double? The NBA's initial response is disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. But the subsequent reaction is explosive. Han Yi is no ordinary rookie. A 50-point triple-double has only been accomplished 6 times in NBA history, with just 4 players achieving it. This feat not only demands exceptional scoring ability, but also imposes significant physical demands. Under the intense defense of the NBA, it would be nearly impossible for an average player to reach such statistics. To this day, does anyone still doubt that Han Yi poses a legitimate threat to Duncan's Rookie of the Year title? Remember, the San Antonio Spurs' superior record is not due to Duncan being stronger than Han Yi. It is because the Spurs boast a better roster. Hey, Tim, have you seen the newspapers? David Robinson exclaimed, tossing a stack of papers onto Duncan's head. You have been underestimated. They claim that this guy, Han Yi, has the chance to challenge your Rookie of the Year title. Han Yi? Duncan replied, lifting the newspaper from his head. If it's Han Yi, he indeed poses a potential threat to my Rookie of the Year honors. However, that's not important. What matters is, Tim Duncan stated, I will not lose to him like I did in the NCAA. Christmas Showdown. San Antonio Spurs vs. Boston Celtics. Chapter 85. You fell before I even made my move? In the context of the Christmas Day Showdown, although this marks the inaugural encounter between Tim Duncan and Han Yi on the NBA stage, such a matchup hardly warrants a primetime slot. The game commenced in the afternoon in the United States, which corresponded to the early hours in China, rendering any broadcast by CCTV impossible. For Duncan, however, excitement coursed through him. The memories of being bested by Han Yi on the NCAA stage for 2 consecutive years were etched deeply in his mind. Despite this, Duncan ultimately became the first overall pick in the 1997 draft. Yet, the fact that the player who had defeated him twice, Han Yi, merely became the second pick left a lingering discomfort in Duncan's throat. His declaration on the NCAA courts, "I will have better teammates and I will personally defeat you," finally had its chance to be realized today. San Antonio Spurs, PG, Avery Johnson, SG, Vinny Del Negro, SF, Sean Elliott, PF, Tim Duncan, C, David Robinson. Boston Celtics, PG, Dana Barros, SG, Greg Minor, SF, Tracy McGrady, PF, Walter McCarty, C, Han Yi. In comparison to the Boston Celtics, the roster of the San Antonio Spurs was undeniably superior. The value of their twin towers is self-evident, and on the perimeter, Sean Elliott was a 2-time All-Star in the 1992 to 1993 and 1995 to 1996 seasons, averaging 20 points per game at his peak. Meanwhile, the up-and-coming Avery Johnson, affectionately dubbed Little General, was no stranger to the spotlight either. The bench also boasted Monty Williams, indicating that this team's coaching acumen was formidable, featuring 2 future NBA head coaches. However, in Han Yi's perspective, there was no need to delve into excessive details. At its core, it was still a twin tower lineup. Han Yi patted McGrady on the shoulder, saying, "I'll handle the twin towers. Today, you will be the primary offensive core responsible for dismantling the Spurs. Is that agreeable?" McGrady was taken aback. Wait, idle. I can handle defense, no matter how grueling or tiring it may be, and I can manage some simple plays, but being the team's offensive core? I fear I may not have the capability. Fear not. Han Yi chuckled. We are fearless when we have nothing to lose. Let us just do it. Furthermore, your future is not that of a role player. Don't you aspire to become a man akin to Michael Jordan? McGrady's eyes sparkled with hope. Can I really? Han Yi grinned. Absolutely, especially when facing the Spurs. In a previous life, McGrady spent his entire rookie season as a bench player for the Toronto Raptors, averaging only 18 minutes and 7 points per game, truly just a role player. Yet this year, with the Celtics, McGrady quickly established himself in the starting lineup, boosting his playing time to 30 minutes and increasing his average points to 13. Although Rick Pitino viewed McGrady primarily as a defensive asset due to his physique and natural talent, the trajectory for his future was undoubtedly to evolve into the Celtics' version of Scottie Pippen. However, with Han Yi's foresight, he understood that McGrady was not destined to follow in Pippen's footsteps. His scoring talent was truly extraordinary. Especially against the Spurs, McGrady possessed an inherent advantage. Whether one believed it or not, Han Yi had faith. In his previous life, he had witnessed the most astounding scoring display when McGrady scored 13 points in 35 seconds while playing for the Rockets. Though it was merely a regular season game, it left an indelible impression on the adolescent Han Yi. Of course, Han Yi did not expect the 18-year-old rookie McGrady to replicate such a miracle in this game. After all, the McGrady of 1997 was far from the one of 2004. However, he believed that he was now significantly stronger than the Yao Ming of that time. The opening tip-off. Tim Duncan approached confidently. Hey, Han Yi, I told you, I will defeat you in the NBA with better teammates. Facing Duncan's spirited challenge, Han Yi smiled slightly and replied after winning the tip-off. Congratulations, you indeed have stronger teammates. Hence, you are no longer my primary target. Today, my sights are set on your elder brother, David Robinson. Duncan was perplexed. Huh? Am I no longer worthy of being your opponent? While Duncan was lost in thought, Han Yi unleashed his full power, darting into the paint. For the Celtics guards, despite their lackluster passing skills, the numerous matches had honed their ability to deliver simple feeds without difficulty. The guards swiftly passed the ball. Han Yi caught it low and leapt toward the basket, unleashing a thunderous dunk aimed at David Robinson. Robinson's wingspan and leaping ability were exceptional, yet as Han Yi barreled toward him like a whirlwind, he had barely raised his hand when Han Yi was upon him. Bang! A powerful one-handed slam reverberated through the entire arena, causing the backboard to tremble violently, while the rim emitted a sharp, piercing cry. All the fans gasped, wondering if the rim and backboard would survive this assault. But what of the recently challenged David Robinson? He had vanished. Panic swept through the Spurs fans. Did our star player just get knocked out at the start? Oh no, he was not gone, rather. He found himself entangled in the embrace of a group of exuberant women. David Robinson was unharmed, simply borrowing momentum to descend, while the unfortunate women behind him fainted. with one in tears due to her recently implanted breast prosthetic exploding. No matter how luxurious the courtside seats, they were now irrelevant. It was time to rush to the hospital. Meanwhile, David Robinson, sprawled among the women, was slowly regaining his senses, pondering, "Who am I? Where am I? Did a bulldozer just run me over?" Yet, he seemed to recall Han E's face just before losing consciousness. Thud, as Han E landed heavily on the court. He immediately approached Robinson with concern. "Hey, veteran, are you all right? I haven't even made my move, and you've already fallen?" Chapter 86, A Game Can Be Lost. "But Hani must die." "Ah, you are excessively arrogant." Winnie Donat, the devoted admirer of David Robinson, was anxious. "How dare you speak toward David like that? He is one of the 4 great centers. You are not worthy to address him in such a manner. Just wait until David stands up. He will obliterate you in an instant." Hani nodded. "Indeed, he is one of the 4 great centers. So what's your point? Shouldn't you ensure he stands up first before claiming he will defeat me?" Winnie Donat looked down at David Robinson and shouted, "Stand up, David, stand up, boss." David Robinson was furious. "My legs are weak. If I could stand, I would have done so by now." Winnie Donat gazed up at David Robinson. "Boss, you are standing." Humph. David Robinson felt utterly humiliated by that moment, but resolved to reclaim his dignity. "Humph, you cowardly sneak. What kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, let us engage in a true battle of men." "Hani, oh, step aside. I'm taking a free throw." Yes, while David Robinson was still dazed. The referee imposed another foul. First round, David Robinson fouled. Han E took his free throw. Swish. 0-3. Han E scored the first point for the Celtics. Having just lost face, David Robinson was determined to redeem himself in the next offensive play. Ignoring Duncan's eager gaze, he seized the basketball. Intent on teaching Han E a lesson. David Robinson's first move, a brute force attack. Forgetting any finesse, he charged at Han E with all his might. Han E was at a loss. What is with these centers from the 90s? Has all their muscle migrated to their brains? Is grappling their first course of action in a dilemma? This is a stark generational divide from 20 years later when 7-footers float around playing like guards. Of course, 20 years later is softness. This was simply mindless. What strength do you possess that you wish to contest with me? Your shooting is the strongest among the 4 great centers. Why not shoot from the perimeter instead of wrestling with me? Very well, if you seek demise, I shall oblige. Thus, the scene from the previous confrontation with Mourning replayed on the Boston Celtics court. Those who missed out on witnessing Han E humiliate Mourning's companions in Miami were fortunate today to witness Han E's merciless display of strength against David Robinson. Strength contest? After a prolonged struggle, David Robinson found himself unable to advance even a single step, ultimately yielding a 24-second shot clock violation. Turning back, Han E once again overpowered Robinson, lifting him effortlessly while soaring to the rim and forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. The thunderous sound of the basketball colliding with the rim resonated throughout the arena. 0-5. The only silver lining was that the referee did not call another foul on David Robinson. Wow. We all know David Robinson is an exceptionally tough competitor. The Boston Celtics commentators excitedly remarked, "Just last season, this guy scored an unstoppable 53 points at Boston South home court. But today, he was reduced to a mere gummy bear by our Hani." Tim Duncan was stunned. Is this the same Hani who had to resort to double-teaming during the NCAA? What has he been consuming to achieve such explosive gains in strength? No. This is beyond mere progress. The more I observe Hani, the more unfamiliar he becomes. Damn, pass me the ball. David Robinson bellowed from the low post. But Popovich, seated below, interjected. Pass the ball to Tim. The Spurs point guard, Avery Johnson, dutifully complied, handing the ball to Duncan. Observing the game unfold, Duncan chose not to charge into the paint, but instead opted for a mid-range duel against Walter McCarty. Clearly, as a big shooter, Walter McCarty was no match for Duncan, who effortlessly elevated McCarty's raised arm as a sighting scope, scoring an easy 2 points. 2-5. Returning to the Celtics' possession, Tracy McGrady received a pass from the guard but did not take the initiative. Instead, he spotted Han E sprinting at full throttle. Another long-distance pass. The ball sliced through 2 Spurs defenders and landed in Han Ye's hands. Without hesitation, Han E, with 1 foot hovering at the edge of the paint, launched himself into another explosive dunk. Bam! 2-7. Dunk after dunk. This time, the only victims were the rim and the backboard. Despite Duncan and Robinson's full-throttle efforts to defend, they simply could not keep up. While Han E's offense appeared lacking in technique, The sheer brutality was off the charts. In terms of strength, only Shaquille O'Neal in the current league could rival Han E. I believe the Celtics' rim will require some serious repairs post-game. Though the match had only just begun, the combination of Han E's power and speed rendered him utterly unstoppable. Recognizing the unfavorable momentum, Popovich decisively called a timeout. David, you and Tim must unite. Han E may seem ferocious, but ultimately, his primary weapon is merely his dunking ability. Against such a player, your mission is to push him out of the paint. Treat Han E as you would approach Shaquille. However, Duncan, after a calm analysis, replied, Coach, just the two of us cannot accomplish that. While Han E possesses strength comparable to O'Neal, he is not O'Neal. O'Neal doesn't possess his sprinting speed. Before we can even set our defense, he has already concluded his attack with a dunk. Hey, David Robinson was incensed. Tim, how can you bolster his confidence while undermining your own? This is just the beginning. I will obliterate him. Duncan said nothing, silently regarding his elder, his eyes seemingly asking, who was just annihilated. Popovich slammed the tactics board, pointing at David Robinson and scolding. If you had any usefulness today, Duncan wouldn't be saying this. All right. Popovich glared at Han E, who was laughing with his teammates across the court, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Though he was coaching this game, his thoughts drifted far beyond the arena. If God granted me another opportunity, would I choose Han E or Duncan? Would I still gamble everything on Duncan? Duncan is formidable, surpassing the strength of 90 of first-round picks. But Han E's rate of improvement has transcended any comprehension. Choose Duncan or Han E. Popovich truly dared not reach a conclusion. But today, Popovich proclaimed, bring on the three towers, a game can be lost. But Han E must die. Chapter 87, The Gravitational Pull of Han Hey, Tracy. During a timeout, Han E voiced his lingering confusion. Didn't I mention before the game that you should take charge? Yet, you didn't attempt a single shot. Are you planning to transition into a point guard? With starry-eyed admiration, Tracy McGrady responded, if that's what you need, I thought you were shifting to the point guard role. It would be a tremendous honor for me to assist you. Han E was left momentarily speechless. How could he respond? In his previous life, McGrady's passing ability was undeniably elite among forwards. Compared to the Celtics' current bench guards, McGrady's potential as a passer was evidently greater. But to redirect a top NBA scorer into a point guard at such a young age seemed a waste of talent. While it is indeed wonderful that you enjoy passing, I am a post player, and I rely on your assists, Han E chuckled. But what if I am being double-teamed? The team currently needs you to step up. I don't need fans, I need allies. T-Mac, can you be my ally? McGrady's eyes widened, filled with solemnity as if he were about to make a significant pledge. Idle, if you want me to pass, I shall pass. If you need me to score, I shall score. I promise to fulfill my role. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The San Antonio Spurs retained their twin towers while introducing a third, Wembanyama Poeltl. Although his statistics appeared lackluster, his accolades were far from trivial. Poeltl had previously secured 3 championships with the Chicago Bulls, averaging 10 minutes in the playoffs. While not exceptionally dominant, he was certainly a competent backup center. As a defensive powerhouse, Poeltl knew precisely his role, to fortify the paint and serve as an additional barrier against Han E. Alongside David Robinson and Tim Duncan, the Spurs had amassed a trio of towering giants. Such a sight would be unimaginable in the NBA 2 decades later, yet in 1997, it appeared fitting. Though this was the era dominated by Michael Jordan, when the monstrous Jordan was set aside, one could argue that it was indeed a golden age for interior play. The 4 great centers had yet to fully age, and a younger generation of big men and power forwards had already begun to emerge. Although Han E was aware that the brilliant guards who would lead the early 21st century were gradually entering the NBA, for those unversed in this evolution, the current NBA still belonged to the big men. Despite the inevitable issues discussed in later years regarding the lack of shooting ability among large players, it was fortunate that many role players of this era struggled to shoot three-pointers effectively. For instance, Walter McCarty, a starter for the Celtics, averaged a meager 38 shooting from beyond the arc, making him a relatively reliable spacing option for this time. The Spurs were not worried about being targeted. In their previous offensive play, Coach Popovich had evidently devised a clever strategy, while it appeared that David Robinson was set to attack Han E. The true intention was to draw Han Ye's defensive focus away. With a swift pivot, Robinson passed the ball to the wide-open Poeltl, who executed a smooth layup. 4-7. With 3 such towering figures on the court, the Spurs' offense was not hindered. Instead, it became even more challenging to defend. while the Spurs excelled offensively. Could this trio truly contain Han Yi defensively? In a battle of strength, Han Yi would easily overpower all three. However, when speed entered the equation, the advantage shifted entirely in Han Yi's favor. As McGrady prepared to take control, he noticed Han Yi already stationed beneath the basket, unguarded. The choice was clear. Should he attempt to score against the Spurs' perimeter defenders or pass to the unmarked Han Yi? Was there any need for contemplation? McGrady initiated the play, and Han Yi received the ball, executing another thunderous dunk. 4-9. With a look of regret, McGrady exclaimed, "Idle." This opportunity was simply too good to pass up. The pass was fine. Just avoid overthinking it. Han Yi patted McGrady on the shoulder. "Oh. You might not grasp the concept of overthinking, but that's inconsequential. What matters is your pass was exceptional. If they can only offer such a level of defense, they should brace themselves for an onslaught. Are you fools?" Popovich erupted from the sidelines. "I don't blame you for not being able to keep up with him. But how could you allow Han Yi to advance so effortlessly?" Thus, a curious spectacle unfolded. As Han Yi prepared to sprint without the ball, Spurs players rushed to intercept him. They thought they could easily halt his advance. No chance. Yet, Han Yi remained unfazed, even chuckling. McGrady charged toward the basket, taking advantage of the prior play where Han Yi had driven in. This time, with Han Yi out of the picture, an unguarded McGrady soared to the rim, executing yet another magnificent dunk. As McGrady's shot sailed through the air, the Spurs players stood in disbelief. Who is responsible for guarding this rookie? Shouldn't that be your concern? My concern? I was supposed to guard Han Yi. He's your responsibility now. With Han Yi rushing over to celebrate with McGrady, the gravitational pull of Han was undeniable. Amidst the 90s, when both teams were engrossed in half-court battles, Han Yi and McGrady had unleashed a fast-break tempest, shattering the Spurs formation. 7:21. As Han Yi, McGrady, and other starters began to exit the game with 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Celtics had established a 14-point lead. The Spurs, intent on returning to the playoffs this year, were being dismantled by a team expected to linger in the lottery. Popovich, of course, continued to berate his players. But he soon realized that the Celtics were not as formidable as they seemed. While Han Yi was a force on the court, the moment he departed, the Celtics' performance plummeted. There was no focal point in their offense, and their defense lacked structure. A young and vigorous Tim Duncan became unstoppable once Han Yi exited the game. Before Han Yi left the court, he orchestrated the game with finesse, yet once he was gone, Duncan unleashed havoc. Though Ben Wallace was sturdy enough to contest Duncan, the latter's scoring repertoire was vast. If he couldn't dominate inside, he would simply punish defenders from mid-range. Wallace's wingspan was impressive, but attempting to block Duncan's shot was merely a futile endeavor. On the offensive end, the Celtics had on the court DeBrown, the most capable scorer among the players. An athlete known for his erratic performances, he could easily produce all-star caliber statistics. Yet on off days, he might score only a few points on numerous attempts. Unfortunately, today was one of those off days for him. When Han Yi returned with 7:45 remaining in the second quarter, the Celtics' once commanding lead had vanished, and they found themselves down by 3. But did it truly matter? Han Yi grinned. "Hey, let us lift our spirits. I'm back now." Chapter 88. I read little. Don't deceive me. Han Yi, no worries, I read extensively. Upon Han Yi's return, he first overwhelmed Vale Purdo, achieving an impressive 21 points. Subsequently, he deftly maneuvered past David Robinson for a spectacular dunk. The once silent Celtics instantly sprang back to life. Han Yi's return not only had an immediate impact on the scoreboard, as he began to draw double teams, the entire dynamic of the Celtics transformed. Before Han Yi's comeback, Tracy McGrady had already returned, yet his efforts were in vain, missing 5 consecutive shots with little to show for it. However, once Han Yi entered the court and attracted widespread attention, McGrady found opportunities to score effortlessly under the basket, and his outside passing became remarkably precise. His mid-range and three-point shots were executed with finesse, all stemming from Han Yi's assists. Yet, this was still insufficient, even with McGrady finding his rhythm from beyond the arc. Spurs coach Greg Popovich remained unfazed. After all, McGrady was merely a rookie, not yet the formidable shooting guard he would become. As long as Han Yi could be contained, allowing a rookie to flourish posed no threat. Vale Purdo, while lacking in direct confrontation against Han Yi, employed various crafty tactics that made Han Yi's game rather uncomfortable. If it came to a point of desperation, Han Yi could tolerate it. After all, battling inside was no ballet, especially in the fiercely competitive atmosphere of the 90s. Seeking the referee's assistance in such physical contests often resulted in ridicule rather than aid. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace sat on the sidelines, seemingly oblivious, waving a towel. Was it not unreasonable for him, the strongest enforcer of the early 21st century, to remain so passive on the bench? "Coach," Hany exclaimed, "let us give Big Ben a shot." Celtics coach Rick Pitino shook his head. "No way. I've tried that before. Aside from grabbing a few rebounds, he clogs the space. When he was on, we lost by the most points, and he has a butterfingers. You want him in? Are you hoping for an even quicker defeat? Just mentioning him irritates me. I'll give him a DNP next game." Ben Wallace, overhearing this, trembled with indignation, thinking, "Coach, could you not be so blunt? I'm right here. There are many ways to give me a DNP, and you chose the most humiliating one." "Coach," Hany defended the defenseless Wallace, "it's just a matter of approach. Why not let him play alongside me?" Rick Pitino, perplexed, replied, "You two have no synergy. Pairing you would eliminate any space. Walter McCarty was specifically assigned to create space for you." "Coach, I must speak honestly. A single three-point shot during a game doesn't seem particularly impactful. Big Ben was my championship partner back in NCAA. You haven't forgotten that, have you?" "How could I forget? The most painful loss before coming to the NBA was at your hands. How could I not remember? If not for coaching you after entering the NBA, I might still be haunted by that defeat." But now, with Hany in the fold, the shadows of the past had shifted onto the opponents. With a slight nod, Rick Pitino said, "Ben, give it a try. If it doesn't work out, don't blame me for the DNP." Ben Wallace donned his uniform with a heavy heart, realizing that a poor performance could indeed lead to a DNP, which was considerable pressure. However, Hany wrapped an arm around his shoulder. "Hey, buddy, stay positive. This opportunity might just earn you a starting position." Ben Wallace's eyes widened. "I'm not well, Reed. Don't deceive me, it's fine." Hany tousled Wallace's explosive hair. "I read a lot. I would never deceive you." "All right." To show his gratitude, Wallace elbowed David Robinson to the ground on the first play, resulting in a technical foul. Hany continued to reassure him, "No worries, I'll cover the fine. Be aggressive, but not too much. If you get another technical, you'll have to sit out." As Tim Duncan helped Robinson to his feet, Robinson cautioned, "Watch out for that explosive hair. This guy is a bit fierce." Though no one warned Vale Purdo, the cunning veteran quickly tempered his actions. With stars like Robinson and promising newcomers like Duncan, the team shielded them. However, if someone like Vale Purdo were to be sidelined by an elbow, it would indeed spell disaster. Consequently, once explosive-haired Ben Wallace entered the game, the previously overwhelming double teams on Hany swiftly dissipated. Who would dare to be rough with Hany when Wallace was truly capable of retaliating? If you were to throw elbows or knees at Hany, Ben Wallace would surely respond in kind. However, if they refrained from aggressiveness, how could the Spurs trio contain Hany? A slight miscalculation in intensity could yield drastically different results. Previously, McGrady's consecutive baskets had allowed the Spurs to hold their ground against the Celtics, but as Hany began to assert himself, the Spurs faced an onslaught of setbacks. Final score: San Antonio Spurs 99, Boston Celtics 107. Hany once again delivered an astonishing performance with 44 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 9 blocks, leading the Celtics to triumph over the Spurs. McGrady, 20 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 block. Ben Wallace, 5 points, 11 rebounds, 3 blocks. Tim Duncan, 25 points, 11 rebounds, 1 assist, 3 blocks, with 5 turnovers, barely maintaining some dignity for the Spurs' interior defense. Yet David Robinson truly suffered embarrassment. 9 points, 7 rebounds, 6 turnovers. What a classic example of a triple single. Chapter 89. A king never abandons his realm. A lion never forsakes his territory. David Robinson, seemingly uninjured, abruptly retreated to the locker room with 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, leaving the court without a backward glance. Even after the game concluded, the multitude of reporters remained bewildered about his sudden departure. Was it an injury? It seemed unlikely, as Robinson exhibited remarkable agility and speed on the court. Hany strongly suspected that it was a classic case of evasion. However, Greg Popovich understood the true reason. Upon entering the locker room, he discovered Robinson squatting on the floor, tears streaming down his face. Robinson's determination was undeniable. Popovich found himself at a loss for words to console his beloved prodigy. The torch of talent was indeed being passed. David Robinson could no longer compete with Hany, and as time progressed, Hany was destined to grow stronger while Robinson aged. The next encounter between them could prove even more devastating for Robinson. This situation was indeed unfortunate, yet Popovich could not fathom a peculiar phenomenon, despite the Celtics' lackluster performance. Hany consistently shone against teams with formidable interior strength, regardless of their playoff caliber. Notable instances included Hany's explosive career-high 40 points against the Toronto Raptors' Marcus Camby, and a staggering 50 points against Alonzo Mourning of the Miami Heat. He even scored 44 points against the formidable twin towers of Robinson and Tim Duncan of the San Antonio Spurs, leaving Popovich astonished, as he had believed his dual threat would contain Hany. Could it be that Hany possessed an innate advantage over teams with powerful interiors? This question lingered until the Celtics faced the Atlanta Hawks a week later. Despite Hany's impressive 37 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 blocks against the elite Dikembe Mutombo, the Celtics ultimately fell to the Hawks, 94-100. Although Hany humiliated Mutombo with his scoring prowess, the team suffered a defeat, marking Hany's first loss to a strong interior team. A young journalist named Steve A. Smith penned an article attempting to unravel this enigma, proclaiming, "Boston no longer deserves the superhuman from Huasha." The article overflowed with lavish praise for Hany, to the extent that even his thick skin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, one assertion held true. Hany's strength lay not in his offense, but in his defense. While his scoring often relied on dunks, his most lethal weapon was his ability to transition from successful defense to swift counterattacks. This unique ability rendered Hany a quintessential and unparalleled defensive center. Although his overall prowess might not place him among the top 3 in the NBA, his capacity to capitalize on defensive successes far surpassed his peers, rivaling only the legendary Wilt Chamberlain in NBA history. Consequently, teams with robust interior offenses struggled against the Celtics. These teams typically relied on their interior players to drive their offense. Yet with Hany on the court, scoring in the paint became a formidable challenge. When a team's primary scoring option is stifled, the entire unit's rhythm is disrupted. Hany not only overwhelmed the opposing team's star, but also relentlessly initiated a series of counterattacks following his successful defensive plays. Those with even the slightest wavering resolve found it difficult not to weep like David Robinson. As for why Hany could dominate Mutombo, yet still see his team lose? Mutombo, as the anchor of the Hawks' interior defense, could be overwhelmed, but this did not impede the Hawks' offensive flow, as they seldom relied on him for scoring. Mutombo's contributions were not comparable to those of Mourning or Robinson, and the Hawks leveraged their external shooting prowess to outmatch the Celtics. Initially, the article garnered little attention, but as the Celtics season progressed, its significance soared. The Celtics faced defeat against teams with strong outside shooting, yet triumphed against those focused on interior play. Hany's list of vanquished opponents continued to grow. Patrick Ewing, Arvydas Sabonis, Vlade Divac, all renowned interior players, yet silenced in the aftermath of their encounters with Hany. Ewing, however, was not included in this tally, as he had recognized Hany's potential to surpass him even before Hany entered the NBA. Ewing chuckled at the media's criticisms. What is there to blame for losing to Hany? In no more than 3 years, he will become the premier center in the NBA. I take pride in knowing that I played a part in bringing this prodigy to the league. As Ewing's endorsement instilled fear in other interior players, those with illustrious careers eagerly anticipated their encounters with Hany. Charles Barkley, firmly established with the Rockets, boldly declared, "Nonsense about the top center. Tomorrow, I shall strip this arrogant young man of his bravado in Houston." Hany's response was resolute. A king never abandons his realm. A lion never forsakes his territory. Chapter 90. No respect at all. How can you still have the audacity to band together? If Hany's words were somewhat restrained, the Celtics fans were utterly unreserved in their scorn. In Phoenix, you, Charles Barkley, were the soaring celestial pig, the guardian of the Sun City. In Houston, what are you? A mere hired mercenary? You banded together and yet feel indignant? The Rockets leader, the Dream, Hakeem Olajuwon, hasn't even spoken up. What right does a subordinate like you have to chime in? Logically, Barkley could defend himself, for his transition from the Suns to the Rockets was more of a passive choice. It wasn't Barkley's desire to leave Phoenix. Rather, the Rockets had presented enticing offers that the Suns could not refuse. To acquire the 33-year-old Barkley, the Rockets made a significant trade, relinquishing Sam Cassell, Robert Horry, Chucky Brown, and Mark Bryant, 4 key players each averaging over 25 minutes on the court. This was a standard trade in the realm of professional basketball, even though Barkley, Olajuwon, and Drexler were past their prime at 33 and 32 years old, respectively, their ages surpassed those of the top trio when they eventually disbanded. At the time of their collaboration, these three legends were not only excluded from the All-NBA teams but also from the All-Star selections. However, stars of the 1990s had a certain sensitivity regarding their reputations, regardless of the reasons or their ages. They felt a tinge of embarrassment when it came to forming super teams. Barkley himself had previously self-deprecatingly admitted, "Yes, I joined the Rockets because I couldn't beat them." Later, upon retirement, he candidly stated, "My joining the Rockets alongside Drexler and Olajuwon was not for the sake of forming a super team, but to find a place where I could showcase my abilities. Even if I did win a championship with the Rockets, it would not be a true championship." Han-E scoffed at this notion, believing Barkley's claim of it not being a true championship stemmed from the fact that he had not secured that title. Had he won, even a shortened season championship would have become the most prestigious in history. However, when it came to actual competition, the Rockets presented a far more formidable challenge than the previously defeated Spurs. The starting lineups were as follows: Boston Celtics, PG, Dana Barros, SG, Greg Minor, SF, Tracy McGrady, PF, Ben Wallace, C, Han-E. Houston Rockets, PG, Matt Maloney, SG, Clyde Drexler, SF, Eddie Johnson, PF, Kevin Willis, C, Hakeem Olajuwon. Han-E fulfilled his promise. After numerous tests, Celtics coach Rick Pitino ultimately concluded that Ben Wallace and Han-E were more complementary than merely placing a pseudo-spacer. Although Olajuwon, Drexler, and Barkley were not at their peak, when Barkley emerged as the Rockets' super sixth man, it undoubtedly posed a significant threat to the Celtics, who lacked depth on the bench. Similar to their matchup against the Spurs, Han-E found himself in a favorable position against the aging Olajuwon. However, Olajuwon was a different breed compared to David Robinson. Despite his age, Olajuwon's offensive prowess in the paint was unparalleled in the NBA. While Han-E could bully Olajuwon defensively, the latter managed to return the favor with significant offensive contributions. Meanwhile, Drexler's dominance over McGrady left the Celtics trailing by as much as 15 points by halftime. Although the Rockets' lead was due in part to Olajuwon's competitive spirit against Han-E, the highest scorer was still the bench player, Charles Barkley. With his robust physique and refined shooting skills, Barkley, despite lacking his former explosiveness, could easily score against Walter McCarty, a defensively inept opponent. Whether it was back-to-the-basket moves or powerful dunks, Barkley showcased an array of scoring techniques that left the audience in awe. Before the witnesses among the Rockets fans, Barkley roared with fervor, inciting a wave of applause and cheers. In that moment, Barkley felt as if he had returned to Phoenix, reclaiming the spotlight as the revered sun god. However, Han-E was not one to let such a moment pass without a jab. As the third quarter commenced, both teams returned to their starting lineups, which meant Barkley, as the sixth man, found himself on the bench. Initially, he sat there cheering for his teammates. But after Han-E executed a dunk and glided past him, he casually remarked, "You couldn't even get on the floor last time. What are you barking for, cheerleader?" Barkley sprang to his feet, indignantly retorting, "Who says I can't play? Where's my knife?" With a veteran eager to join the fray, Rockets coach Rudy Tomjanovich had no choice but to comply. Shortly after the next timeout, Barkley took to the court, and the tide began to slowly turn in favor of the Celtics. As NBA players age, their athleticism diminishes first, and alongside it, their defensive skills. During their prime, both Olajuwon and Barkley were exceptional two-way players, but in their twilight years, they relied on experience and skill for offense, while their defense faltered significantly. Despite the Rockets' initial strategy to use Olajuwon's bulk as a shield against Han-E's onslaught, it proved ineffective. Removing the bulk and replacing it with a defensively inept player only exacerbated the situation. Moreover, as Barkley entered the game, Rick Pitino also sent Ben Wallace back on the floor. Over here, Barkley displayed some footwork at the free throw line that had Wallace stumbling, but when he attempted a shot, it resulted in a clean rejection. Following the block, Wallace taunted, "Not bad, veteran. Just a bit slow, even slower than my grandmother sipping porridge." "You." Barkley fumed, to which Han-E chimed in, "Veteran, is your only skill running your mouth? Why not try scoring on the offensive end?" 51-60. "Really? You think I can't handle you? A mere black man?" Wallace's taunts, while childish, proved effective. Barkley was determined to teach Wallace a lesson today, no matter the cost. But the question remained, was Ben Wallace truly so easy to deal with? Chapter 91. Olajuwon, Barkley, Drexler. Tonight's hot pot feast shall not escape. Indeed, The youthful Ben Wallace had yet to reach the pinnacle of his defensive prowess as the premier interior defender in the NBA. Facing Barkley in one-on-one combat proved to be quite a challenge. However, there was no need for alarm, for behind Ben Wallace stood Han E. As Ben Wallace used his sturdy frame to impede Barkley's initial move. The moment Barkley sidestepped him and turned to shoot, Han E surged forth, unleashing a powerful swat. "Apologies, but I was merely awaiting your basketball." Thud. Another block silenced Barkley. In the blink of an eye, the Celtics, who had previously appeared despondent, swiftly closed the gap under Han Ye's leadership. "Humph." Olajuwon scoffed. "When I played in the NBA, you were still in elementary school." Thus, Han Ye bestowed yet another rejection upon the spinning Olajuwon. "Old man, perhaps it's time to return home to your children." As the formidable duo of Han E and Ben Wallace constrained the aging Olajuwon and Barkley within the paint, outside, the younger McGrady found himself under relentless assault from Drexler. With three-pointers and mid-range shots, Drexler was a force to be reckoned with on the perimeter. The 35-year-old Drexler seemed to have returned to the days of his fierce rivalry with Jordan, even though he had never managed to outplay him. Yet, against a rookie like McGrady, he was in complete control. While Drexler may not possess the speed of his youth, he expertly utilized his physicality. Engaging in a fierce battle with McGrady, with a sudden lunge, he gathered momentum and crushed McGrady underfoot. When Olajuwon momentarily trapped Han Ye behind him, Drexler accelerated, launching himself from just outside the key. With a graceful leap, the aging glide soared once more. Grasping the ball with one hand, he wound up for a thunderous dunk. This was a move Drexler had executed thousands of times in the NBA. With eyes closed, he could complete such a dunk with ease. Bang! But the sound was not that of the ball swishing through the net. Rather, it was Han Ye's mighty hand pinning the ball against the backboard. "My dear elder, it seems you've lost your touch, haven't you?" If we were to consider the peak version of Clyde Drexler, he would indeed rank as the second-best shooting guard during Jordan's era. However, while Jordan still soared above the rest, Drexler had clearly lost his edge. Picking on a young talent like McGrady might be acceptable, but daring to enter the paint where I reside? Well, Han Ye, hailing from the east, displayed no inclination to adhere to the customary respect for elders. Today, he had already rejected Olajuwon, Barkley, and Drexler. He had turned the Houston retirement home upside down. Upon being blocked, Drexler's first instinct was not to vie for the rebound, an endeavor easily claimed by the rebounding maestro Ben Wallace. Nor did he confront Han Ye, for he knew he could not prevail. Instead, he turned to Olajuwon, questioning, "You had him covered just now." Olajuwon shrugged. "I did manage to impede him, but only just a little. I suspect no one in this league can fully contain this monster known as Han Ye. I assure you, if it were you defending him, it would be less than a mere fraction of my effort." "Nonsense. What about Jordan? Have I not guarded him? Is he truly more difficult to defend than Jordan?" As the two veterans exchanged blame, Han Ye once more appeared on the front lines, executing a dunk reminiscent of Drexler's earlier attempt. Though lacking the elegance of the glide in his prime, he effortlessly outmatched the elder Drexler. Following a one-handed rim-rattling dunk, the Houston crowd fell silent. Who dared to bark now? Just moments ago, Houston's own dunking legend had been thoroughly stifled, only to be met with Han Ye's clean finish. Despair washed over the crowd. Though the Houston Rockets maintained a lead, the morale of their fans had begun to wane. Last year, these three veterans banded together in pursuit of a championship, reaching the Western Conference Finals with great momentum. Yet, they were swiftly dispatched by Utah's dynamic duo, missing even a glimpse of Jordan. Now a year older, their performance had declined. They began the season strong in the top three of the West, but now faced relentless criticism, even against the Celtics. Was there truly hope for a championship this year? Yet, in the midst of the fans' despair, the previously subdued Olajuwon executed his signature dream shake. Layering on a double buff against Han Ye's defense, he skillfully placed the ball into the basket, and with a sudden double team from Olajuwon and Barkley, they thwarted Han Ye, allowing Drexler to sink a mid-range shot. Olajuwon possessed not only a complete arsenal of interior offensive skills, but also exceptional passing abilities. As he orchestrated the offense, connecting Barkley in the paint and Drexler on the perimeter, the beleaguered Houston Rockets found new life. The previously despondent Houston fans felt a flicker of hope. "Hey, would you look at that? We might just have a chance." With the fans revitalized, the players rallied, launching a concerted assault on Han Ye. In motion without the ball, Han Ye was nearly unstoppable, combining strength and speed. However, when he held the ball, one-on-one presented no issue, but against multiple defenders, his limitations became apparent. Straying too far from the basket made scoring difficult, and exposing the ball under pressure was a fool's errand. Yet, without the ball, when the Rockets unleashed playoff-level intensity, the Celtics guard struggled to deliver the ball to Hani. Consequently, they could only fend for themselves. In the face of the Rockets' relentless defense, Duong, Dana Barros, Tracy McGrady, and Walter McCarty each missed 5 consecutive three-pointers. The clanging of iron sent shivers down Han Yi's spine. A group of sharpshooters, claiming to possess three-point prowess, failed to convert wide-open shots. This was an unthinkable scenario for the NBA 2 decades later. Yet, it also illuminated a truth for Han Yi. While one might argue that the stars of 20 years hence lacked the prowess of their predecessors, to claim that the role players of yesteryear were superior would be sheer folly. The advancement of the game has propelled role players to unprecedented heights. Chapter 92. The 3-second defense of this era? It shall be created by me, Han Yi. In other words, why did the superstars of the 1990s each possess the ability to take on multiple opponents? Is it not possible that even a superstar facing 3 defenders could be more efficient than allowing a role player on their team to face a single defender? You may think that high efficiency stems from their exceptional abilities, but that is a misconception. Those with even slightly lesser talents simply do not ascend to the status of a superstar. A true superstar must possess the ability to break through any defensive double team. If one cannot break through a double team, then do not even dream of being the primary player. The 3 aging veterans of the Rockets, in their youth, emerged from suffocating defenses like dumplings. After all, Han Yi has only been here for 2 years, and compared to the NBA of the 1990s, he is more familiar with the league post 2005. Back then, being double-teamed and passing to an open teammate was the norm. If you could not make the shot, it was undoubtedly your inadequacy, as I had drawn enough defensive attention. Not only could the player in question be criticized, but even their loyal fans could rightfully voice their discontent. However, in the 1990s, that was not the case. While Rick Pitino may now fully support Han Yi, he would not scold the role players for missing their shots, as a miss is simply a miss. The reason you are appointed as the leader is to rise and save the team when your teammates cannot even make simple shots. You may speak of the difficulties of the defense and the perilous situations you face, but those words would only paint you as a coward. The only course of action is to rise under such pressure, make your shots, and help your teammates regain their rhythm through your offensive prowess. If you can achieve that, you are undoubtedly the rightful leader. If not, then that is simply your fate. Of course, stating all this is futile, as Han Yi is currently in the 1990s. The time has come for Han Yi to be tested. Give up hope. Unless I perish, you shall not enter the paint. Charles Barkley and Hakeem Olajuwon have completely clogged the key. Does Han Yi wish to penetrate the paint? With 2 behemoths weighing a combined 500 pounds inside, does he truly think he can waltz in? Not a chance. One cannot help but wonder why the referees have not called a 3-second violation. Is there some unspoken arrangement between the Rockets and the officials? After questioning for 2 plays, Han Yi suddenly realized, this is the 1990s, there is no 3-second defense. Faced with Han Yi, who was as cold as ice, Rockets forward Eddie Johnson had already settled into his stance, waving his arms. Though Eddie Johnson stands only 2.03 meters tall, he possesses an impressive wingspan and speed. Regardless of Han Yi's chosen offensive approach, he could disrupt him to some extent. In fact, this kind of forward defense proves more effective than using a true center against Han Yi. Do you think this can confound me? Han Yi returned the ball to the perimeter, opting not to venture into the crowded paint but instead moving outward. In doing so, Eddie Johnson was left bewildered. Han Yi is moving outward. Should I follow him? Our coach never instructed us on this. Given Han Yi's speed, if he pulls me too far out, I might as well be left in the open road at dawn. Thus, Eddie Johnson chose to remain stationary, keeping an eye on Han Yi, who had retreated beyond the 3-point line. This allowed Han Yi to comfortably reclaim the basketball from his guard and shoot with ease. Swish! The basketball soared through the air, landing in the net amidst Eddie Johnson's astonished gaze. A clean shot. The Celtics scored 3 points. Wow. This is Han Yi's 3-point punishment. The opposing players seem utterly dumbfounded. Did their coach neglect to inform them of Han Yi's shooting prowess? Indeed, one must never underestimate Han Yi's 3-point ability. Although over 90% of his scoring occurs in the paint, it is crucial to remember that he won the NCAA championship with his 3-point shooting. Yet once Han Yi starts shooting from beyond the arc, the situation becomes precarious. Akin to trying to simultaneously guard Shaquille O'Neal in the paint while also contesting his three-point shot. O'Neal may never shoot from long range, but Han E has truly mastered this skill. Neglecting to defend against his three-point shot will come at a steep price. Regrettably, while the commentators on television have made this abundantly clear, the Rockets head coach remains unconvinced. He reassuringly patted Eddie Johnson on the head. Hey, your choice is correct. We simply cannot allow Han E to dominate the paint. If he wants to shoot threes, let him. His average three-point makes are less than 0.5 per game. Having just made one, he has already met his quota for 2 games, so there is no need for concern. The key is to protect the paint. As long as we maintain that, he won't stir up any trouble. The coach's words boosted the morale of the Rockets. Previously, Eddie Johnson had been uncertain about whether to extend out to defend Han E, but the coach's statement clarified everything. After all, with Han Ye's minimal three-point production, what is there to fear? The entire Rockets team united, believing this would ensure their victory. However, upon reaching the offensive end, the Rockets were taken aback. The Celtics, who had previously maintained a compact defensive stance, suddenly expanded their defense, intensifying their perimeter coverage. The Rockets, who had previously navigated the outside with ease, found themselves on the verge of a shutout under such pressure, forcing the focus of their offense back to Olajuwon and Barkley. Logically, with the Celtics expanding their perimeter defense, one would expect their interior defense to weaken, allowing Olajuwon and Barkley to exploit the situation. Yet, the issue arose while the Celtics extended their support to the outside. Han E chose to remain lurking in the paint. What a delight, truly a delight. Although the NBA would later introduce the 3-second defense rule 3 years hence, Han E was determined to take full advantage of this temporary reprieve. If he could remain in the so-called 3-second area for an extended period, even facing Barkley and Olajuwon 2-on-1, he would be filled with confidence. The true implementation of the 3-second defense began in the 2001-2002 season, a rule ostensibly designed to limit the unparalleled Shaquille O'Neal. But since Han E has arrived in this lifetime, why should this rule not be established to restrict him as well? Chapter 93. The Celtics triumph over the Houston Trio, the debut of the Celtics Big Three. The presence or absence of a defensive 3-second rule presents a stark contrast in defensive complexity. Han E observed the mesmerizing footwork of Olajuwon, showcasing his dreamlike agility before Ben Wallace, while he remained comfortably stationed within the restricted area. In a scenario governed by the defensive 3-second rule, such a stance would be utterly impermissible. One could linger inside the paint for no longer than 3 seconds without a direct opponent. However, the current situation allowed Han E to crouch in comfort. The closer one stood to the mesmerizing footwork, the more formidable it appeared. The dizzying array of movements left one at a loss for how to counteract it. Yet, from a slight distance, it became far more manageable to decipher and respond. With a perfect combination of 100 in blocking ability and 90 in speed, Han E could afford to give Olajuwon a couple of steps, lurking behind, ready to execute a precise block. Block Olajuwon. Again, block Olajuwon. Once more, block Olajuwon. Olajuwon, bewildered by the relentless denials, began to evade and resorted to mid-range shots. Although Han Ye's wingspan was indeed extraordinary, remaining concealed within the paint made it impossible to thwart Olajuwon's attempts consistently. Yet, Olajuwon's own shots began to falter. Charles Barkley, with his ample girth, charged into the lane like a human battering ram. Unfortunately, Barkley's explosive potential did not materialize, as Han E swiftly delivered another emphatic rejection. The collision between Barkley's robust frame and Han E's solid muscles was nothing short of a spectacle. Barkley's bulk was the foundation of his prowess as a premier interior player, yet today, he faced Han E, a man endowed with an incredible strength rating of 100. Boom. Thus, it was only Barkley who was sent sprawling. As long as Han E graced the court, the interior belonged solely to him. The gates of the paint would forever remain shut to the Houston players. This was merely a glimpse of Han E's defensive prowess. On the offensive end, he ruthlessly capitalized on the Rockets' retreating defense, firing off three-pointers without hesitation. One three-pointer may not sting, but what of the second, third, and fourth? Han E unleashed a barrage of threes that pushed the Houston Rockets to the brink of despair. We have one last chance. The Rockets coach reassured his players. The Celtics' rotation is notoriously weak. As soon as Han E leaves the court, our opportunity will arise. Let us conserve our energy, and once he is out, we will strike with all our might. Reluctantly, Barkley, Olajuwon, and Drexler nodded in agreement, acknowledging their inability to withstand the youthful tempest that Han E unleashed. They could only hope for the moment when Han Yi would tire, allowing them to muster their dwindling strength for a final strike. With 2 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, Han Yi finally exited the game. However, the Rockets trio showed no signs of relief. They too followed Han Yi off the court. The score stood at 185, trailing by 15 points with just over 2 minutes remaining. Theoretically, a comeback was conceivable. But for the aging Rockets trio, it was a daunting task. They had yet to deliver their final blows, while the outcome of the game had already been decided. Ultimately, the score concluded at 104-94. Hakeem Olajuwon, 15 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 block. Charles Barkley, 13 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal. Clyde Drexler, 22 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals. Han Yi, 34 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 13 blocks. Tracy McGrady, 20 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. Ben Wallace, 2 points, 13 rebounds, 1 assist, 3 blocks. In every statistical category, points, rebounds, assists, or blocks, the young Celtics triumvirate thoroughly dominated the aging Rockets trio. The Boston Celtics triumphed over the Houston Rockets, once again demonstrating that Han Yi-led Celtics were naturally adept at countering teams reliant on interior offense. So, who stands as the preeminent interior offensive team in the present league? Undoubtedly, it is the Los Angeles Lakers, boasting the league's premier center. While the NBA showcases 4 elite centers, in terms of raw power, 25-year-old Shaquille O'Neal reigns supreme. The other 3, 35-year-old Patrick Ewing, 34-year-old Hakeem Olajuwon, and 32-year-old David Robinson, are but shadows of their former selves in comparison to O'Neal. If Han Yi aspires to dominate the center position, he must first surpass O'Neal. Yet, prior to confronting O'Neal in Los Angeles, Han Yi's foremost concern lies with his impending showdown against his friend, Allen Iverson. "Hey, Allen," Han Yi, having finished his fruit platter, called Allen Iverson. "I will fulfill my promise from the draft. Tomorrow, I will give you a beating." All right, Iverson retorted angrily. "You really can't tell who's the king of the court, can you? Tomorrow, I'll make sure to set you straight." Despite the Celtics' recent commendable performance, they still find themselves trailing behind the Philadelphia 76ers. This season, the 76ers have firmly established a team philosophy centered around Allen Iverson, assembling a supporting cast tailored to his strengths. Compared to the previous timeline, this iteration of the 76ers is significantly more formidable. In the 1997-1998 season, the 76ers only managed a dismal 32 wins against 50 losses, leading to an early playoff exit. However, as of January 10, 1998, the 76ers boasted an impressive record of 19 wins and 15 losses, placing them 9th in the East and just a step away from playoff contention. Such a record, if placed in the Western Conference, would securely position them 6th, surpassing the Minnesota Timberwolves. The remarkable turnaround of the 76ers from the previous season's bottom dwellers can be attributed largely to the strategic brilliance of Coach Auerbach, who has cultivated a roster featuring many young talents developed within the Boston Celtics system. In late 1997, the trade of Jerry Stackhouse and the elevation of Allen Iverson further unleashed Iverson's scoring prowess. This version of Iverson, if aware of the inadequacies of his previous teammates, would undoubtedly feel fortunate to be part of such a well-equipped squad. Starting lineups: Boston Celtics, PG, Dana Barros, SG, Greg Minor, SF, Tracy McGrady, PF, Ben Wallace. C. Han Yi. Philadelphia 76ers, PG, Allen Iverson, SG, Jim Jackson, SF, Eric Williams, PF, Antoine Walker, C. Theo Ratliff. Han Yi versus Allen Iverson. The battle is about to commence. Chapter 94. Let the battle commence. Han Yi versus Iverson. Yet, the conflict between the Philadelphia 76ers and the Boston Celtics extends far beyond just Iverson and Han Yi. Although both are the unequivocal stars of their respective teams, any notion of personal animosity is absent. It is merely a manifestation of the competitive spirit inherent in elite athletes. However, the 76ers are now burdened with a cohort of Celtics who harbor a palpable resentment towards the current Green Team. Previously, Eric Williams viewed Boston as home. Last season, Antoine Walker was the cornerstone of the Celtics roster, cherished by the Boston faithful. Now, the once promising rookie Keith Van Horn, who was meant to be a Celtic, finds himself relegated to a bench role with the 76ers. Even more unfortunate is Ron Mercer, who was selected by the Celtics with the 6th overall pick in the past. He enjoyed ample playing time and averaged 15 points per game during his rookie season, emerging as a beacon of hope. However, in this iteration, Mercer faces a dire predicament. He is overshadowed by Eric Williams, who was traded alongside him from the Celtics, and veteran Terry Cummings, who occupies the backup small forward position. Consequently, Mercer's playing time has dwindled to a mere 9.5 minutes per game, with a disheartening average of 5 points. Presently, he can only curse the Celtics from the sidelines. The match officially commences as Hahn and Theo Ratliff jump for the ball. At 25 years of age, standing at 2.08 meters and weighing 110 kilograms, Ratliff is renowned as one of the premier interior defenders in the NBA, boasting an impressive average of 3.8 blocks per game, placing him second in the league. The top spot, however, is evidently held by Hahn, who averages a staggering 6.5 blocks. The competition for the title of Block King, previously heated among Ratliff, Marcus Camby, and Dikembe Mutombo, has been decisively settled with Hahn's entry, rendering the award all but confirmed at the season's outset. Ratliff's sole hope lies in triumphing over Hahn during the game, yet this aspiration is patently unrealistic. With a resounding thud, Hahn effortlessly claims the jump ball, utilizing his superior wingspan and height. The basketball lands in Tracy McGrady's hands. As Hahn and McGrady's synergy grows increasingly refined, Celtics coach Chris Ford intentionally bestows more organizational responsibilities upon McGrady, who possesses innate playmaking talents. Upon receiving the ball, McGrady, with a single-handed grip, merely glances at Hahn's position before lofting the ball towards the basket. The 76ers fans erupt in laughter, mocking the rookie's apparent folly. Where did this fool come from? There is no one under the basket, and he is handing us a gift of a turnover. Alas, the ball was intended for Hahn. Defensive specialist Theo Ratliff, acutely aware of McGrady's intention, sprints towards the basket with fervor. However, understanding the situation and being able to halt Hahn are two entirely distinct matters. As Ratliff charges towards the basket, a deafening roar fills the arena. Hahn completes a jaw-dropping alley-oop dunk. 2-0. Hahn has secured the first points for the Boston Celtics in Philadelphia. Is this just the beginning? Apologies, but it has already concluded. Even if Ratliff anticipated the play, what difference does it make? His intellect may have kept pace, but his body undeniably lagged behind. The 76ers fans, witnessing Hahn's towering silhouette, are utterly disheartened. This guy was meant to be ours. Hahn should have formed the most formidable duo with Iverson, yet due to that fool Billy King's short-sightedness, we suffered a tremendous loss. Keith Van Horn is nothing compared to Hahn. Do not despair. While Keith Van Horn may not rival Hahn, he is merely a pawn in the trade that brought Hahn to the 76ers, ultimately enhancing the team's depth. The acquisition of Antoine Walker has proven to be a significant boon. In his second year, Walker has adapted seamlessly upon joining the 76ers, elevating his average to 25 points per game. At this moment, Antoine Walker seems to hear the call, receiving a pass from Iverson and preparing to launch his favorite three-pointer. But as he flicks his wrist, Hahn's block descends like a thunderbolt. The emphatic rejection sends Walker staggering, yet Hahn, without even a glance at Walker, pursues the ball that has been deflected away. Closing in on the ball, he takes 2 swift steps to reach the basket and prepares for another thunderous dunk. This time, Ratliff finally arrives in time, unhesitatingly extending his long arms to contest the shot. However, aspirations do not always align with reality. Ratliff may have made it physically, but he is ruthlessly overpowered. With a resounding crash, Hahn delivers a one-handed dunk that reverberates through the hoop. 4-0. Yet, the sound that echoed was not from the rim above, but rather from Ratliff below, who was sent sprawling out of bounds by the sheer force of their clash. If the 130-kilogram Barkley cannot withstand Hahn's might, what chance does the 110-kilogram Ratliff possess? As the game unfolds, the 76ers fans can already envision the disheartening spectacle of Hahn gripping both Ratliff and Walker, effortlessly dominating them. This season, our formidable duo, a blend of interior and exterior prowess, should shine brightly, yet in Hahn's hands, they have become mere playthings. Playthings? Do you believe you are worthy? Barkley and Olajuwon are already in line to be bested by Hahn, so if you 76ers think your duo can serve as his toys, I'm afraid you'll have to wait your turn. Chapter 95, Lions vs. Wolves. Clearly, Allen Iverson anticipated this far better than the fans of the Philadelphia 76ers. No one understands Hahn's prowess better than Iverson. As Iverson brought the ball to just inside the three-point line, he suddenly halted and unleashed a 2-point jump shot. It swished through the net. 4-2. Following this, Iverson playfully beckoned Han Yi, who was huddled in the paint. Come on, let us battle. What's there to be proud of for making a 2-pointer? Han Yi retorted, stepping out to face Theo Ratliff, launching an unguardable 3-pointer. The 7-foot giant executed a graceful fadeaway jump shot. Swish. It was a steady hit. 7-2. With a proficiency in 3-point shooting rated at 10. Han Yi grinned at the despairing Ratliff. You defended well, but you were just a hair away from disrupting it. Boss. Ratliff confessed sheepishly to Iverson. I couldn't contain him, but I truly gave it my all. It's all right. Iverson candidly remarked, you can't handle Han Yi alone. Just do your best to limit him. As the game transitioned, Iverson pushed forward with the ball. Compared to the Celtics, the 76ers' greatest advantage lay in their depth. Iverson charged into the paint, weaving around the towering Han Yi, ultimately emerging unscathed. Han Yi, like a lion reluctant to leave its den, posed a formidable deterrent. Iverson then passed the ball to the perimeter where Eric Williams awaited. Williams launched a 3-pointer. It went in. 7-5. A splendid 3-pointer. The spirited home commentator for the 76ers exclaimed, Han Yi's opening performance is undoubtedly stunning, but the Celtics rely solely on him. Under the leadership of the Lion, Iverson. We have formidable players like Walker and Williams. We must acknowledge the Celtics for this. While assembling an NBA team undeniably requires top-tier talent, reliable allies remain indispensable. The first quarter concluded. 23-26. Han Yi, 17 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 blocks. Iverson, 9 points, 1 rebound, 4 assists, 2 steals. Despite a rocky start, the Philadelphia 76ers managed to finish the first quarter with a 3-point lead thanks to their team efforts. In contrast to Iverson's collaborative play, Han Yi's solitary 17 points rendered him a true lone hero. However, this was not solely Han Yi's doing. His teammates simply could not find their rhythm. Nevertheless, Han Yi was accustomed to this, quietly sipping his energy drink on the bench, resting his eyes. This season, the Boston Celtics had indeed triumphed over teams stronger than the Philadelphia 76ers, yet squads like the 76ers consistently posed significant challenges for them. Although the 76ers boasted a nominal Twin Tower setup, in reality, Theo Ratliff served as a quintessential blue-collar center, occasionally scoring in the paint, but never forcing the game. Antoine Walker, while an offensive-oriented power forward with commendable inside scoring abilities, thrived primarily beyond the arc. In a previous life, when asked why Walker attempted so many 3-pointers each game, his response was, because there are no 4-point shots. Typically, he would only venture into the low post under the coach's strict directives. And when the opportunity arose beyond the 3-point line, he would shoot decisively. In this match, with Han Yi stationed in the paint, Walker merely made a token circuit inside before retreating, exclaiming that he was unable to score, and began happily shooting 3-pointers from beyond the arc. In this scenario, Han Yi's interior defense became a dragon-slaying tactic. Opponents shunned the paint, opting instead for outside shots. How could he defend against that? Should he truly rush to the perimeter? At 11 meters, could Han Yi effectively guard the 1.8-meter Allen Iverson? That image is indeed delightful. Yet Han Yi was far from capable of executing it at present. His height granted him near-perfect defense within the restricted area or below the free-throw line. Should Iverson dare to penetrate this zone, he would face dire consequences. However, forsaking the paint to follow Iverson outside. In the face of Iverson's elite ball-handling skills and his outrageous crossover, was a feat beyond Han Yi's physical capabilities. Defending against Iverson? An impossible task. But what of it? As the second quarter commenced, Han Yi did not rest. He immediately took to the court, joined by 4 substitutes. In the first possession after the break, Han Yi received an interior pass from Othella Harrington, rising high to overpower the substitute Keith Van Horn, and executed a two-handed dunk. 25-26. Van Horn was left scrambling in disarray, while Han Yi struggled to contain Iverson, who among the Philadelphia 76ers could possibly defend against him. With a smile, Han Yi assured Van Horn, "Don't worry, keep your distance, and I won't harm you." Van Horn managed a strained smile in response. "You truly are a good person." Although Han Yi had merely scored another basket, Iverson on the bench was already fidgeting nervously. "Coach, I want to play." Who was the current head coach of the 76ers? It was none other than Larry Brown, a protege of Popovich. Larry Brown squinted. "No rush. There's no need for you to hurry back into the game. Since Han Yi dares to continue playing at the start of the second quarter, let him. This young man is strong and youthful, but he will tire eventually. Wait until he shows signs of fatigue before you enter. I'm curious to see how they will cope then. Coach, Iverson countered, what if Han E never tires? Absurd. Larry Brown huffed. How could anyone not tire? No matter how strong one's willpower, it cannot defy the natural laws of the body. Look at how aggressively he plays. He will inevitably exhaust himself. Iverson, gritting his teeth, replied, that guy has undergone intense training all morning and could easily run a marathon in the afternoon. Do you truly think he will feel fatigued during a mere NBA regular season game? The game continued. The 76ers backup point guard, Eric Snow, fed the wide-open Aaron McKie beyond the three-point line. McKie adjusted his position, steadied himself, and prepared to shoot. Yet, with just that lateral step, a colossal yellow hand loomed ominously above him.